Somewhere in a lavish mansion, the chandeliers are practically rattling with tension. Something big is about to go down here. The head of the household just sits there flipping through papers with one cold HM, and that single sound is basically a death sentence. This whole story starts with a guy who used to rule his academy like he owned the place. Now he's biting his nails, wondering if his own family is about to erase him completely, like fate itself is laughing in his face. Cursing at royalty, sabotaging a rival school's entrance exam, trashing the family name. Meet Ed Rothtailor, and he earned every bit of this. This is the life he built for himself, and it's about to come crashing down in one afternoon. A servant hands him a box with everything he owns, like he just got cleared out of his desk after getting fired. With one painfully polite "thanks for your hard work," Ed Rothtailor's cushy, noble life is officially over. Word spreads across campus fast. Students are whispering and pointing, not even trying to hide it. Turns out he's been fully disowned and already cleared out his dorm room. No more walking on eggshells around this guy. Nobody's feeling sorry for him either. Filthy Noble saw this coming as he sits outside with his suitcases, completely alone. Here's the twist though: the guy muttering that this is all unfair isn't actually complaining about the exile. He's sweating, panicking, insisting that the arrogant jerk everyone's gossiping about isn't him, because whoever's behind these eyes right now is definitely not the real Ed Rothtailor. Turns out this guy died back on Earth and woke up staring at his own gaming setup. He's been sucked straight into a game. Specifically, a game set at a magic school called Sylvania Academy. And not just any game either, his all-time favorite, an award-winning hit he'd sunk hundreds of hours into. So naturally he's hoping he landed the broken, rule-breaking, SSS rank main character everyone dreams of playing. Nope, out of every character in the entire game, he got stuck as a nobody villain who gets kicked out before the story even really starts. Disowned, humiliated, and glowing like a reject boss fight. That's the body he's stuck in now. Of all the characters, at the absolute worst possible moment, he got the short end of every stick. So he does what anyone would do in this situation: throw a full-blown tantrum in the middle of the courtyard. He's out here yelling that he's always lived humbly and never wanted for anything, which, considering the guy's rap sheet, is a bold claim. The students watching are not buying a single word of it. Scumbag, shameless. The crowd is basically live narrating his own downfall for him. And just like that, he's left sitting alone on a bench while the whole academy walks right past him. Then, out of nowhere, a stat window pops up right in front of his face, straight out of the game's own menus. And the numbers on it make his jaw drop. Even the random farmer NPCs in this game have better stats than him. He's enrolled in the magic faculty with intellect and stamina that are basically a joke. No wonder, this character was only ever meant to be a throwaway villain from the early chapters. Digging through his memory of the game, all he can picture is this guy getting dragged off by guards, a total blur, barely a footnote. Then it hits him: he actually remembers exactly how this character's story ends. Buried in some random corner of the ending credits, barely even mentioned by name. The last anyone sees of him, he's begging on the streets looking like an absolute mess. Players used to call it the beggar ending. So really, just being alive right now already puts him ahead of schedule. He has no clue why he's here or how any of this happened, but he's already decided the beggar ending is not going to be his story. So he picks up his suitcase and starts walking, jaw set, ready to actually fight for a future. I'm making it out of this no matter what, and just like that, the survival arc officially begins. See, Sylvania Academy isn't really a school, it's basically its own city, sprawled across an entire mountain range. And right now he's wandering straight into the wild, undeveloped forest tucked into its northeast corner. He just wanted to get away from all the staring students and clear his head. Instead, he ends up trekking for half a day straight, which gives him plenty of time to realize just how bad his situation actually is. Because the moment he got disowned was, honestly, the absolute worst possible starting point for anyone. Here's the one thing he does know though: in this world, graduating from Sylvania Academy is a massive deal. Graduate from this place and your future is basically locked in for life. And since he sunk 5 full playthroughs into this exact game, he's got insider knowledge nobody else on this campus has. Keep his head down, graduate quietly, and he could end up living a way more comfortable life than the one he left behind on Earth. So there it is, his entire game plan comes down to one word: graduation. Only problem, the tuition at this place costs an absolute fortune. This semester's already paid for at least, so if he can just land a scholarship for the next one, he might actually be fine. Except with the garbage stats he's stuck with, he'd honestly be lucky just to not flunk out. But that's a problem for future him. Right now, survival is priority number 1. First order of business, figuring out how not to literally become a homeless bum for the next week. He digs through his luggage and finds a ceremonial dagger and a fancy cup useless for survival. But hey, at least his wardrobe's covered. Food and shelter though, that's a whole different, much scarier problem. With this guy's reputation preceding him, getting hired anywhere is basically impossible, and he can't exactly crawl back to the dorm he just got thrown out of. Looks like the forest is home for now, at least there's a stream nearby for water. 10 days until school starts, 10 days to turn himself from a disowned mess into someone who can actually survive. Time to get to work. First test, can this guy's garbage stats actually cast a spell? Turns out yes, a gust of wind magic rips clean through the trees. Okay, it works, fascinating. Also, he's already about to pass out. 15 tree trunks in and he's completely gassed. Turns out magic burns calories fast, and it just made him hungrier. His stomach is now staging a full-blown protest. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he remembers a story his grandfather used to tell about surviving a famine as a kid. Apparently Grandpa used to eat tree bark to get by, and honestly, right now, that's starting to sound like a solid plan. So he fires up his cup like a makeshift stove, because at this point, anything even remotely edible is fair game. He roasts a stick of bark and, squinting really hard, decides it basically looks like chicken breast. Bold choice, he goes for it anyway. And somehow, desperation makes it taste like a 5-star meal. Spoiler, it does not agree with his stomach. Day 3 of this nightmare, and he's cursing his own grandfather's survival tips between throw-up breaks. After a full day of starving and 2 days of throwing up bark, he finally reaches a conclusion. He needs an actual shelter, which means gathering wood, a lot of it. Step 1 of amateur carpentry: raise a frame sturdy enough to hold everything up. Small problem, he's only got 2 hands, and this design needs 4 supports at once. Turns out being a noble never taught him a single practical skill in his life. And the whole thing comes crashing right back down on top of him. So he starts over, this time actually tying the frame together properly. After way too many failed attempts, the frame finally actually stands. He's thrilled for about half a second before remembering there's still a whole roof and walls left to go. He sacrifices some of his fancy noble clothes to use as bedding, a waste, sure, but sleeping on dirt isn't exactly an option. Night falls over the forest and he just keeps hammering away, refusing to stop even in the dark. By the time morning breaks, he's still standing somehow. And there it is, one genuinely fierce, if slightly crooked, homemade shelter. He barely scraped this thing together, but it's his and it's standing. Then out of nowhere, someone else notices what he's built. Turns out all that struggling actually leveled up a whole new set of stats: craftsmanship, of all things. Apparently the game's crafting system is alive and well in this world, too good to know. Since Ed lived his whole life as a pampered noble, he probably never even noticed. Turns out he's way more gifted with his hands than with magic. Great skill to discover. Shame his stomach does not care about stat sheets right now. So he puts that new handiness to work and crafts himself a simple harpoon. It's just a sharpened dagger lashed to a tree branch, barely sharp enough to call a weapon, but it's something. So there he is, flailing around in a stream trying to spear dinner like his life depends on it, because it kind of does. After days of bark and regret, he is done settling for anything less than an actual meal. 2 days without real food and non-stop manual labor should have put him flat on his back. Honestly, it's pure desperation keeping him upright. But he actually lands one and fires up his makeshift stove to cook it properly this time. No more raw bark tonight, he's eating like a king. Well, a king with a stick and a campfire, but still. 1 week left until school starts, and finally an actual dinner. If he can just hold out like this a little longer, he figures he can walk into that academy without much trouble at all. Famous last words, because right then someone steps out of the trees and spots him. Ed nearly drops his dinner in shock. A girl stares him down, saying his name like she can't quite believe he's still here. And that's when it hits him he's been so busy just trying not to die that he completely forgot he still has enemies at this school. Flashback hits hard. The last time he stood in front of her, guards were dragging him off while she screamed that he showed zero remorse. Yeah, this is not someone who's happy to run into him in the middle of nowhere. Meet Princess Phonia, the very reason he got dragged out of that academy in the first place, and she'd love nothing more than for him to vanish for good. Standing over him now, all she wants to know is why he's still hanging around at all, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. Meet Ed Rothtailor, a noble jerk who uses his title to hit on the MC's childhood friend Alia. But karma catches up fast, he gets busted and it costs him. Not done yet, this guy goes full villain and rigs the MC's entrance exam out of pure spite. Except he gets caught red-handed. Caught by a mystery girl secretly taking the exam under a fake name. Turns out she's Fionia Elias Clole, the Clole Empire's third princess. Yeah, that kind of trouble. And she's got a nasty little power called insight. It literally drags the truth out of you. One activation later, every single one of Ed's lies gets dragged into the light. He's stripped of his lies and tossed straight out of the dorms. Weeks later, everybody at the academy despises Ed Rothtailor, and someone's about to remind him why. She is not happy to see his face again. Because out of everyone he could have run into, he ran into exactly the wrong person. He tries to plead his case. Hey, he's still technically enrolled here. She's not interested in his excuses. One word out of her, leave. She can't stand having someone this shameless around, and vows to get him expelled for good. Ed, completely unbothered, just mutters that she could have kept the lecture shorter. Turns out this really is a life-or-death problem because this girl is Phonicia's princess. The one person on campus who can actually get him kicked out for real. So naturally, Ed decides the smart move is to follow her. He tracks her deep into an isolated forest as the sun starts going down. And can't help but wonder out loud why a princess would wander around with zero guards. His smirk says he's already got a plan cooking. She's no pushover though. Magic sparks to life in her palm the second she smells a threat. He warns her she'll regret this. She just wants to know what exactly he means by threaten. Because Ed isn't here to hurt her, he's here to thank her. Yep, thanking the princess who wants him expelled. Her insight flares up instantly, and she can't even process the word thank coming out of his mouth. The verdict comes back immediately, not a single lie in what he just said. Yeah, she's just as shocked as you are. See, the Rothtailor name carries serious weight in this world. Officially, unofficially, they've been bankrolling shady human experiments chasing eternal life behind that fancy name. To Ed, this whole bloodline is a ticking time bomb that's supposed to get wiped out. Every last member of the family jailed or executed, no exceptions. So yeah, waking up freezing and starving in this guy's body still beats the alternative. All things considered, this new Ed figures he's actually doing pretty well. His plan, win over Princess Fionia using nothing but the truth. Because if he gets expelled, it's not just detention, it's flat out game over. No do-overs, no respawns, just over. Running the numbers, he realizes this is right around the week Ed Rothtailor's original expulsion is supposed to happen. So why exactly is a princess wandering these woods alone, dressed down and unescorted? Snap, he's got it, she's out here taking the class placement test. A test notorious for being brutal, run by a professor who does not mess around. Professor Glass's test has a reputation for being downright vicious. Ed guesses she's gunning for the top spot, Class A, and she snaps back asking if he's just trying to flatter her. She's ready to report him for expulsion right then and there until he drops one more line, not without his help first. He tells her flat out she'll never make it into class on her own. And if that turns out to be a lie, she's welcome to have him expelled. He's betting his whole future on being right. He points her toward a hidden lake southeast of the forest, with a small grassy island in the middle. Right at its center stands one giant, unmistakable tree. The locals call it Merelda's guardian tree. Following his tip, she finds exactly what he described. She can't help comparing this Ed to the pathetic liar she exposed just 3 days ago. She still remembers exactly how broken he looked back then, but something's different now. The Ed standing in front of her right now feels like a whole different person. And that difference is exactly what's throwing her off. She stands at the guardian tree, quietly turning it all over in her head. Eventually, time's up, the class placement test officially wraps. Everyone heads back to campus for the results. One instructor barks the order, hand over every bead you collected. By default, everybody's starting out at rock bottom, Class F. This test was never really about which bead you grabbed, it's about reading what the examiner actually wanted. Turns out only the beads with the least magic power qualify you for Class A, a total trap for anyone who grabbed the shiniest one. Only 3 students actually pulled it off, first name called Zix. Second name Lorettle. She's clearly not surprised to hear her own name. And the last spot goes to whoever found the bead at the guardian tree, the one with unusually high magic power. All eyes turn to whoever's holding that hidden bead. And there she is, Princess Fionia in the flesh. Meanwhile, out in the woods, Ed's not exactly living large. He's whittling his own fishing rod just to eat. Rough craftsmanship, but hey, it counts as a new item. Rewind a bit, ever since she was little, Princess Fionia could spot flattery and lies from a mile away. That instinct only sharpened over time, eventually crystallizing into her signature skill. Nobody, and we mean nobody, slips a lie past her insight. Which means anyone dealing with her has to come completely clean, and that honesty tends to cause its own headaches. It's also exactly why she'll one day earn the nickname the Princess of Love. See, if Ed had failed and stayed stuck in Class F, this story's timeline shifts, and if Fionia has enough pull to bend the early plot. Well, one wrong move here could unravel everything he knows. If she grabs that golden bead and lands in Class A instead of following the script, the whole original storyline could shatter. And if the story collapses, every bit of foreknowledge Ed's counting on becomes worthless. That thought alone is enough to make him sweat. He'd be completely done for, of course. The results come in, and the actual top of the class turns out to be someone else entirely. Her name, Lucy Merrill. Life goes on for the rest of the students. But Fionia can't stop turning it over in her head. Insight never lies to her. The bead was real exactly where he said it'd be. Ed Rothtailor told her the truth. Though something about it still bugs her. Because this isn't a gift she's willing to accept. Which raises the real question. Why was she hiding her identity to take this test in the first place? She didn't want any special treatment if people found out she was royalty. She wanted to earn her spot on her own merit, and she knows exactly how good that hidden bead would have made her look. So despite everything, she just can't bring herself to take it. That single choice is the seed of the Princess of Love title she'll carry for the rest of her life. It's not some stat boost or hidden skill, it's earned one decision at a time. A title you get by actually walking the righteous path, not by cutting corners. Looking back, Ed basically dangled bait in front of her and dared her to bite. Whether he was telling the truth or bluffing probably didn't even matter to her in the moment. Her insight would have caught a lie either way, even if Ed genuinely thought she'd flop the test. She was fully ready to march back and rub her success in his face, however. Turns out Ed didn't lie, she really couldn't take that shortcut into Class A. And now, she's got her eyes locked firmly on Ed Rothtailor. Back to daily survival, Ed's out at the crack of dawn working that homemade rod. A fish finally takes the bait. Got one, breakfast is served. No time to celebrate though, now it's a full sprint through the forest. Turns out surviving in this world means running like his life depends on it, because it kind of does. Every single morning, he's booking it just to make it to class on time. No carriage, no shortcuts, just pure cardio. By the time he arrives, he's drenched in sweat and completely out of breath. Eventually, he makes it to Sylvania Academy, cherry blossoms and all. Students stream in for the new semester, completely oblivious to the chaos this guy survived just to show up. Welcome back to Sylvania Academy. The opening ceremony kicks off, with the headmaster praising how far everyone's come. He tells everyone to enjoy the food while he rambles on about the academic society. Ed can hear the not-so-sweet whispers welcoming him back. Ugh, just look at him, how does he even have the nerve to show up here? He ignores every word of it and digs into his plate. As far as he's concerned, this meal is a reward for simply surviving. Might as well enjoy it slowly. His only real goal now is graduation. Nothing fancy, just survive to the end. Classmates can't help noticing he's suddenly eating like an actual gentleman. Meanwhile, a trio of classmates, including Annie's and Clara, gossip about desserts and vacation stories nearby. He tells himself he's got zero ambition, just wants to graduate quietly, but one classmate mutters that something about him feels off. Somehow, she finds herself wishing for something she can't quite explain. She glances back at him, unsure what's actually changed. He really does feel like a completely different person now, and all she can do is hope nothing bad comes of it. Big day at Sylvania Academy. It's the first day of a brand new semester, and the whole campus is buzzing. The staff are hyped too. The dean's up on stage gushing about how much the students have grown, ready to show off a new and improved batch of talent. But hold up, because on the very first day of this shiny new semester, our guy already has an appointment at the dean's office. Yeah, day one, and he was almost expelled. Not exactly the fresh start he was hoping for. Turns out Princess Phonier ratted him out to the dean, and now he's sweating bullets while Monocle Man beams at him like nothing's wrong. Phew, he survives the meeting, barely. Crisis 1 narrowly avoided. See, he's got a rule for himself. Stay quiet, don't rock the boat, and keep the story running exactly the way it's supposed to, because yeah, he knows this is a story. Check his stats: novice fighter, specialty bow, proficiency, low, cool, very reassuring for a guy trying to survive an academy full of monsters. So if the combat stats won't save him, he's grinding everything else: survival skills and just enough magic training to scrape by in the Faculty of Magic. Out in the woods, dinner's about to become a training exercise. A bow's the perfect combo of hunting and magic, so he lines up the shot and down goes the rabbit. The plan's bigger than dinner though. Get good enough at making arrows and eventually he can load them up with real spirit magic. Though let's be honest, actual spirit magic is still way outside his skill level right now. One step at a time, starting with dinner prep. Every spare minute goes into this grind, drilling the same basic spellwork over and over until it actually sticks. Meanwhile, wandering the same woods with her nose in a book, is someone about to walk straight into his life. Meet Janica Failover, second year, top of her class and a certified genius when it comes to spirit magic. She spots him first, sizing him up with a grin. So you're the funny one Merylda's been talking about. She introduces herself properly. Janica Failover, same year as him, and everyone just calls her Janica. Ed barely has time to process how she even snuck up on him that fast. Then she drops a line that makes his stomach drop. Are you surprised because I already know about you? Turns out it's nothing sinister. This whole forest belongs to a spirit named Merylda, and Janica's just heard plenty about him secondhand. Which is when it hits him, he's been hunting rabbits and chopping down trees on a spirit's actual turf this whole time. Whoops. Lucky for him, Merylda's chill about the whole eat or be eaten thing. No harm done. Guess even a wolf the size of a house can have a soft spot, huh? Janica cracks up at that one. Didn't expect that, did you? Turns out she signed an actual spirit contract with Merylda the second she laid eyes on her. Instant bond. Ed's already scheming. If he wants to actually get close to Janica, he just needs to say the right thing at the right moment. Except when she asks about spirits, all he's got is an awkward sigh and a flat, "I don't know what you mean, I can't see spirits." Wait, not that he won't look, he literally can't see them at all. That gets Janica's attention. Ask him to elaborate and all you get is, "Yep, peak conversationalist right here." She shrugs it off, says she's just here for food anyway, and heads out. The second she's gone, the mask drops. Staying close to the original storyline is the only way he gets any real information, and Janica is a huge deal in that story. Because whatever role she's got coming up, it is not a small one. Back with Merylda, Janica can't stop replaying his little comment about wolves having soft hearts. As far as she's concerned, this weird bow kid is officially fascinating. She tells Merylda straight up no matter how she looks at it, he genuinely cannot see spirits at all. Even Merylda's curious now, who exactly is this guy? Janika's still stuck on it though. She tried so hard to be nice and all she got back was one measly yep, rude. Cut to Ed's actual living situation, way out past the edge of everything, tucked into the wild. His shelter is nowhere near the student dorms, like not even close. So every single morning starts with a full sprint at dawn just to make it to class on time. Hey, at least the cardio's basically a free stat boost. Then it's straight into studying like his life depends on it because that scholarship isn't going to win itself. No paper, fine, he writes on a rock with a burnt stick. Then it's laundry duty in the river on the walk home. One outfit, zero backup, so it better dry by morning. Firewood, water, some weird fishy jerky for lunch, and after all that he's lucky to get 4 hours of sleep. This kid is living the grind. And apparently the grind's already earned him a reputation. Someone's had enough of being tailed and calls him out. Whoever's hiding in the bushes definitely was not expecting to get caught. Of course he knew, come on, it'd be weirder if he hadn't noticed. Ed drops his own name like a threat, like everyone's supposed to already be scared of it. And apparently they are. Word around campus is he's basically the worst hooligan to ever exist. But hey, that's just what other people think of him, right? Doesn't mean it's true, still stings a little though. Janica, for her part, doesn't buy into the rumors. She doesn't even know him yet, so why judge him early? Right, this is exactly the kind of person Janica Failover is supposed to be, which makes what's coming next so much worse. Because underneath that sweet, easygoing exterior is something a whole lot darker. Knowing what's actually waiting for her down the road, Ed can't even fake a normal smile back at her anymore. Because Janica Failover is the actual final boss of Act 1, as in, the villain everyone in this story eventually has to fight. And yet somehow she's the only person in this whole story who ever smiles at Roth Taylor. That's a problem. Ed knows exactly how bad this makes him look, using her, manipulating the one person who's actually nice to him. He really didn't want it to come to this. But he does it anyway, hits her with the "since destiny brought us together" line and asks for a favor. Smooth, Ed, real smooth. Cue the sob story, "Look at me, I'm a total mess," he says, laying it on thick. Disowned by his family, totally broke, desperate times. The whole tragic backstory deployed right on cue. And then the actual ask, "Can you just give me some money?" subtle. He backpedals fast, "I mean, it's not like I won't pay it back," real convincing. Somehow it works. She laughs it off, says that's what friends are for, and asks how much she's even got to spare. Turns out she wins a top-of-class scholarship every single year. But that scholarship isn't just a trophy for her. Without it, she can't even afford to stay enrolled. Janica Failover, future final boss, has exactly one weakness: money. Which is exactly the opening Ed decides to use. Later, alone with his thoughts, something about the whole plan just doesn't sit right with him. 3 days go by. He's back out hunting again, and honestly he still doesn't feel great about how he handled things with her. He tells himself he needs to be more careful, no more getting tangled up with characters this important. Stick to the plan, don't let the story stray from the original. Simple, right? Except while he's out gathering supplies, he stumbles onto someone whose importance to this story makes Janica look small by comparison. Curled up asleep in the middle of the wilderness, right next to a wolf the size of a house, like it's totally normal. Say hello to Lucy Merrill, though sleepyhead might fit better, since she wakes up screaming the second she realizes she's got an audience. Ed can't even figure out what she's doing all the way out here before she's already yelling at him for being too loud. Wait, loud? He hasn't even said anything yet. Turns out she's not talking about him at all, she's pointing straight at the giant wolf. Big Fluff strikes again. And then the kicker, apparently it has been talking to him this whole time, and Lucy can hear every word. Suddenly the air itself lights up, and Ed's caught right in the middle of it. Something massive is speaking directly to him now, asking him for a promise. A spirit unlike anything he's seen yet, glowing and staring straight through him. All he can do is sit there, stunned as the message lands. Picture this, a wolf spirit as big as a house just staring Ed down like it's got something to say. It's glowing with icy blue fire, and yeah, it is absolutely talking to him. Ed's frozen stiff, sweating bullets, completely out of his depth in front of this thing. Turns out it's not here to eat him, it's asking him for a favor, one he's supposed to keep for someday. Save Janica no matter what, it tells him, and even Ed can't just brush that off. Cut to present day, Ed's just chilling at camp with a certain silver-haired napper like none of that ever happened. Somewhere out in the trees, somebody's fumbling around blind, insisting they can't see a single thing. Ducking through the bushes like a world-class secret agent, definitely not sneaking up on anyone. Enter Lucy Merrill, aka Sleepyhead, shushing everyone like she's got a master plan. She does not. Ed's mid-rant about how he's already said everything he needs to, and she just dozes off against a tree. Don't go back to sleep, Ed snaps, eyes blazing. She is already halfway gone. This girl uses actual space magic to teleport her tiny self wherever she wants, tiny body and all. Clock towers, rooftops, prime napping real estate. Sleepyhead roams the whole campus like a stray cat. There she is, curled up on a clock tower ledge, napping wherever the mood strikes her. Ed picked his campsite deep in Arkan Island's northern forest specifically because nobody comes out here. But for a girl who can teleport, apparently remote, just means good wind and a nice river view. So Ed built himself a little hideaway shelter, hoping it'll actually keep her out this time. I made my bed so now I have to lie in it, Ed mutters, already regretting every life choice that led here. The next day rolls around, calm blue sky and all, like nothing's about to go wrong. Ed's determined, he needs an actual strategy this time, not just vibes. A magic circle flares to life in a blinding flash. You already know who that is. She multicasts 5 or 6 high-level spells just to fly in and land in a hammock for a nap. Efficient, honestly. Ed gets flattened on impact, grumbling that this little monster is going to derail the entire story if she keeps this up. In between the chaos, he's actually crafting a snare trap, survival guy multitasking. Can I eat the beef jerky, she asks. Don't eat it, he says. Reader, she's going to eat it. Interesting flavor, she says, munching away. She clearly won't listen to reason, and now she knows the way here. Ed's read every strategy post his past life ever had access to, and none of them cover how to deal with Lucy Merrill. Meanwhile, she's just happily gnawing on jerky, blissfully unbothered by the crisis she's causing. Then casually, she mentions she spotted the Opheles Hall maids on her way here. Looking for you, she adds. Ed's whole face just short-circuits. Panic mode fully engaged. This is not a conversation he wants to be having. I just remembered something urgent I have to do, Ed announces. Classic escape artist move. And he is gone, just an edge-shaped blur disappearing into the trees. Later is all the explanation anyone gets. He splashes straight through a stream mid-sprint. Still no strategy exists for defeating Lucy Merrill. Eventually he flops down on the grass, safely out of napper range, for now. Turns out Lucy runs from the maids who basically raised her every single day. It's kind of her whole personality. Lucy Merrill out, Ed decides, satisfied he's cracked the case. Crisis averted, probably. 2 days into camp life and Ed's back to gathering rope, getting his survival prep in order. This won't lead to anything, right? He wonders, staring down a dark forest path. It didn't take long for him to realize just how complacent that thought really was. A new quest pops up out of nowhere, joint combat training, schools calling him in. Cut to a massive arena, crowd roaring. This is happening whether Ed's ready or not. House rules, combat students fight with fake weapons, mages are capped at basic elemental spells. Same deal for the alchemy kids, no overpowered potions or spirit formulas allowed. Grades get mixed together and the bracket gets randomized. Anyone could end up facing anyone. Sylvania Academy's whole tournament comes down to one-on-one duels. And here's the kicker, pretty much every major player in this story ends up taking this exact class. The benevolent Princess Phonia, the golden daughter Lortel, this school is stacked with legends. Add the spirit sorcerer Janica to that list, and yeah, everyone here is somebody. Slothful Lucy, wicked Clebius, our resident drama king, this roll call could go on forever. But at the end of the day, the most important person in any story is still the protagonist. A flash of golden light hints at a showdown that's about to become legendary. Ed catches himself wondering if Taylor's match is coming up next. There's a soft little smile on his face. This one clearly matters to him. Ed already knows how most of these matches end, so he barely watches. Been there, seen that. Green energy crackles through the arena. Somebody's putting on a show. Every winner so far has been a first year, just like the protagonist Taylor, except for exactly one person. Janica comes bounding over, hands out, way too cheerful for someone Ed just hit up for money. Second year, spirit sorcerer and apparently immune to holding a grudge. Ed can't believe his luck. The match list is finally out. If Lucy's a cat, Ed decides Janica is basically a golden retriever. Aren't you curious about your own match, Ed? Janica asks. Oh no, he forgot he's fighting too. His face just drains of color in real time. In the version of this story Ed remembers he was already expelled by now, so who on earth is he fighting? Janica's already cracking up at whatever's on that match sheet. That is never a good sign. My God, Ed whispers, staring at the bracket, his name right next to Phonia Elias. It's Princess Phonia. Yeah, that reaction is exactly right. The next duelists get called to the waiting room and Ed's stomach drops with every syllable. Lucy Merrill, the announcer, calls, and Taylor McClure. There it is, the match. Taylor, Ed can't help but react. This is the name he's been waiting all day to hear. Down in the waiting room, Taylor McClure is hyping himself up like this is the biggest moment of his life. To the best of my ability, he declares, bold words from a country kid nobody's ever heard of. Right now, it doesn't matter who I'm fighting, Ed tells himself, trying to psych up for the princess. Here's the real secret. From a world beyond the screen, Ed lived Taylor's entire story for several lifetimes. Game over, try again, game over, try again. He remembers every single failed run. From miserable, hollow bad endings to the true ending that actually meant something. He completed that journey more times than he can count. And out of every possible route, not one of them was ever easy. He's already decided to focus on his own life this time around. But old habits and old loyalties die hard. The announcer repeats herself over the loudspeaker, and Ed just blinks in confusion. Is there a student named Lucy Merrill? Please come to the arena. She is, notably, not there. Where did Lucy go? Ed shouts. Somebody find Sleepyhead fast. Down by the backup podium, of course, is exactly where she's curled up asleep. Wake up already, it's your turn. Someone's yanking her cheek to get her moving. At this rate, the match won't even happen, and that's a real problem. This, Ed knows, is the exact episode that's supposed to inspire Taylor to pick up a sword for the first time. Lucy, still half asleep, only wants to know if there's more beef jerky. Priorities. Go finish your duel first. Ed practically shoves her toward the arena. The card goes up, top of the class Lucy Merrill versus first-year underdog Taylor McClure. Taylor squares up, fists raised, no sword in sight, just raw nerve. He charges straight into the arena without a second thought. Lucy answers with a blinding slash of magic, fast enough to end this in one hit. This is the protagonist born to wield a sword, and he's never even held one before, but with his very first swing. Gold light erupts and Taylor just goes for it. He cuts clean through Lucy's lightning-fast spell. First swing and he's already breaking the script. Lucy's eyes go wide. That was not supposed to work. The spell she was sure would land got blocked cold, and Taylor caught her completely off guard. Startled, Lucy fires back with a lightning strike, way stronger than anything a first-year duel should allow. Full-on intermediate-level lightning magic, way above the rulebook limit. It tears through the arena in a blinding flash. Taylor gets completely overwhelmed by it, but Lucy's the one who gets disqualified for breaking the rules. Scorched but standing, sword still in hand, that's the image everyone remembers. And that's how Taylor McClure becomes the first person in history to ever beat Lucy Merrill. It was a legendary scene, Ed admits. He should know he's watched it happen before. Now it's his turn. Ed and Phonia step up to the arena floor. Starts now, the announcer bellows, and there's no backing out now. Ed rushes in first, trying to close the distance before she can even cast anything. Phonia answers with a massive burst of light and ice, way beyond anything basic elemental magic should be able to do. She's a total blur of motion, way out of Ed's league, and everyone can tell. The wall behind him is left cracked and smoking. That tells you everything about how this went. Ed's left standing there bruised and out of breath, staring down utter defeat. The whole arena goes dead silent. Even Janica doesn't know what to say. Somewhere in the crowd, someone's already snickering at Ed's expense. Lucy just yawns through the whole thing, completely unbothered as usual. It's already over, guess you can't beat the top of the class, somebody teases, rude but fair. What's the point of charging a mage like her barehanded? A spectator scoffs. Yeah, thanks for that. But Ed's mind drifts back to Taylor. This kid's whole life has been one trial after another. Written off as a country bumpkin, a failing student who never stood a chance. An underachiever nobody bothered to acknowledge, no matter how hard he tried. Not by teachers, not by classmates, not by anyone. Stuck in a genuinely rotten situation where the best he ever got was pity. But even buried in all that despair, Taylor never once let it break him. He kept pushing forward anyway, every single time. Right when hope looked completely gone, the crowd starts cheering him on for real. That's right, man, you can do it. It's the shout of a swordsman who flat out refuses to give up. Fire and impact everywhere. This memory clearly still hits hard for Ed. Taylor gets blasted clean off his feet by the sheer force of it. This is the moment that touched every heart in that arena. Lucy Merrill, someone shouts in alarm. Even Phonia looks caught off guard by how this is playing out. Out of every student in that school, this is the one everybody's going to remember. Back in the present, Ed's already calling it. Lucy's about to use lightning magic again, just like before. Something's wrong. This isn't going the way he remembers at all. Streaks of raw energy tear across the arena, way faster than anyone expected. Lucy and Taylor collide head-on in a blast of green and white light. Taylor lets out a scream, gritting through whatever this new spell is doing to him. The impact just keeps building, wave after wave of it. A surge of green energy roars up around her, nothing like the lightning from before. It takes shape like some kind of beast, jaws made entirely out of wind. Someone cries out in pain as it connects. A figure gets swept up and spun straight into the vortex. One last jagged burst of green light, and it's over. Ed watches from the sidelines, completely stunned by what he just saw. His face says it all. This is not how the story is supposed to go. Not lightning magic, he realizes. She switched it up completely. There's Lucy, calm and composed under that big witch hat, wind magic swirling around her instead. But wind magic, nobody saw that coming, least of all Ed. Lucy Merrill is the victor, the announcer declares, and the whole crowd erupts. No disqualification this time, she just flat out won. Taylor's left standing there in the wind, the fight, and the legend, gone in an instant. Taylor, Ed murmurs, worry creeping into his voice. The script he memorized just fell apart. The crowd roars as the next duelist marches down into the arena, lights blazing, everyone hyped for a show. But when the name gets called, it's not celebration, it's shock. Someone gasps out Teely, like they can't believe what just happened. His red coat's torn up and he's dripping sweat. This fight clearly took everything out of him. Lucy's eyes go wide, stunned, the announcer's voice ringing out, "Victor, Lucy Merrill. Weight lost, you did not see that coming, and neither did anyone else in that crowd." Somewhere else in the hall, another figure quietly walks off, unreadable, like this is only the opening act. Wow, this is going where exactly? Buddy, we are all about to find out. Quick rewind, here's what's keeping some of these students alive out here. Protection of the wind, a shield straight from a spirit contract. That's Merrilda, the high-class wind spirit itself, its huge ghostly face flashing up like some kind of stat screen. And after all that power talk, someone's just asking for a snack. Can I get that jerky now? Priorities, right? That's Lucy in motion, wind spirit at her back, moving fast enough to blur. See, Merrilda and Lucy technically started out as two separate beings, but ever since Lucy came to her side, they've basically fused into one unstoppable duo. Cue the cocky thumbs up. Turns out that contract is exactly what leveled Lucy up. And now the next match gets announced, Ed Rothstaler. And he's not the only heavy hitter around. Word is the respected Princess Fionia Elias Kloll is stepping into this too. Someone's already got a bone to pick. Ed Rothstaler, last time you Bottom line going into all this, Teely had to win, no pressure or anything. Flashback time, picking up the sword again, slowly clawing back some of that confidence. Somebody clocks it and does a double take, not what they expected from him. And here's the gut punch, however in the end he lost because of me. That's Ed blaming himself thanks to his own reputation around Sylvania. Back at the dorm halls someone spots him, hey Teely. Teely just keeps walking, back turned, not exactly in the mood to talk. Ed watches him go, thinking, I don't know if this means anything but it's better than just sitting still. A voice calls out after him, your efforts will definitely pay off. That's Ed throwing on his biggest grin, playing hype man like his life depends on it. But behind that smile he's sweating bullets. If Teely's heart is completely broken, there's a high chance I'll be forced to work hard in the end. Don't let something like this get you down, Ed really committing to the pep talk. There'll be many more hardships that'll happen at the academy, thanks, very reassuring Ed. Then comes the gut check, you should be the one to face it, not me. Zooming out for some backstory, meet Princess Fionia, apparently born with a straight-up blessing from the gods. The first person to ever notice her real gift was the Emperor himself, Emperor Cloel. Except here's the twist, her power was never a divine gift. It's called insight and it does one thing, expose every lie and conspiracy aimed at her. Because royal life is basically one long conspiracy, and Fionia's been staring straight into that dark abyss the whole time. That's exactly why she can walk around so confident about her ability. She's seen right through everyone. Turns out the imperial family that worships her is ugly on the inside, every last one of them. And even knowing all that, the so-called princess of love just keeps living like she has no clue. Denial, but make it royal. Cut to the actual duel setup, one guy politely asking, please go easy on me. She's got no choice but to stare this one dead in the eye, literally, that's how her power works. Yes, please go easy on me as well, she replies, almost sounds sincere. Cut to the peanut gallery gossiping hard, did you hear how he was yelling at Teely? He's really persistent. He probably just wanted to look like the nice guy by cheering on the person he was picking on. Savage, but fair. He was that type of person from the start, and yeah, their words are dead on. Because here's the real story. This guy used his position to embarrass his juniors, and when that backfired, he got caught red-handed altering his own test results. Shameless doesn't even cover it. But hold up, a flashback shows him smiling, totally different energy back in the day, so what changed? We get a flash of the past, someone standing triumphant over a fallen opponent, cold as ice. Is that really all? Somebody's not impressed by his big performance. Earlier that desperation, turns out his breakdown wasn't an act after all. That same line comes back to haunt him, don't let something like this get you down. Turns out that pep talk was real, now the stage is set for round 2. Let the combat begin, next up in the ring Ed Rothstaler himself. His opponent steps up, ready to settle this once and for all, I want to come to a conclusion with this duel. Her feet cut across the floor in a blur of magic, already closing the distance. A massive magic circle blooms behind her as she calls it, I'm coming. Start with one, she says, calm as anything, while Ed just stands there bathed in light. For the record, Ed's specialty is wind and fire magic, so this is about to be a real elemental clash. She locks eyes on him ice cold, how will you react to this? Both of them shake off everything holding them back, trading blow after blow in a genuinely dramatic finale. In her head though, she's fighting something else entirely, trying to get some mysterious guy out of her heart while she fights. Blue and pink magic collide in a massive explosion of power. And just like that, one clean hit sends Ed flying backward, completely blown out. The impact rattles the whole arena. I lost, Ed mutters, she can't even believe it, what did you say? Someone in the crowd just gasped you, speechless. Turns out he didn't even try to block once he saw that water ball coming. Somebody's already cackling about it. From up above, the whole crowd's roasting him. Wow, he's worse than Teely. He was acting all cool and got knocked out with just one hit. Brutal. Meanwhile, someone's absolutely starstruck. You were so cool, Princess Fionia, that was so refreshing. She actually walks over to check on him. That was a good fight, I learned a lot, he just mutters, just what are you? Someone else watches this whole exchange with a startled look. That man. Back with Teely, people notice he hasn't done a single thing since the match started. He hasn't even made eye contact once, while the announcer declares Fionia the official victor. From above, the whispers start. He had no interest in this duel in the first place. Someone else just crosses their arms, unimpressed. Is now really a time to be playing duel? The warning goes out. When you're around Princess Fionia, tread carefully, don't mess with the scenario. Because apparently, she's a major player in whatever bigger story is unfolding here. But here's the real kicker. Someone even more important than the princess is walking around this school. The actual main character of this whole world, and you already know exactly who that is, Teely. And right now, somebody's frantically asking, where did that punk Teely go? Guess who? Fionia storms down the hallway, absolutely fuming about something. What are you doing out here without any escorts? She snaps at Ed. Just what are you? Ed just blinks, playing dumb. I'm not sure what you mean. If it's about the duel, I learned a lot. What do you mean, learned a lot? She gets right up in his face. You didn't even intend to win in the first place. You were just thinking about how to quickly get off the stage. Busted. Random students in the background are venting their own drama, some fox-like classmates scheming to take over the school, and a professor whose grumpiness just isn't improving. Even the palace staff won't shut up about proper royal etiquette. It's a lot all the time for everyone. Fionia's practically pulling her hair out. I have enough on my mind as it is. Who are you to complicate it even more? Ed just sweats it out, thinking, what? Did she really have this much pent-up frustration? So Ed does the only thing he can, grabs her by the shoulders. Take a deep breath and please calm down. There's no need to get so worked up. Breathe in, breathe out, weirdly gentle for a guy who just lost in one hit. The wind rustles through the curtains as the room goes quiet for a second. Neither of them says a word, the moment just hanging there. It gets a little too intimate for comfort. Ed's basically holding her face now. Awkward silence all around. What happened just now? She starts to ask. Please forget about it, he cuts in fast. Fionia's face goes bright red, hands slapped over her cheeks. Okay, Ed stammers, already backing off. I can go now, right? That's right, I have a bad habit, he admits. I could just bluntly ask questions, but I always end up trying to guess what's going on in her head instead. She cuts herself off, snapping back to focus. First, let me go, I need to find Teely. Her eyes well up as she steadies herself, so I'll ask bluntly. You tried to cut ties with your own family because you knew about their dark side, didn't you? She jabs a finger right at him. The reason you picked on Teely is because you needed a reason to get expelled from your family. Ed's eye twitches, sweat pouring. That's a pretty sharp deduction. Turns out she's mostly wrong, but she did stumble onto one true thing. The Rothstaler family really does have a dark side. But he plays it off completely. No, I don't know what you're talking about. That's something you'll look into far in the future, she insists. There's no way I'm wrong, it doesn't add up. Then explain those words you yelled at Teely. She's fired up now. Why are you cheering on and supporting the person you were trying to get expelled over? So he tries to spin it. Since everyone hates me, if I cheer Teely on, people might see me in a different light. Something like that. Anyone can tell that's a lie. Look into my eyes and tell me straight. Yeah, about that, her power literally reads lies. His nose grows a full Pinocchio length right there on the spot. But I'm telling the truth, the verdict says otherwise, lie. Eric, really? I'm telling the truth, really? Sure you are, buddy. Nose keeps growing, stamped lie twice over. At least he's got one thing going for him, she's probably got no actual evidence yet. She actually starts breathing fire at this point. It really is the truth, somehow. Really? Honestly, sticking to the original plan might be his only hope left at this point. Steam's practically shooting out of her ears. Fine, I can't say anything without proof. Ed sweating with relief. You can go. She heads for the door, tossing one last line over her shoulder. You've been staring at that door the whole time. You've got something urgent, don't you? Ed, back turned, quietly says thank you. He just stands there a second, hand on the door. This is the first time Fionia's ever shown him this side of herself. As someone who's about to shake up the early story, Fionia's already tangled up with way too many people and events. Between the gossiping classmates and the fussy palace staff, Honestly, it's enough to give anyone a headache. It's probably my fault for being the new addition to this whole scenario, someone admits quietly. How could my burdens possibly compare to what the princess carries? Fiona looks over at him, a flicker of something on her face. It might be a bit out of line, but you look really worn out. Paying attention to all this complicated politics can't be easy. Because here's the thing, Fiona's spent her whole life trying to see through everyone's lies. But this was the first time. Someone else actually saw right through her for once. Meanwhile, Ed's already sprinting out of breath, no time to waste. Huff huff, this is troublesome, he thinks, I've lost too much time. In his head, the stakes couldn't be higher. If Teely gives up my comfortable life, no, this whole world might just end. He finds him at last slumped over with a sword in hand. Teely. Ed skids to a stop, unsure what to even say to him. Teely looks up, eyes brimming with tears. Don't come any closer. But Ed doesn't listen, he just pulls him into a hug. Someone else freezes at the sight. You are. A voice cuts across the sky. Ed Rothstaler, no more, don't bother Teely anymore. And there she is, stepping in, furious, ready to fight for him. Looks like Teely's got backup after all. Somebody shouts after him in the sunset glow, Taylor's having a rough time without you. They yell and he can't just keep walking. A girl with fire in her eyes plants herself between them and yells for whoever's harassing him to knock it off. She reaches out, flustered, the words catching in her throat before she can even finish the sentence. In a quiet hallway, a mysterious figure sneers that she's still hanging around this school after all this time. Ed's jaw drops. Taylor's alive again, somehow, someway the guy just will not stay down. Whatever the odds, Taylor's fighting spirit refuses to quit, and Ayla can only whisper his full name in disbelief. That kind of willpower doesn't just happen, you can see it written all over him, even in the way he walks. Ed nods to himself. Right, this all traces back to that one time he crossed swords and magic with the princess herself. Ayla sits beside him on a bench, patting his back, telling him he's always pulled through before and he'll do it again. Elsewhere, Taylor's mid-training, hanging upside down and getting cheered on, right before someone else coldly asks why he even bothers showing up. But with Ayla in his corner, Taylor just keeps getting back up over and over again. Ed goes quiet for a second, thinking back. Yeah, Taylor's swordplay has really gotten good, he saw it himself. Someone eyes him suspiciously and asks flat out what he's scheming now. Fair question after everything he's been through with Taylor. Because Ed's been there through all of it, right to the very end. Let's be honest, Ed admits to himself he never had some grand plan, not really. His whole strategy was, let Taylor go save the world and he'd just focus on staying alive. Classic sidekick logic, let the main character carry the whole plot. But right now, yeah, things had changed. It's not that the story snapped back to how the game said it should go. It's just that Taylor, the guy he's been through so much with, is still okay. That is genuinely all Ed needs. From a distance, up on a ledge, Ed watches the two of them walk off together with a quiet smile he'd never admit to. Somewhere else, a couple of classmates side-eye him hard. What's with this guy acting so cool all of a sudden? Still, there's no dodging what's coming next. He squares up, blade drawn, bracing for impact. Something flashes red across the air, and there's a spark of steel in his eyes. He grits his teeth and holds his ground. And then the fire erupts, the duel is officially on. This whole showdown was supposed to be watched by a packed crowd at the Nail Building. Instead, you get the front row seat. Fire meets a summoned ring of ice, glowing cold and sharp in the middle of the chaos. Lortel comes in swinging, ice trailing behind her like a blade of her own. Ed dives through the shattering ice, reaching out mid-fall. This is the fight everyone whispers about, the Golden Daughter Lortel going all out against him. She carves a wall of ice clean out of the air like it's nothing. The ice groans and cracks under the strain. Fire and ice slam together right down the middle. The whole corridor goes up in a blinding wall of flame. Flash to another memory. Spirit sorcerer Janica failover, sparring, a fight that plays out nothing like it did in the original game. Ed's pretty sure Taylor and Ayla are watching this one from the sidelines too. Keep your eyes peeled, Taylor, because this is just one of a bunch of trials still headed your way. And this opponent is no joke. In the original game, this girl was the Act 1 final boss. A roaring spirit fire dragon, summoned and ready to tear through anything in its path. And there she is, casting it herself, full focus, all business. Janica Failover, remember that name. Around campus, everyone's hyping her up. Janica's the only sophomore who ever beat the new students, and apparently she's good at everything. Janica just laughs it off, all smiles on the outside. Then a shout cuts through the hallway, patient coming through, everyone move. A badly hurt student gets rushed by on a stretcher, and the hallway goes dead silent. Life moves fast around here, people are already back to congratulating Janica like nothing happened. But underneath that easy smile, Janica's face tells a very different story. See, unlike in the original story, it was actually a girl named Lucy who beat Taylor, and that's how the joint combat training wrapped up. Janica Failover had built her whole reputation as the protector of her class's pride. She already had plenty of friends looking up to her. This latest incident is about to make her whole world a lot more complicated. Then again, maybe that's exactly what she needs. Every time Ed gets tangled up with the main cast, his head starts spinning. He needs a break. 2 weeks have already flown by since the joint combat training. With the main cast off doing their own thing, Ed's finally free to just focus on studying and staying alive. Step 1 of survival, he's got himself a fishing net, so at least the food situation's under control. Check the stats: stamina 6, intellect 5, talent 9, willpower 8, luck 6. Ed's quietly grinding himself into shape. He reckons it's the stamina stat climbing, his body's genuinely getting stronger. It's way too early to get comfortable and slack off, he tells himself right before someone interrupts with an awkward because someone just caught him mid-fishing trip, shirtless, and has questions. Ed panics instantly. Hey, he was just fishing, okay, nothing weird going on here. Janica lingers, blushing a little, saying she wants to talk more, and honestly she could use some advice. Advice from him. Ed is instantly suspicious. Why him, out of literally everyone at this school? He wants to know. By the campfire, Janica admits he probably missed it since he left early, but during last month's joint combat training, something happened. A fellow student ended up seriously hurt, and Janica was the one who did it. Hurt someone bad enough to leave bandages behind, that's the incident weighing on her. Ed pushes back a little. Wasn't the other girl the one who broke the rules first, throwing out a spell that wasn't even allowed? But sweet, good-hearted Janica isn't about to let herself off the hook that easy. She can't stop wondering if she went too far. She just can't shake the feeling she overreacted. Ed goes quiet. Maybe she owes someone an apology. Ed doesn't sugarcoat it. If she thinks an apology's the right call, then she should just do it. See, everyone adores Janica, the bubbly, lovable sophomore the whole school treats like a treasure. So whenever she starts feeling guilty or hard on herself, everybody rushes to comfort her and take her side, no questions asked. But Janica knows better than anyone. Sure, it's nice having people who back you no matter what. But that doesn't erase the actual harm that was done. That's exactly why she came to Ed instead. She needed someone who'd actually be honest with her. As expected of you, she tells him. He's the one person who never just takes her side no matter what. She leans in, teasing him a little. She can't help it if that gets under his skin. Ed sputters out a denial. No, that's not it at all. She's totally misreading this. Janica might act like just a smiley girl, but she notices everything, like how he never once showed desperation, even when he had to ask for money during hard times. In his own quiet way, he was always keeping people at arm's length. But those exact qualities in Ed, Janica actually finds reassuring. She wishes everyone in the world could be a little more like him. Just like Ed, she says softly, nuzzling into his side with fireflies glowing around them. It's a strange kind of comfort, having her there, but Ed will take it. The fireflies drift on through the quiet night. The moonlight lingers a little longer before the night finally rolls on. And just like that, a brand new day at the academy begins. And then out of nowhere, Ed freezes up. This right here is serious trouble. See, the game this world is based on, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, is basically legendary, but almost nobody's actually seen the true ending. New players especially get wrecked early, tripping into bad ending after bad ending. Take this example: save a certain girl during a cobbled ambush in the class placement test, and you accidentally stumble onto a huge secret. A secret belonging to the golden daughter herself. Next thing you know, someone's kidnapping Taylor and it's game over. Taylor, straight up assassinated. Or try this one, skip your childhood friend Ayla during the monster slaying practice and team up with the golden daughter instead. And Ayla ends up falling straight off a cliff to her death. Bad ending number 7. Turns out Taylor was always supposed to be the one who rescues her from that fall. Or here's another. Try protecting the golden daughter from a certain fire spirit. A fire spirit named Tarkin, summoned by Janica herself, and yeah, that gets you killed too. Ed's ready to bolt because she's back, and apparently she wants to know how long he's been the one following her. Lortel's honestly impressed he managed to grit his teeth and ignore her for this long. Obviously, he shoots back, that was always the plan. Isn't it obvious, he says. Meet the game's fourth heroine herself, only daughter of business magnate Elt Ketcheln. Red hair, sharp green eyes, and a smirk that says she already knows she's winning this conversation. Lortel Ketcheln, the golden daughter, remember that name too. I'd like to buy 2 hours of your time, Senior Ed, she purrs, because oh yeah, around campus they also call her the newbie crusher. Out of nowhere, a girl stops Ed dead in his tracks and cuts straight to business. She wants to buy 2 hours of his time. Red hair, green eyes, and a smile that says she's already 3 steps ahead of him. Senior Ed, she calls him. This is Lortel Ketcheln, the so-called golden daughter, and trust me, that title is doing a lot of heavy lifting. 2 girls walking the same halls headed toward the same fight, whether either one of them admits it or not. Unlike the princess she's up against, Lortel got painted as the villain right from the start, no questions asked. Her real colors don't show up until way later in the story. Right now, everyone's still judging the cover. Somewhere down the line, people start to understand just how lonely and desperate she really is. Everyone's stuck choosing a side. A voice snaps Ed back to the present. Senior Ed, right, focus, he's still got a girl to deal with. Ed already knows playing this her way means losing control of the conversation fast. She just wants to help him out a little, apparently. He can already picture it, some over-the-top fantasy of her clinging to his arm, gushing about how much she respects him. Yeah, no thanks. He tries to just walk away. She chases him down anyway, gushing that watching him is basically an inspiration. She strikes a full glowing hero pose over her own compliment. Somebody's a little too pleased with herself. Ed doesn't even blink. Being arrogant and self-centered, he says flatly, isn't exactly a surprise for her. She just laughs it off. Who cares about that, she says. Now would he please just hear her offer out. 3 gold coins flashed right in front of him, a down payment for whatever she's about to ask. Here's the real ask. She knows he's gotten close to Senior Janica lately and she wants his help getting in there too. The coin sits there waiting, and so does she, because nothing screams sincerity like a cash offer, right? Ed calls it exactly what it is. Does the great golden daughter buy her connections with money too, he asks. Keep it for now, she says, voice going quiet, because she's very aware of something bigger going on here. She grabs his jacket, dead serious for once, no jokes, no flattery, this just got real. The more people on her side, the better, she says, and there's a coldness under that sentence you can't miss. It clicks for Ed all at once. She's locked in a political war with Princess Phonia for control of the entire academy. You can see it in how she walks now, hood up, eyes forward. This girl is done playing defense. Starting now, she needs allies, real ones, and she's not picky about how she gets them. Sure, Ed says, let's at least shake on it. Not a yes exactly, but it's something. 2 hands meet. Whatever this deal actually is, it's officially locked in now. Ed's mind drifts somewhere darker. A single moment of poverty is enough to crush a person's whole heart, he thinks. But funny enough, people facing that kind of desperation almost never see it coming. Chump change has a way of becoming someone's total downfall. They end up selling out everything, even family. Their pride, their whole sense of self gone, all for the sake of a single gold coin. Heavy stuff for a school hallway. Preying on people that desperate, he thinks, is just that easy. Lortel just listens, quieter than before. Sadly, he adds, that's usually how it goes. She just keeps walking. Then he pushes the gold coins right back at her. That's how it should be, he says. Money was never going to buy this. For a second her tough act cracks completely, eyes welling up. How amusing, she manages to say. The moment hangs there a beat too long before the world moves on around them. Honestly, he thinks taking the gold might have made his life a little easier. Shame, but principles are principles. He shudders thinking about it. Getting caught between the newbie crusher and Janica sounds like an absolute nightmare. His whole rule is simple. Avoid anything that could change the original story, no matter what it costs him. That night, while everyone else is winding down, Lortel isn't done for the day. Getting shut down by Ed didn't humiliate her one bit. She's already moved on to plan B. "Oh my, Senior Janica," she calls out sweetly, and Janica nearly jumps out of her skin. "Oh, I didn't expect to see you here," Lortel says, playing innocent like she wasn't planning this the whole time. Janica recognizes her right away. "You look pretty different with your hair down, Lortel," she says. Something in that meeting lights a fire under Janica that nobody saw coming. Turns out Lortel used forbidden intermediate magic on her during a training match a while back. It's been eating at her. "I just wanted to see how great the top sophomore really was," Lortel admits. That's not much of an apology, honestly. "So the wound still hasn't healed, huh?" Janica admits it cost her a whole lot more than she lets on. "It'll heal quick, don't worry too much about it, Senior Janica," Lortel says, sounding almost sincere. Behind that smile, though, the gears are turning. Would guilt make Janica easier to manipulate, she wonders. Something flickers across her eyes for just a second, like even she's not totally comfortable with that thought. "What are you suddenly talking about?" Janica blurts out, completely flustered by something we didn't even hear. "I guess the talk with Ed went well then, huh?" someone teases. "I tell them to behave about personal stuff," Janica sighs. Fire and ice spirits swirl around her like they've got minds of their own. Apparently spirits just love gossip. "Wait, that means," Lortel stammers, replaying Ed's rejection all over again in her head. She's telling Janica the whole thing now, the exact ask she pitched to Ed about getting closer to her. She quotes him almost word for word. "Touched by your willingness to throw gold coins at me, real touched." You can't buy sincerity with money, apparently. Janica's actually listening close now, more than Lortel expected. "To me," Ed had said, dead serious. That line clearly stuck with both of them. The coins sit untouched in her memory too, refused twice over now in the retelling. Ed's approach is a bit more moving, you know, Janica says, and you can tell she means it. "I guess I'll have to reconsider my whole opinion of her," one of the spirits chimes in. "So I did overhype myself a little," Lortel admits, embarrassed. Janica heads off for the night, saying contracting a high-ranked spirit takes serious prep work, and she's got even more support riding on it now. Oblivious to how the world really works? Absolutely not, this girl. "I'm sorry about the other day," Lortel finally says, and means it. Janica knows exactly how dark this world can get. She's just chosen not to let it change her. "I hope you get better soon," she says, tears in her eyes but a real smile underneath them. She holds onto that cheerful spirit no matter what gets thrown at her. That's just who she is. The door clicks shut behind them and the night moves on to somewhere quieter. Alone now, Lortel just stands there, arms crossed. "Ugh, this is hard," she mutters to no one. But just now she thinks, replaying Janica's face in her head, there was something there. She looked like she was right on the edge of breaking, Lortel realizes. Maybe this whole thing is bigger than gold coins. Behind her own door, Janica quietly resolves to work even harder because honestly, having people in her corner just feels really nice. That's the thing about people expecting good things from you. It changes how hard you're willing to fight. New day, clear sky, even a little rainbow. Somewhere out on the academy grounds, life is a lot simpler. Laundry dries on a line strung between the trees. Somebody's living pretty rough out here, off the grid. It smells, someone mutters, sniffing the air. Never a good sign right before things go wrong. Something explodes and sends a blonde guy flying off his own laundry line. Rough morning. "I just hung those," he groans from the wreckage, his whole wardrobe gone in an instant. Enter the senior maid of Ophelie's Hall, Sylvania's finest dormitory, and she is not amused by the mess. But it's actually a different maid, basket in hand, who steps in to check if he's all right. Small world, this is the exact maid who kicked him out of the dorm in the first place. Ah, you mean this, he laughs awkwardly, gesturing at his little camp. Lady Janica talks about you a lot, she admits. Didn't realize you were living out here like this though. She walks off between the makeshift spikes and firewood, and he just watches her go, quiet for once. I'm glad things worked out for you, she says. Worked out where exactly, he mumbles, clutching his one surviving shirt. Sure, whatever she says next completely misses him. His eyes have wandered somewhere they definitely shouldn't be. The maids of Opheles Hall run a tight ship, handling every chore on campus like clockwork, including, somehow, feeding every last student. These women are the real backbone of the whole school. That basket she's carrying might just be full of treasure, at least by his starving standards. Turns out it's the finest ingredients foraged straight from the forest. That's knowledge no textbook could ever teach him. You don't need to be so formal with me, she tells him. You could talk down to me back at the dorm, so why not now? No thanks, he says flat out, not gonna happen. How could he talk down to someone who works this hard, he says. Turns out she never once shows up in the main story at all, total background extra just like him. About that basket, she teases, and his whole face lights up like it's Christmas. Then there's no reason we extras shouldn't be friends, he declares. Nothing bonds two background characters like matching survival instincts. That basket really is stacked, fruit, greens, all of it fresh from the woods. Creation complete, a status window announces. He's just built himself a proper fish farming net. Between the meat and the fish, his food situation is basically handled at this point. Not bad for a guy who got kicked out of his dorm. Ignition, he says, firing up his makeshift stove like he's been doing this for years. Turns out chopping wood with magic over and over grinds out results. His wind blade just hit level 10. He didn't even realize he was farming levels this whole time. Only 2 spells to his name and he's still maxing out proficiency by accident. Cooking and chopping firewood with it, he swears, boosts his odds of surviving out here big time. He takes a slow sip of tea, steam curling up around his face, peaceful for once. Work's technically done for the day and yet the sun still hasn't set. Guess there's no rush. If he's honest with himself, he's actually having a bit of fun out here, all alone in the woods. Right up until now, everything's been simple. That should have been the giveaway that it wasn't going to last. Something catches his eye up in the sky. That's not a normal cloud. A blinding streak of light comes screaming down toward him, way too fast to be anything good. It slams into his camp and everything just goes up, so much for peaceful. He's thrown clean off his feet by the blast. Erg, that's gonna leave a mark. Smoke swallows everything. He can barely see his own hand in front of his face. What on earth, he coughs out, scrambling up. My precious camp, he groans, mourning his little slice of peace. Slowly, the smoke starts to clear over what used to be his campsite. Somewhere in that haze, he hears it, ragged breathing that definitely isn't his. That seriously almost killed him, he mutters, heart still pounding from the impact. Then the smoke clears just enough to show a girl kneeling in the wreckage, crackling with spent magic, and something about her face stops him cold. Picture this, smoke, fire, and someone dropping straight out of the sky like a comet that lost an argument with gravity. Ed crawls out of the wreckage groaning that whatever just hit him nearly ended his entire career as a human being. He can't even joke about it. The woman standing over him is basically the strongest mage alive, so who else could it have been? He squeaks out her name like a kid caught sneaking cookies, Belle Maya. Turns out Ed skipped class again, and Belle Maya was already in a mood before he even opened his mouth. One clenched fist later, he's teleporting for his life, and that explosion you just saw was apparently the follow-up. Belle Maya actually looks relieved it didn't hurt him. Turns out that so-called killer blow was basically a love tap. Ed goes stiff the second she's within arm's reach, still terrified of the woman who supposedly almost took him out. She spots the jerky in his hand and completely loses it, screaming that he's ruined everything, lightning crackling for effect. He gets a flick to the head for his trouble while she's still mid-lecture about the way he lives his life. Then it hits her she's got no shields up at all because she's completely tapped out of magic. Belle Maya crumples to the ground, drained dry, all bark and 0 spell power left in the tank. Or so she wants him to think. One sly, teary-eyed look later, she warns him this is far from over. Ed's eyes flare bright red and his grin turns downright wicked, because apparently he's been holding back this entire time. First payback for the house she just leveled. Second payback for playing the oh-so-motherly card, and while he's at it, he's demanding a sturdier house next time. Cut to the library where Ed's quietly burying himself in books, soaking up every bit of knowledge he can get his hands on. He's not just reading for fun, it's construction research, from smoothing wood to finishing a roof, because someone owes him a house. A librarian taps him on the shoulder to let him know it's closing time. It's a pink-haired girl who's been watching him study, and she apologizes for losing track of how long he'd been at it. She tells him watching someone study that hard actually motivates her to hit the books herself. She introduces herself, sparkly-eyed, as Elka Islin, first year in the Faculty of Magic. Ed can practically feel her puppy dog eyes begging him to trade names back. He gives her the short version, just Ed. The second he adds his last name, Ed Rothtaylor, her jaw drops like she just met a celebrity. In his head, Ed brushes it off. He's just been living his life the same as always, that's all. Elka blurts out that he's nothing like the rumors, especially since he's plowed through elemental theory books that took her days to understand. She points out he's already burned through 6 technical texts just sitting there. Apparently the gossip paints him as arrogant and clueless, which, watching him study, could not be further off. She laughs it off, deciding rumors clearly aren't worth trusting. She adds that she knows someone else just as sincere and hardworking as him, a not-so-subtle compliment. Ed heads out, cape catching the light, looking a lot more like a hero than the rumor mill gives him credit for. Elka cheers him on from the library, and he mutters a quiet thanks on his way out. She waves him off with a big smile, already turning back to tidy up the shelves. Then the whole floor starts shaking and everyone's asking the same thing: what on earth is that? Books rattle right off the shelves as the tremor rolls through the library. Elka freezes mid-step, eyes wide, completely thrown by the sudden chaos. Somewhere close by, a shadowy figure braces against the shaking, waiting for it to pass. Whole shelves of books crash to the floor as the tremor keeps building. Elka spins around, bracing herself, sensing this is way bigger than an ordinary quake. Then the sky itself cracks open with a blinding pillar of purple light. Something massive has just been summoned. Down at the student center, monstrous blue spirits come pouring out, though thanks to Taylor and his friends, most students already made it to a safe camp outside. 2 hours into this nightmare, one shaken student can only stare at that pillar of light and wonder how bad it's about to get. Someone recognizes the pattern from a book on spirit magic. It's a summoning rune, and not a small one. It's meant to call the highest-ranked spirit of darkness in existence, a monster called Glaskin. That's about as bad as news gets, because summoning something like that takes serious power. Only one person on campus should even be capable of a spirit connection that strong. Word is it's the year 2 top student, the one who apparently went berserk under the darkness spirit's influence. Her name lands like a gut punch: Janica Failover. If Ayla's theory holds up, that barrier around the students is only buying everyone time, not actually solving anything. And if Glaskin actually finishes being summoned, the casualties are only going to pile up from here. Taylor slams his fist and says it straight: they need to get inside that student center now. This is Taylor McRoy, first year in the combat faculty, and clearly not the type to sit this one out. Someone points out the problem the moment outsiders notice: the Imperial Guard and professors will swoop in and handle it themselves. The Royal Guard Captain Claire and a first-year alchemist nicknamed the Meddler, Alvira Aniston, argue they need to solve this from the inside instead. With the principal out of town too, it's on whoever's actually standing here to join hands and figure this out. The group scrambles into motion, already gearing up for whatever's waiting inside. Alvira grins and bets they could even take down a high-rank spirit if it comes to that. Bold words for someone about to find out how bad this really is. One of them figures they can fight through the weaker spirits and take out the boss while they are at it. Someone else can't believe what they're hearing: they're actually planning to walk in there and take down Janica themselves. And apparently that's not even the worst part. There are 2 high-rank spirits waiting inside, not just one. A massive purple dragon-like spirit looms in someone's memory, and it's hard not to ask if this student is just too powerful for her own good. They're named the Berserk Fire Spirit Tarkin and the Darkness Spirit Velosfer, and one guy flat out refuses to go, calling it suicide. Someone else isn't buying that Janica pulled all this off solo, not even for a top student. Manifesting that many spirits while summoning Glaskin at the same time doesn't add up, unless most of that power actually belongs to Velosfer. Ayla puts it together out loud. Janica isn't the one in control here, she's just the medium something else is using. The theory gets darker fast. Spirit sorcerers can end up controlled by the very demons they're trying to command. That fear is exactly why spirit sorcerers get side-eyed by everyone else, because they might just become prey instead of masters. So how did Janica, supposedly the best spirit student around, end up on the wrong side of that line? Nobody's ever heard of anyone actually managing to command Velosfer, but that mystery is going to have to wait. Right now the priority is simple: decide what they are actually going to do about it. Taylor stands firm, arms crossed, already bracing for whatever call gets made. Only one person actually has the authority to make that call, and everyone turns to ask the princess directly. She goes quiet, sweat on her brow, clearly feeling the weight of what they are asking her to decide. The whole group gathers in the courtyard, waiting on her word. Out of nowhere, she remembers something a certain guy once told her, completely unbothered as usual. He'd told her that whatever weight he carries can't possibly be heavier than what she carries as princess. And that maybe it wouldn't hurt to give herself a little peace of mind once in a while. She wishes it were really that simple. She makes the call. They move in 1 hour, and only she, her guard Claire, and the top students from each year and class are going. The chosen students look up at her, bracing themselves for what's coming. Only those who have actually proven their skill get to go, she warns, so everyone better get ready and toughen up fast. She squares her shoulders and declares she'll personally take responsibility for whatever happens next. The word just hangs there in the air: responsibility. Bad news rolls in. Audrey Hall and the Potion Archives are both caught in the middle of the attack. Which means those students probably aren't making it to the rescue party. The princess rubs her temples, wondering who's even left that could actually help. Then someone shouts that there's actually one more option. Ed comes running in, saying a friend of his, an apprentice librarian and a sophomore, are holed up in the student library. The princess demands a name fast. Elka Islan, Ed says, and just hearing that name makes someone's eye twitch. That someone repeats the name back, stunned, like he can't believe what he just heard. Elka stammers that yes, they're classmates in the apprentice librarian program, learning to manage grimoires together. The princess points out the obvious problem: Elka can't defend herself if things go sideways. Turns out his name is Jix, and she's trying to talk him down, reminding him the library's too far and stopping Janica comes first. Taylor jumps in too, suggesting they just trust that mystery sophomore student to look out for her for now. Jix grits his teeth, clearly not thrilled about it, but he can't argue the logic. Elka's stammering the whole time, insisting there really is someone else in there with her. Jix grabs Ed by the collar, snarling at him to spit out whatever he's hiding right now. Elka whispers Ed's name under her breath, bracing for what's about to happen. She blurts out his full name to save him: Ed Rothtaylor, practically shouting it in a panic. She quickly explains he'd just been sitting there studying late into the night, nothing shady about it. Jix just grunts, clearly not fully convinced. Someone points out Elka doesn't care about rumors like that, which only makes Jix repeat the name in disbelief: Ed Rothtaylor. Turns out Jix has heard plenty about Ed's reputation, and the idea of that guy alone with Elka sends him storming off, cursing under his breath. The princess bolts after him, startled by how fast he takes off. She yells for him to wait a second. Somebody else just watches quietly, clearly worried about how this is about to go. She pleads with Jix to just have a little faith in Ed for once. He doesn't answer, just keeps walking. The silence says everything: he's already made up his mind. Jix sets his jaw, eyes burning, and takes off on his own. The princess fires off a burst of magic to launch him straight toward the library. He goes rocketing across the campus skyline like a missile with a grudge. He crash lands right in front of a hulking blue spirit guarding the place, and it is not happy to see him. The creature bares its claws, ready to fight. Jix screams that if this thing so much as touches a hair on Elka's head, it's over. He tears into the fight, streaking through the air with everything he's got. He dives straight at the beast, no hesitation whatsoever. Jix warns it flat out he's about to beat it to a pulp. And just like that, the chapter cuts out on Jix about to come face to face with Ed himself, shouting his name like a battle cry. Deep in grasslands nobody bothers to police, a hunter is tracking something huge and he's about to earn a nickname that'll follow him his whole life, the Spear of Grass. He crouches low, reading the tracks like a book. Big male moved through here recently, judging by the busted-up bark on every nearby tree. A rustle in the grass, a flash of green eyes. He's found his prey and he is not letting it go. One clean throw got him just like that. The wounded beast bolts through the brush in a panic, with something else stalking it from the shadows. Out here in the Empire's northern grasslands, a blade this sharp only ever means one thing: business. The prey freezes, eyes wide with terror, sensing the end is close. This is a land where the Empire's laws don't reach. Just him, his knife, and whatever he can take down to survive. One clean strike, that's the whole story out here. This is Jix, descended from the nomads who used to roam these very plains. By the time he was old enough to understand anything, his family was already gone and nobody ever told him why. He never got answers, just questions about why he was left behind and whether his herd would ever come looking for him. He learned to gut and behead a kill before he ever learned his letters. Buying goods with actual money came later. First he mastered scavenging whatever he could off roadside corpses. Needless to say, that didn't exactly make him popular in town. People whispered his kind even ate human flesh. So there he is, hauling a fresh kill through the streets while the whole town stares at him like he's some kind of monster. That's the life of a beast for you. Survive first, worry about being liked later. Somewhere someone is quietly watching him. A soft voice says his name, just his name, Jix. You know, Jix, someone's working up the nerve to say something. It's a school hallway and a pink-haired girl is looking straight at this wolf-hooded kid like he isn't scary at all. You're like a wolf walking on two legs, she laughs, and just like that, gives him the nickname that sticks for life. She's cracking up, completely unbothered by him, and that's the exact moment something in him shifts. Her eyes go wide as it hits her just how lonely a life spent roaming the northern prairies must have been. Sleeping under the open moon, scavenging carcasses on the roadside. This wolf pup was abandoned by his whole pack and she's the first one to actually notice. Are you okay, Jix? Somebody's finally asking. His face is bloody, his eyes wet. Nobody's ever asked him that before. For the first time, Jix understands what loneliness actually feels like, and it hurts worse than any wound. Elka and her father took him in. Just like that, he had a family again. He starts chasing the fast-paced rhythm of civilized life, one clumsy step at a time. Hot soup, fresh bread, simple stuff, but to a kid who used to eat off the road, this is basically magic. With warm, healing light and a found family around him, the savage life starts to feel like somebody else's memory. Years pass, now it's Elka giving him a haircut under a warm spotlight, all grown up and looking pretty sharp, honestly. The wolf pup became a man, simple as that. But if it ever came down to protecting her, all bets would be off. 3 monstrous blue wolves emerge from the dark, fangs bared. This is about to get ugly fast. He moves like lightning through the rain, blade flashing, cutting straight through the chaos. One beast goes down hard under his blade. Light explodes across the fight as he throws everything he's got into it. Teeth gritted, eyes burning. I would gladly become a beast again, he swears, if that's what it takes to protect her. Blade drawn, no hesitation. This is what happens when you threaten his family. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the rumor mill is spinning hard about some guy named Rothtailor cheated on a test, insulted a princess, the whole 9 yards. And right now, a pink-haired girl in an academy uniform is being grabbed by something huge and shadowy, way too scared to fight back. Someone in red comes sprinting through the halls at full speed, smashing through everything in his path, screaming one name, Ed Rothtailor. He skids to a stop, gasping for breath. Two faces nearly collide in the dark, both banged up, both clearly mid-crisis. The disheveled guy on the ground just blinks up at him. "Oh, who are you?" No time for introductions. "Elka, where's Elka? Why are you even here right now?" He grabs the guy by the collar. "Tell me where Elka is, now." "Reading room, 3rd floor." He's already gone, sprinting down the stairwell, screaming her name. A choked, ragged sound echoes through the dark hallway. Not far behind, the injured stranger's up and running too, yelling after him, genuinely worried. He finds her, unconscious but alive, and he scoops her up without a second thought. He holds her close, sweating, absolutely terrified he's too late. Thank God, the relief hits him like a wave. Seriously, he gently brushes the hair from her face, hands shaking. Thank God, he says it again. He needed to hear it twice, apparently. Wait a second, something about this room isn't adding up. These bookcases are heavy, like too heavy for a grown man to move alone heavy. And they're stacked around Elka like a wall, like somebody built her a shelter, blackout curtains included, to hide her from whatever these berserk spirits can see. The room sits dark and quiet, one eerie pink glow leaking through the curtains. On the chalkboard in someone's rushed handwriting, "When you wake up, don't panic, stay here. Everything will probably be solved before dawn. Stay calm, block the entrance, and don't provoke the spirits. Think of your safety at all costs, don't act rashly." Whoever wrote this really meant it. From above, the wrecked reading room tells its own story. Someone fought hard in here and it wasn't Elka. It clicks all at once. Someone protected Elka, somebody who isn't in this room anymore. Blood, fresh blood, and not a small amount of it. He clenches his bloodied fist, jaw tight, dread creeping in. The door swings open onto blinding light, and a trail of blood leading right through it. This blood isn't Elka's. Whoever bled here didn't even stop to patch themselves up before walking off. And went so far as to protect Elka. This belongs to, he recognizes the item instantly. Ed Rothtaylor, of course it's him. But why on earth would he do that? For a second there's nothing to say, just stunned silence. Somewhere hours earlier, an exhausted voice mutters, "Ah, seriously, I was so close." Rewind 3 hours, something's clawing and scratching hard against solid wood. A bookcase gets absolutely shredded by claws that shouldn't exist. "Hiya, thankfully I do a little strength training on the regular." He's hauling furniture into a barricade like his life depends on it, because it does. He clocks the summoning rune glowing on the floor. Yep, this is the start of the Glaskin showdown, and it's moving faster than he expected. "I really shouldn't even be looking at a room full of the storyline's key characters," he mutters to himself. "Because I can't let the future change." Whatever that means, he means it dead serious. Still, time's gold can't just sit here. Any minute now, low-rank berserk spirits are going to come swarming this place. Block the entrance so they can't get in, and use every second I've got to make this shelter airtight. Then I'm gonna eat my beef jerky and pull an all-nighter researching. Wait a minute. See, what makes Janika's power so busted is her insane command over spirit magic, spirit understanding, and spirit connection, both maxed out. There she is, practically playing tag with her spirit creatures like it's nothing. Meeting spirits at all is basically her literal talent. Lucky her. Meanwhile, he can't even see spirits, so leveling those same stats should be next to impossible for him. Should be, but... A monster roars out of the dark, all fangs and fury. A berserk spirit, and it is furious. Wait, is Janika shooting actual materialized spirits at it? Thanks for the meal, he grins wide and just absorbs the leftover spirit energy. Bold strategy. Green light floods around him as the power surges in. The speed boost is instant and insane. His ignition fire magic just jumped to level 12. Spirit connection and spirit understanding both hit level 7. His supposedly impossible stats are climbing. Just one more level, I was so close. 15 combined levels and a spirit contract would have been in reach. Well, I pushed myself right to the edge there. Any further and it gets genuinely dangerous. Good thing somebody's carrying him out now. Guess he couldn't just ignore me showing up covered in bruises. Ed figures. Training, he says, not even really a lie. Haha, geez, training. The other guy clearly isn't buying it. Only the most naive human would believe that. I see, nobody's fooling anybody here. I feel like I finally get what kind of person you really are, Ed admits quietly. He doesn't even finish the sentence. Truly owe you one, a big one. Jix carries Elka home while Ed walks beside them. Senior Ed, Jix says the name like he's testing it out. He locks eyes with him, dead serious. When the time comes, I'll repay this debt, whatever it costs. Ed just quietly notes, yeah, Elka's definitely this guy's girlfriend. See, this guy, Jix, was supposed to be Taylor's ride-or-die friend for the entire story. He's kind of a big deal. So, Ed's already turning something over in his head. You already confirmed Elka's safe, right? Then go do what you're actually supposed to be doing. Get back to the student center, Ed tells him flatly. You don't belong here, go help Taylor. Do what he says and things will work out. Taylor? You mean Taylor McClure, that guy who's always barely scraping by? I don't get why you think so highly of him. You've never even talked to the guy. Ed just looks unimpressed. It's not about respect, it's compatibility. That fire spirit Tarkin's shell can only be cut by one specific move, element slash. In Act 1, Scene 9, Taylor's supposed to learn element slash. That's the key to winning this whole thing. Push him toward that and he wins, thanks for the tip. I basically handed him a huge hint. Should play out just like the original story now, right? Geez. Silence. Wait a minute. That conversation keeps replaying, you've never even talked to him, something's wrong here. Why isn't Jix friends with Taylor yet? That's supposed to happen at Act 1, Scene 9, the end of semester assessment. In the original story, Taylor gets wrecked in a duel but learns element slash mid-fight and cuts straight through Jix's magic. That's how Jix respects him. They're supposed to become friends after that. But Act 1 final chapter already happened, a full month earlier than it was supposed to. Episode 1, the final chapter, the Glaskin Showdown, which means Jix and Taylor never actually became friends. And that duel, Act 1 Scene 9, it never even got the chance to happen. Taylor never learned element slash. Which is a massive problem because that move is the only thing that can actually hurt Tarkin. I just didn't realize it, the realization lands like a gut punch. Somewhere, another brutal clash plays out against the encroaching dark. Bottom line, the whole carefully planned story is already falling apart. Cut to the student center, officially the raid team's home base. A grim-looking guy in a fur-collared coat bows his head. I apologize for the delay. I'll make sure to pay for my wrongdoings. Forget it, comes the tired reply. Jix lies there spent, leaves swirling around him. The raid team's first attempt against the threat straight up failed. An armored knight shouts about needing reinforcements before trying again, vowing to rejoin the second his leg stops screaming. It's okay, Claire, go rest at base. You can barely even walk right now. Princess Phonia, if you actually care about me, please rescind the order. Even wounded, he's pushing back. The retreat worked at least, but Claire's out of the fight now. Claire, I have a heart too, you know. Phonia's voice cracks just a little. And Clebius, literally the top student in first-year combat, got hurt too. Is there even a way out of this? Let's just do our best with who we've got left. We don't have the luxury of time to go hunt down Tarkin properly. Judging by how fast that summoning ritual's progressing, that thing's going to finish way sooner than anyone wants. This is the absolute last thing I wanted to do, but I don't have a choice anymore. A decision's being made. Let's split the raid team in two. I'll take charge of one side myself. No more staying out of it, not this time. A bloodied fist clenches tight. The guy who swore he'd never touch the main story is about to dive in head first. Picture this, Ed's covered in blood and the first words out of his mouth are, let's split the raid party into two. Great start. His hands are shaking, stained red. Whatever just went down back there was rough. Someone screams his name in pure disbelief as two bodies go plummeting through the air. A white-haired girl and a red-haired guy drop like stones into the dark, completely limp. A dark-haired girl loses it, screaming his name at the top of her lungs. Somebody else steps up out of the shadows, dead serious. Hey you, do you think this is a joke? Cooler heads jump in fast, hear him out first. Clebius. Okay, so we've got names now, buckle up. Rewind a bit, turns out the real problem is a fire spirit named Tarkin that Janica summoned, and they've got to get through him first. Then there's Velosfer, a spirit of darkness that's already gotten the better of Janica herself. And this dragon right here, totally unkillable. Its shell just shrugs off every hit. But wait, here's the loophole, they don't actually have to beat Tarkin head-on. Split into a luring team and a subduing team, one distracts the monster, the other sneaks in to grab Janica while she's pinned down. Lortel is not buying it for a second, flat out no way. Her point stands, what if the bait team gets caught, or worse, wiped out completely? Then everyone's stuck fighting both monsters at once, way too big a gamble. Ed doesn't flinch, you can only weigh the risks when you actually have other options. Translation, they don't. So basically he's just asking for volunteers to throw their lives away, right? That's the vibe Lortel's picking up. She says it out loud, horrified, and the group behind her goes dead quiet. A hand shoots up into the purple dusk sky. Clebius steps forward, I'll do it, and immediately gets shut down with a hard no. He's told flat out to stand down, that he's already locked into the group storming the training grounds. Still, he pushes back, he's fast, maybe not fast enough to outrun this forever, but if anyone's doing this, it should be him. Ed cuts through the noise, nobody here is picking out a sacrificial lamb. And honestly, who says the party even needs to split evenly down the middle? His plan, just three of them, him, Clebius, and Lortel, go bait the dragon while everyone else goes after Janica. The rest of the group reacts loud and fast, and yeah, the clock is very much ticking. One of them actually agrees, can't really argue with the logic. A silver-haired girl wipes blood off her cheek, sighing hard, she doesn't fully get where he's coming from, but fine. Turns out she's royalty Phonia Elias Clole, third princess of the Clole Empire, and she's about to pull rank. Official order, split the raid party in two, for real this time. Taylor, Jix, Alvira, Ayla, and Phonia herself team up for one half of the plan. That crew's job, push into the training grounds and subdue Janica directly. Which leaves Clebius, Lortel, and Ed Rothtaylor holding the other half of the plan. Their job, lure Tarkin away, and with time running out, the princess wraps the briefing fast. No more talk, they move whatever it costs. Down through the dark stairwells they go, racing to get into position. They slip quietly into the corridor, tension thick in the air. Lortel grabs Ed's bloody hand, dead serious. How exactly is he planning to stall a fire lizard by himself? According to plan, we'll definitely win, he says, cool as ever, while the actual spirit looms right behind them. The trio bolts forward, no turning back now. Quick intro on Clebius, they call him the gloomy, jumpy, low on confidence, but don't let that fool you, he's secretly the top freshman in the whole combat faculty. From a distance, Taylor's rooting for him because deep down he knows Clebius can actually pull this off. But Clebius himself isn't so sure. Does this guy actually have a plan, or is he just winging it? That question hangs heavy while a monstrous claw looms in the dark. And behind that training ground door waits Janica, fail over herself, fully consumed by spirit flame. Someone tries to keep it simple in her head, they just need to lure Tarkin, that's it, right? Lortel admits she only came this far because the princess sounded so sure of herself. But yeah, doubts creeping back in fast. Still, Clebius tells himself since he's not doing this alone, maybe he can actually scrape together some courage. Ed crouches low, fist clenched, dead focused. Then the fight kicks off for real, energy slashing through the dark. Clebius takes off running, alone, right into the danger zone. It's coming, it's really starting, and he has no clue how he's actually supposed to lure this thing. Ghostly afterimages of movement flash around him as he scrambles for an opening. He plants his feet, sword drawn, staring the dragon down. For one long, silent second, neither of them moves. Then Tarkin snaps, he realizes exactly what's happening, and he is furious. The dragon roars, breathing raw fire straight down the hall. Clebius bolts for his life, screaming the same question the whole way, why him? Tarkin howls after them from above, you crazy bastards, I hate you, I hate this whole world, somebody's having a rough day. Back with Ed and Lortel, job done, Clebius is fully committed to the corridor now, time to pull back. Somebody watching calls it out cold, so in the end, they're just sacrificing Clebius. Lortel isn't having it. First of all, this is not a sacrifice. Despite the whole gloomy act, that guy is a genuine top student. And he's way more resilient than anyone gives him credit for, also. The most important role in all this is yours, Lortel, no pressure. Outside Nail Hall, right by the training grounds, everything's about to get loud. Her actual job: clear the entry path for the subduing team and land a critical hit on Tarkin while she's at it. So maybe don't judge the guy off rumors before you've even seen what he can do. Ed admits it straight up. Everyone hesitates, everyone doubts themselves at some point. But you're actually good at this stuff, he tells Lortel, ice already starting to crackle around her. She drops in fast, crystal shards exploding outward around her. Her whole strategy in 3 words: just blow it up. And she does not hold back. The whole hallway shakes from the blast. Debris crashes down in the aftermath. Lortel just walks it off through the smoke like it's nothing. The subduing squad catches the explosion from a distance and absolutely panics. What are you doing? Turns out this isn't her first rodeo. She remembers pulling something like this during joint combat training. Back then, she blew up Nail Hall's ceiling with straight-up forbidden intermediate rank magic. So that's exactly why Ed left this part to her. Amusing guy, that Ed Rothtailor. Anyway, the entry path is officially wide open. Now for the part that actually matters. Tarkin finally catches up, absolutely seething, screaming both their names and promising he will kill them. Even if the raid party makes it inside clean, without ever running into Tarkin. Eclebius and Lortel are still stuck dealing with this thing themselves. Because once Tarkin's loose in the open student plaza, there is genuinely nowhere left to run. So the real question becomes, does he actually want this thing dead, because it can't run anymore? Ed's smirking through the blood. The only real option left is to apprehend it outright. Because let's be real, nothing's punching through that shell anyway. He already lost to this thing once in practice, and not a single raid member has managed to scratch it since. But Ed's got something up his sleeve literally, and it's got everyone yelling, what is that? Turns out Lortel called it right. Taylor springs into action too. Ayla's right there with him, ice already forming around her. Without her signature elemental slash, none of this works. So she brings it full power, blade cutting clean through the air. The hit lands clean and something finally cracks. Ice shatters everywhere from the impact. Taylor's already moving in for the follow-up. What this fight actually needs, though, is a lot more firepower. Overwhelming, ridiculous, over-the-top firepower. Cut to some random girl in a giant witch hat sound asleep on a rooftop. Cool, very reassuring. Taylor just stares off, silently praying that's actually part of the plan. Wow, what the hell? Ugh, it's shaking, I want a nap. Bold words for someone in the middle of a monster fight. Someone's dragging her along by the collar, absolutely baffled she's managing to nap through any of this. Turns out her usual napping shelter got wrecked, so she wandered up to the rooftop instead, force of habit. Weird detail, she was apparently sleeping this whole time because she'd been flat out excluded from the storyline. Sure, okay. Meanwhile, Janika's genuinely not doing great, and the senior maid Belle Meyer is not happy about any of this. So irritated, in fact, that Lucy just burns through all her magic and passes right out from the stress. Supposedly it's some game mechanic keeping an overpowered player like her out of the fight. Convenient. Then she wakes up smelling beef jerky. Her eyes go wide, sparkling, completely locked onto the scent. Because right now, she does not have the luxury of being picky about anything. Someone tosses her a strip of jerky like she's a dog learning tricks. Turns out that's the whole bribe. Her actual target is the flaming fire lizard itself. She lines up the shot, only half sure she can even land it from here. No need to worry, I did this a ton in the military, someone shouts, right before screaming for everyone to get down. A beam of pure light rips through the corridor. Someone's bracing hard, sweat pouring, absolutely not ready for what's coming. Then everything goes white and the whole hallway detonates. Rock and ice go flying in every direction. Someone's trying to scream something important through a mouth full of jerky. It is not coming out clearly. You're so mean, the creature whines, getting absolutely blasted. Someone leaps clean through the chaos, lightning crackling in their wake. The beam connects dead center on the dragon. The move finally gets a name: high rank electrokinesis, divine punishment. Yeah, that tracks. A massive beast made of pure lightning comes tearing forward and slams straight into the target. Tarkin screams bloody murder as the lightning tears right through him. Everyone grips whatever they can find, holding on through the shockwave. Ed's eyes lock onto the opening. This right here is the most important moment of the entire fight. Tarkin's shell has held strong through everything up to now. But not anymore. After taking Lucy's full blast, that unbreakable shell is finally cracking apart, which means everyone's attacks can actually land now. And whoever lands the finishing blow, they're taking home a massive amount of experience for it. I'll take what I can get too, Ed grins, fist already cocked back. He launches forward, lightning crackling around his fist, and howls the only thing that matters right now, the last hit is his. A mom pulls her daughter into a tight hug, beaming with pride. "I'm so proud of you, my lovely daughter Janica," she says. The two just hold each other for a second, the picture of a perfect, happy family moment. A blonde classmate gushes that she's proud to even call Janica a friend. Another friend calls Janica the hope of the whole sophomore class after her performance in the joint combat exercise. A guy chimes in too, saying he trusts Janica completely, and that without her this year would have been an absolute disaster. Then the mood flips hard. Purple flame starts eating away at the edges of the scene, and a shadowy figure rises where the warmth just was. Someone murmurs they're grateful to at least have Janica here, but crystal shards are already raining down like something's badly wrong. A sudden violent impact rips through the moment, and just like that the sweet flashback is over. Everyone's here, huh? A voice hisses from somewhere in the smoke and ruins. A hand tightens around a sword hilt. "Right, I should greet them with a smile like always," the voice says, and that alone is terrifying. A grinning, red-eyed girl wrapped in chains steps forward and purrs a single word: "Welcome. You do not want to RSVP to this party." Something huge and dark looms just out of frame, watching. A monstrous head snarls into view as numbers flash past like some twisted countdown. The chained girl crackles with pink lightning, clearly not planning to play nice. A blade slashes through the air, first blood in what's about to be a brutal fight. A massive burst of pink energy tears through the scene, wings unfurling out of the chaos. Two silhouettes square off, weapons drawn, ready to throw down. Cut to the aftermath. Someone wonders out loud if Janica's team even started this whole thing, watching a bloodied body crash down. Somebody tries to stay optimistic, guessing the scenario will wrap up by dawn. A boot slams down as pink flame erupts. "I'm not too late either," someone announces, arriving just in time to join the chaos. A fighter gets caught in the blast and screams as flame engulfs them. Somebody asks where Lucy went. Turns out she's just somewhere nearby, rolling around in a corner. Not exactly a heroic pose. A banged-up guy and a red-haired girl regroup, admitting they're not sure Lucy's got the energy left to finish this, so they're planning to end it themselves. Do that as well, but someone starts to say right as a dark shape lets out a horrifying scream. An exhausted girl reveals she blew all her magic, firing 2 ice spears at the enemy, and the thing is still standing. "One resilient son of a gun," she mutters. The plan gets brutal fast. They've gotta slash its throat, and since ice magic isn't great for precision, one of them volunteers to do the cutting himself. A terrified kid screams for someone to save him, apologizing over and over. The answer back is a flat, cold no. "Just this once," a red-haired girl says, staring him down. "I'm betting on you with my life on the line, so do it properly, yeah." He lets out a shaky breath, half laughing at how easy it is for her to say things like that when it's his neck on the line. The group watches pink flame roar in the distance, and someone admits this isn't a calculated plan, it's just a blind gamble. No, he corrects himself, it's not a gamble at all, this is an investment. He glances back over his shoulder, weighing everything that's about to happen. "An investment, huh?" she repeats slowly, clearly turning the word over in her head. She admits she likes him a lot more than that so-called princess who acts like royalty just because of her bloodline. Ouch, savage much. A magic circle glows to life on her hand. "You put your life on the line for me," she says, and now it's her turn to return the favor. "So I'll put mine on the line for you too," she finishes, icy magic crackling around her feet. "Here I go," someone braces right as another figure snaps, "Whatever, I can't do this anymore," and starts twisting into something monstrous. A boy goes flying, screaming, completely helpless as the situation spirals. A guttural roar rips through the air, dark energy boiling over. The monster's jaws snap open as a voice admits, quietly, that this thing and I are both at the end of our ropes. A pink explosion swallows the frame whole. The dust barely settles before the fight rages on. Despite everything, he says he understands Clebius, who's completely and utterly terrified right now, even as the monster roars again. Figures go tumbling through pink light as the roar echoes on. A green charged fist winds up for a huge hit. Not yet, I have to get even closer, someone grits out, right before a scream tears through the air. Wide eyes lock onto something off-screen, a single shocked "What? What the hell is that?" someone shouts, staring down a horrifying wall of red chains and claws. The red-chained horror looms even larger, dripping with menace. A body crashes down, blood everywhere. This fight just got a whole lot uglier. A blonde guy freezes up. That's Glaskin's right-hand man, he realizes, and suddenly things make a lot more sense and a lot more scary. He reasons it out. If this guy showed up, the trial must have hit its last phase. Things are going as planned, sure, but the timing could not be worse. A scene this wild is bound to draw attention, he mutters, putting it together that Taylor's crew must be close by too. Somewhere else the chaos keeps unfolding. But a voice trails off, letting the tension hang. Blades flash in a blur of blue and pink. Even in the middle of all this madness. Now Lortel snaps, red hair whipping as she launches into action. Legs pound forward, wrapped in crackling blue magic. Purple lightning splits the sky. Lortel doesn't make mistakes, someone notes, like it's just a plain fact of the universe. Nearby, someone else reacts sharply to what just happened. A classmate grits his teeth, green energy roaring to life around him. "Because I've cast this spell hundreds, thousands of times," he says, completely locked in. Green energy spirals outward, building to something massive. The spell's name flashes across the screen, Wind Blade. The attack slices clean through the monster, green light cutting through the dark. The strike lands hard, tearing through the beast's silhouette. The creature reels from the hit. And that's it, you have taken down the high-rank fire spirit Tarkin, one brutal boss fight officially in the books. System notifications pop up one after another, spirit understanding up, spirit connection up. Turns out this world runs on stats. Wild. Elsewhere, someone stares at their bloodied hand, muttering, "Ah, that Taylor," like they already know exactly what's coming. Massive red claws descend from above, absolutely dwarfing everything below. A blinding beam of light rockets up over the castle skyline. Someone's about to unleash something huge. The claws keep closing in, merciless and massive. Light rays pour down over the castle as the monstrous claws hang overhead like a guillotine. Lightning crackles as the claws strike, the impact echoing out. A massive explosion rips through the scene. A figure swings a glowing blade straight through the blast. A hand grips the sword tight, red cape whipping in the wind. Watching it all go down, someone breathes out, he indeed is the protagonist. No arguments here. A crack of lightning splits the air. A huge pink explosion detonates across the battlefield. A red-haired girl watches wide-eyed as sparkling pink light showers down around her. A battered guy stands amid the wreckage, catching his breath. "So it's over," someone finally says, and yeah, it really is. Later, under a golden sunset, things finally calm down. "I've met plenty of people in my life who claim they are seriously risking it all," Lortel says, as a tree explodes behind her for no reason at all. "But most of them," she adds, sprawled out in the grass with the others, "turned out to be total cowards." "Is that so?" someone replies, unbothered. "What's with that, senior?" she teases, getting right up in his space. She calls him out for lacking sentiment after everything they just survived together, then offers to properly introduce herself, for real this time. She grins, clearly enjoying this way more than she's letting on. A quiet beat passes between them. "Hello," he finally says, sticking out a bruised and bandaged hand. "I'm Lortel Ketchlin," she says, shaking it, while somewhere a handful of gold coins gets a confused HM from someone else. Priorities, right? What to do now, she wonders aloud, walking off hand in hand with him. "See you again, senior," she calls back. Is she actually gonna keep in touch? Someone wonders nervously, half hoping the answer is no. A crowd murmurs somewhere in the background. "I'm resenting you right now," someone mutters, footsteps echoing, and you know exactly why. A white-haired guy in an orange academy uniform strides off, a red-haired girl trailing behind him. Someone realizes Taylor's swordsman form just fully manifested, and it looks exactly like it did in the game. Cool doesn't even begin to cover it. He catches the look and just blinks, confused. A debt is still a debt, someone says flatly, no getting out of this one. Back at school, Jix is losing it. Taylor, you don't need to show respect to someone like him, he shouts. There's no telling when he'll backstab anyone. I almost died because of him, Jix fumes. Someone tells him to pipe down, Clebius. You sure have a lot to say, Clebius. One girl needles. Clebius, shut up, another adds, not even looking up. Ed Roth, Taylor, you did a lot for us this time, someone tells him. I can even recommend you to the student council, and they start before someone bursts into tears. The blonde girl just shrugs it off. No need, she says, completely unbothered. Someone breaks down the real MVPs. Lucy did the heavy lifting, taking down Tarkin, and Taylor personally slayed Velosfer and Glaskin. So focus on that, they insist, credit fully deflected. Oh my, look at you tossing the credit away, someone teases back. It's no secret Lucy and Taylor carried. We're talking about other stuff now, or are you just embarrassed, someone jabs. He's a senior, show him respect, Elvira. Why do you keep siding with him, huh? Jix roars in protest as the group closes ranks. Show him respect, someone insists firmly, cutting the argument short. I can't help but feel warm and fuzzy, a mysterious voice says, watching them all from somewhere unseen. After all, I've watched them play their part in this world. The group tumbles through the wreckage of everything they just survived together. And solve their own problems, time and time again, the voice adds. Taylor, who grows stronger with every trial, the voice muses, watching him. And Ayla, who grew stronger right alongside him, and Phonia, who's slowly embracing her destiny as a future monarch. Slowly becoming an adult, one day at a time, the voice adds, watching Phonia. Jix, who's finding his own path in the middle of all this, the voice notes. Clebius, who's slowly becoming sure of himself, and Elvira, who's realizing life isn't just about fun and excitement. And Lortel, who apparently just spends her whole life buried in gold coins. Fair enough, honestly. The whole group walks off together into the sunset, banged up but very much alive. And at the end of it all, the voice says, there was the trophy named success. Lortel reaches a hand out toward the golden light spilling over the field. It's because I knew that, the voice continues, as flame bursts through the memory of that tree. The scene fades toward black, holding on that thought. That I turned away, the voice finally admits. The scene shifts to a dim, rubble-strewn hallway. A hand closes around a jagged rock as a figure stumbles through the wreckage nearby. Someone climbs through the ruins alone, completely unseen by anyone else. I had to come here, the mystery voice says, to shine a light on the success of the protagonists. Hehe, comes a chilling little laugh from somewhere in the shadows. A pink-haired girl comes into view, bruised and bloodied, a strange smile creeping across her face. Someone, she whispers, had to stay backstage. Yeah, that's officially the creepiest way to end an episode. Picture this, two students, bruised and bloodied, barely holding it together after whatever just went down at this academy. That laugh right there, yeah, that's not a good sign. One of the boys mutters, wait, why did Janica even go berserk in the first place? Turns out he's got a theory. His friends lean in, dead curious, ready for the tea. So get this, he says he once snuck a peek into Janica's room. Every single thing in that room, he says, told a story. Every gift, every note, proof that the whole school adored her. Her walls were plastered in post-it notes cheering her on. Sounds sweet, right? Except it was crushing her. The fix should have been simple, just toss the notes, stash the gifts somewhere, that's it. But Janica's whole problem was she couldn't do simple, not when she was trying to live up to some fairy tale main character fantasy in her head. She was obsessed with living up to every bit of kindness thrown her way. Honoring every gift, every kind word with total, exhausting diligence. And that kind of pressure, it's basically begging for disaster. A dark spirit called Velosfer sniffed out that crack in her and went straight for it. Janica snapping was only a matter of time. But here's the real mystery, why did it happen a whole month early? There was a training exercise where Taylor was supposed to be the big hero. Except Lucy flattened him in one hit, and somehow the crowd's spotlight swung straight onto Janica instead. See, there was this hidden napping spot, shaded, quiet, perfect for hiding from the world. Somebody had clearly built it on purpose. And the guy who built it, someone who was supposed to have vanished from this whole story after Act 1. Yeah, he finds Lucy curled up in her secret napping nook, totally busted. Lucy admits it stings a little, everyone forgetting about her in all the chaos. She caused a scene for the whole school to watch, and now she's just background noise. Kinda brutal, honestly. He points out the irony: she was hiding so nobody would find her. She can't even argue with that one. Still, she admits she figured it'd take longer for anyone to track her down. Honestly, she just wanted a little more time hiding in there. Makes you wonder why. Because she admits she's about 2 seconds from an ugly cry. Turns out way back a spirit wolf gave him a message: watch out for Janica someday. That message has been stuck in his head ever since. He figures that's exactly the disaster the wolf was warning him about. But wait, that can't be right. He's supposed to be the only one who knows how this story goes. Maybe the wolf figured while everyone else piled pressure onto Janica, the one guy trying to keep his distance should be doing the opposite. Basically, stop avoiding her and actually be someone she can lean on. Instead, Janica rushed a contract with a high-rank spirit trying to prove herself. That haste is exactly what let the spirit of darkness take over and level half the faculty building. In the end, Janica just failed. On the surface, she always had that same bright smile for everyone rooting for her. But behind closed doors, probably falling apart trying to live up to it all. And weirdly enough, even her big public failure had this tragic kind of beauty to it. Then Taylor just walks up and says her name. Tells her she's worked hard, simple as that, but you can bet it means everything to her right now. Because even the mess she made along the way was its own kind of beautiful. Meanwhile, up on the main stage, the actual main characters get their big victory parade. All smiles, all glary front and center. But backstage where nobody's clapping, it's just dark and quiet, rough contrast, huh? Classic story beat: the villain of Act 1 exits right as the heroes step forward. Someone's clearly not thrilled about that. He's watched this exact ending play out more times than he can count. Something's different this time though, and he can't quite look away. Because only now is he actually starting to notice things he never could before. Spirits, literal spirits, invisible to him this whole time, suddenly right there. They're everywhere once you know how to look. A whole hidden world just opened up in front of him. And apparently, some of them are extremely interested in him. Turns out he's quietly maxed out 2 whole spirit magic skills without anyone noticing. Now random spirits are lining up, practically fanboying over him. And then a high-rank one shows up too. That's a big deal. Same striking blue spirit from before, still watching him. Her name's Merylda, and she is very much interested. Anyway, time skips ahead a bit. 10 days since Janica's trial wrapped up. And she owned every single mistake, no excuses. First hearing, her teachers and friends showed up hard for her. Second hearing got serious fast. Attempted murder of royalty was on the table, until a noble named Phonia stepped in. Phonia testified straight up: Janica was overpowered by that dark spirit, none of it was on purpose. Then Lortel stepped up to deal with all the property damage. Her family's merchant association covered every cent of the repairs. No strings attached, apparently. Okay, one tiny string: they did talk the school into having their supply fees. Smart business, honestly. So here's where Janica actually landed after all that. Every trophy, every honor stripped away. Banned from the Opheles Hall next semester, 10 days probation, 20 days suspended. Rough. Except plot twist, all of it just got revoked. Total waterworks, felt like the emotional climax of a coming-of-age movie. Everyone's just relieved it's finally over. Except her friends notice Janica's still slumping way more than usual, so obviously it's time to intervene. Time to step up, they decide, scheming faces fully activated. Cue an entire strawberry cake spread, because obviously the plan is bribery via dessert. Ground rule number 1 though: absolutely do not bring up the Glaskin incident. Whatever that is, it's clearly off limits. Somewhere else, a training simulation wraps up between 2 of Janica's friends. Cut to the crowd hyping Janica up hard. Then, out of nowhere, Janica gets philosophical about the difference between liking and loving someone. Very smooth, very casual, definitely not suspicious at all. Her friends immediately side-eye her like, okay, where is this coming from? Janica panics and slaps on the oldest excuse in the book. It's about a friend, obviously. Her totally real friend apparently had this recurring dream. About someone giving her flowers. And dancing through a field in a flower crown. Sure, totally her friend's dream. Yeah, nobody's buying the friend cover story for 1 second. In the daydream, her crush shows up looking like an actual storybook prince, riding in on a horse. Sharp uniform and everything. She's even got a flower crown ready and waiting for him. Crowns him right there, blushing the entire time. Cue the two of them dancing through flowers and Janica immediately backpedals, wait, I mean her friends have that dream, plural, definitely not just her. Her friend calls out the obvious hole in that story, she's been on lockdown, she hasn't seen any friends. Busted and loving every second of it. Apparently her friend just zones out randomly and his face pops into her head every time. Sure, Janica, sure. Later, Janica waves someone off, clearly bracing herself for something. Turns out it's Taylor tiptoeing around this like a bomb defusal. One wrong move and the whole school finds out about her crush. Meanwhile, Clara's just cackling internally, the great romance of Janica failover, incredible. Janica tries to deflect with some deep philosophical nonsense about the mystery of the human heart. Clara is absolutely not falling for it. She presses, wouldn't it be better to just be honest about your feelings for your friend, obviously. Janica actually agrees, then flips it into a warning, careful talking about sensitive stuff, wouldn't want to hurt her friend's reputation. Janica plays it off with fake shock, thanks Clara for the genuine advice and dashes off to report the end of her suspension. Clara decides to hang back a while longer, she's got some thinking to do herself. She stretches, pretty satisfied with her matchmaking work today. Reports back to her friend Annie's like she just completed a mission. Meanwhile, over with Taylor, rewind a bit. He'd been grinding, saving up every coin he could. Turns out Phonia's petition got his tuition waived for next semester too, bonus. So with actual spare cash for once, he splurges on some tools. Simple stuff, hammer nails the basics. And then of course, Janica shows up out of nowhere. Awkward, considering he's been dodging her this entire time. He decides to just rip the band-aid off and say hi. She short-circuits a little but manages an actual response. He heads off calm as ever, she is not calm. She's basically hiding behind a tree at this point. Then just yells an excuse and bolts. Yeah, apparently talking to your crush casually is set to nightmare difficulty for her. Ed just replays Clara's advice in his head, be honest about your feelings. And honestly, watching her be that painfully honest, even by accident, kind of got to him. Guess the guy who accidentally got the sweetest girl in school to blurt out the truth deserves some credit. Still, he tells himself to keep some distance, he's got a project to get back to anyway. And that project is exactly what happens next. Day 1 of Operation Log Cabin, pick a spot. Somewhere shady, low-key, off the beaten path, nice and peaceful. Day 3 still chopping. Turns out he's gotten scary good with wind blade magic, so the wood chopping is basically a cheat code at this point. Day 6, quick break to check his grades. And he's crushing it, way above the average freshman. Meanwhile, in the notable incidents column, Janica is still very much ignoring him. Once break hits, he goes all in on the cabin build. He also apparently set an animal trap and caught Lucy napping in it. Using beef jerky as bait, might want to rethink that. Day 27, Belle Maya swings by with a care package of herbs and mushrooms. She asks about Janica, and when he says she probably hates him now, Belle Maya just tilts her head, unconvinced. Day 30 update, the entire wall structure just collapsed around one single pillar. Construction's going great, clearly. Turns out neat joints alone don't make a building stand up, who knew? And then, because the universe loves irony, he runs straight into Janica's whole crew at the bakery. Janica takes one look at him and just sprints away. Meanwhile, someone's staring at a weird purple glow like, please tell me that's not what I think it is. Day 37, reinforcements arrive, Jix shows up to help with the build. Jix, deadpan, asks if they're really hammering nails into literally every side of this thing. Nope, that side's reserved for the chimney, apparently. The days keep ticking by, one notch at a time. Day 45 and counting. Someone's making their way inside. The place is finally starting to look like an actual room. He just about collapses in there, absolutely wrecked from the work. No holes in the floor, no cracks in the walls, structurally solid, though there's also like zero furniture. Bare bones doesn't even begin to cover it, it's literally just stacked logs. But hey, he built it himself, and honestly that hits different. Officially logged, pun intended, as a brand new creation. 4-star crafting difficulty, apparently, and his creation skill just leveled up because of it. As the sun sets behind it, the little cabin just sits there, finally done. He just stands there for a second, taking it in. A home, his own home built with his own 2 hands. Not bad for a guy the story tried to write off completely. Ed's been busy. Walls, flooring, and the fireplace are all done on his little secret cabin project. Next up, a fence. The place isn't even finished yet, and he's already sprawled out inside taking a very well-earned nap. He stands back, admiring his own handiwork in the fading light. Not bad for one guy with a hammer. He's already planning the next addition too, a little storage shed for firewood. Then wham, something knocks him clean off the roof mid-nap. He tumbles down yelling that this cabin is not supposed to be a nap tower, sprawled out next to his surprise visitor. That visitor pops up grinning. It's his friend Janica, just swinging by to say hello. Word about that hut already reached the manor. The no-nonsense maid Merylda, basically a brush sergeant with a hairbrush, tells a very curious Belle she saw something shocking out at his campsite. Belle perks right up. Wait, the hut? How does Merylda even know about that? Someone else reacts too, playing it cool. He just heard about it in passing, nothing much. Merylda admits she never figured Ed had a talent like this hiding up his sleeve. She confesses she wanted to sneak a peek herself, poke around and see just how sturdy the place really is. Belle plays it cool too, insisting she's only human. Of course she'd be curious who built it and how it holds up inside. Merylda just about short-circuits, gasping that it's a completely, utterly natural reaction to have. Belle's eyes turn into literal hearts as she agrees. Totally expected, totally natural. She swears she just happened to be walking by after visiting Merylda, saw the hut, and figured anyone would want a peek inside, right? Back at the cabin, Janica is floored. It's a great hut. Ed, he just shrugs, joking that the spirits should have already told her all about it. Broom boss Belle gasps, blushing hard at the mere thought of it. She stammers that she only heard a little, just some passing gossip, honestly, nothing much. Cue the real reason for the fuss. Apparently you can see Ed's fine muscles whenever his shirt comes off. Somebody's imagination runs wild, picturing every collarbone vein in glorious, sparkly detail. Even the school gossip column can't resist a smug little HMHM over the story. Ed insists he doesn't chat with the spirits much, and honestly has no clue how she even knows any of this. Janica just laughs it off and invites him to come see her place sometime too. He stays modest, watching the sunset. It's really just a log hut, nothing special. Somewhere else someone's practically vibrating with excitement. Whoa. A triumphant yes rings out right after. It's Janica. Stunned, Ed built this whole place solo, while a sleepy little mage conks out on the roof nearby. That night the campfire roars to life, warm and crackling. Cup in hand, Janica admits she owes people a big one this time around. She looks up at the stars, thinking about everything the princess and Lortel have already done for her. Even friends have offered to lend her tuition money, and she has no idea how she'd ever pay everyone back. Ed pushes back gently. Isn't it a bit much to think you have to repay every single kindness dollar for dollar? Janica's stunned. She genuinely never thought of it that way. That's just who she is though. Cut to Ophely's hall, the fancy honor student dorm Janica used to call home. The truth gets laid out plainly. This whole mess started because the sheer weight of everyone's generosity was crushing her. Gifts pile up all over her old room, an avalanche of goodwill she never even asked for. All because she wanted to owe just a little bit less to the people around her. Despite, or maybe because of, all the people funding her tuition and investing in her future. She chose to leave cushy Ophely's hall behind for the crowded, rundown Dex hall, packing 8 students into a single room. Drowning in everyone's envy all day felt like a prison to her, and switching dorms never actually fixed the real problem underneath. Back at the fire, Janica tells Ed he's welcome to drop by her place anytime. Ed goes quiet for a beat, just taking that in. Then he tells her if she's ever overwhelmed, if something's too much to handle alone. He wants her to actually promise she'll tell him. When that day comes, Janica grins over her mug and promises she'll help him out too, no matter what it takes. Ed just smiles, quietly content by the fire. Overwhelmed, huh? Ed mulls the word over. Weeks roll by in the rain, and second semester is right around the corner. Right about now is when Act 2 kicks off, all thanks to one dangerously important little book. The Sage-Sealed Grimoire, a record of forbidden magic said to bend nature's own rules. The grimoire glows in its display case, deceptively small for something this powerful. A hooded figure leans in for a closer look, murmuring with interest at the little worn-out book. Someone's already sure of one thing: this book is about to cause a storm. A sharp-eyed woman smirks, muttering that of course it smells like money in the end. The hooded figure agrees whatever's coming is going to swallow the entire academy whole. Elsewhere, Ed just shrugs off the bad vibes. That's not happening to him, at least. Ophely's hall looms in the rain that night, lit windows the only sign of life. Meanwhile, Ed, all smiles with a maid at his side, is living his best honor student life. Ophely's hall practically guarantees you a noble's lifestyle. Heavy rain rolls over the southwest side of town right as break ends and students head back to school. Only Ophely's hall's honor students get carriages and boats home, a nice little perk for relaxing a few extra days. Everyone else from Dex Hall has to trudge back on foot through the downpour, and some still show up late, terrified of losing points. All that frustration finally boils over into a full-blown riot right outside Ophely's hall. It all traces back to one slippery proposal about changing the return-to-school deadline. A wax seal presses down on the letter while the rain just keeps hammering the windows. One woman watches from inside, murmuring to herself just as she thought. Turns out a merchant had already been quietly in contact with the Dex Hall students' representative. Anger was already boiling over. All they needed was one shared excuse to light the fuse. That's where Willain comes in, the group's resident motor mouth, great at stirring people up and ready to pull the trigger for everyone else. The excuse was already locked in. Blatant favoritism toward Ophely's hall, plain as day. A sealed proposal quietly suggests moving up the return deadline, all while praising just how well Ophely's hall students already have it. And Lortel already has the headmaid and part of the academy's review board firmly on her side. They'll back her proposal without question. Whether the academy actually approves it or not barely even matters anymore. Just floating the idea as a real solution is enough to send the Dex Hall students into a rage. And they'll happily fan that outrage into the loudest, biggest scandal the school's seen in years. Fire licks through a window after all. Even the walls and furniture in there were custom crafted by artisans. A room full of elders mutters that the more damage done to Ophely's hall's assets, honestly, the better. The more chaos spreads, the harder it hits the academy's already shaky finances, especially with grimoire negotiations underway, which conveniently favors the Elt Merchant Association. The Sage-Sealed Grimoire is basically the heart of Sylvania itself, yet desperate people are apparently willing to trade even that away. Somewhere in the rain, someone just quietly wonders when the storm's ever going to stop. A silhouette stares out at a sky with not one ray of light in it. It looks just like the sky over the slums, back in those shabby rags. A lone figure walks on through the downpour, toward the looming building. She can't help but mock herself a little for feeling relieved. Her own reflection stares back at her in the glass, hand pressed to the cold window. The evidence is sitting right there on her desk, traces of every conspiracy she's ever spun. Papers that prove she's lived a life of never once showing real sincerity, always betraying, always suspecting everyone around her. But none of that changes what she really is underneath it all, so she keeps frantically searching for someone like her. Surely somewhere among all these bright, glowing people, there's someone who'd actually accept a gutter rat covered in filth. The search for someone like her never stops, not even when hope's worn paper thin. How lonely, she whispers to herself at the window. That's Lortel, the glittering curtain that's always hidden the ugly truth backstage. Everyone just calls her the hidden villain. Outside, fists shoot up into the rain, they won't take it anymore. This is supposed to be a place of learning. The crowd roars, demanding at least equal grades for everyone. The chant rises, we can't take this treatment anymore. In the story as it was originally written, this whole Opheles Hall riot exists to answer that crowd's demand for change. It's meant to be the tale of the main character stepping in to stop the students provoked against Lortel. A young maid panics at her post, wondering if she should run and report this while a hooded figure looms behind her. Floors 1 through 5 of Opheles Hall each hide their own middle boss standing in the hero's way. That hooded figure yanks his hood back its tote, the so-called sore loser who once mocked Ed as a total washout. He got beaten up by Ed's friends for it, held onto the grudge, and Lortel happily bought his loyalty. A rookie maid guarding the first floor yelps, demanding to know who he even is. Tote's whole job is to overpower her and clear the way. One solid kick sends Opheles Hall's front door flying open. Bright light spills out into the storm as the door swings wide. And just like that, the mob is led inside. The honor students inside freak out, stammering that the doors are open and everyone should get in there now. Tote stands there among the crowd, shouting that all they ever wanted was some decent treatment. Was that really so much to ask? Once the mob gets past the first floor, Tote's got one more job in this whole scheme: take over the 4th floor maintenance office and make a big announcement. His real assignment, though, is stopping the main character and his friends before they can catch up. Someone quietly reveals the twist: that job was never actually supposed to be Tote's to begin with. The rain keeps hammering down as the truth sinks in. The hooded figure turns and says the name plainly: Ed Rothtaylor. Ed's face goes pale, and all he can sputter is, so why in the world did he end up cast as the middle boss? Rain's coming down hard and this guy's got that 1,000-yard stare going. You're about to find out why he looks so wrecked. Turns out he just leveled up into something wild, the middle boss of Act 2. Yehey, the villain tier role, buckle up. Tears on his face and he's already narrating like a true drama queen. To explain how he got here, we gotta rewind 2 whole days. Countdown clock starts ticking, 2 days before something called the Opheles Hall incident blows up. Cue ominous sky. Quick stat check for our guy: novice fighter rank, bow specialist, proficiency level 6, plus a couple of nasty archery skills already unlocked. He's even got a skill literally called Retreat Sire, because sometimes the best move in the woods is just running away. He's out here soaking it all in, feeling like life's finally starting over for him. This is Ed, bow in hand, living out in the wilderness all on his own these days. A whole semester plus half his vacation gone, and by his own standards his aim is still, in his words, totally pathetic. But honestly, his aim isn't even the real story lately. Something's been going on at his campsite. The bow snaps, the arrow flies, business as usual out here in the woods. More and more often, people keep wandering right into his hideout, and it startles the heck out of them every time. He keeps getting visitors out here, apparently, including one dude who just shows up to do shirtless calisthenics in the middle of the forest. How does he even explain this? Living alone in the northern woods is turning into a whole open secret. Yeah, word's getting around that he's out here like a lot of people know now. Anyway, among his regulars, 3 of them are worth actually introducing to you. First up, Visitor A, and she's apparently some kind of certified genius mage. She just pops in whenever she feels like it, and her first order of business today is redesigning his cabin, starting with demanding a whole extra back door. Next, she's asking if he's throwing in a chimney too. This genius mage clearly moonlights as an unpaid contractor. He's not thrilled about the unsolicited home renovations, but she's already made herself comfortable on the porch railing. Glass windows, magic restrictions, structural integrity, she's got opinions on everything about his little cabin. A skylight now too. He's clearly losing this negotiation completely. Visitor B, on the other hand, he's actually glad to see way less chaos, way more helpful energy. She rolls up with a literal basket of fresh eggs, courtesy of a friend named Belle who apparently knows the way to his heart. Turns out this egg-delivering sweetheart is also the top student of her year and a serious spirit sorcerer. Talent and snacks, what a combo. She's even teaching him old farm tricks for whitening laundry, stomping away like she's never left the family farm. This helpful visitor, by the way, has basically been keeping him running triple duty, and she seems pretty pleased about it. His gratitude toward her is honestly endless. Someone even gushes, "Janica, you're the best, how do you know all this stuff?" The compliment backfires somehow, and he's left standing there completely confused about what he even did wrong. Janica clears her throat, flustered, while our narrator notes she's actually pretty easy to read once you know her. Then someone else asks casually, "How often does Lucy come around here?" And the vibe shifts instantly. Something's clearly off about the way that question lands, a little too much tension for a simple visitor check-in. So yeah, that's visitor B for you. And honestly, the real reason he's bothering to explain any of this is coming up. Under a full moon, a new voice calls out, teasing him for being so popular all of a sudden. And here comes visitor C, striding in armed and looking like trouble. Confident, sharp, and clearly used to getting her way, meet the last of his regulars. This is the one the whole world apparently has a nickname for, and she's here because she needs a favor. Say hello to the so-called golden daughter, Lortel, who our narrator flat-out tells you is secretly the hidden villain of this whole arc. He figures she's just here scouting for useful pawns to help her seize control of Ophely's Hall. But this time he's determined to stay out of it completely. No deals, no favors, nothing. She actually says she wasn't even planning to ask him for anything as long as he stays out of her way. Her whole plan runs exactly as scripted. He's stuck thinking if only some guy named Tote hadn't passed out, none of this would even be his problem right now. Somebody nearby is losing it too. Wait, why did he even faint in the first place? Apparently Tote started a fight with Taylor and got wrecked, and someone's genuinely shocked this so-called flunker managed to take down a guy named Glaskin. But whatever that flunker said next was about to make things a whole lot worse for him. He straight up calls Ed Rothtaylor, our archer's actual full name by the way, an insect. Bold choice. That comment does not land well, and somebody throws a punch immediately. The beatdown that follows is fast and thorough. Let's just say the guy who ran his mouth is regretting every word of it now. Word gets around fast. A witness named Alvy says it's the first time she's ever seen Jix that furious. Meanwhile, Lortel's unbothered, sighing about how she just can't trust emotional people before getting back to business. Her actual pitch: grab a key from someone named Alice, sneak into Ophely's Hall, and once the underdog students flood in, just open the door for them. He points out plenty of people could pull off a job that simple. Money's clearly not the only reason she picked him. He puts it together fast. She came to him specifically because of his rock-bottom reputation. Great, thanks for that. She goes for the jugular, reminding him he got kicked out of that very hall and asking if he doesn't want a little payback. He shrugs it off. Revenge just isn't really his motivation here. She's clearly not done making her case though. Still, she says, letting the word hang there. "How about you at least hear out my terms?" she asks. All he'd need to do, apparently, is play his little part, keeping it moderate, nothing extreme. And then she names the price, 20 gold coins flat. Before this story spirals any further out of control, he shakes on it. Deal. 1 day left on the clock now, and the rain just will not let up. Turns out this whole occupation kicks off before the bigger fight over some legendary sealed grimoire even starts. Lortel's whole scheme is designed to send the Academy's finances into complete chaos. According to how the story's supposed to go, she pulls it off completely and builds a whole profitable faction called the Merchantry out of the wreckage. That new faction ends up standing toe-to-toe with an entirely different power block inside the Academy. On one side, Princess Phonia's idealistic student association. On the other, Lortel's coldly practical merchantry. Whichever side Taylor eventually backs is basically guaranteed to win, and Ed's plan is simple. Watch from the sidelines, then jump onto whoever's winning. Hey, a guy's gotta survive somehow. Then he catches the time and bolts, realizing he's late getting back to the dorms. Back he goes through the rain toward whatever's waiting for him next. Elsewhere, Taylor and Janica are having their own fireside chat about who gets to come and go freely and who's stuck holding down the fort even in the rain. Turns out Ed's actually planning to move out of Awfully's hall now that break's wrapping up, and someone can't help but gush about how amazing he is for managing on his own. Downsizing is rough. His old place at Dex Hall turned out way smaller than he expected. Janica offers to help however she can. Pillows, cushions, clocks, lanterns, Janica's basically ready to furnish his entire cabin on the spot. Honestly, tossing perfectly good stuff feels like such a waste, and moving it all is a ton of work besides. The furniture itself belongs to the hall, so that's staying put, but he'd happily take her up on the rest. She promises to bring everything once the semester officially kicks off, then casually pivots the conversation right back to Lucy. Sometimes is all Taylor offers back, giving nothing else away. Because here's the thing about Lucy, her insanely strong powers came with a real cost, and for years she's just been using laziness as her excuse to run from it. She's been dodging some kind of promised fate for a very long time now. No matter how many screws she's got loose on a normal day, the rain always seems to get her thinking about her life. That's just how she gets when it rains, Taylor explains, admitting he mostly just tunes her out at this point. So you're just completely indifferent to Lucy then, huh? Janica presses, and you can practically hear the accusation in it. By the way, Janica, he says next, changing the subject entirely. He remembers Lucy is still living inside Awfully's hall, and once that occupation kicks off, the building's protection runes will lock every single student inside their rooms. Picture it, glowing runes sealing off every hallway, trapping everyone inside for their own supposed safety. Janica herself could easily break out on her own, but Lucy's a different story, and Taylor's already got an idea forming. So he asks her straight up, could she meet him tomorrow around 9 at night at the Rose Garden right outside Awfully's hall. He pauses, realizing exactly how that request just sounded out loud. The Rose Garden, Janica lights up completely, and he promises he'll explain everything tomorrow. Her brain has already jumped several steps ahead of where his actually was. Meanwhile, he's just standing there, unable to find the words to correct her right now. His actual plan is way less romantic, just get Lucy somewhere safe and dry before anything goes wrong. Oh okay, she manages, still completely misreading the entire situation. And then she bolts, way too flustered to stick around a second longer. For one brief moment, Ed even gets a proper sunny sky again, after way too long stuck under storm clouds. After this, he figures, even these woods will finally start smelling like actual fall. He just sits there quietly for a while, taking it all in before everything changes. The long vacation's officially winding down too. And there it is, the countdown hits 0, 9 p.m., the night it all goes down. Somewhere someone mutters that their execution still needs work. The old clock tower looms over the academy grounds, rain hammering down like it knows something's coming. Somewhere else entirely, someone's doing upside-down push-ups, trying really hard not to react too emotionally to something. Turns out it's Jix, yes, he's faculty now, not just a student, venting that he genuinely didn't expect Elka to get that mad at him. Either way, that workout is clearly doing double duty as stress relief. Meanwhile, someone else is sweating bullets, clearly nervous about whatever's about to happen tonight. The tension in the air is doing a lot of the talking right about now. Footsteps echo through the rain as a hooded figure moves closer, step by careful step. Whoever it is isn't slowing down. Shadows swallow the hallway whole. Just a flash of eyes under that hood, cold, focused, and clearly not here for small talk. A maid asks the obvious question, what about everyone else on staff? Turns out most of the staff have conveniently been herded into a meeting room by the chief maid herself, for a very important agenda. Once everyone's inside, they're going to seal the entrance behind them. The person in charge has already been bought off, and every piece of this plan is falling into place fast. The preparations are officially finished, all that's left now is to wait. A hooded figure stands perfectly still in the dark, everything set and ready. The calm right before it all breaks loose. Awfully's hall sits there in the storm, completely unaware of what's about to hit it. And with one raised fist, the occupation of Awfully's hall officially begins. A whole crowd of hooded figures rises up together, ready to storm the place. Here it goes, someone mutters, and there's no turning back now. Torches flare up across the courtyard as the mob gathers in full force. And then the screaming starts. Turns out this isn't just chaos for chaos's sake, the crowd's demanding actual grading equality, shouting for anyone to finally answer their pleas. One protester in particular is leading the charge, fired up and loud. Meet Willain, self-appointed representative of what the Academy's elite love to call the inferior students. Behind him, a whole wave of students comes rushing in, geared up and ready for a fight. The doors are about to give way completely. And then finally they burst wide open. Light floods the entrance for the first time all night. The students still inside have absolutely no idea what's happening, and honestly neither would you. The doors are open, someone shouts, and the whole crowd surges forward as one. In the chaos, Willain gets grabbed and stammers out a thank you, realizing exactly who's actually behind all this. Wait, Ed Rothtaylor. Yep, turns out Ed's the one who orchestrated this entire riot. Willain can barely get a word out. Ed clears his throat loudly and grabs him by the collar, playing this whole thing up for the crowd watching. I have always agreed with everything you've been shouting, he announces, loud enough for everyone to hear. He puts on a whole speech about only realizing his old privileges once he got kicked out, a real crowd pleaser. Willain manages to sputter back, completely caught up in the moment. Out loud, Willain's calling him a misjudged hero. Under his breath though, Ed's quietly telling him the truth, he's the one who caused this whole mess and he needs to get upstairs fast. Poor Willain has no idea he's about to take the fall for the whole thing. Ed almost feels bad, almost. Meanwhile, nobody bothers stopping a maid slipping away in the confusion. Makes sense, whoever she's reporting to is already locked inside that meeting room with everyone else. And here's the real gut punch. Alice, the chief maid who controls the entire protection rune system, has been in Lortel's pocket this whole time. The protection runes flare to life, while confused students inside just hope everything settles down if they wait it out. Spoiler, it will not settle down. Because the very runes meant to protect them are about to trap every single student right where they stand. Every piece of this nightmare is falling into place exactly as scripted. And the hidden villain behind all of it finally steps forward, impressed her hired hand made such a flashy opening move. Turns out leaving this whole job to Ed was exactly the right call, Lortel admits. And now, with the chaos in full swing, Lortel herself is finally ready to step onto the stage she built. Rain hammers down on the academy grounds, and somewhere on a rooftop, a soaked figure grumbles that even his socks are drenched now. He stares down at his ruined boots in a puddle-soaked stairwell, muttering that this is exactly why he hates rainy days. A sharp-eyed figure glances over, catching him watching quietly from the shadows. Softly he says her name into the storm, Lortel. Below, Lortel strides down a dim hallway in a striking red dress, footprints trailing behind her. She murmurs that the academy staff will crack down fast once they arrive, so whatever's planned needs to wrap up before then. Two shapes leap across the rain-slicked rooftops, closing the distance through the storm. One calls out Ed, the other answers simply, "Yeah, do your best," before stepping off into the rain. Ed turns to face his silver-haired companion, lit red by the storm, and asks him something heavy. Has he ever felt like this before? The other just goes quiet, hesitating before he answers. No, I haven't, he finally admits, staring out at the rain. He falls silent again, jaw tight, thinking it over. Then a dry laugh slips out. Me either, ha, but you see. I've done similar things, he admits, and for a flash we see a young, red-haired girl throwing punches in a memory that isn't his own. Because I needed to survive, he says. To survive, I crushed other people's lives. A flashback flickers a man grabbing a terrified kid, a red-haired woman burning papers. And to avoid being betrayed, I stabbed others in the back first. I lived my life forgiving myself for my sins, telling myself I never had a choice. But honestly, I was just making excuses. That, he says, is exactly how Lortel earned her nickname the Golden Daughter. Rain streaks the window as he murmurs that she knows better than anyone that she doesn't deserve any sympathy. So instead, Lortel goes looking for that sympathy from everyone else. From a distance she calls out to Ed, could he ever sympathize with someone like her? He watches her unsettled, like she's not fully in control of herself. Loneliness finds its way to people no matter how good or evil they are, he says, as the storm rattles the windows. To escape that loneliness, he goes on, people end up seeking out others just as broken as themselves, rolling around in the same dirt. Only once they find someone willing to sink into the muck with them do they find a sliver of redemption. Lortel just says no. Ed's face hardens. You gotta take responsibility for your decisions, Lortel. The two of them stand far apart across the grand, empty hall, silhouettes framed by the storm outside. Lortel catches herself. Oh, I said something useless there, quite unlike me. I should go do what I actually came here for. She turns on her heel with a knowing smirk, ready to move. After all, she says, there isn't much time left. Figures dash through the dark, closing in fast on their targets. Somewhere else, Ed's silver-haired companion sags down, letting out an exhausted breath. Footsteps echo closer down the corridor. Ed's eyes narrow as he thinks it through. Right about now, Lortel should be talking to Alice about how their plan moves forward. The scheme is simple and brutal. Force Opheles Hall's defense magic to go berserk, then hand control of the runes to Willain, leader of the underdog students, letting the chaos spiral even further. Somewhere in the building, a figure convulses as red lightning tears through him, consumed by the runaway magic. He's about to transform into the boss of the fourth stage. The whole point here is beating Willain before he completely loses himself to the berserking defense runes. Ed stretches, unbothered. Now I just gotta plant myself here and wait for Taylor to come storming in. Just gotta put up an average fight, stall for time, and lose. Taylor moves up to the second floor after that and handles the rest. I might take a hit or two fighting the others, but he shrugs, dust settling around his footprints. The storm howls against the tower outside, rain lashing the old stone. He mutters into the downpour, it's a necessary sacrifice. Elsewhere under the rain, the rose garden waits, and so does someone else. A golden carriage rolls up through the rain, a hooded figure riding inside. A girl watching from the pavilion wonders why a carriage would show up this late, guessing it must be someone important. She's soaked and shivering, huddled under the pavilion roof, waiting. Is it even okay for me to be here right now? She whispers. Ed wouldn't know about this yet, right? She rereads the note he left her. He had some work to take care of, he'd come as soon as he could, please just wait a little longer, sorry about this. Her face goes bright red. Did he prepare something special? The fancy golden carriage means nothing to her at all. Alone under the glowing flowers of the pavilion, she decides she's not leaving, no matter how long it takes. For 3 straight nights she's been unable to sleep, turning over and over what Ed wanted to talk to her about because despite the guilt gnawing at her, she'd learned it wasn't just one girl who'd been visiting Ed's camp. Princess Phonia, Belle Maya, Jix, even Lortel, all of them had been spotted coming and going, nearly all of them girls, and that coincidence stung. Watching his bonded creatures curl together only made the ache worse. That's exactly why. She was going to wait for him, no matter how long it took. But then a thought creeps in, was even showing up here overstepping some kind of line? She fusses with the flower pin in her hair. Was this a bad choice? Cosmos would have looked prettier. She goes quiet, second-guessing herself all over again. If I hurry back before anyone notices, it'll probably be fine, she tells herself, ducking through the rose bushes. A hooded figure sprints through the rain toward the academy hall. The old tower looms ahead through the downpour. Are you sure barging in there is really the right call? One of them asks nervously. Do you have any idea how much the herbs in my room are worth? Maybe it'd be smarter to wait for the academy staff to handle this. Alvira snarls, fangs bared. The herbs lose their properties if I don't hit them with preservation magic in time. Do you get how much that one detail matters? Do you even grasp how big a deal that is, Taylor? Ayla, stop her, she's about to charge and they're completely alone. Can't we just look the other way? Alvira's the top student in the whole alchemy faculty, she can handle herself. She's not the one in danger, those poor students up there are. Alvira brandishes a fistful of potion vials. If she snaps, she'll start flinging whatever chemicals she can grab at anyone nearby. Alvira, stop, I said stop. Enough talking, I need to get to the 4th floor, that's where my room is. Alvira plants a kick square into the door. I'm forcing my way through, got it. Wood splinters and the door caves in. Her eyes go wide with shock. You. The hall beyond is wrecked, debris scattered everywhere. A cloaked shape sits motionless among the wreckage, back to the stairs. Ed Rothtaylor, she breathes, recognizing him instantly. She steps carefully through the rubble, past students knocked out cold on the floor. Taylor and Ayla catch up behind her, both freezing at the sight. Why are you here? Taylor demands while Alvira's face streams with sweat, too stunned to answer. Footprints everywhere. Students have clearly already swarmed through here. The display cabinets are smashed to pieces, wreckage strewn across the floor. And right in the middle of it all, Ed's planted himself with his back deliberately to the stairs. This is interesting, Alvira says, a slow grin spreading. I really didn't expect this. She starts, then narrows her eyes, going to try and stop us. Ed perches casually on a broken cabinet, blocking the only way up. I'm sorry, but he starts. His eyes go cold and serious. You can't go in there. Alvira grins wider, fangs flashing. Ha ha ha, this is fun. And if I decide I want to anyway, you really think you can stop me? Ed sizes her up, unimpressed, just a little second-year student. Alvira ticks off her team, a swordsman who can hold his own in a scuffle. And herself the best alchemist in her entire year. Ed calmly notes the math doesn't favor him at all, while Taylor demands to know why he's even doing this. Tell me right now, Alvira snaps. What's going on up there? Ed says nothing. His face stays hidden in shadow, unreadable. I guess, he finally says, and doesn't finish the sentence. Then I've got no choice but to make you talk. The trio charges in together. The fight erupts in a burst of light and steel. Steel clashes as Taylor's blade is blocked cold. A streak of blue energy cuts through the dark as someone dashes in. Alvira watches warily, sizing up the fight. That magic, it looks like just a basic spell, she notes, watching Ed's hands glow green. Ed stands ready, already calculating as the mage. He figures he'll be the one they expect to go after Taylor, the close-range specialist. Someone's eyes widen in alarm, catching on to his plan. Energy gathers fast around his outstretched hand. He raises his arm, power building around him. Wind blade, he calls out, and a wave of green force tears forward. The blast rips through the wreckage, sparks flying. Green energy shreds through the air in jagged arcs. Taylor dashes clear just in time, weapon raised. Someone hits the ground hard, eyes wide with shock. Streaks of red and purple energy slash back through the dark. Alvira's alchemy detonates in a burst of pink light. A fist wreathed in purple energy slams forward. Elsewhere in the building, students jolt at the noise, red runes crackling ominously nearby. What was that noise? A red-haired figure panics amid the glowing runes. What's happening out there? Taylor shouts. Ayla, are you okay? I'm fine, Taylor, I just fell from the shock. Alvira, are you okay? Don't worry about me. Alvira grits her teeth, green energy crackling around her fist. Ayla's eyes go wide with alarm. A swirl of green magic churns through the dark. Wind slices through the air in another burst. Someone's eyes flash sharp with focus mid-fight. In the chaos, a voice cries out, my bag. Alvira scrambles across the floor, chasing after her scattered potion bag. So there really is something going on up there after all, she mutters, putting the pieces together. Debris rains down as she glances up toward the floor above. The clash echoes on somewhere above them. Her eyes well up despite herself, sweat and grit mixing on her face. Her potion bottles lie scattered across the floor, exposed. She plants herself, breathing hard, and makes a decision. One bottle glows faintly purple in her grip. Ignition, she says, and smoke curls up from the mixture. She unleashes it with a sharp cry, fire roaring to life around her. The blast detonates, fire swallowing the wreckage whole. Alvira is thrown back through the flames, tumbling across the floor. The whole battlefield was set up perfectly, like it was flowing like water, she realizes, staring through the fire. This is not good. Ed's judgment, watching her hand reach through the flames, is quick and precise. Jix, he mutters to himself, you really can't leave out details like that. Firelight flickers across his face as his eyes stay locked on Alvira through the blaze. His arms tense, wreathed in flame, because this clearly isn't just raw magic talent at work here. Welcome back, because Chapter 16 wastes zero time. We're dropped straight into Ophely's hall, and the tension is already thick enough to cut. Standing in the middle of it all is a masked fighter wrapped in green magic, and you already know this guy's trouble. Ayla and Taylor square up beside each other, and you can feel it, nobody in this room is walking away without a scratch. The masked man doesn't even flinch, he's sizing them up like he already knows how this ends. Taylor's the first to move, blade drawn, and the opening clash sends sparks flying across the hall. Up above, a massive chandelier creaks, and if you've watched enough of these fights, you know exactly where this is going. Because yep, it's about to become part of the fight, whether anyone wants it to or not. Someone screams the name E.D. Roth Taylor, and just like that, we've got our masked fighter's name on the board. Roth Taylor doesn't so much as blink at his own name being yelled like a battle cry. The chandelier finally gives, and Roth Taylor uses the chaos, turning the falling wreckage into a weapon. Ayla dives clear, barely, glass and metal raining down right where she stood a second ago. Taylor's already moving to cover her, sword up, eyes locked on Roth Taylor like a hawk. This guy's not just strong, he's using the entire room against them, and that's the scary part. Roth Taylor presses the advantage, green magic crackling off him like static before a storm. Every move he makes looks calculated, like he's 3 steps ahead of a fight everyone else is still catching up to. And that's exactly what should be setting off alarm bells for our heroes right about now. Taylor closes the distance fast, testing Roth Taylor's guard with a flurry of strikes. Roth Taylor parries every single one clean, precise, almost bored about it. Ayla scrambles to reposition, trying to line up an opening for a spell. But here's the problem, she doesn't have her magic tool on her, and that's about to matter a lot. Roth Taylor clocks that weakness almost instantly and starts steering the fight to exploit it. Taylor grits his teeth, taking a hit meant to buy Ayla time to think. The hall's getting wrecked around them, furniture flipped, stone cracked, the works. And through it all, Roth Taylor's expression barely changes, unsettling, right? It's less a fight and more like he's testing them, like he's looking for something specific. Someone shouts Taylor, a warning, because he's about to walk right into a bad spot. He barely twists out of the way in time, Roth Taylor's strike grazing past him. That was close, way too close for comfort. Ayla's voice cracks with panic, she can see exactly how outmatched they might actually be here. Taylor plants his feet anyway, refusing to back down even with the odds looking ugly. Roth Taylor tilts his head, almost curious, like he's genuinely surprised Taylor's still standing. There's a beat of silence in the chaos, the kind that tells you something bigger's coming. And sure enough, the fight's about to kick up a whole new gear. Roth Taylor slings a spell straight at Ayla's bag, and he knows exactly what he's aiming for. A wall of fire rips up between her and her gear in an instant. That's her tools, her options, her whole plan gone, up in flames, literally. Ayla's face drops. Without her bag, she's fighting this uphill battle with basically nothing. Taylor curses under his breath, this guy's not just fighting them, he's dismantling them piece by piece. The firewall keeps spreading, eating through the hall faster than anyone expected. Ayla backs away from the flames, mind racing for a plan B she really doesn't have yet. Roth Taylor watches the fire do his work for him, and it's honestly kind of chilling. This fight just went from tough to genuinely dangerous, and everyone in that hall knows it. Taylor throws himself back into the fray, trying to pull Roth Taylor's focus off Ayla. It works, sort of. Roth Taylor turns on him, and the blows start coming faster. Sparks and green magic light up the hall in flashes as the two trade hits. Ayla, meanwhile, is stuck scrambling through the wreckage looking for literally anything usable. Every second she doesn't have a spell ready is a second Taylor's taking hits meant to buy her time. The oil lamps lining the hall start looking less like decoration and more like a very bad idea waiting to happen. Taylor clocks it too, if this fight tips the wrong way, that oil could turn the whole hall into an inferno. But right now, that risk might be the only card he's got left to play. And knowing Taylor, you already know he's about to gamble on it. Taylor eyes the oil-soaked floorboards, weighing just how reckless this plan actually is. Roth Taylor keeps pressing, giving him zero room to actually think it through. Ayla shouts something, a warning, a plea hard to tell over the noise of battle. Taylor's not listening anymore, he's locked in, and that's exactly what worries her. One wrong spark near that oil, and this becomes a very different kind of fight. Roth Taylor swings again, and this time Taylor doesn't dodge, he leans right into it. Because sometimes the only way through is straight into the fire, literally in this case. And that's the move that's about to change everything. Ed Roth Taylor, the name gets screamed again, this time like a rallying cry instead of a warning. Someone yells, "Now's your chance, Taylor," and he doesn't need telling twice. Taylor lunges, putting everything he's got behind one single strike. Roth Taylor barely gets his guard up in time, actually staggering back for once. First real crack in his composure this whole fight, and everyone notices it. Ayla seizes the opening, finally getting the breathing room to try something. It's not much, but for the first time since this fight started, they've got momentum. Roth Taylor resets fast though, shaking off the hit like it barely registered. Still, that moment mattered. Now they know he can actually be hurt. Taylor doesn't let up, chaining strikes together, pushing Roth Taylor right toward the oil-slicked floor. And then he does it, he lights it, on purpose, in a room they are all still standing in. Flames rip across the floor in an instant, way faster than anyone was ready for. Ayla's yelling something that's definitely not encouragement right about now. This is either the smartest or the dumbest thing Taylor's done all fight, and honestly it might be both. Roth Taylor's forced to actually scramble for the first time, the fire eating up his options too. The whole hall's basically a powder keg now, and everyone's just hoping it holds together long enough. Taylor presses through the flames like it's nothing, dead set on finishing this. Because at this point, backing off isn't really on the table anymore. Ayla tries to charge up a spell, and immediately it's clear something's wrong. Without her tool, even basic magic is fighting her every step of the way. Her hands are shaking, the spell fizzling before it even really starts. Ayla can't even use basic magic spells right now, and that thought alone is terrifying given the stakes. She grits her teeth and tries again anyway, because what other choice does she have? The fire's spreading, Taylor's exhausted, and she's the only one who can turn this around. No pressure, just everyone's survival hanging on one shaky spell. She closes her eyes and pushes everything she's got into it. Something starts building around her hands, unstable, crackling, definitely not what she trained for. Taylor spots it and immediately looks nervous because that magic looks like it could go either way. Roth Taylor, for the first time, actually looks wary of what she's about to unleash. The energy keeps climbing, way past anything Ayla's ever safely handled before. This is the kind of spell that either wins the fight outright or takes everyone down with it. Taylor shouts for her to be careful, not that it's really an option to stop now. The air itself seems to bend around the building charge, glass rattling in the window frames. Everyone in the hall can feel it, whatever's coming, it's big. And there's no taking it back now. Ayla, someone screams it in pure panic as the spell hits its peak. And then it goes off, a massive blue lightning orb tearing across the hall. The blast slams into Roth Taylor before he can fully brace for it. It's easily the biggest hit he's taken this entire fight, no contest. Ayla staggers the second it's out of her hands, all that strain finally catching up. That was close, she manages, voice barely holding together. She's completely spent, standing purely on willpower at this point. Taylor rushes to her side, making sure she's actually still on her feet. That spell bought them everything now, they just have to actually close this out. Someone pulls out a magic engineering tool called the claw hand, built to yank in small objects from a distance. Ayla's eyes go wide at something she spotted, a detail that clearly doesn't add up. Wait, he covered the arrowhead in cloth? That's not exactly standard villain behavior. Was his plan to actually hurt her, or was something else going on here? Wait, Taylor, be careful. Ayla's scream cuts through the noise as he charges back in. He's got another trick up his sleeve, someone warns, but it's already too late to pull back. A strange noise rings out, and for a second everyone freezes, wondering if this is finally it. We're all going to die if we don't do something right now. Yeah, subtleties officially out the window. Taylor throws himself forward one last time, fire wreathed around his blade. The strike connects clean, and Roth Taylor doesn't get up from this one easily. A banner flashes across the moment, the gloomy Clebius Nortondale has escaped. Which, honestly, raises about 100 new questions nobody has time for right now. Phew, finally, someone breathes out, the adrenaline finally starting to drain. One more burst of fire rips through the wreckage as the last of the fight burns itself out. Debris and ash rain down through the shattered hall in total silence. What? Someone gasps, and honestly, same energy. What the hell is his deal? Because nothing about how this fight ended feels right. Because when the mask finally comes off, it's not the face anyone expected. White hair, blue eyes, and a face covered in wounds that look way older than this fight. This guy was already beaten half to death before he ever stepped into that hall. The story rewinds showing him getting jumped by a suspicious group of people. No warning, no mercy. Whoever they were, they left him in rough shape long before Taylor and Ayla ever crossed paths with him. Which reframes literally everything about the fight we just watched. Because a guy who was already broken doesn't fight like someone trying to actually win. He fights like someone trying to survive one more encounter he never wanted. And that changes the whole read on why he seemed to be holding back. The flashback keeps rolling a small detail tucked into his pocket, a permission flower pin. The kind of thing you don't carry into a fight unless it means something. Cut to a girl waiting alone at a pavilion, clearly expecting him to show up. He never made it, not because he didn't want to, because he couldn't. Wait, Taylor, someone calls out, snapping us back to the present moment. The flashback fades, but that image of the girl waiting isn't going anywhere anytime soon. There's clearly a whole story here that this fight barely scratched the surface of. And you can bet that flower pin is going to matter again before this arc is done. Back in the present, the group finally gets a second to actually process what just happened. Something's off, someone mutters, staring down at the beaten, unmasked stranger. Why did you let us win? The question nobody expected to be asking after a fight like that. Because now that they think about it, he never actually fought like he wanted them dead. Every move, every opening he gave up, it reads completely differently in hindsight. Taylor stares down at his own bloodied hands, the reality of the fight finally sinking in. Ayla's just as shaken, replaying the fight and second-guessing everything she thought she understood. Whatever this guy actually is, he's clearly not the straightforward villain he was dressed up as. And that's usually exactly when things are about to get a whole lot more complicated. The group's still catching their breath when the scene shifts somewhere else entirely. A close-up on a pair of striking red eyes, watching though we don't yet know from where. Whoever this is, they're clearly paying very close attention to everything that just went down. No name, no context, just that stare, and it's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Chapter 16 closes out on that note, and yeah, it's the kind of ending that lingers. Because now we've got a wounded almost villain, a mystery girl, and a fight that raised way more questions than it answered. He leaves a note apologizing for running late, promising he'll catch up soon. Something about it just feels off. Flashback, a worried girl watches from the stairs while Ed just smiles like nothing's wrong, even soaked in the rain. No matter how big or small the mess, you just figured Ed Rothtaylor would handle it, no questions asked. That easy confidence got shattered the moment his shirt ended up soaked in his own blood. Only after that complacent trust got put to the real test did someone finally start second-guessing it. That's the moment she really started asking herself if leaning on him like that was such a good idea. Janica sits off to the side, quietly turning it all over in her head. Ed never once asked for backup, the same guy who actually wrote her a letter just to keep her away from Ophely's Hall, then fought that fight solo until he bled for it. She figures it's because she'd already caught enough heat over the whole Glaskin incident, so he kept her out of the line of fire again. Still, she'll admit it. She honestly has no clue what actually went down out there. He was just being considerate so she wouldn't get dragged into it, she says. Meanwhile, she was over here worrying about how she looked. Then a monstrous clawed hand seizes someone by the collar. Someone's eyes have gone full-on demon red, and a voice cuts through the chaos demanding to know what the heck is going on. Energy crackles across a shoulder as the fight ramps up another notch. A terrified student clings to a girl at the edge of Ophely's Hall. This isn't some accident, he insists. The way Ed kept them from making it all the way in, someone else has to be pulling the strings here. Elsewhere, a girl launches into an attack, screaming at Taylor to snap out of it. A weirdly calm voice cuts through the chaos. Honestly, she's not even that curious about what they're up to. Chaotic pink red energy erupts as she shrugs it all off with a cold "not my problem." An explosive blast sends two fighters flying through the wreckage. A panicked kid screams Janika's name into the smoke. A clawed arm slices through the air amid crackling energy. Someone forces out a shaky "it's okay" before trailing off into stunned silence. Two girls cling to each other, faces twisted in pain and shock. Feathers and debris scatter through the pink chaos. The impact shatters wood and glass, feathers raining down over everything. A glowing figure stands wreathed in gold fire and crackling purple light. A roaring fire elemental beast, all fangs and flame, squares up against an icy blue force. Someone just says one name, Ed, like that explains everything. A red-eyed girl smirks and tells everyone to wait just 1 minute. They scramble to count the threat: intermediate spirits of all four elements plus a fluid spirit and a swarm of weaker ones. It's basically an entire battalion. Two students plummet through the rubble, one begging to retreat. They gotta get out of here, Taylor. Let's just admit they can't get through her. A golden explosion rocks the hall as someone admits they were already struggling just against this fallen aristocrat. Purple-pink energy coils around a raised hand, now they are up against something else entirely. Phoenix wings and golden armor flare to life, a hand crackling with pink power braced for the next clash. Word spreads fast they are up against the top student in the entire second-year magic faculty. Fire and ice collide as someone screams for Taylor to pull himself together and face reality. They spot a shattered window and figure that's their way out. You're not wrong, someone admits quietly. Ed's actions already tipped Taylor off that this takeover of Ophely's hall was anything but normal. Flashback to Ed's warning students might get hurt because of this, plus a dry crack about not wanting a girl named Elvira to lose her precious herbs over it. Taylor, wreathed in flame, grips a glowing blade and charges in. Taylor refuses to back down from the trial in front of him, even as someone screams his name in warning. A fiery armored figure roars amid the flames. Even in silhouette, it's obvious Taylor's cut out to live the life of a hero. Taylor, bloodied and scarred, snarls at someone to leave when he's telling them to. A blinding explosion rips through the air. Amid the flames, someone just says listen, waiting for him to actually hear them out. Careful, someone warns, studying Taylor's face, which twists into a startled flinch. They count the enemy again, and one of Janika's as a hulking fire monster looms overhead, birds scattering, a lone figure staring up at it. Two of them huddle close as someone tells the other to just go up to the second floor like they'd planned. I'll take care of, someone starts before getting cut off. Wait, you're the one who stopped us earlier and now you want us to go to the second floor. I changed my mind quickly, get up there, one shouts while the other just laughs nervously, not totally sure they can actually stop these spirits. Comic beat, someone flicks a red-haired girl right on the forehead and she yelps in pain. Just take care of your chemicals, comes the deadpan reply as pink energy ripples past. From behind, someone mutters an actual apology for tearing her bag mid-chaos because priorities. She's not having it, what's with everyone ordering her around all of a sudden. Whatever, for now we'll do what you say, she grumbles, launching into the fight anyway. Let's go, Taylor. Three of them charge forward together into the swirling purple mist. A red-eyed girl reaches out, pink and purple energy swirling around her fingers. Ed, someone gasps. There he is, standing in the wreckage, clearly hurt. Don't push yourself too hard, comes the warning. Move aside, I'll handle the rest. Janika steps in, he can explain everything later. First they need to wrap this whole mess up and get him actually treated. Apparently, some gesture he just made reads as a straight-up sign of disrespect around here. Someone's eye flashes red again, tension crackling in the air. Seriously, I'm fine, Ed insists, blood streaked across his face. He and Janika end up practically nose to nose. Why don't you, he starts. Tone it down now, she finishes, eyes wide and a little teary. A tense beat lingers, something crackling nearby. Ed, your hands, you've got your hands on my shoulders, she squeaks, caught in a swirl of wind and glass, a bird flapping past. Janika, please just send the spirits away, he asks. The wind's too strong, I can barely stand, she admits. Oh, you're right, he realizes a little late. Wind roars around her as she panics. I'm sorry, what do I even do? I'm such an idiot. The wind twists violently, and somewhere nearby, glass shatters into the dark. Shards rain down as Taylor flinches back, clearly rattled by all of it. Someone clutches a sobbing red-haired girl close, stunned she really managed to stop her. A girl reaches toward bloodied Ed, practically lighting up at the sight of him. From the shadows, a voice orders someone to get up there and quick. Ed crumples amid the flames as someone below cries out his name. Not much time left, someone mutters, right before a full-on scream of his name. Rain hammers down over a dark tower in the night. Cut to a quieter moment. Why do you keep getting hurt? I told you to come to me if anything like this happens again. The situation just didn't give me the chance, Ed admits. Next time I'll actually tell you everything. Those guys went way too far, she grumbles. They didn't need to rough him up like that. I don't even know what happened, but I'm gonna be furious at them next time we meet, she warns, then softer. Just stop getting hurt, okay? Promise me. Ed manages a small smile. Yeah, thanks for worrying about me, he says, even admitting his plan didn't exactly go as intended. By the way, Ed, she starts studying his battered back. She mentions spotting a huge carriage rushing past while she sat in the rose garden. Couldn't get a good look, but it was shaped, she finishes, like a golden crown. An ornate carriage crest looms, cloaked figures gathered beneath a lion emblem. Turns out that crest belongs to the leader of the Elite Merchant Association. And get this, he's Lortel's own adoptive father, the same man who killed her real dad. He's basically the final boss standing between everyone and Lortel, who's set to win it all the moment she beats him. Apparently this all traces back to the struggle from the last arc, Sage-Sealed Grimoire. Jeweled rings glint on his fingers. They don't call him the Golden King Elt for nothing. But here's the real kicker, he showed up at the Academy way earlier than anyone expected. That carriage rolls on through the rain, way outside anyone's expectations. A lit-up building stands soaked in the storm. The carriage presses on into the night. Rain streaks down a lonely lit window. Alice, you know I got dumped, right? Someone asks, pressing a hand to the glass. Over on Opheles Hall's 5th floor, one girl tells another she knows him too, that evil, mean-looking guy. Wait, you mean young Master Ed from the camp? Yes, him. Didn't peg him as your type. His looks aren't the problem, she clarifies, a little embarrassed. She just got the same vibe off him that she gets off her friend. Would you ever feel sorry for someone like that? She asks, watching a girl balance out on a window ledge. Can't believe I just spilled all that, she mutters after. That's just what you do, Lortel, someone grumbles. He dumped me without a shred of mercy. Guess people like us, comes the reply, green eyes narrowing. Just get used to hearing stuff like that our whole lives. Cut to Alice, stern, composed, clearly not the type to be pushed around. Turns out Alice clawed her way up from an apprentice maid at 15 to running the entire household. 20+ years of loyal service later, she's the one keeping Opheles Hall's whole staff in line. Which is exactly why Lortel poured a small fortune into trying to buy her loyalty, or at least bend her out of shape. Didn't work. Every gold coin thrown at her just burned a hole in the books, and yet Lortel kept chasing people who'd trade every value they had for a stack of gold coins. Her kind, the thought sneers, only by meeting people like that could she ever hope to break out of her own isolation. She walks across a mountain of coins while desperate hands claw up from beneath it. Raised in the slums where merchants risk their necks over a single coin, she learned fast: stab first or get stabbed. But turns out Motor Mouth Willane is set to seize the 4th floor's control room, and if he's handed command over the Berserk defense magic at just the right moment, they'll gut Opheles Hall from the inside, and it won't even see it coming. Whatever sob story got her here, one thing's undeniable now: she's playing the villain, plain and simple. And there it is, the smirk that confirms it, she's the hidden villain. Everything's going according to plan, she murmurs, time to head to the storage room, all while playing the perfectly innocent, clueless student who got spooked and ran into storage, she adds with a laugh, a blade glinting nearby. Lady Lortel, while we're on the subject, there's something you should know, comes a voice near the blade. She's never once loved anyone. Not exactly, Lortel replies, unreadable. For someone her age, or with any family left to speak of, your kind, the voice sneers, is rare indeed. In the shadows, someone raises a glowing blade against her, so that even in death, Lortel will be completely alone. Somewhere in the storm, a voice mutters that at this rate, it won't take long. Opheles Hall looms in the rain like it's daring someone to knock. Floor 2's boss gets a nickname card of his own, the gloomy Clebius. Sounds intimidating on paper. On screen though, Ace gets flattened in about 2 seconds flat, so much for gloomy and mysterious. Taylor's crew doesn't even bother finishing him off, they just scoop him up and drag him along for the ride. Next up, a maid bows to a portrait of Alice, apologizing that she couldn't finish the job she was given. That's not ominous at all. Her twin sister is nowhere to be found, so she's no match for Taylor's party alone. Strangely, nobody stops to ask why she's fighting solo. Floor 3's boss, the bedding washer Kelly, goes down just as easy. It's all going unexpectedly smooth. They finally reach Opheles Hall's 4th floor. And that, the narration warns, is where things were rigged to go wrong from the very start. Someone lets out a full-throated scream as the 4th floor kicks off with zero warning. Run, someone screams as red lightning rips through the hallway. Fire and bodies collide midair in a full-on magic brawl. This floor is not messing around. Somewhere in the dark, someone's choking out a desperate cry for help. A terrified guy is trapped dead center of a massive glowing magic circle, begging for someone to get him out. Here's the twist, the 4th floor boss isn't a monster at all. It's a hostage wired straight into the building's defense magic. Motor Mouth Willain lays it out. Alice and Lortel planted a crystal ball dead center of the control room to trigger the whole magic circle system, in plain sight. Those defense runes carved all over Opheles Hall were originally meant to protect students from outside invaders. Except right now, that protection is aimed squarely at the people trapped inside. Willain doesn't sugarcoat it. Handing this hostage-powered magic to anyone is like giving a child a loaded gun. Taylor and the others get slammed straight into the crossfire as the backlash goes off. Outside, the rain just keeps hammering the manor, completely indifferent to the chaos brewing inside. Lights flicker across every floor of Opheles Hall as the whole building starts to groan under the strain. A student outside panics, screaming that at this rate the whole building's about to collapse. Another student demands to know where the maids even went. Even the ones who'd been keeping their cool can tell things just went too far. Get out now, someone yells as windows start shattering across the front of the building. Students go flying, diving, and scrambling for any exit they can find. Everyone starts using their own powers just to get clear of Opheles Hall in one piece. Back inside, debris and sparks keep raining down the stairwell. The whole situation is slowly turning into an outright catastrophe. Someone shouts for Herb Girl Elvira, desperate to know if there's any night butterfly flower reagent left. Bad news, that reagent only distorts a caster's own magic, and this rune was already carved in ahead of time. Completely useless here. Good news, Elvira's already mixing something new on the spot, an angler weed reagent, for a much quicker rebound. The mix ignites in a burst of green light, and everyone braces for what comes next. Elvira lets the magic rip, green energy swirling down the corridor. It should block all basic magic in the corridor, she explains, but warns whoever carries it that the sheer amount will hit hard. One of the boys steps up without hesitation. "Leave it to me," he says, probably regretting it already. He immediately regrets it, screaming bloody murder as the magic surge hits him full force. Ace gets roped in too, howling, "But why me through the crackling lightning?" Fair question, honestly. The corridor lights up in fire and lightning as the two of them try to hold the line. A tiny silhouette gets thrown clean across the blast radius. Fire keeps rolling down the hall in waves. Ace grits his teeth and pushes straight through the backlash. A pained eye finally relaxes. Finally, someone breathes like the worst might actually be over. Fire keeps churning through the corridor, refusing to quit just yet. The blaze finally starts collapsing into darkness, the worst of the surge burning itself out. Meanwhile, out in the storm, something else is moving toward Opheles Hall entirely unnoticed. A horse-drawn carriage rolls up outside the manor, quiet as anything, while chaos rages inside. Elsewhere, a bloodied Ed brushes off his injuries, insisting most of the blood on him isn't even his. His friend isn't buying it, staring at him and just asking how and why he keeps pushing himself this far. Somewhere close by, another bloodied face watches quietly, saying nothing but a low, knowing breath. That carriage has been sitting outside for a while now. Why is its owner only just stepping out? You might expect a grand, showy arrival from someone with this much status. Instead, it's plain, almost suspiciously plain. But considering who's actually riding inside, plain might be the wrong word entirely. This is Golden King Elt. Normally, he'd roll in with a fleet of a dozen carriages, showing up quiet and alone like this screams secret agenda. Elt is Lortel's adoptive father, and in the version of this story where he loses the fake boss she eventually backstabs on her way out, he's burning a letter he really shouldn't be reading at the academy right now. Why is he even here, someone wonders, watching him step out into the rain. A maid watches from under an umbrella, clocking that the carriage has been parked there far longer than it should have been. Is he just waiting for Opheles Hall to finish wrecking itself before he moves in? That person, someone gasps, recognizing a face. Meet dish duty Shenny, the maid normally stationed on the third floor. Shenny walks the rainy grounds flanked by hooded strangers, sword in hand. Shenny is one of the orphans chief maid Alice raised. Alice herself was originally bought off by Lortel, and Shenny was meant to be the third floor boss, not Kelly. So the fact she's now standing next to Elt, Lortel's enemy, is more than a little suspicious. But wait, a thought creeps in. What if this whole thing is backwards? What if it's Alice who's secretly on Elt's side, not the other way around? There's only one possible future, where all these pieces actually line up. A girl crumples into the dark and the thought lands hard. This is Lortel's downfall, playing out exactly as expected. Lortel is supposed to be the one who ends up in a political fight with Princess Phonia in Act 3. And later, the main character's biggest ally against the Roth-Taylor family in Act 4. Ed knows exactly how this story is supposed to go because he's read it before. Elsewhere, someone grumbles that it was already exhausting taking sore loser Tote's place as the middle boss. Now they've got to play Lortel's part 2, not a chance, they mutter before calling out to Janica. A soaked pair in the rain both look up, caught off guard. HM. Okay, Ed says to himself, something clicking into place behind his bloodied expression. A girl with twin braids asks flatly, what exactly do I need to do? A quiet gesture passes between them, plans already forming. A burning letter flashes back. Greetings, it opens, addressed to Elt Ketchlin, Golden King and Honorable President. President, that is, of the Elt Merchantry itself. The letter warns that behind Lady Lortel's obedient act as his adoptive daughter, she's actually plotting to betray him and seize the merchantry for herself. Worse, she's already courting the company's business magnates and directors, quietly working to get him ousted. The letter claims it's also bait, meant to distract him so he can't react in time to a manufactured crisis back at headquarters. Certain factors led the writer to this truth. Elt reads on, stone-faced, learning the writer now holds a confidential document that can prove the whole plot. But of course, in this world nothing comes free. The letter's writer admits Lady Lortel already offered her a huge stack of gold for her silence, and unless Elt tops it, she'll side with Lortel instead. She's losing her sight, she confesses, and nearly lost her hearing entirely after an accident. This will be her last year as chief maid. She's the only person alive who knows this whole truth, and everything hinges on which side she picks. A silver-haired figure stands wreathed in glowing light, sword drawn, ready for whatever comes next. Things are about to change dramatically, she warns, for better or for worse. Attached to the letter is a full list of orphanages she's secretly been managing and funding this whole time. So the money game was never really about greed. Her name is finally spoken in full, Alice Olim, chief maid of Opheles Hall, and words already spreading that Mr. Elt is about to arrive. Don't move, Lortel warns, sword drawn on Alice herself. I didn't expect you to have that look in your eyes, Lortel admits, thrown off by what she sees. I thought you were more level-headed than this, she adds, clearly rattled. So this is really about revenge against Golden King Elt, right? Lortel presses, staring her down in the empty hallway. Alice, eyes wet, tells her honestly that in her book, Elt and Lortel aren't all that different from each other, and neither, she admits, is she. Dust and debris explode outward as Lortel stands firm in the wreckage. There's no way someone like Motor Mouth Willine could have gotten this close to the defense magic on her own, someone mutters, suspicious. Taylor's party rounds the corner just in time to see it. Someone's being held as a hostage. Careful, Taylor, someone shouts, she's got a hostage. Alice and Lortel grapple in a tense standoff, neither one backing down. Lortel, are you okay? Taylor's crew yells, swords already drawn. The struggle drags on, nobody quite sure who's really in control here. In her head, Lortel's already calculating, I'm fine, look over there, she'll say, that's the woman who planned this whole mess, we need to take her down fast. I should say that, she thinks, and pin the entire thing on Alice. Someone gasps her name in shock, not realizing they are about to get played. What's wrong with your face? Someone asks, catching something off in her expression. Just what kind of look am I even giving her right now? Lortel wonders, unnerved by her own face for a second. Lortel, someone shouts behind her as she bolts down the hall. Golden King Elt is coming, she thinks, panic rising. That man doesn't trust his own men enough to send them alone, so he came here himself. Her plan to topple him is nearly complete. Pin the account tampering and all the damage from tonight squarely on him. Lucky for her, Elt isn't back at headquarters right now, so she just needs to move fast. Get in touch with the officials there, send the carrier pigeon hidden in her room, and disappear somewhere safe. As long as she, the center of the whole plan, doesn't get caught, it'll all still work out. She keeps running, footsteps echoing through the stormlit halls. It'll be fine, she tells herself, let's not get our hopes up. There's no one in this whole world who actually understands her anyway. Faces flash under harsh light, tension crackling in every direction. Lortel keeps walking, half muttering to herself, so. Getting her heart broken at a moment like this, of all times. She presses a hand to her mouth, fighting back tears she clearly didn't plan on. Doesn't suit me at all, she scolds herself, shaking it off, so. She picks up the pace, footsteps quickening down the corridor. I should do what I can, she decides. Right now I have to run. She snatches a box from her desk, movements sharp and urgent. She has to reach her room before Elt does, no matter what. Everything's gonna be fine, she tells herself, as long as she gets that carrier pigeon sent out in time. Down on the first floor in the main hall, a chandelier sways ominously in the dark. Elt strides in flanked by a small army of hooded men. Footsteps close in, lightning crackling right behind them. Huh, are you a student? Elt asks flatly. Quickly evacuate, he orders like he owns the place. Due to the risk of collapse, he continues, gesturing his men forward. They're not letting anyone else inside the building for safety reasons, he adds, brushing past like it's already decided. A lone student plants himself in the doorway. I can't let anyone through, not until faculty and staff get here. Elt turns back, his entourage looming behind him. Did the academy give you special orders for this? Elt presses. No, the student answers, he's doing this entirely on his own. Only 3 people actually know how this story is supposed to unfold. Lortel wants Elt gone, chasing revenge for a childhood he wronged. And to empty out the president's seat for herself in the process. Then there's Elt, determined to crush her plan and secure a certain sealed grimoire for himself along the way. And caught right between the two of them stands one more player. Alice, the actual root cause of this whole twist. Ed admits he doesn't even know why she'd betray anyone, but right now she's up on the 5th floor with Lortel. So does that mean he needs to go up to the 5th floor and deal with her himself? No, Ed decides firmly. Even if he stays put, Taylor's party is going to run into her eventually anyway, exactly as this story always plays out. He's going to leave her in their hands. I can trust them, Ed tells himself. Flashes of the crew mid-fight flicker through his mind, fire and grit and everything they've already proven. Lightning and flame both, this crew's been through worse and come out swinging. Because he's already seen what Taylor can do firsthand, that's not blind faith, that's confirmed intel. Rain streaks down through the dark as Ed's resolve locks into place. Which means whatever Elt has planned for Opheles Hall, someone has to deal with it right here, right now. Ed winces at his own wounds. As long as he keeps Elt's men out, everything upstairs can still play out the way it's supposed to. I can't believe it, a staff member gasps. Aren't you Elt Ketchlin, president of the Elt Merchantry? I'm sure someone of your standing has a good reason to be here, they say carefully, but maybe it's best to talk to the academy first. I see, Elt says quietly, brushing past the excuse entirely. So you're the one, he says, eyes locking onto Ed's bloodied, scarred face. Blue flame flares up around him, and suddenly this feels a lot less like a polite conversation. Elt's expression stays ice cold, backlit in eerie blue. On Lortel's side, Elt says, sizing Ed up like an enemy he's already decided how to deal with. And that's exactly where the chapter leaves us hanging. Rewind 10 minutes, because things are about to get loud. Something just blasted straight through a wall like it was nothing. The place is a straight-up disaster zone, rubble and fire everywhere. One dazed onlooker can only mutter, "Is this what confidence looks like?" The guy responsible just shrugs it off. "Yeah, everything's a mess out here, no kidding." He swears he's just avoiding rash decisions, and hey, a collapsing building probably wouldn't even kill him anyway. Somebody else just wants to know why he had to demolish an actual wall. Now it's gonna be freezing tonight. And the guy standing on the other side of that new hole is not thrilled about the redesign. Turns out it's Jix crashing in to smooth things over about their rocky first meeting back at the Glaskin incident. Ed tells Janica to stop moping. She already paid for that mistake, and she manages a small, grateful thanks. Jix, being Jix, immediately asks if the two of them are dating. Janica about short circuits, denying it. Everyone just stands there in awkward silence after that one. Ed waves it off, says it's fine. Jix just asked a dumb question, though you can already see he's banged up pretty bad. Janica second guesses herself, worried she actually upset him. The Spear of Grass himself actually bows and apologizes. Never thought we'd see that. Ed just wants to know why smashing through a wall was necessary to say sorry. Later, Ed slips out alone into the rain, muttering he'll pay everyone back eventually. He's met by hooded strangers outside some grand hall, clearly not thrilled to see him. One of them tries the polite route, suggesting he go through proper channels instead of whatever he's planning. Ed's answer is short and cold. He's clearly not taking the diplomatic offer. He just stands there, bruised and unreadable, sizing the whole situation up. Then a menacing figure wrapped in blue flame steps out of the dark. "So you're on Lortel's side, huh?" The figure sneers. He says it like it's the worst decision Ed's ever made. Then comes the insult. "Did you seriously fall for that plain little face of hers?" he sneers. This is Elt talking, and he's straight up trashing Lortel, calls her a backstabber, born to betray. Then he tries to buy Ed off double whatever Lortel promised him. Ed's polite about turning it down, but his mind's already made up. Elt drops the real bombshell. He's the one who actually raised Lortel. He'd know her better than anyone, he says. The friendly act drops instantly. "Get out of the way," he growls. Ed calmly points out nobody promised him any gold in the first place. "So what's the actual point of doubling?" "Nothing," he basically says, standing his ground. Elt just goes quiet, and that quiet is way scarier than yelling. "Fine then," he says, and orders his men to quietly get rid of Ed. The hooded swordsmen swarm in, furious. Ed's somehow still standing. They land a hit, and it's brutal. But Ed answers back with a burst of raw green energy that cuts right through them. Blood and light everywhere. This fight is not going the way Elt's men expected. Ed lets out this exhausted little laugh, barely standing but somehow winning. "It's okay, Ed," someone tells him gently, steadying him. He says he'll circle back once he's checked things out. "I'll repay you later," he adds, and someone shouts back, "Got it," as he takes off. He regroups with Lortel right in the middle of the flames. "Give it everything you've got," she tells him, and the fight kicks back into high gear. It turns into an all-out brawl, fire and steel flying everywhere. Somebody watches it all unfold, dead serious. A blast of icy power slices clean through the chaos. Someone leaps clean through it without even flinching. Ed decides it's time. He needs to find Lortel and get real answers. Somebody spots him coming, and it clearly throws them off. The fighting doesn't let up for a second. He finds Lortel and asks point blank why she never got out. All she can manage is a guilty "Don't fall behind," he tells her, "run as fast as you possibly can." And here's the thing about this whole messed up world, every single act of kindness comes with a price tag attached. Take the tip. Hound over at the merchant office, he's always weirdly cheerful around Lortel, secretly hoping she'll slip him some insider tip. And yeah, it turns out that hunch pays off more often than it should. Even the merchantry's front desk flirt turns on the charm every time Lortel walks by. Turns out that's less about charm and more about the top-shelf snacks Lortel hands out. At least, that's how her world works. Even the Academy's pet bird only loves her for the premium bird feed. Nothing in this world is free, apparently. Somebody's spiraling with guilt, calling themselves out for one seriously stupid mistake. That somebody is Janica, a girl who grew up soaking in everyone's love and kindness. So naturally she grew up treating the whole world the exact same way, warmth and zero suspicion. But watching Lortel, she can't help comparing herself and deciding she's just not built the same way. Because she saw something that stuck with her. She watched Lortel care about Ed with zero angle, zero greed, just genuine kindness. That very day, Lortel made Ed her offer to join the plan. And Janica noticed exactly how Lortel's eyes lit up every time she looked at him. So Janica let herself hope she could have something like that too. And even after seeing how good and selfless Lortel really was, Janica convinced herself she had no right to a happy ending like that either. And in a moment of pure jealousy, she confesses she's the one who bribed 5 people to seize Ophely's hall. Chief maid Alice, the twin maids Shenny and Kelly, student rep Motor Mouth Willain, and even Ed himself, all 5 bought and turned. Alice and the twins threw their lot in with Elt without a second thought. And Motor Mouth jumped at the chance to join Elt too, leaving Janica with nobody. She figures the same probably goes for Ed too, that maybe he's only in this for what he gets out of it. "I'm sorry, Ed," she whispers, barely able to look at him. And Ed just stands there, not entirely sure why she's confessing all this to him now. Back in the moment, Lortel catches herself. Why is she even talking like giving up is an option? "Did I ask?" Ed cuts in flatly, not in the mood for her pity party. "We don't have time for this," he snaps. Why is she just frozen in place? If Elt catches her, that's it. Game over, no future, no second chances. He grabs her hand and pulls her right out of danger. "We gotta get out of here first, don't we?" he says, already moving. She's stunned. This is exactly the kind of goodwill and trust she thought didn't exist for someone like her. "Now tell me what's actually going on," Ed demands. There's always a reason behind people's kindness, she thinks, and braces herself to finally explain everything. So she lays it out. The merchantry's top brass were cooking up a scheme to rig the whole market. "It has to be her father behind it," she says, "ever since armor prices crashed after last summer's big monster hunt." Ed just cuts to the chase. It's straight-up market manipulation, no need for the whole lecture. "Exactly," she says, and to pull it off, her father desperately needed cash, so he found a buyer for the sage-sealed grimoire. So he sent her off to Sylvania to find a way to steal it outright. And Ed, of course, already sees exactly where this is going. It's the classic scam. 3 merchants secretly trade the same goods back and forth to fake a rising price. Prices climb so fast everyone panics, convinced they need to buy now before it's out of reach. That exact panic, "I need to buy it now," is the whole trap. And whoever's running the scam walks away with a genuinely ridiculous amount of money. But here's the catch: the whole scheme runs entirely on trust between the players. Break that trust, sell behind someone's back, and the whole price tower collapses on whoever's left holding the bag. That someone is Elt himself, the merchant lord running the whole headquarters, and he's the one about to get burned. Turns out Lortel has spent years quietly buying loyalty from everyone connected to the other merchants. The catch: her bought-off merchants only get control the moment Elt himself steps away from headquarters. So Ed connects the dots out loud. The whole Ophely's Hall takeover was designed to torch the Academy's finances and force that grimoire deal into motion. Because that's exactly what drags Elt out of headquarters and gives her the opening to dump the armor while he's gone. Lortel just stares at him, genuinely stunned. He pieced together the entire plan on the spot. "You get the whole picture that fast?" she asks, still kind of in shock. She's got a carrier pigeon back in her room. They're one shot at getting a message to headquarters in time. It's her direct line to her people planted inside the building. Get that pigeon delivered and stay hidden till the sale closes, and she wins, except her father's probably already expecting exactly that. She figures he's planning to capture her tonight and squeeze a full confession out of the traders on the inside. Ed turns to her dead serious. Listen carefully, he says. From here on, she can't let a single soul see her, no exceptions. If he were Elt, he says he'd post men on both bridges to the Arkan Mountains, they'd be tracked down for sure that way. So the plan is a decoy send an empty carriage toward the mountains and let it eat the chase. There's a half-built hut hidden in the northern forest, she just needs to hole up there for 3 days. He'll handle sending the pigeon himself, one simple message, sell right now, and her people on the inside take it from there. Meanwhile, Elt's watching every angle of this, fully expecting a wild card. Someone yanks Lortel out of sight fast. There's a guard posted at the back door, Ed warns. He'll clear the outside and get to her room himself, she just has to wait for the coast to clear then bolt for the quarters. He moves like he's done this 100 times before, no wasted motion at all. Someone even calls it out, why is she acting so distracted, so unlike herself? Yeah, got it, she manages, clearly rattled. Why are you even helping me this much, she finally asks him straight out. Ed doesn't answer right away. He just stands there, working out how to even put it into words. If you're gonna ask that out of nowhere, he mutters, caught off guard. For no reason really, he admits, he just felt like he should. The two of them slip out into the light together. Just moving forward, side by side for once. Something up ahead catches her attention hard. They creep down, quiet as they can manage. Lortel hunkers down, holding her breath. Her heart is absolutely pounding right now. Somewhere close, a brutal fight is still raging, maybe the last stand between Alice and Ed's friends. Alice is cutting through them with everything she's got. Lortel can only watch in horror from where she's hiding. The fighting just keeps getting closer. It's getting closer, she realizes, hands shaking. She genuinely can't process what's happening around her. Then it hits her that pounding sound isn't the fight at all, it's just her own heartbeat. Outside, the rain just keeps hammering down. Then a voice cuts through the rain, didn't expect you to be the one walking out of there, young Master Ed. This is unexpected, she says, clearly sizing him up. It's made Shenny, blade already out, standing right in his way. For the last obstacle standing between him and getting out, Ed's honestly not that impressed. Bland, he says flatly, already squaring up. Picture this, every rune in Opheles Hall is answering to one single command. That command belongs to a swordswoman who can go toe-to-toe with the entire combat faculty. And she's got backup, an intermediate mage who apparently doesn't have a single weak spot. Yeah, that's the look of someone about to make your life very difficult. But here's the twist, despite all that raw talent, it's not going to be enough. Because the guy she's up against is literally the main character. Rude, but that's just how it works. Round 2 begins, the conquest of Chief made Alice's inner circle. This is Alice, and she is not happy about any of this. Our guy's running on fumes, 2, maybe 3 spells left before he's completely empty. He grips what mana he's got left and gets ready to make it count. Then he unloads everything he has in one massive burst. 2 bodies collide midair in a blast of pure magic. This is Shenny's opening move, and it catches everyone off guard. He's seen this pattern before though, and that's exactly the edge he needs. Shenny grits her teeth, she is not backing down. He grabs her wrist before she can even finish the swing. Sweat panic, the whole deal, her plan just fell apart. Turns out she and her twin sister share a freaky precognition gift, blessed by the same star since birth. Her real trick is low-level telekinesis, flinging blades around like they're nothing. He's bleeding, surrounded by floating knives and somehow still standing. Shenny flashes him a nasty little grin, thinking she's already won. That grin does not last very long. Turns out those flying blades didn't cut nearly as deep as she hoped. He's the one left standing over her in the pouring rain. Borrowed power only gets you so far when it's never been refined. Shenny is done, completely wrecked. That's it, he mutters, and just like that, round 1 is over. He lets out an exhausted scream. Winning fights like this takes everything out of you. Enter Kelly, who is absolutely not letting Miss Alice down. He tells her flat out, Alice is going to lose this. What do you even know about her? She snaps back. Kelly's fury boils over and she starts channeling something big. Pink magic orbs swirl around her. This is not a warning shot. Do you know how much pain she's endured, what battles she's fought? Kelly screams. Then another voice joins in, I'm also one of those orphans. He's honest about it, he doesn't actually know much about Alice's past. If it weren't for her, the kid starts and the whole scene goes up in flame. This orphan's power is fire, and right now he's fully lit up. I never would have been able to work a normal job like this, he shouts, crediting Alice for everything. I never would have been able to earn money for myself. Alice basically saved his whole life. Our guy hears the entire sob story, and his response is, well, that's none of my business, he says, cold, brutally honest. The kid's down for the count, and nothing about that changes his mind. Through tears, the kid accuses him, how could you side with Lortel? He barely manages to spit out Ed Roth before passing out. What do you expect me to do about something I don't even know? He shrugs it off. He finally gets a second to sit, bruised and thinking hard about what just happened. There are way too many stories here that are just never going to get told. Weigh up all of tonight's damage against Alice's whole rescue operation. And try to stack up the good she's done against all the bad. People who live by that kind of philosophy get to have a life worth living, apparently. But his goal was never about good or evil, it's something else entirely. Because this whole time, this body he's wearing, he didn't start out in it. His one and only rule since day one has been simple: survive. The system chimes in, he's officially taken Shenny, the dish duty maid, out of commission. New skill acquired flashes up, because apparently that's how his life works now. Pain endurance blocks exhaustion and pain temporarily. I can't believe I'm learning this now, he mutters. Cut to a whole new room, expensive furniture, everything arranged exactly as needed. A desk buried in papers, books stacked in perfect obsessive rows. It suits her, someone murmurs, watching a mysterious figure by the window. A birdcage cracks open in the dark, something is about to happen. Elt is in Sylvania, it'll take at least 3 days to get back to headquarters, a note gets written. The order is simple, sell off every piece of gear they've acquired. A carrier pigeon takes off, flying through the rain into the night sky. It'll come back with Elt's head, the plan promises, yikes. Meanwhile, our guy is trudging wounded through the forest, completely out of breath. The cuts will heal once the flesh does, right? He only made it this far thanks to Jix, Janica, and a few lucky breaks. Without them, Lortel would already be caught by Elt, and her downfall would have been fast. But right now, the carriage Lortel hired should be speeding out past the Arkan Mountains. Elt has no choice but to chase it down, even if he catches the coachman and forces out the truth. By then, the fake pigeon message will land and Elt will call it quits. If it all goes to plan, Lortel's waiting for him at the hut. Greeting me, how nice of you, a voice says, not exactly the reaction he was hoping for. What, he catches himself, right, gotta give credit where it's due. I was a bit complacent, he admits to himself, understatement of the year. Standing in front of him, the golden daughter herself, Lortel, knife drawn and glowing. Only 5 people know Lortel's the real mastermind behind everything. If Elt's gone, Alice has to rely on her completely. Shenny and Kelly will keep following Alice no matter what. Willain can be bought off same as last time, he calculates. But from Lortel's side of things, why would he even bother doing this for no reason at all? Because make no mistake, Lortel's true self is the secret mastermind pulling every string. She'll use and toss aside anyone she gets her hands on. A genuine villain through and through. Bleeding and desperate, he reminds himself, use your brain if you want to survive. Then it hits him, something is seriously wrong with his own body. Blades flash between them in the chaos of the fight. In the aftermath, all he can manage is one word: why? Why did you have to? The question hangs in the air unfinished. You have to get so hurt, he finally asks, patching himself up, genuinely rattled. Let me help you, comes the reply, not what anyone saw coming. The rain stopped, so they build a bonfire and just sit together. Let's warm ourselves up first, Lortel says, firelight flickering across her face. And there she is crying, relieved, guard finally down. So did they actually pull it off? That's the question hanging over this dying campfire tonight. That fireball is Lortel Ketchlin's handiwork. She swears she made some mystery horseman promise to run interference, and from that blast, he did not hold back. He said he'd draw as much heat as possible, she says, even if it meant putting his own life on the line. Ed's floored, anyone would risk that much for her, and a much darker thought is bubbling under the surface. Did she threaten this guy's family to get him on board? Lortel drops the real prize. If this scheme lands, she's about to have real pull over the entire elite merchant association. I owe you one and that's a big deal, she tells him, dead serious for once. She fishes for a compliment. Doesn't this make her look kind of awesome? Ed's answer is dead silence, brutal. Wow, what a boring reaction, she deadpans. Somebody get this girl a participation trophy. Cut to an older memory. Someone thanking her for everything she did, while ever the businesswoman Lortel just reminds him about the 20 coins she's still owed. Back at the fire, there's clearly more on her mind than payment. I have something I'd like to ask you, she says, watching embers drift up into the night like little floating wishes. Is it about Alice or anything left unfinished? No, not that, she says, I'll handle that myself. What she actually wants to talk about is Janica. You're pretty close with her, aren't you? Yeah, pretty much. She's a good person, Ed says simply. I respect her, too kind and a great senior. She always considers others, she's open-minded. Ed's basically writing Janica's dating profile at this point. Lortel just goes quiet. That is never a good sign. Then, out of nowhere, she starts confessing something about herself. I'm not that nice, you see. There it is. The mask slips for just a second and we get a glimpse of the real Lortel underneath. Meanwhile, across town at Ophelie's Hall, things were going very differently. Elt struts out the second his subordinate hands him some report, and he could not look less interested in whatever's happening at that hall. 2 hooded mercenaries stand ready, blades drawn, and he genuinely does not care. Big main character energy. Jix, meanwhile, is not having a good time holding off a whole squad of mercenaries solo. You've done enough, someone shouts because fighting the mercenaries wasn't even the hard part tonight. Please stop. The real job wasn't beating the enemy, it was holding back his own allies before they went nuclear. Magic rips through the air in streaks of red and pink. Whoever's losing control here is not messing around. Janica, just her name, said like a warning. Her spirits had gone completely feral, and somebody needed to talk her down before this turned into a body count. What's wrong? A calm voice cuts through the chaos trying to reach her. Are you mad? Her little spirit companion whispers nervously. Janica just doesn't answer. No, one word, somehow that's scarier than a scream. Then out of nowhere, a sigh that's almost a laugh. I'm not mad at all. That mood Whiplash nearly gave everyone watching Whiplash too. Here's how it all got covered up. Willain took the fall for wrecking Ophelie's Hall. And Alice, the chief maid who got subdued in the chaos, hasn't said a single word about any of it since. One key player straight up blocked Lortel's exit, and with 0 word back from Elt's side yet, tension is still sky high. But it looks like the plan actually worked. Ed can finally breathe. They'd been stuck 3 agonizing days waiting for a carrier pigeon to bring good news, and Ed's day job absolutely took the hit. Turns out being an unwilling secret agent is exhausting. Ed is sore literally everywhere. Physically demanding work isn't really his thing, but somebody's got to get it done. Let's check the stat sheet. 2 advanced crafting slots just opened up, so leveling new skills officially jumps to the top of his to-do list. He's already picked out exactly which skills he wants to master next. First up, Spirit Formula Infusion. Bond with a spirit, forge 1 artifact carrying its formula, and the whole process becomes second nature. Magic engineering works differently. Disassemble and reassemble 1 high enough item and the skill just unlocks. He's not about to waste a spirit slot on nothing though. For now, the plan is simple. Catch at least 1 lower spirit and make a contract. Speak of spirits, Janica shows up out of nowhere. Hey Ed, weather's nice now that the rain stopped. Oh, hey Janica, aren't you supposed to be in class? Headache, sore all over, figured I'd get some fresh air instead, she says, watching him swing an axe. You sure you didn't hurt yourself trying to help me? No, not at all, she insists, though her face says otherwise for a split second. Speaking of which, is Lortel okay? Everyone's checking in on everyone today. Yeah, she's resting inside the cabin, Janica answers. And just like that, the whole Ophelie's Hall takeover mess has officially been wrapped up. Behind the scenes, Lortel's already been working Alice, laying the groundwork to buy that sealed grimoire from the old sage. But for 3 whole days, she's stuck waiting on a reply from the elite merchant company's headquarters. Stuck in this cabin with her heart in knots. Frustrating, but honestly, she doesn't hate it. And there's a reason for that, and it's not the free rent. Because being around Ed Rothtailor makes her heart race, caught staring much. His unconditional kindness, trusting her without expecting anything back, makes her feel safe. For a street kid who's never had that, this hits different. Something everyone else takes for granted is worth more than gold to a girl who spent her whole life on the cold streets. No way is she handing that feeling over to anyone else. Compare that to Janica, who's had an overflowing amount of unconditional love from family and friends her whole life. Two very different starting lines. At least let me have one thing since you already have so much, Lortel mutters. Don't give him up. In just like that, the gloves are basically off. Then we'll have to fight for him. Well, that escalated fast. That's my area of expertise, Lortel smirks. The girl who out-schemed a merchant guild is not worried. 3 whole days living together under one roof. What a perfectly convenient advantage if she does say so herself. Cue the villain laugh. First, I'll do it my way, she says, already daydreaming about burying the place in gold. If I just bury this cabin in gold? Wait, no, maybe that looks a little desperate. Also, I'm broke right now. Big scheme, small budget. It's not like I'm paying it for your sake, don't misunderstand. Sure, Lortel, sure. Cue the classic flustered huff. That feels so damn cringy. Someone new just crashed the vibe completely. A little status check pops up. Lortel Ketchlin, number of boyfriends, 0, rough. Can you move? That's my spot. Lortel snaps at whoever just barged in. A big witch hat pokes through the doorway. Great company. Hey, Lortel is already exhausted, and this new arrival hasn't even said a full sentence yet. What are you doing here, Lucy? This spot gets the best sunlight, Lucy shrugs, completely unbothered. What is this now? Why ye? And there goes the peace and quiet. Oh, sorry, did I wake you up? Ed, blissfully unaware of the chaos brewing inside. Turns out Lucy had snuck into the cabin again. I've taken care of her so you can go back to sleep, Lortel says flatly. I guess, Ed replies, wisely not asking questions. Lucy comes here often, huh, Ed? What's the point of talking about it? Deflection level expert. Just think of her as a natural disaster, Ed offers, while Lucy snoozes away like nothing happened. So I have another rival. Lortel's list is growing fast. I still have plenty of time though. The sun sets on round 1. I'll settle the score within 3 days. Bold words for a girl with 0 gold coins to her name. And with that, welcome to morning 2 of Lortel's very eventful cabin life. Contrary to everything Lortel wished for, guess who's back bright and early? Good morning, Lortel Tilda. Janica's here for some quality time alone with Ed. Subtle. Oh, Janica, you're here. Lortel spots her through the window with Ed outside. Hey, that sigh says everything. Her eye twitches just slightly. Meanwhile, Lucy's just passed out on the floor, completely oblivious to any of this drama. Janica hardly ever swings by like this, which makes today feel extra suspicious. On the bright side, Ed's finally finished a job he's been dying to wrap up. New crafted item unlocked, handmade bricks, small victories, people. And with those bricks, a brand new brick fireplace. He finally finished the fireplace he couldn't build back when the whole Opheles Hall disaster derailed everything. Oh my, this smells unique. Did you add basil? Someone's got a very refined palate for cabin cooking. Belle gave me some the other day. You can really tell just from the smell. I'm quite confident in my sense of smell, you know. Nothing much has happened all morning, Lortel notes over the campfire. Safe to assume things are going as planned then. That's good news, but let's not get comfortable, Ed warns. Of course not, she says, though there's still a mountain of stuff to sort out. Like your compensation, I'm a merchant. I'll make sure you get your 20 gold coins, Lortel promises. Would you rather take goods instead of cash, Ed? Right, excess magic engineering equipment maybe. I'll check the inventory and let you know what we've got. Ed's got a favor of his own to ask this time of Janica. A favor. I've been trying to learn spirit magic. I'd like to contract with at least a lower spirit. Think you could help? Aha, that makes me your teacher then. I'll have you contracted with an intermediate spirit in no time. Janica is way too excited about this. Ahem, she strikes a pose. Ooh, Ed's not entirely convinced, but he's here for it. Let's try a spirit connection first. Focus, Ed. A little glowing bird spirit takes shape in her hands. Karis, try talking to Ed. Lady Janica, I told you this guy can't. No, I can actually hear the bird faintly. Progress, sort of. To start, he needs to sharpen his spirit connection enough to actually hear us clearly. Sure, but I bet Ed levels up faster than expected. Think about this man's schedule. When's he even had time for magic training? You know it too, Lady Janica. Karis is not wrong. Between a food shortage crisis at the storehouse and rebuilding the cabin, Ed's had exactly zero bandwidth for anything else. Fair point, bird. Did you hear that? Janica asks, sweating a little. Kinda, something about a weekly report meeting. Smooth cover, Ed. An awkward little prayer for patience follows. Oh, are you two done talking? Lortel interrupts right on cue. Back to business, wrapping up that magic engineering equipment deal. Turns out we've got more leftover stock than expected, so I can supply you just fine. Could you maybe sell it at a discount? Ed asks, still trying to keep that 20-coin promise reasonable. Honestly, it's not much, basically dead stock anyway, so it's practically free. It would be tough, but if you swing by the Merchant Association every 3 days instead, I'll cut you a really good deal, and hey, we could have some tea and talk while you're there. Smooth, Lortel, real smooth. Lies, you're just making up an excuse. An excuse for what? Someone's clearly not buying it. Regardless, Ed's finally cleared to start training both magic engineering and spirit magic for real. Then a new voice cuts through the campfire comm. So you're over here, Lady Lortel. Miss Bell, Lortel blinks. This isn't a face she expected to see out here. I apologize for intruding so suddenly, especially with things looking less than peaceful right now. Meet Belle Maya, the Academy's brand new chief maid. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I've got a message for you from the former chief maid. Out on the clothesline, the wind's picking up and so is the school gossip. One maid asks what's got her friend so worked up. Don't be shocked, comes the reply, this is top secret. She practically panics, you must not tell anyone else and don't even look shocked. Leaning in close, she whispers the name everyone's dying to hear. I think Janica. Likes Ed, bombshell dropped and neither of them can stop grinning about it. None other than the Ed Rothtailor, she says, like she still can't believe it herself. The other maid just stares, deadpan. Should I even pretend to be surprised here? Hanging the laundry, she sighs she doesn't get what Janica sees in that ruffian, but hey, his reputation's climbing. As her friend, she's rooting for her. Then the gossip turns to someone way scarier, the Academy's so-called golden daughter, Lortel Ketcheln. Turns out Lortel skipped the opening ceremony too, just like Ed, and both of them vanished from the same class yesterday. Coincidence? This maid thinks relationships are basically a push and pull game. Janica doesn't even stand a chance, Taylor blurts, then admits she doesn't get Ed either. The guy pretends not to notice Janica's obvious crush. Is he cold-hearted, the maid wonders, or just a sneaky little wolf in disguise? Maybe he's just too tangled up in his own mess to think about dating, she figures. No way, Taylor scoffs, he's probably grinning about his good luck. Gives me the creeps just picturing it. Luck you say, Taylor mutters, clearly still stewing on it. A strange little metaphor drifts into the conversation, a sly, thieving cat prowling in front of a fish shop. And its opposite, a naive kitten trembling before a tiger. The gossip session gets cut short, someone calls out Lady Bell. Outside, a maid groans and rubs her head, and a friend asks what's wrong. It's nothing, she sighs, just looking at all this is giving me a headache. Anyway, what did you want to tell me? A girl steps up with something urgent, I have a message. For you, Lady Lortel, she finishes. Turns out the maid with the headache is Lortel, hiding in plain sight. The note comes from an unexpected source, the former chief maid Alice. As night falls, the bonfire crackles, holding back the dark. Word is Janica's already left for the night. And Belle's taken Lucy with her too, though something's clearly still gnawing at Lortel. Meanwhile, Ed's fixing up his jacket. Bit worn out for a repaired uniform, still decent enough to wear, he shrugs. A carrier pigeon swoops in with news of victory, a scroll detailing a plan to depose the head of the Merchant Association. Time to head back to school like nothing's happening, but if the plan's gone this far. Her father's making his last stand at the Merchant Association HQ, Lortel says by firelight, cold as ice. Any chance he's got another trick up his sleeve? Someone asks. That man's as cunning as I am, Lortel replies, so I wouldn't call the odds zero. Her real backup is Slog, the guy angling to be the next chairman. She's got no choice but to trust him, and her biggest worry has always been Alice. It's a futile last stand anyway, he won't have time to worry about them all the way out in Sylvania. And that Alice problem, already handled. Wait, so Alice won't rat you out as the mastermind? For just a second, Lortel's face goes tight with worry. She doesn't have a choice, Lortel says, holding up the burning letter. This was a prepaid deal. She was always going to side with whoever won me or elt. The letter itself is heartbreaking, a full list of orphanages Alice personally funded, down to the yearly upkeep costs. Her workload never let up, and her health crumbled, but the academy just ignored every complaint she made. Eventually, she couldn't keep working, couldn't keep supporting the orphanage she'd built her whole life around. So she staked everything, her entire future, on one desperate bet. She's always been stoic, unreadable, so nobody around her ever clocked just how bad things had gotten. Nobody except her closest followers, who seemed to actually understand what she was going through. She's only backing me because my win looks certain, Lortel admits. Winning back her trust for real, that's going to be hard. I can't believe she sent me this instead of a threat, Lortel murmurs, watching the letter burn. In the merchant world, she says quietly, there's no such thing as sympathy, just silence after that. She'd know that better than anyone, Lortel adds, and honestly nothing good comes from anyone finding out I'm the one behind all this. Guess I'll just play along then, Ed says. No such thing as permanent enemies or permanent allies. She looks relieved, actually, just a little. You're stopping by the Merchant Association branch to sign the contract next week, right? Yeah. Ed holds out a burning torch. Take this, it'll last you a while. She just stares at it. Why are you overthinking a torch this much? I'll get going, she says, already turning to leave. Then she stops and actually looks at him. Nothing, it's just, Ed, you're taller than I remembered. Out of nowhere, Ed blinks, thrown completely off guard. She lingers by the fire a beat too long, suddenly a little flustered. Somewhere in his head, Ed's already calculating his next move. Make some risky moves, I think. Ed, she says, catching him staring. He's too deep in his own theory. Relationships, he figures, are all about push and pull. Suddenly her hands are at his collar. Like this tie, look, it's all twisted. Ed deadpan, no one's even looking at me. Does my outfit really bother you that much? Well, she says, still fussing with it, there's nothing wrong with keeping yourself neat. We're Sylvania students, after all. What do you? She starts, then stops dead. Something just happened. A startled yelp, then dead silence. Yeah, something definitely just happened. Overhead, the stars just keep on twinkling like nothing's up. Two heads lean in close, silhouetted against the last of the sunset. A beat of pure, awkward tension. Nobody moves. Those raspberries we had tonight were amazing, weren't they? She says, breaking the silence with something completely random. Just thinking about them makes me happy, she grins. Ed, meanwhile, just mutters, stay within your limits. How upsetting, Tilda, she teases. They say people hate it when you push or pull too much, you know. Next time, she smirks, let's have you pull a little. And under her breath, cheekily, after all, I need to practice pushing you away too. With that, she heads off into the dark woods, torch in hand. Ed just watches her go, torchlight shrinking between the trees. He doesn't say anything, just watches the dark where she disappeared. Heya, a long breath, a tired rub of the face. Nothing, he thinks, ever goes according to plan. The stars are still gorgeous, the moon still bright, same as always. Crickets chirping, the campfire crackling, the little things never change. But the story he's tangled up in keeps drifting further off script, whether he likes it or not. There's this nagging discomfort, like he's slowly being pulled toward the center of a story he never wanted to star in. His plan was always to watch from the sidelines and only step in when it truly mattered. That hasn't changed. I have no greed, he tells himself, walking off alone into the night. Cut to some time later, Ed sitting by his window at night, lost in thought. Just like that, summer slides by. And suddenly it's fall. Somewhere a gossiping voice spills the tea. That foxy redhead kissed young Master Ed. Turns out that gossip's coming from a very unusual source, a talking fire fox spirit and a little blue creature, chatting away right next to Janica. Wait, what are you even talking about? Janica sputters. Oh yeah, I saw it too, the fox spirit says. Wild stuff, youth really is something. That foxy redhead really knows how to play with people's hearts, the fox adds, way too impressed. He reacted, Janica practically shrieks. Ha, your question really cuts right to the heart of it, the fox says smugly. From what I saw, says the little blue creature, he definitely put up a wall. She full-on kissed him and his face didn't even flinch. Honestly, I was floored by how cold he was. Yeah, ice cold. Even I cringed watching that, the fox groans, and that only means one of two things. That fallen noble's either got zero interest in her romantically, or he just doesn't see her as a woman at all, the fox announces. Janica lets out a wobbly, half-relieved sigh. Well, that's a relief, I guess. But then again, the fox warns, guys are way worse at defense than they are at offense. Trust me, the fox says, dead serious now, people like that foxy redhead only cling harder the more you reject them. That is not good news for you, Janica. Don't waste an opportunity like this, the fox pushes, you should be kissing him too when you two are alone. Don't listen to Tarkin, another voice cuts in. Janica, you're most charming when you're just being yourself, ooh, or lean into the sweet, cheerful vibe, someone else chimes in. Janica, the blue creature teases, don't you want a thrilling, exciting experience with young Master Ed? Somewhere else, eyes half closed over a bite of food, a small, rare moment of comfort. Janica sits alone under a tree, lost in a quiet memory of something shared long ago. The fire spirit just sighs, hey A flashback surfaces go on, say ah, a spoon held out, steam rising. Young Ed feeds a little white-haired girl a much softer, younger memory of him and Ayla. Then a pair of glowing purple eyes flash in the dark, something's watching. Back in the present, Ayla's needling him again. Without a variety of spices you can't really get flavor. Don't make me your taste-testing dummy, Ed grumbles. Guess I'll have to hold off leveling up my cooking until I've got better ingredients, Ed thinks, pulling up his ridiculous life skills status screen. The stat sheet's a mess of numbers: design, gathering, carpentry, hunting, fishing, cooking, repairing, all leveled up but no advanced crafting slot unlocked yet. Key stats affect everything, so he's got to level them all evenly, raise just one and the whole system gets less efficient. The real problem, he admits, is that I'm just too busy. Between classes and his actual survival grind, school's already eating into his schedule big time. All that's left for his side projects is maybe 5 or 6 hours a day, even if he skips sleep. He could get used to the grind. What actually worries him is whether it's even worth it. Because even in his normal day-to-day, he's quietly keeping tabs on all the key players at this school. Ayla's out there too, doing her part, backing him up in training. The kind, beloved Princess Phonia seems totally fine for now, walking with the others. But it's only a matter of time before she and Lortel collide, so he's keeping a close eye on her. Claris doesn't enroll until next year, so she's not a concern yet. Watching the so-called golden daughter, Lortel, feels like walking on thin ice, and with Elt getting pushed out early, who knows how she'll react now. Still, whatever happens with Elt, her plan to get her hands on the sage-sealed grimoire hasn't changed one bit. Which is exactly why he's been short on time lately. It's about time he goes and checks up on the faculty building himself. A lone figure climbs the steps toward the grand entrance. Footsteps echo through the hall, he's heading in alone. Inside, a sharp-eyed professor reads over a report. I see, so there is a hidden mastermind behind the Awfully's Hall takeover. His eyes narrow behind his glasses. This is Professor Glast, and he's just found the thread that could unravel everything. A shadowy guy narrows his eyes, piecing something together. I see, he mutters. So there really is a hidden mastermind behind the Awfully's Hall takeover. He realizes, blue magic crackling around him like static nerves. He rereads the case file, flames of pure focus practically radiating off him. This guy does not skim. Turns out he's not the one who cracked it. If you think so, it's probably true, he tells someone off to the side. Your intuition is scary good. Enter Assistant Professor Claire Elfin, glasses and all, about to get handed way more work than she signed up for. Then, she blurts. Just don't miss the important stuff, he warns her. Some warnings really do come with fine print. Oh, and dig up that thesis on divine science while you're at it, he adds. Somewhere in the shadows, a purple flame flickers like it's listening in. Message received, Claire hurries off, already regretting this. I'll find it by tomorrow, she promises. Cut to Opheles Hall's faculty building, home of exhausted professors and even more paperwork. Her door says it plainly, Claire, assistant professor. The workload behind it says a lot more. She collapses into her chair the second she's alone. Phew, someone clearly did her a huge favor gathering all this. Thanks, Annie's. Not much rest though, she's already back to reading, eyes narrowed behind her glasses. Do I really need to be this worried about it? She wonders, half hoping the answer is no. She's basically built a suspect wall, 3 photos pinned up. A case that's supposedly wrapped up already, and yet I'm tired enough to die, she groans. Still, something keeps nagging at her, she can't quite let it go. No matter how she looks at it, something's off. One name keeps surfacing, Ed. She stares at his photo, Ed Rothtaylor. Whoever he really is, he's officially her problem now. Elsewhere in town, a red-haired merchant is mid-slip-up. Ugh, I totally forgot about the contract, she admits. Guess you're stuck visiting again next week, welcome to the Elt Merchant Association. As an apology, she's laid out tea and snacks for her guest. Never let it be said Elt doesn't know how to soften someone up. Across the table sits Ed, and yes, that Ed getting good news. His magic engineering gear is ready for pickup. Wait, really, he blinks. But isn't that outfit a little much for a normal workday? Elt, dressed to the nines, brushes it off. She's got an important appointment later and wanted to look the part. She does a little twirl, how does it look? And yes, she is absolutely fishing for compliments. An important appointment? Ed's ears perk up a little too fast for someone who claims not to care. He plays it cool with a smirk anyway. Nice try, buddy. Elt just smiles. Haha, yeah, it's something you don't know about, she says, mysterious and clearly enjoying it. Business resumes. Is the cabin finished yet? Final stages, she says. Then you'll need furniture too, right? Already planning the upsell. Giving away sale items for free, against my professional ethics as a merchant, she says primly. Also, woodworking's your specialty, isn't it? She demonstrates with a crackle of blue magic on the staircase railing, casual as anything. Now that this can't be sold, guess I'll toss it tomorrow, she shrugs, sparks flying like it's nothing. Ed nearly chokes. I told you this is way too high-end to just throw out. He sips his tea to recover. Thanks, he mutters, trying very hard to act unbothered. Elt just watches him with a soft, knowing smile. She is clearly enjoying every second of this. A quiet beat, just her adjusting her collar, completely unbothered. Ed studies her, baffled. How does someone show zero change in expression ever? Honestly, mood. A hand taps the table in the dark. Something's about to shift between these two. He starts, working up to something. Made the winning move, he finishes as 2 silhouettes lean close in the firelight. Smooth, Ed, real smooth. Flames rise dramatically behind him. Somebody's clearly been practicing his exits. Elt pokes him right in the chest. You don't see me as a woman, do you? Oh, he absolutely does. I see you as a man though, Ed, she fires back. It means exactly what you think, she continues. Even the help I'm giving you comes with ulterior motives, you know. She leans in, all confidence. I get what answer you're fishing for, but oh my, wasn't expecting an actual answer out of you, she teases. I don't pick fights I can't win, after all. Ed drinks his tea, playing indifferent, though even he knows he's not quite pulling it off. Someday, he thinks, watching her go, I won't be the only one who can't hold it together. Who can't contain myself, she finishes his thought for him. A seductive smile looks the same whether the odds are in your favor or you're cornered, Elt muses, unreadable as ever. It's just a merchant's nature, she figures, pointing out the obvious. Never reveal your feelings first, words to live by, apparently. New scene, the academy grounds, fountain and all, postcard perfect as usual. 2 students cut across the courtyard, clearly focused on something bigger than sightseeing. A hand grips a staff tight, magic humming just beneath the surface. Janica raises it high, grinning. Let's start the lesson, shall we? She is way too hyped about this. A streak of fire arcs through the air like a blade, not bad for a warm-up. Janica watches, delighted, clearly proud of her own handiwork. Wanna try focusing your magic and forming a connection? She asks, as a little fireball starts taking shape. Yep, comes the simple answer. Commitment issues this guy does not have. The fireball snarls to life mid-transformation, teeth and all, somehow still adorable. One final burst of light and the deal is sealed. Two hands cup the glow gently. Pleased to meet you, young Master Ed. And there it is, he's officially got himself a fire spirit now. Say hello to Mug, low-rank fire spirit, freshly summoned and already extremely dramatic about it. It's an honor to be in a contract with you, young Master Ed, Mug announces way too formally for something the size of a house cat, before launching into an entire agenda from last week's spirit selection meeting. Apparently Mug holds the regional record for magic efficiency practice in the Northern Woods, plus the best unspoken bond among low-rank spirits his level. Somebody's proud. My body's already on fire, Mug declares, but I vow to set my heart on fire too, just to serve you. Subtlety is not this spirit's strong suit. Little fists clench with pure, unnecessary determination. Cue a flashback. While playing a game called The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, someone once picked up a spirit-type skill entirely by accident. They rode a giant swan together, laughed through battles, hyped each other up. A real bonding arc if bonding arcs could happen inside a video game. Back in the present, Mug is pretty sure this isn't the vibe he signed up for. Rude awakening. Why is he so strict? Janica asks, watching Ed manage his fire spirit. Not exactly the swan boat energy Mug was promised. So I picked the spirit with the best efficiency ratio among my contracts, Ed explains. There was also, a slightly, very slightly, teeny tiny complicated selection process involved. A little green spirit and Mug both look personally victimized. Who on earth planned that selection process? Mug demands. Tarkin did, comes the flat answer. Say no more, honestly that tracks perfectly. Here, take it, someone offers, holding Mug out awkwardly. Oh, comes the surprised reply. It's warm, Ed marvels, practically starry-eyed. Can you feel the heat? He is way too excited about a walking space heater. Once you connect with a contract spirit, you feel their power even when they're not manifested, Janica explains. Just don't connect too hard or he overheats. Literally. Haha, right? Janica laughs, though calling it firepower does make him sound like some kind of machine. Ed's eyes widen. This is, the gears are visibly turning. So if I control the connection level, the firepower changes too, he asks, putting it together fast. Mug practically short-circuits at the implication. A portable heater? Ed realizes, thrilled, as a spirit status screen pops up. Connection level 2, unique skill blessing of recovery. Please relay your orders, Mug chirps. Sensory sharing level 1, unlocked. It's an unbelievably useful survival tool, Ed cheers, doesn't even burn firewood. Never let it be said this guy skips out on a good utility spirit. Janica beams, I'm glad you're happy, you always look so exhausted. If you need anything else just say so, she offers. You'll learn faster with me around, she adds, walking beside him, already planning out lessons on connection and combat. We should practice spirit combat too, I'll book the training room. Oh, and I do have accessories that boost connection efficiency, but they're all in my room. She catches herself mid-sentence, face going red. I'll bring them next time, hup. Ed, she starts, suddenly nervous. He has absolutely no idea what's coming. Ahem, she covers, flustered. People are lining up begging me to teach them, you know, so it's kind of difficult to make time for you, she admits. Meanwhile, Mug and a tiny blue spirit are practically coaching Ed from the sidelines. Don't give away so much for free, play it cool, be chic. Janica's eyes well up before Ed even says a word. Uh-oh. Sorry about that, Janica, Ed says, completely oblivious. I took your kindness for granted like it was owed to me, I should at least pay you back. I can't offer much, but he starts. What, money? Janica cuts him off, horrified. Money, what are you even? She sputters. Ed, you're barely scraping by as it is, you can't just throw money at me. Paying me back for helping you is just cold, honestly, she insists, Mug watching the whole exchange like a very confused referee. We're closer than that, aren't we? You're seriously making me sad right now, peak drama right on schedule. Ed blinks, completely lost. Weren't you the one who brought up compensation first? He asks. What's even wrong with you all of a sudden? He presses, and Janica has no good answer ready. Clara said something about push and pull. No, it's not that, she stammers. She said I'm too generous by nature and need to learn to say no more. She's not wrong, sounds like you've got a good friend, Ed says, dead serious, right? Janica replies, unsure if that was even a compliment. Not like that with everyone though, she mutters, still pink in the face. By the fountain, she perks back up. Anyway, I'll fill you in later, let's meet at the combat training ground next time. I'll book it and let you know. Oh, and I'll bring you a nice accessory too, she calls out, waving as Ed heads off. If you need textbooks for connection training, just ask. Bye, gotta run to morning class, see you, Ed. Ed just stands there, a beat, mug in hand. Yeah, he manages, still catching up emotionally. A notification flashes. Advanced crafting skill, magic engineering acquired, 1 skill slot officially spoken for. Turns out the parts Lortel handed him were simple enough to reverse engineer in record time. Back home that night, Ed's got backup plans on backup plans. Run low on fuel, there's mug. Run low on mana, there's the fireplace. He can actually keep the place warm reliably now, crouched by the fire, quietly reading like it's the win of the year. His living situation is finally genuinely stable. Sparkles and all, the guy earned this moment. Just knowing that one fact lifts a weight off his shoulders he didn't even realize he was carrying. Later, staring out at the moonlit window, he catches himself. Is it already this late? Gotta check the traps first, he decides, heading out. Survival habits die hard. Meanwhile, deep in the same woods, it's pretty dark since I came straight after work, Claire mutters to herself. Maybe I should have just come tomorrow, she thinks. But no matter how she looks at it, she can't shake the feeling there's a hidden mastermind behind this whole incident. And I think that's, she starts to say, trailing off into the dark. But Taylor and Ed have no connection to Opheles Hall, she reasons out loud, picturing both of them side by side. If we rule out Taylor, who already solved the case that only leaves Ed, she concludes, the pieces are clicking fast. Haya, she sighs. Unless he's literally eating and sleeping out here, he wouldn't be wandering this forest at night, which is exactly why she came looking. Ed Roth-Taylor's apparently often spotted around here. Her eyes dart through the dark, something is not right. A rustling sound cuts through the trees. Then, way too close for comfort, a bloodied, wide-open eye. Something claws through the shadows, fast and clearly not friendly. Claire freezes, whatever just moved out there, it is bad news. Deeper in the trees, a limp figure hangs from something's grip, dragged through the black woods. A massive shadow looms over them, blood unmistakable in the moonlight. This is not a good sign. Claire's breath catches, tears already forming. I'm pretty sure that's, she stammers, remembering something. Principal Obel is on par with Archmage Glocked or the great sage of Sylvania himself. And then there it is. A towering figure erupts with power, a blinding orb of magic crackling to life in one palm. Even someone that strong would need everything he's got against Lucy Merrill, she realizes, horrified. The figure's expression cracks with genuine shock. Whoever they are, they clearly weren't ready for this either. I was right, Claire whispers, a tear finally slipping loose. My gut feeling wasn't wrong. The hidden mastermind behind the whole Opheles Hall takeover was. Under the full moon, a limp body in a familiar red cape is being carried off into the dark. Claire's blood runs cold as she gets close enough to see who it is and screams the name, Ed Roth-Taylor. A voice cracks through the dark. Ed, someone screaming his name into the night. A shadowy figure carries someone piggyback through the woods under a bruised night sky. A bloodied, clawed hand hangs limp in the dark and it's attached to whoever's being carried. Lucy, the voice gasps, finally putting a name to the mystery. Long pale hair spills down as the figure is lowered to the ground. There's no doubt who this is. That's Lucy, somebody's cracking this case wide open, or so they think. I might actually have a talent for being a detective, they brag to themselves, grinning ear to ear. Footsteps creep closer through the trees. Okay, maybe detective work isn't as safe as it sounded. Turns out this whole thing is a dream. Ed's roasting dinner over a real campfire, very much not chasing anybody. What the hell is all of this? Even in the dream, Ed can't make sense of it. A wrist bound in rough rope yanks hard against its restraints. Someone in this dream is in serious trouble. Back at the real campfire, his companions jolt awake at his sudden reaction. "I've got a ton to do," Ed mutters, shaking it off. "Guess I should turn in early tonight." But the second he closes his eyes, he's right back in it. The dream drags him deeper into the dark woods, tension crackling in the air. "I need to rescue Lucy." Slowly, Dream Ed creeps forward like he's in a heist movie. Every step is agonizingly careful, as quietly as possible. What? Someone's caught off guard as the dream chase hits its climax. Lucy, Dream Ed finally spots her, or thinks he does. Except it's not Lucy at all. A stranger spins around, fire crackling in her hand, demanding, "Who are you?" The standoff crackles with tension in the dream's fuzzy logic. Hair whips wildly as the mystery woman braces for a fight. "I am the assistant professor of your year," she stammers, suddenly way less threatening. Footsteps patter off into the dark. Somebody's making a break for it. The professor just blinks, totally lost in her own dream cameo. Then a pair of glowing, cat-like eyes open in the shadows and the dream lurches into nightmare territory. Snap to reality, and that assistant professor bit wasn't just a dream. She rockets skyward in a blast of purple light. Below her, a village goes up in a shower of sparks and splinters. She walks calmly away from the wreckage, dead silent. The forest goes quiet around her as she processes what she just found. "As I thought," tears well up. Whatever she just confirmed, it's bad news for somebody. Her hand trembles, still clutching the proof. She bursts through a door with a name on her lips: Ed Rothtaylor. "Do you know of a student named Ed, ousted from his family?" she demands, breathless. A glowing purple orb pulses in her hands. Whatever she's carrying, it's evidence. "Professor Glast, you know Lucy, right?" Ed actually overpowered Lucy Merrill to the point she couldn't even use her power. The rookie investigator drops her bombshell. Professor Glast doesn't even blink. "Assistant Professor Claire, your story is all over the place." "Whatever the case, I used magic that records memory on the first floor of Ophelis Hall," Claire announces proudly. "Did you get permission?" "Of course not. I just made up a lie and brought the memories back. Not exactly by the book detective work. I knew this would happen, so I wrote my defense in advance," she says, waving around extenuating circumstances she literally scripted ahead of time. The recovered memory shows a figure standing tense in the dark, hands clenched. "He definitely looks like a mastermind, doesn't he?" Claire jokes, doing her best evil villain pose impression. The figure from the memory just stares back, silent as ever. "Is that all you've got?" Glast presses. "No, as I told you, Ed was carrying Lucy while she was unconscious." An awkward silence falls over Glast's office. "Just bring me your apology letter and explanation," he says flatly, case very much not closed. Claire slams the door on her way out. Okay, not exactly her finest day on the job. Left alone, Glast goes quiet, turning the whole story over in his head. Something in the file catches his attention. The record shows Ed trying to stop Taylor and his friends from something and getting blown past in an instant. Taylor, born with the way of the Sword Saint, and his crew were simply on another level. Alongside him, Alvira, gifted with a natural insight for alchemy. There's no way somebody as ordinary as him could stop those two. And yet a hand reaches out anyway, bathed in light. Ordinary or not, Ed actually tried. Glast's eyes narrow with sudden interest, purple light catching in his glasses. "Oh," a slow, calculating smile. Ed's just landed on this professor's radar. Back with Ed training montage time. An explosion rips through the underbrush as he tests his gear. Sparks fly as another blast lands right on target. Flames roar around the blade as the enchantment ignites exactly as planned. Crafting has been completed. A brand new ceremonial dagger, explosion, freshly forged and ready to go. "I've had this dagger ever since I started living on my own," Ed says, his firebat companion perched on his shoulder. The blade flares to life, magic rippling down its edge. The spirit formula permeated into it pretty smoothly. Ed grins, all that engraving practice is finally paying off. "You've taken another step forward, young Master Ed. This is an occasion to rejoice. What great news. I, Mug, shall sing a song to express my joy," the little spirit announces grandly. Yo, young Master Ed, my apologies, I wish to atone for my sins, I'm ashamed. Mug suddenly nosedives into groveling. Please tell me my sins and I will sincerely reflect and correct them. Hey, Ed's not even sure what set this off. Yes, Mug perks up instantly, ready for the verdict. Drop the formalities, Ed says spirits like Mug left their old forms behind to walk the path of low-ranking spirits, and he's not about to make it weirder than it is. Ed gets why low-ranking spirits would want a contract with someone as strong as Janica, but Mug picking him is another story. Isn't this too good to be true? What's so great about contracting with me that you're making such a fuss? Ed finally asks the obvious question. Did she promise you something else? Thaw that's, Mug's caught red-handed. Ed just watches him squirm, waiting him out. Ah, what's the point of hiding anything from you? My overflowing respect and loyalty for you, Mug cracks under the pressure. Are not out of pure reverence but because of my filthy and lowly ambition for success. I am ashamed, confession achieved. Being in a contract with you and getting refined magic from the vicinity of Lady Janica, Mug sighs, laying it all out. Will let me grow at twice the rate of normal low-ranking spirits. There it is the real motive. And after asking around about your reputation at the academy, they said you've got a strong authoritarian streak, so to appease you, Mug really isn't helping himself here. To be honest, I had a really hard time. Q-Huke, why are they so damn mean and defensive just because they were born a bit earlier? Mug rants about the other spirits. Go easy on yourself, we're all just doing this to survive, Ed offers, weirdly gentle for a guy getting scammed by his own spirit. Regardless, I can't afford to talk to you casually, I'm more comfortable with this, whatever makes you happy, Ed shrugs. Out in the quiet woods, it's back to work. The axe comes down clean, splitting another log in one hit. Although my combat skills are still making slow progress, Ed admits, chopping his way through the woodpile. His stamina has climbed to the point he's no longer weaker than the average grown man. The storage room stocked with meat, vegetables, spices, no more sleeping outdoors on an empty stomach. I can easily master the classes with simple memorization and enough time and effort, Ed notes, hunched over his books late into the night. They're definitely, deep in thought, Ed's mind drifts somewhere else entirely. Better than when I started, then, out of nowhere, Ed, someone's calling him. Ed, a familiar face looks on, worried he's completely checked out. A sharp jolt snaps him back to the present. Ed, she's inches from his face now, clearly not messing around. Snap out of it, what's wrong? Sorry, Janica. I was thinking about something so I was kinda out of it. Don't overdo it. It's good to work hard but you should value your health more, Janica scolds gently. I gotta focus, Ed steadies himself. I received 3 letters today. 3 envelopes glow gold in his hand, whatever's inside, it's clearly important. Because this is evidence that the story's flow has already significantly distorted, Ed thinks grimly, staring at the letters. The main event of Act 2, the negotiation to buy the sage-sealed grimoire, is already underway. Originally, this was supposed to be a simple tug-of-war between the Academy and the merchantry. But after the Elt family's downfall, the original client behind the deal stepped in personally. Crepin Rothtailor, head of Ed's old family. The grimoire itself pulses with power behind locked doors, worth fighting a small war over. It spiraled into a 3-way conflict between the Academy, the Elt Merchant Association, and the Rothtailor family. Crepin wants the grimoire to research eternal life, and when the deal wobbled, he jumped into the negotiations himself. Patriarch Crepin Rothtailor is supposed to be a superboss who only shows up in Act 4, the failed swordsman of Sylvania. And by this point, he's already so strong that nobody can rein him in. Exclude him from this episode, that's how badly this guy was supposed to stay out of things, according to the story Ed knows. If Crepin gets the grimoire, he'll just walk away with it, no contest. And if he gets it after already being strong enough to be the final boss, clearing this game might become flat-out impossible no matter what Ed knows. One of his letters lays out exactly what Crepin's been up to, and everyone's suspicions about it. There's also a personal invitation tucked inside. Back at the palace fountain, a messenger reports in, I'm back from the northern woods. As you instructed, I delivered the letter. Ed reads it over quietly, taking in every word. Good job, Claire, the princess's attendant bows and steps back. Words also come in that Principal Obel says Sylvania's finances are already in serious trouble. It'd be embarrassing for the grimoire to just be sold off like some heirloom, so Obel secretly asked me for help, Phonia explains, piecing the mess together. But this is strange, something's not adding up. How did Crepin Rothtailor even know to get involved in this negotiation? Phonia wonders aloud. That boy, Ed, might have reported it. He lives inside the academy, he could have heard the rumors, a knight suggests. If I were in his shoes, I'd do whatever it takes to get back in my family's good graces, he adds. I doubt it, comes the flat reply, not everyone's buying the betrayal theory. Can someone like me of such low status have the honor of clinking teacups with the princess? Lortel saunters up, dripping sarcasm. Her footsteps echo across the courtyard as she closes the distance. This is unexpected, Lortel. Phonia raises an eyebrow at her uninvited guest. Oh, that's an unfair accusation, Princess Phonia. Otherwise, why would I come offer you such sincere advice? Someone protests innocence a little too smoothly. Crepin Rothtailor getting personally involved in this negotiation changes everything. It's probably because of my father, not Ed, comes the explanation, cutting through the rumor mill. What? That gets a reaction out of everyone at the table. It seems Crepin Rothtailor asked my father, Elt Ketcheln, to purchase the item from the very beginning. Well, I had no idea about it, though, Lortel says, all wide-eyed innocence. Even though my father lost his position, his plan to buy the grimoire never changed. The Elt merchantry sunk way too much time and effort into it to just drop it, she explains. How strange. Isn't the Elt merchantry planning to sell the grimoire to the Rothtailor family once they've bought it? Someone presses. Sounds to me like your two families' interests line up pretty neatly, a shadowy voice observes. So why do the merchantry and the Rothtailors look like they're competing for it? Because I have zero intention of ever selling that grimoire to the Rothtailor family. Business connections tied to my father. Why are you telling me the Elt merchantry's internal business? Phonia asks, guard still up. Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Lortel says simply. You'd benefit from keeping the Rothtailor family in check, she continues, sipping her tea like she owns the place. And I get to walk away with the grimoire. Why win? I also stepped in because I figured my poor senior Ed might get caught in the crossfire. Should I say it's me looking out for him as his junior? Lortel smiles sweetly. You're worried about him, Phonia's skeptical. He's already cut off from his family and living a whole new life, Lortel points out. It'd be unfair if he got dragged back in and mistaken for a Rothtailor loyalist. No, Phonia can't help but wonder what Lortel's actually thinking. Still, that boy is definitely useful, Lortel murmurs, and there it is, the real angle. I might ask for his help personally, pull rank, even give him orders outright. But if he still won't talk after all that, then tea gets poured, calm as anything, while the gears keep turning behind Lortel's smile. Then I'll have no choice but to use him, cold, calculating, and said without blinking. Phonia's cup freezes halfway to her lips. The clink of porcelain is the only sound for a second. Lortel just keeps sipping, completely unbothered. Phonia's eyes go wide. Who's exploiting? She starts to protest. Deceive and exploit? Huh? Lortel just laughs it off like it's the most obvious thing in the world. So picture this, someone just accused Lortel of deceiving and exploiting Ed, right to her face. Princess Phonia just about laughs in her face. She is clearly not buying the exploited golden boy story. Lortel does not even finish her sentence. She just glares like the accusation is beneath her. Somebody at this table straight up echoes the word who like they cannot even process it. And that is when Claire loses it, barking at Lortel for mouthing off in front of the princess again. Apparently this is not the first time. Turns out this whole shouting match is happening right in front of Princess Phonia herself, over cafe tea. Lortel switches gears and offers what she swears is genuine advice. Whatever the plan is, do not try to use Ed as some half-baked pawn. She finishes the thought with that signature smirk, hood up, daring anyone to argue with her. Claire wants Lortel punished on the spot for her attitude. Phonia just waves it off, no need. Because honestly, Phonia is more confused than angry right now. In her head, she is juggling three mysteries at once. What Ed Rothtailor is really up to, why a stranger named Crepin Rothtailor suddenly joined the bidding for the grimoire, and whether Lortel is actually the biggest threat in the room. Because Lortel acts every bit the untouchable heiress, and she does not bow to royalty for anyone. That is Lortel Ketcheln for you, strutting off like she owns the whole street. Phonia is kind of obsessed with the idea, honestly. She just wants to see this girl rattled for once. Careful what you wish for, because right on cue, somewhere else entirely, Lortel freezes up. Something or someone just caught her completely off guard. A blonde guy and a giggly braided girl roll up all casual, like old friends catching up out of nowhere. Cut to the Elt Company's Sylvania branch, Lortel's actual turf. In full chibai mode, Lortel apologizes to Janica for only brewing 2 cups of fancy tea, offering cold water instead. Funny how a warehouse stuffed with tea supplies still cannot spare a cup for a guest. Merchant rules, apparently. Lortel visibly winces watching Janica get a little too cozy with Ed. She quickly changes the subject, practically shoving free magic engineering gear at them to smooth things over. Just like that, another gift quietly changes hands. Because apparently her storeroom is packed wall to wall with premium gear. Janica calls her out immediately. These are brand new, not a speck of dust, and did not Lortel just preach about never giving merchandise away for free? Lortel just laughs it off with the fakest "oh my" you have ever heard. She backpedals, insisting the gear is actually full of defects if you look closely. Janica is not fooled for a second. She did this on purpose. Lortel just shrugs. Who cares if it is sellable as long as it helps Ed? Ed is actually uncomfortable with the charity. He still has not paid off the last 3 gifts, and this makes 4. Lortel waves it off. Just keep renewing the contract. It is pocket change to her. Janica thinks he should just pay it off and be done. Lortel shuts that down fast. This is between her and Ed, thanks. Janica just throws up her hands. But Ed's mind has already drifted somewhere else, and it is not about the money. A familiar, unwelcome feeling starts creeping through his whole body. It is like he is sinking underwater, weightless, drifting further and further down. Lately, it has been happening a lot thanks to his crushing workload, and now there is a new headache. A guy named Crepin Rothtailor just barged into the fight over the grimoire. As his mind drifts weirdly, it goes straight to chores. First up, making a proper mattress for the bed. He is mentally listing it out. Stuff it with feathers for softness, and do not forget to prep that fawn he caught. Oh, and the cabin needs cleaning again too. Classic overworked brain spiral. Even Lucy's jerky order pops into his head mid-daydream. This guy genuinely cannot switch his brain off, even conked out cold. He is basically checked out, drifting deep in this half-asleep haze, dead to the world. Then a voice cuts through the fog, calling his name again and again until it finally lands. 2 very worried faces are hovering right over him, panicking. And just like that, we are pulled somewhere else entirely, the story picking back up. Princess Phonia is replaying every clue in her head: his calm, precise leadership during the Glaskin raid, how steady he was even just fishing at camp. She remembers him bruised and bloodied, never once losing his composure. Compare that to his reputation as some quiet bookworm who only cares about studying, plus Lortel's cryptic warning not to underestimate him. None of it adds up. Maybe she thinks her read on him has been wrong this whole time. So she decides to settle it herself. She has summoned him straight to the royal residence. A formal royal summons, sealed and sent. The next day, she is already checking the schedule. What time is Ed Rothtailor arriving? Except Claire has bad news. Ed cannot make it. Not will not cannot. And a royal command is not exactly something you just skip. Even Claire looks rattled just saying the name out loud. Cut to why Ed's body just gave out completely. A status effect straight out of a game pops up over him: exhaustion. The symptom list alone is brutal: fever, migraines, blackouts, mana complications, the works. Basically, rest now or fall apart. Even semi-conscious, he can barely breathe. His whole body feels like lead, burning from the inside. And somehow, through all that, someone is just casually asleep on top of him. Nobody is moving, nobody is explaining. It is chaos in slow motion. The mystery sleeper is completely out, snoring away, oblivious to the crisis happening underneath her. Ed just stares in disbelief. This kid is literally sleep-talking about seasoning right now, mumbling something about needing just a little salt. Honestly, watching this girl operate, you would start to doubt she is even human. Ed tries to move and just cannot. If Lucy is acting normal, he figures the problem has to be him. Yeah, this is not just tired, this is a total physical breakdown. He clocks the room his own cabin but with a suspiciously new blanket. Merchantry strikes again, probably. Beside him, someone just groggily mumbles that she is hungry. Do you seriously do nothing but eat and sleep? Someone teases her right before turning to Ed with actual news. Congratulations, you have woken up. A hand glows green, ready to get to work on him. Turns out his mana was a complete mess, horribly distorted, apparently. The diagnosis? Months of overtraining in regular magic and spirit magic at the same time. This did not come out of nowhere, he did this to himself. Turns out two of his friends have been on watch duty this whole time. One admits she dozed off constantly, the other says she has been walking on eggshells. The healer, Jix, grumbles that it was a total hassle, but hey, somebody had to do it. Do not get sick, she tells him bluntly, giving him a look that says she means it. Getting sick is no joke to her, people actually die from it. She throws everything into the healing spell, green light blazing around her hands. There is a reason she is this intense about it. Lucy watched her own grandfather figure, Glocked, die from illness once. Ed just quietly thanks her. Later, in the quiet of the cabin, everyone finally gets some real rest. A small stir, an eye blinking open. And there she is, Jix, of the magic faculty. Oh, Ed, you're awake, she says like it is the most normal thing in the world. Jix admits she was not even sure she was allowed to use his stove, so she just built a fire outside instead. But someone else is quietly watching over the cabin, a mysterious cloaked stranger, keeping his distance. He watches the girls sleep off their exhaustion too, silent as ever. Up close, this guy is clearly not from around here. Something like a signal flares up into the sky outside, catching everyone's attention. Someone finally snaps and asks Ed outright seriously, how many times does this make it? She is clearly not thrilled about the revolving door of women crashing at his cabin. The mystery stranger, meanwhile, is rationalizing it like an outsider studying local customs. It makes sense for strong men to have several partners, he reasons, dead serious. Is this the so-called openness of this civilization, he wonders, genuinely reconsidering his whole worldview. Someone just asks him flat out, why are you even here? Turns out Janica is back at the academy and Lortel had to run off on business, so it is a smaller crowd today. Someone points out his hair looks different. That's because it's autumn now, comes the deadpan answer. Ed finally gets some real food in him, blowing on a hot spoonful. I usually eat a ton, but this is... Someone trails off, clearly unimpressed with the cooking. Nothing to be done about it now. They figure it probably would have gone better if someone like Elka or Clara had cooked, but Lortel apparently insisted otherwise. And somewhere in his own head, a shadowy voice mutters a hard rule to himself. No women. Then, business as usual, he checks in on how his scenario is playing out. He remembers hearing that some alchemy faculty students secretly mass-produced mandragoras and caused a whole accident. Ah, Alvira, of course it was her, that troublemaker. Luckily, Taylor and Clebius handled the screeching plant monster before it got out of hand. And with that, he checks it off, another chapter of his survival tracker closed out clean. There is a rumor going around about some sewer demon too. Yep, that was quietly cleaned up and forgotten as well. With that handled, there is really only one major event left looming: the fight over the grimoire. Ed finally asks the question that has been nagging him: how long was he actually out? The answer stops him cold: 10 days. Everyone's going to be thrilled you're awake, Jix says. Ed just stares. 10 days, seriously. She fills him in. Janica is back at the academy right now. And Lortel had an important negotiation to prep for, so she had no choice but to head out too. Either way, nobody is visiting him today. He had honestly assumed he was only down for a day, maybe 2. But 10 whole days changes everything, and it hits him hard. Hey Jix, he says, sitting up fast. Yeah, I need to send a message to Lortel, right now. Then I don't have time to waste, he mutters, already scrambling. We jump ahead the day after Ed finally wakes up. His internal tracker flags it clean and simple. The next chapter and this one, he warns himself, is full of variables. This is it, the fight over the sage-sealed grimoire officially kicks off. And here is exactly who is stepping into the ring. First up, Princess Phonia Kloll, backed by her own knight. Second, the Elt Merchantry's own representative, Lortel Ketcheln, obviously, lounging like she already owns this too. And finally, the wildcard nobody in this story, planned for the man who strayed completely from the original storyline, Ed himself. But there is a fourth name about to crash the party. Crepin Rothtailor, introduced as nothing less than the final boss of this whole arc, and judging by that smile, he is not here to play nice. We open on a grand old manor, right before what's about to be a very awkward dinner. The hostess greets her guest warmly, saying she's genuinely relieved to see him looking healthy. Very civilized so far. Dinner is polite, precise, and everyone's on their absolute best behavior, but you can already feel tension simmering under the table manners. It's been a long time coming, but she's finally getting the chance to formally apologize for something that happened ages ago. Turns out the apology is about disowning her own family's black sheep, a guy named Ed Rothtailor, cast out for supposedly embarrassing the family name. As ordered, they cut him loose, though she still insists on groveling about it a second time. It's fine, don't worry about it, comes the reply. Off to the side, a maid and her mistress quietly watch the whole stiff exchange play out. Then, with a smile just a little too sharp, the hostess says one single word, Crepin. Suddenly, this whole polite dinner feels a lot more sinister. Somebody's sizing this Crepin guy up in her head on paper. He's the noble, dignified, wise head of an entire ducal family. Even his own attendants treat him with total reverence, like serving him is an honor in itself. But she's not buying the performance for 1 second. Her verdict, stated flat out, this man is clearly evil. That's Crepin's true face as she sees it, and it is not a comforting one. Turns out this whole staring match is actually a business meeting. He's sizing up the proxy sent by the Elt Trading Company to negotiate with him. She introduces herself without missing a beat, Lortel Ketcheln, here to talk business. Ever the professional, she plays it humble, calling it an honor just to be in his presence. Turns out she's the only daughter of the legendary Golden King himself, and his reputation clearly precedes her. Her actual motto is a lot less noble though. Wherever there's money to be made, that's exactly where her family shows up. I see, she says, quietly filing away everything she just learned about her new business partner. Behind the scenes, the Academy is quietly organizing something big, a private sale of a dangerously powerful book, complete with its own step-by-step agenda. The item comes with a contract written entirely in old magical script, and every bidder has to write down exactly one number, their best offer. Simple rule, brutal stakes, whoever bids highest gets to take the book home. The book in question is a serious treasure, the Academy's own sage-sealed grimoire, and they're being very quiet about all of this. Word is the school's only selling it because they're short on cash, not exactly a flattering look for a prestigious academy. To keep things above board, a literal princess is personally vouching for the sale as an independent observer. And running the actual auction quietly, standing in for the head of school, the vice principal herself. The whole secretive setup, sealed bids and all, was the principal's idea. Sneaky, but you have to admit it's smart. The bidding room is locked down like a vault, guards, sealed folders, zero room for funny business. One rule rules them all here. Highest bidder walks away with the grimoire, no haggling allowed. One of the bidders quietly realizes this whole game comes down to knowing your rival's ceiling and starts doing the math. For reference, a book called The Book of Order, packed with alchemy spells, just sold for over 8,000 gold. Another rare read, a travelogue from some legendary archmage, fetched just over 7,000. Old spellbooks aren't just magically valuable, apparently they're status symbols too. If anyone in this room knows exactly what these things go for, it's Lortel. She's basically a walking auction catalog. She's got the price and sale history of half the rare grimoires in the kingdom memorized, cold. But there's a catch nobody's saying out loud just yet. And the moment of truth arrives, pen to paper, time to commit to a number. Whoever wins this bid is about to become the new owner, and everyone in the room already suspects who that'll be: Crepin Rothtailor. The bid is locked in and sealed, no backing out now. Both bidders get a polite thank you for their trouble, very civilized, considering what's actually riding on this. Here's the twist: it's one sealed bid with no ceiling, so the whole game comes down to guessing your rival's limit and beating it by just enough. Crepin's read on the room: Lortel just told everyone her only real goal here is profit. So his logic is simple: if she's only in it for money, she won't overpay for something she can't resell at a gain. Recent sales cap a book like this around 8,100 coins. Go past that, and you're bidding yourself into a loss. So all Crepin has to do is beat her max by a hair, and the grimoire is his for cheap, or so he thinks. The moment finally arrives, time to reveal what everyone actually wrote down. Crepin's feeling pretty smug about it. After all, a merchant like her would never come all this way just to break even on a book deal. The real question nagging at him: why does she want this badly enough to pay a fortune for it? Then the number drops: Lortel Ketcheln, 9,400 coins. Way over what the math said she should offer. Crepin's jaw basically hits the floor. Just like that, the grimoire officially belongs to the Elt Trading Company. Which raises an uncomfortable question. If she wasn't doing this for profit, what exactly was she doing it for? Crepin's left standing there, quietly rattled, deciding it's time to head home and think this over. Lortel, meanwhile, is all smiles, happily heading off to sign the paperwork in private. And Crepin walks away with one big unanswered question rattling around his head: what is she really after? Turns out the whole wild overbid had one simple purpose from the very start. She wasn't trying to win an auction. She was trying to keep that grimoire away from a man she considers straight-up evil. Crepin. Except, hold on, she's not exactly the type to play hero for justice's sake either. Even she admits it: she can't actually prove Crepin's up to anything dark. It's a hunch, not a case file. Not even her authority as a princess was enough to dig up real evidence against him. Which means somebody somewhere is pulling Lortel's strings from the shadows on this one. Someone out there already knows exactly how dark Crepin's reputation really is, and wants him stopped. Lortel catches up to explain herself, wanting to be crystal clear that this is all just a theory, nothing more. Her reasoning: her senior tailor, the same Ed Rothtailor the family tossed out, never stopped clinging to hope for that family, working himself into total collapse out of sheer stubborn loyalty. And there he is, Tailor himself, staring out a window, lost in thought. Cut to a very different, much more emotional scene: a knight comforting someone who's spiraling with guilt. The princess. She's convinced she's the one who drove this poor guy straight to ruin, and it's eating her alive. The guilt is written all over her face, total meltdown mode. Here's the honest truth, though: her whole guilt trip is built on a misunderstanding. And that misunderstanding might actually turn out to be a hidden blessing. Back with Lortel, she's happily humming over the freshly signed contract. Buyer, seller, 9,400 gold, all official. She double-checks the fine print with a very satisfied little hum. And she's already plotting the resale. If she flips this grimoire to Duke Crepin later, she's not taking a coin under 8,500. Business is business. There's a very devious glint in Lortel's eye right about now. Turns out the deal came with a bonus clause: hold onto the purchase certificate, and Tailor owes her one favor. Any favor, literally anything. Somebody nearby is scandalized: you don't just casually offer a merchant a blank check favor like that. Tailor's getting scolded for being reckless. Meanwhile, the actual price tag on that favor is a measly 900 coins. Lortel got a steal either way. But her brain has already skipped straight past reasonable favor and landed on something a lot more romantic. Every bit of her body language says she is absolutely not thinking business anymore. "ANY thing," she stammers, completely lost in the fantasy. Fair warning: if the princess ever saw this exact look on her face, she'd probably keel over on the spot. Elsewhere, gossip about the whole letter stunt is already spreading, and honestly, everyone's just relieved Elka had no idea what was really going on. Word around campus is Lortel basically bet everything on her own crush on Tailor. And Taylor played it smart, stacking the deal with insider info too. Even his buddy admits he feels a little bad about what's coming for her. Cut to a totally different scene. Someone comes sprinting in, yelling that Ed is finally awake. Dust and chaos everywhere as Ed tries to get a single word in edgewise. Turns out it's not even lunchtime yet, and Janica already sprinted here all the way from the faculty building, completely out of breath. Ed, a little sheepish, thanks her and admits he already heard the whole story from Jix. Janica's mortified, saying she heard she caused him a ton of trouble. Ed brushes it off, but apparently she'd been running around campus crying about him, which kicked off a whole rumor mill about his supposedly broken heart. Janica insists the cold weather is the real danger here, fussing over him not catching a chill, all while riding piggyback on his tiny fox spirit for some reason. That fox spirit just watches this whole thing happen in complete silence. Then out of nowhere, Mug loses it, dramatically begging Ed to just kill him already. Turns out he feels crushing guilt for having no idea Ed was pushing himself this hard. He swears he wanted to jump in and apologize immediately but was scared his own presence might mess with Ed's mana, so he quietly borrowed some from Janica instead. Cue Mug absolutely sobbing his tiny heart out over the whole thing. Ed, completely unbothered, just asks why he's making such a big deal out of it. Janica gently points out that maybe a 10-day coma justifies a little bit of drama. Ed's brain finally catches up. Wait, 10 days? And his first real concern isn't his health, it's that all his stored meat is definitely spoiled by now. Reality check time: his fishing nets rotted apart from total neglect, and his whole food stockpile is gone. 10 days down the drain, looks like he's rebuilding his entire survival setup from scratch. His buddy calls him out immediately. He's obviously about to overwork himself right back into another collapse. But he's not doing it alone this time. His friend offers to pitch in and help. Janica chimes in too, saying she's got free time before the next exam and volunteering for hunting and woodworking duty. His friend's advice is simple: just take the work as it comes, and trust that everything will somehow work itself out. That phrase snaps him back to a much bleaker memory. Not that long ago, this was just an empty stretch of wilderness he had to build up with his own two hands. Back then he slept curled up alone in total darkness, no one around to help, nothing but bug bites for company. Rough, lonely nights with absolutely nobody to lean on. His friends give him a confident thumbs up. Yeah, things have been a grind, but he's pushed through way worse before. Hearing that actually gets to him. Maybe they're right. Everything will somehow work out, he tells himself, trying hard to believe it. Watching him, Janica can't help but silently worry. He still looks completely wiped out. Off to the side, she checks in with her own spirit companion, Merylda, half joking that this might be her big chance. Merylda points out that the resident Red Fox, meaning Lortel, is too tied up with negotiations to visit camp much these days. In other words, perfect opening. Merylda tells her to make the most of it. Step 1 of Merylda's master plan: fix the wardrobe, because right now Janica reads more country housewife than love interest. Janica has to admit, yeah, she does look pretty rough right now. Merylda insists that's actually perfect, which gets a very confused look out of her. The pitch guys apparently go for the quiet, capable, everyday tasks version of a girl, the total opposite of her usual hyper energy. Be subtle about showing it off. Bonus notes: roll the sleeves up, tie the hair back, lean hard into the "we survived hard times together" vibe. Merylda's already planning the route: go see him today and make some real progress. Officially, Merylda's title is high-ranking wind spirit and dating expert. Unofficially, she has zero actual dating experience. Progress, Janica repeats, practically sparkling at the idea. Ignoring the credentials issue entirely, Merylda presses on, demanding a full report on today's visit to camp. Janica insists, a little too quickly, that she absolutely was not planning anything. Somewhere nearby, a pair of glowing eyes watches from total darkness, saying absolutely nothing. Then out of nowhere, an enormous, dramatic howl sends every bird in the area scattering. Turns out that's Merylda howling her heart out in protest, furious anyone would waste an opportunity this good. She practically shouts that a guy this tough won't be caught struggling like this again anytime soon, so move now or miss out forever. But another voice jumps in, arguing there's no better strategy than sticking by his side through hardship, even if it means playing things a little calculated. That's Mug butting in with his own competing game plan, admitting even he thinks his own scheme is a bit shameless. He insists Janica just needs to listen to him instead. Poor Janica just stands there caught in the crossfire, utterly bewildered. Ed, off in his own head entirely, decides that whatever's going on around him, it's pretty good he's thinking about dinner, not romance schemes. Quiet night air settles over the camp. It's gotten pretty late, and Ed's still thinking about how good Janica's stew was earlier. Genuinely, it's on a whole different level than anything Jix ever cooked. He's half tempted to ask her to teach him. But he reminds himself the priority right now is recovering, not learning recipes. After everyone's pitched in to help him, he tells himself he can't keep walking around looking exhausted forever. Truth is, he's still not in great shape. The headache and the low fever are already creeping back in. Right on cue, Janica shows up at the door, gently pointing out that he still looks exhausted. She flashes a sly little grin from the doorway, clearly up to something. The door creaks open and Ayla finds Ed sitting alone in the dark, completely worn out. "You look tired, Ed," she says softly. He blinks up at her, stunned. "You didn't go back to your room?" he asks. She just leans against the doorframe, twin braids swinging, a mischievous little smile creeping onto her face. "What are you trying to do?" she blurts out, suddenly flustered by her own move. He, she giggles, clearly enjoying getting under his skin way too much. Ed flops back onto the bed while she plops down right on the floor beside him. "I'm not trying to do anything," she insists. "Nothing at all." Her tone softens. "You don't have to pretend you're not having a hard time, you know. It's the same for everyone," she tells him. "Exhaustion hits you both physically and mentally." Plenty of people had comforted him through his rough patches, Ed thinks to himself, but in the end, what actually helped the most was one person. It wasn't anybody's rushed sympathy or hollow words of comfort that got through to him. It was someone who just quietly stayed by his side. "You've had a hard time, haven't you?" she says. "Great job, Ed." She brushes the hair back from his forehead, gentle as anything. "You don't need to go that far," Ed starts to protest. "Hey," she cuts him right off. "Come on," she presses. "You've been struggling. You've got to admit that much if you actually want to rest. Admit it, you've had a hard time, Ed," she insists, and for a second he just goes quiet. She wraps her arms around him right there on the floor. "Yeah, he finally admits, I had a hard time." Phew, Ed breathes out, and for the first time in a while he actually drifts off to sleep. He's out cold, finally at peace. Ayla dozes off too, right there beside him, still holding on. Half awake, Ed can't help but laugh at the whole situation. "Seriously," he mutters. Morning light spills in through the window. A brand new day has already started. Phew, Ed sits up, stretching the last of the exhaustion out of his bones. He glances down at the rumpled sheets from the night before. His eyes go wide as he realizes she's still right there. Ayla's fast asleep, arms wrapped tight around him, snoring away without a care in the world. Ed grins back to his old confident self. "I've made a full recovery," he declares. His status screen tells the whole story. Carpentry, stonemasonry, hunting, cooking all leveled up while he was laid up recovering. His new magic engineering slot, though, is barely off the ground, just a handful of half-finished formulas so far. "I couldn't make as much progress as I planned in 10 days, he admits with a sigh, especially in. He stretches outside, working through the frustration of it. The research into magic engineering products, advanced crafting skills like these hit his core stats hard. They're way more versatile than ordinary skills too. Problem is, there's a hard ceiling on how far he can push them. Most of these recipes are rewards from the main story's big quests," he explains. "And since he's trying not to mess with the scenario, he can't exactly go grab them himself. Taylor could probably snag one no problem if the guy cared even a little bit about magic engineering, that is. Turns out, even with the recipe in hand, you can't just whip up something useful right away. He's flat out of raw materials. The good stuff only shows up much later in the original story. Lucky for him, his situation's a little different. What are you thinking about?" someone asks. Because out here, he's got someone who can fetch materials from clear across the world. A red hooded figure waits for him on a fallen log, deep in the forest. I'm relieved to see you're doing better, she says. I was so worried. Glad to see you're healthy too, Ed replies. Healthy? She snorts. I'm running on pure chronic fatigue right now. My hair went dry, my skin got rough, Lortel gripes. It was such a struggle getting it back to normal. And yet you dragged yourself all the way out to the northern forest when you're this busy, Ed asks. Well, I need the rest too, he admits, and there's something I need to tell you. Feels weird still calling it the Elt Trading Company now that Elt's been ousted, Lortel muses. I'm renaming it just the Trading Company and restructuring the whole thing. I need someone to help me with staffing, assets, product flow. And outside affairs, Ed finishes, basically a co-executive. He breaks into a nervous sweat at what he's just proposed. Lortel's smile stretches wider. She's clearly delighted by the idea. Picture it, she says, and just like that, she's off spinning up an entire fantasy. Ed cuts right through her daydream. Isn't it weird that you'd go this far for me, he asks. Silence stretches out between them as they keep walking. Lortel pulls her hood down further, hiding her face. What? She asks flatly. I know exactly how you feel, Ed, she says. You're thinking what's wrong with her, or I can't stake something this big on. At the fleeting whims of some young girl, she finishes. You'd probably rather keep this strictly professional between us until the end, Ed says. Not necessarily, Lortel counters. That's exactly what I want, but that's only because you don't know what it's like living a whole lifetime where hundreds of gold coins come and go through your hands. And where betraying someone first is the only way to survive being betrayed. So what do you think matters most after all that? Someone who will stay by your side, the thought goes, even after every last coin is gone. Someone who won't leave, even if the whole world turns its back on you. For some that's family, for others a lover, for a lucky few a friend of decades. But for someone like Lortel, who's watched fortune after fortune rise and crumble, that kind of loss always feels one step away. That fear never really leaves her. No more, no less, Lortel says quietly, can't you just stay by my side? For just a moment, her eyes soften completely. Lortel, Ed starts dead serious. Say that without holding back the laugh. You're clearly fighting, she teases. PFFT, so much for serious, didn't work, huh? Your tone flipped so hard just now, you idiot, Ed laughs. I'm human too, you know. My spine actually tingled. So did you feel a little protective of me? Lortel flushes, usually when I play the timid card like that. It's supposed to tug at their heartstrings and make them waver. Ah, what a shame, but still. The forest river rushes on behind them, filling the quiet. Lortel perches on a rock, feet dangling above the water. It wasn't completely a lie, she admits, as neither of them says a word for a moment, just watching the sunset together. I'm planning on graduating from Sylvania, Ed says. I don't intend to leave this school until I do. But if I don't have anything lined up for after graduation, then, he trails off. Walking off, Lortel mutters to herself, I was going to say that to him right at the end, but seeing him like that messed up my whole plan. Ed, meanwhile, breaks into a sweat just thinking about it. If I'd stepped out 1 second later, she'd have seen my real face. She fusses with a coin pouch. I even brought back the change from the magic engineering payment. Can't just leave it lying around the cabin, right? She reasons, heading toward the little hut in the woods. A door slams somewhere nearby. It'd be awkward showing my face to him again now. Lortel hesitates. I can just... Inside the hut, Ale is blushing to herself. Tilda Ed went down to the river, right? She hugs herself, already planning something sweet for when he gets back. The door swings open and Lortel and Ayla come face to face. Both of them freeze, gasping in pure shock. And so began a brand new disaster, sparks all but flying between the two of them. Mug, Ed's tiny fire spirit familiar, pipes up in his usual fussy tone. Your meat and vegetable intake today was seriously lacking, young Master Ed. You need to make up for it at dinner and drink enough water. All right, Ed sighs. If you collapse again, I really will die too. Mug frets while Ed chops firewood. For my sake, please just live healthily. I want our contract to last a good long while, young Master Ed. Sounds like Tarkin's been lecturing you again, Ed smirks. Guess unreasonable people are everywhere you go. Sorry about that, Mug, he chuckles. Anyway, thanks to Jix and Janica, he's got plenty of food and firewood now. And thanks to Lortel, he says, flipping through some letters, he can finally furnish the place too. One letter was from Lortel, he notes, warning him to stay careful, no telling what Elt might try next. Another was a personal note from Princess Phonia about Crepin's movements. And the last one was from the Academy, though the sender was the last person he ever expected. Professor Glast. He'd written asking for a private word with Ed after the conference. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. He was out cold with exhaustion at the time. I have no idea why he even summoned me, Ed admits, still baffled. Here's the part nobody saw coming. Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2. And Act 2 final scene has already begun. The story rewinds. To revive Sylvania, the greatest sage in history poured his life into researching aspectual magic. Magic powerful enough to bend the very laws of the world itself. But Sylvania Academy fell for one of Lortel's schemes and sold the whole research off. To finish what he started, Glast needed the sage-sealed grimoire. So out of pure desperation, he stole it outright. He tried to force Sylvania's spirit into Ayla's body since she'd been born with aspectual magic, hoping to kickstart a whole new age. A madman's narrative, plain and simple. It really was through and through. But then Taylor stepped in to save her. He tore straight through the traps guarding the secret lab, the spirit library, buried deep beneath the waterways. Once his whole scheme fell apart, Glast made one last, oddly abrupt statement right before plunging off the top of the magic tower. His final words were... Actually, what were his final words again? Ed can't quite remember. Anyway, that's the whole story behind the final battle of Act 2. A worn, glowing grimoire sits at the heart of it all. The Glast Conquest War kicks off with one item, a book that can transfer ownership of the sage-sealed grimoire, the connection formula. It begins with Professor Glast kidnapping Taylor's friend, Ayla. Are you awake, Ayla Triss? A voice calls into her cell. Don't come near me, she screams, curling up against the bars. Makes sense, the voice muses. The demon of the underground waterway is pretty terrifying, isn't it? Fire crackles behind the iron bars, something monstrous stirring in the dark. A shadowy figure looms closer through the gloom. It's your fault, someone screams into the dark. That's the story that started it all, the Glast Conquest War, playing out exactly as it once did. Except this time, the story's not staying where it belongs. Because right now, in the present, that same nightmare is starting all over again. And this time, Ed's not just reading about it from the sidelines. He's right in the middle of it. Ed Roth Taylor, someone shouts at Taylor, using his full name like a slap. Aren't you being way too mean? Taylor grumbles back. I mean, we were both kidnapped, Ayla points out, curled up in her own cell. I got kidnapped too, Ed chimes in from somewhere nearby. Huh, someone sighs. Right as the real Act 2 finale, the Glast Conquest War kicks off for good, with all three of them caught right in the middle of it. Picture this, two so-called kidnapping victims just casually swapping notes about it. Our guy here isn't exactly panicking about it either. Someone else sighs back, yeah, turns out they got snatched too. But even he'll admit it, this whole mess was not part of the plan. Let's rewind 5 days, before any of this kidnapping business kicked off. Ed's holed up in his cabin, finally catching up on 10 days worth of chores. Still, he can't shake the feeling that all that downtime cost him precious training. See, to level up his magic engineering game, he needs blueprints and rare materials, and he's got an idea where to get them. Wait a second, he's just thought up a genius shortcut. Read, a slightly shady one. A plan to drastically boost his skills fast. His magic engineering stats are about to get a serious glow-up. Here's the setup. The final showdown of this war game, the Glast Conquest War, splits into 4 brutal stages. And out of all 4, one stage has a reputation for being an absolute nightmare. Phase 3, the secret laboratory. Guarding it, the spirit library's very own boss, Librarian Riene. And yeah, she looks exactly as intimidating as that title suggests. Riene's real prize isn't the fight, it's what's locked inside that library. The place is stacked with rare magic engineering blueprints. By Ed's count, over a dozen of them are just sitting there, waiting to be grabbed. Of course, nothing that good comes risk-free. Even Ed gulps just thinking about it. Still, he figures it'll be fine, probably. As long as he doesn't go in alone, right? Word around the academy. Adele from Class B and Ayla from Class C are both getting bumped up to Class A next semester. Naturally, that news kicks off a whole assembly debate. Turns out Class A is tiny, just 3 students right now growing to 5 next term. Makes sense there were years with no Class A at all, since Professor Glast's the one stuck supervising it. One student scoffs that Ayla's no fighter, but admits her affinity for aspectual magic is off the charts. Someone leans in, curious where this is going. The guy hesitates before dropping his real opinion. He wonders out loud if talent alone should decide who even makes Class A. Somebody in the room is very much not here for that opinion. Turns out it's Professor Glast himself, calling out Jix Effelstein by full name for downplaying their effort. And Glast doesn't hold back either. According to him, nothing wrecks a kid faster than hyping raw talent and then failing to back it up. One girl in the back just sighs. She'd already done her homework on the faculty before enrolling. And she's got a theory: Glast's obsession with talent isn't random, it's about his daughter. Enter Muri, Glast's one and only daughter, an unremarkable mage by anyone's standards. But her father believed in her without limits. Which, hey, that's just what parents do, except Muri never took it as simple trust. She took it as pressure, proof that a respected magic professor believed she could be something great. And that pressure was about to lead somewhere very, very dark. Muri breaks down completely, overwhelmed by it all. And something in that story turns out to have a much darker side than anyone let on. Since that day, everything changed. Glast became fixated on proven talent and poured most of his career at Sylvania Academy into one thing: digging into the mysterious aspectual magic. But knowing his history, it's clear aspectual magic was never really the end goal. What he's actually chasing is whoever created it in the first place. History remembers that person as the single most talented mage who ever lived, the greatest sage. A legend wrapped in mystery, staff in hand, clock symbols and all. Back in class, Glast almost calls out Lortel Ketcheln for something, then stops himself. He decides it's not lesson material and promises to pull her aside tomorrow instead. Lortel's already guessing it's about the sage's sealed grimoire, the one thing every aspectual magic researcher would kill for. Except whatever he's about to say won't matter, because the ceremony to make that grimoire hers is already in motion. Yeah, Lortel's already 3 steps ahead of her own professor. Class wraps up for the day. Somewhere else, the real ceremony is about to kick off, and someone's quietly relieved their scheme came together just in time. Meanwhile, Ed's got his own operation brewing. Picture actual sword-swinging, magic-blasting chaos somewhere in those 4 battle stages. The main mission: push through phases 1 to 5 to rescue Ayla. Ed's side quest: scoop up whatever loot everyone else leaves behind. He's even made himself a shopping list. Top of the list, Phase 3's Spirit Library and an item called Glock's Eye that temporarily supercharges his mana and every affinity skill he's got. There's also Delheim's Hourglass, basically a rewind button for a few seconds of damage. Sure, the effects sound completely rigged, but the materials are so rare they're usually locked behind the end game. By the time Taylor could even use them, the fight would be over anyway, so really, Ed's just being efficient. And hey, while he's in the neighborhood, maybe he'll swing by Phase 5 just to admire, check on how Taylor's doing. Totally not an excuse to go stare at his crush mid-battle, totally. Step 1 of the plan: tell his friend Janica he lost something in the dark, cramped underground waterway and ask for her help finding it. He figured she'd hate the idea, he figured wrong. She's weirdly thrilled to help, and Ed almost feels bad since it's obvious she's just worried about him. Almost bad, not bad enough to stop using his combat monster friend as backup though. Before he can get moving, someone stops him in the hallway. It's Assistant Professor Claire with a message: Professor Glast wants to see him. Ed's brain starts racing. The grimoire ceremony is tomorrow, Glast should be swamped, so why call him in now? Not exactly a comforting thought. Last time Glast called, Ed straight up passed out from exhaustion and never answered. Guess he can't dodge it twice. He walks into the office, and someone inside immediately panics at the sight of him. It's Ayla, the literal reason this whole rescue mission exists, standing right there. And her reaction to seeing him is a lot more intense than a simple hello. Ed's confused, he hasn't done anything to her today. Then again, it has been 10 months since their history went sideways. Cue an awkward flashback nobody asked for. Right, the part where he shot arrows at her? Yes, that'll do it. But there's a bigger problem staring him in the face right now. Ail is supposed to get kidnapped tomorrow, right when the war game starts. So why is she standing here today, and why was he the one summoned? A very bad theory starts forming in Ed's head. And then Ayla screams bloody murder. Papers go flying everywhere, research notes, records, grimoires, all of it. Ed's rattled, nothing about this matches the future he thought he knew. Somewhere in all this, someone's been quietly digging up a connection tying straight back to Ed himself. And there it is, his own file sitting right on the desk. Just the one thread, that's all it takes to unravel everything. Ed's mind jumps straight to Claire. Did she report something she noticed about him? But that still doesn't explain any of this. Before he can piece it together, things get violent fast. Ayla shrieks like Ed's the one holding a weapon to her throat. Everyone's scrambling. And somehow, there's a dagger in play now. Professor Glass' expression goes ice cold. Ed tries to call out to him to explain anything. But Ayla's already selling the story, screaming that he's got a blade on her. It's a setup, and it is working perfectly. Glass's eyes start glowing with something a lot scarier than concern. And then the whole room erupts into raw magic. It's aspectual magic itself, the very thing Glass has spent his life chasing. The spell has a name, Time Prison. And it locks the whole scene down like a snapshot. Nobody's going anywhere unless Glass says so. He's completely in control here. Someone still tries to fight back anyway. Steel meets magic, and it is not a fair fight. Even Glass has to actually react to it. Ed calls out for backup, his fire spirit buddy Mug. And Mug does not disappoint, torching the place. Total chaos, and Ed's caught right in the middle of it. But Glass just looks impressed, says Ed catches on fast. Weirdly smooth actually, for someone in the middle of getting attacked. Then Glass drops the real question. Did Ed somehow scan through all his research in mere seconds? Because even that wouldn't fully explain how Ed's already onto his whole plan. Ed calls it straight. Glass only needs Ayla's magic affinity here, so why bother trapping him too? He even offers to just keep quiet about the whole thing. Glass not buying the innocent act. Glass admits it's purely selfish and asks Ed not to judge him too harshly for it. Ed, reasonably, wants an actual explanation. Ed realizes escaping wouldn't even help. Glass's not the type to just let this go. Running would only mess up the timeline he's been counting on anyway. Besides, if he gets kidnapped right here, he'd probably end up locked in the secret lab with Ayla. Which, conveniently, happens to be exactly where all that Phase 3 loot is waiting. Ed can't even hide the smirk. Why fight the kidnapping when it's basically a free shortcut? Even Glass seems weirdly intrigued by the idea. There's a glint in the professor's eye that says he's noticed something. He asks flat out if Ed's actually cooked up a plan of his own. So fight back or play along, Glass seems almost pleased either way. Whatever Ed decides, Glass's magic is already scooping him up. The whole office gets swept into the spell. And just like that, Ed's officially part of the kidnapping. In Glass's head, there's more going on. He admits he was suspicious of Ed from the very start. Because how does a kid basically living in the wilderness also ace every class? It's like the guy's got 48 hours in his day. Even Claire gets called out for flip-flopping, 1 week in awe of his work ethic, the next convinced he's some secret mastermind. Glass admits the transcript alone floored him, and then he watched Ed fight through a crystal ball. His combat instincts, Glass says, are genuinely extraordinary, but that fighting style is the desperate scrapping of someone who knows he's the weakest one in the room. Built entirely on effort, not raw talent, and that same fearless look on Ed's face right now stirs up a memory Glass thought he'd buried a long time ago. His own daughter once promised him she'd bring honor to his name with her achievements. Back when things were simple, and she still had that fire in her eyes. That memory keeps clawing its way back up, whether he wants it to or not. For just a second he looks less like a villain and more like a tired old man. Somewhere in all this, a small item sits quietly on a desk waiting. Something streaks off across the sky, unnoticed. Elsewhere, life at the academy just keeps going, like nothing happened. Which brings us back to someone waiting, completely in the dark about all this. Back at the cabin Ed was supposed to return to. Someone's getting a little impatient. Janica just shrugs it off with a little smile. Ed's running a bit late, huh? No idea her friend just got magically kidnapped by a professor 2 minutes ago. Rough day for Ed, honestly. Meet the guy writing this, an old archmage wrapping up his travel journal, admitting that even after seeing the whole world, magic still had secrets left to teach him. Big title, big doubts. He never really felt like he deserved the archmage label. He can't stop thinking about his own teacher, Sylvania. She died young, and in his memory she's frozen exactly as beautiful as the day he lost her. Looking back, he says those rocky, self-doubting years were wild, one gut punch after another. The grief from the day he lost her never really left, it just got quieter with age, worn down into an old scar. Even now, decades later, that longing for her still muscles its way back to the surface. There are nights he admits he gets the urge to do something reckless, just to feel close to her again. Like literally breaking the laws of magic and reality just to see her face one more time. But he stops himself every time what's gone is gone. So instead of chasing ghosts, his advice is simple and a little sad: just get stronger. So be strong, he says, tipping his hat like he's closing a chapter of his own life. That message is aimed straight at his own apprentice, the girl who's become, in his words, the final period at the end of his life's sentence. Because this whole journal turns out to be a dying man's letter. We're literally watching him write his very last words. He dedicates the final line of the whole book to one person, Lucy, and she's the one reading it in tears. That's the book Magic Travelogue of the Southern Continent, written by her late master Glocked. Now it's all she has left of him. Alone on a rooftop, she just whispers that she misses him, then reminds herself that out of everyone, Glocked made peace with dying calm to the very end. So Lucy had no choice but to finally let him go, but she can't help wondering if there'll ever be a day it stops hurting. Fast forward to present-day Lucy, still carrying that ache around, but she's found exactly one thing that helps her forget it for a minute. Jerky, just a good old pouch of jerky. Except she reaches in and finds nothing. Empty pouch, cue the internal screaming. So there she is, alone at her little campsite, trying to get a fire going to cope with the tragedy of no snacks. But her fire-starting spell has other plans, and things get weirdly sparky fast. The flames roar up way bigger than intended, so much for a cozy campfire. She just flops down next to it, done with the day. Then whatever just happened leaves her blinking in total confusion. Even she doesn't know what that was. New scene, a hush-hush ceremony to transfer ownership of something called the Sage's Grimoire. Scholars looking to cash out, merchants looking to buy in. It's all happening in a fancy hall, dripping with old money grandeur. Only the top players from both sides got invited to this one. And all eyes are on the two group leaders running the show. First up, Lortel Ketcheln, acting head of the Elt Company. Facing her, a sharp-eyed guy who turns out to be Obel Forseus, headmaster of Sylvania Academy. Lortel clocks that he's about the same age as someone else she knows, with a strangely similar vibe. But compared to that other guy, something about him feels off in a way she can't quite place. And that other guy she's thinking of, Crepin Rothtailor, smirking like he already knows exactly how this ends. Rewind a bit. Crepin sits Lortel down over coffee and lays out exactly what he wants, the Sage's Grimoire handed straight over to him. That was the plan from the start anyway, so she wasn't exactly trying to be subtle about it. The real question was the price. What number would actually justify breaking the lie she told Princess Phonia? Answer, 12,000 coins. Yeah, that's a wildly steep price tag. And Crepin didn't even blink, he agreed on the spot. Then he casually drops a bombshell. Did she know the Elt Company just hired mercenaries and is marching on Sylvania? She just shrugs it off like it's nothing. Crepin warns her kind of smugly not to mess this up again. Even she admits the guy is just deeply unpleasant to deal with. But unpleasant or not, his intel on Elt was gold, and now she's finally got a buyer lined up for the grimoire. Back at the ceremony, Lortel gets called forward to seal the deal, the payout, the paperwork, all of it. Or, well, that's the plan. She reaches out and the transfer ritual actually flares to life. She can't help grinning. This payday is basically in the bag. Except what she actually gets handed isn't a certificate. It's some kind of all-access pass and it's tagged with a name, Ed. The whole ritual lurches sideways in a burst of violent purple light. Whatever this pass actually does, it detonates right there in the ceremony hall. Everyone in the room freezes as the shockwave rips through. Magic shards and lightning tear the air apart around them. And Lortel is standing right in the middle of it, completely blindsided. In the chaos, someone with glasses and dark hair just straight up dissolves into pixels of light. Lortel can only watch frozen as the energy keeps ripping through the room. The whole hall lights up in one final blinding flash. And then just as fast it's over. Someone screams the words everyone's thinking, he's gone. Lortel stares at what's left in her hands, horrified. Her all-access pass was somehow keyed to a real person named Ed and she just yanked him straight out of reality. And with that, Ed Rothtaylor is officially out of the picture whether the plot likes it or not. Welcome to the final stretch of Act 2. Because somewhere far away, deep inside Professor Glast's secret laboratory, someone just shouted Ed's name. Turns out Ed landed right in enemy territory, and he's already calculating that Glast should have the grimoire in hand by now. A furious blonde girl next to him is losing it, yelling that she hates him and he's the actual worst. He just tells her to keep it down. Because right in front of their cell is a sleeping monster from the underground waterway. And yelling is a really bad idea. A shadowy figure strolls up and tells them, real casually, to consider themselves lucky. Meet their captor, Coom, a masked researcher who studies this world's weird brand of magic. Coom says Professor Glast personally ordered him not to experiment on them since they are apparently important people. Ed just gives a tired, unimpressed "Oh, is that so?" Coom's a little thrown by how calm he is and warns them he'll be watching closely, so no funny business. Once Coom's gone, Ed just slumps down. For the moment, there's genuinely nothing else to do but wait. His plan: sit tight until Taylor shows up with the subjugation squad. By the time that happens, whatever library Taylor cuts through on the way here is probably already trashed. Meanwhile, the real mastermind is monologuing to himself. If nothing gets in his way, sweeping up every replica magic recipe in these books finishes his whole operation. In his head, it's a clean plan, nothing left to do, no one left to get rid of, nothing standing in his way. Elsewhere, someone else isn't so sure. What bugs him is how easy this all seems, plus one other little detail. That detail being he's stuck babysitting her, and she is clearly not thrilled about it. She's already backed into a corner, screaming that if he takes one more step, she'll scream the place down. She doubles down, threatening to bite her own tongue if he gets any closer, not bluffing apparently. He tells her he's got nothing against her. If he actually wanted to hurt her, he'd hardly be wasting a perfect opportunity like this one, right? Watching this through Taylor's eyes, if he's being honest, he'd admit he actually feels pretty warmly about this girl, Ayla. Ayla isn't buying any of it. She blurts out that he's lying because she's just realized exactly who he really is. Back in the cell, that same accusation hangs in the air. Why wouldn't he be exactly who she thinks he is? Ed actually apologizes for whatever went down during the entrance exam, insisting he had his reasons and reminding her he pulled serious weight during the Glaskin incident. Then, kind of suspiciously, he adds, even if she can't trust him, she can trust Taylor. Taylor will definitely come save them. The girl is floored. Did the Ed Rothtaylor just apologize? Yeah, that one. She lets out a long, disbelieving sigh. He just breathes it off, unbothered. Suddenly, a voice cuts in through some kind of magic link, frantically checking if he's okay. It's Mug, his little fox spirit, spiraling into a full medical checklist. Scratches, energy loss, can he even smell right now? Mug keeps rattling off symptoms, then proudly explains he tracked Ed down by following the magic reactions his spirit links. Decent. It just took a minute. Ed praises the little guy while Ayla can only stare. Wait, he controls spirits too? Last semester he could barely manage basic magic. He just deflects, none of her business, clearly relieved to finally have a real partner in his corner. Ayla jumps on the idea. If that spirit's real, it can send a rescue call to the outside world. Just get Mug to ping any staff member or professor with a decent spirit connection. Ed, though, isn't so sure that's worth the risk. He'd rather not throw another wild card into this mess. Mug, meanwhile, is already puffing up with reassurance. Mug can't promise to keep him safe but insists nobody, and he means nobody, is better trained in emergency reporting. Ed just blinks at him. Mug brags it took him half a day just to dodge monsters and golem researchers sneaking in here, so by his math they've been missing about 2 days now. And somewhere else entirely, a different memory is still burning fresh. Because that violent burst of pink lightning from the ceremony hasn't faded one bit. Back with Lucy, it turns out people already talk about going to her and some sly fox merchant whenever they need real help. Having her and that fox on their side, Mug brags, is basically like having 1,000,000 troops backing them up. So no worries, they're getting out of here. Mug's laughing it off, telling everyone to just relax and wait it out. Ed is not amused. He grabs the little rascal by the scruff, done with the jokes. Mug just blinks up at him, genuinely confused about what he did wrong. Somewhere nearby, Coom's still tinkering away, completely unaware anything's stirring in the cells. Mug lets out a strangled yelp as Ed's grip tightens. Then, in an instant panic reversal, Mug starts yelling straight at Coom instead. Suddenly, Mug's completely changed his tune. He's begging to be let out immediately, dead serious this time. Mug warns Coom that if he doesn't get let out, it won't be him in trouble, it'll be Coom. Coom just chuckles it off, muttering that he figured as much, they're just a bunch of students, and tells him to quit rambling. As Coom drifts closer to the cell, everyone tenses up. Ayla hisses at Ed, confused. Didn't he say to just wait quietly for Taylor? He shushes her fast. Because right then, a set of cell keys jingles into view. Mug swooped in and swiped them clean, and Ed can't help but be impressed at how sharp the little guy's instincts turned out to be. He doesn't even know how Mug pulled it off, but credits him with genuinely great instincts under pressure. Mug grumbles that nobody even asked him to do that, clearly pleased with himself anyway. Ed just tells everyone to move now. The lock clicks open. Ayla gasps, stunned it actually worked. Ed cuts her off before she can say another word. From here on, he tells her, she only answers with a yes or a no. She's completely thrown by the demand. Ed explains the halls outside are crawling with monster experiments and cursed magic tools, way too dangerous. His plan, everyone else cooperates, and if the guards notice he's missing, they rat him out immediately. That way, nobody lays a hand on the rest of them. He points out the brown-haired boy's legs are shot, there's no way he can run for it. The boy tries to argue, but Ed cuts him off. Please don't. Just yes or no. After a long, heavy pause, she finally gives in with a quiet yes. Good, he says, now stay quiet and stay still. And with that, Ed takes off alone into the dark. One promise to himself, he's handling this. Of course, in a place like this, new twists always find a way to sneak in. See, Ed isn't running in blind. He's got an actual strategy guide for this exact boss fight against Professor Glast, written by some player who's beaten this scenario before. As far as he's concerned, he can handle any minor curveballs. His stats have gotten strong enough by now. He strides forward, looking every bit the guy with a cheat sheet in his back pocket. With that kind of information advantage, he figures he can talk or fight his way through almost anything. However, that confidence is about to hit a wall he never saw coming. Because there's one page in that guide he always skipped past. The same page that keeps pointing back to that vixen merchant and that little witch in the wizard hat everyone keeps mentioning. Because apparently even the biggest veteran players, the ones who sank hundreds of hours into this world, never found a way to beat her. She's flagged as a completely unbeatable enemy, full stop. No known strategy, no known counter. Her file literally reads, Bad Ending 27, Lucy the Slothful. Ed always figured it was fine. The guide says this ending basically never triggers unless you go out of your way to cause it. Except the entry condition is staring right back at him. It triggers the moment Professor Glast crosses paths with Lucy Merrill. And after everything that just went down tonight, that meeting might be exactly where this is headed. Ed's whole expression goes cold. We're back at Sylvania Academy, and Chapter 30 wastes zero time getting moving. First stop, Jix, flexing like he's got nowhere else to be today. Taylor comes sprinting in out of breath and Jix barely blinks. What's up, Taylor? He's begging for help before he's even caught his breath. The ask is simple and huge: we need to rescue Ayla. Taylor's face says it all. This just got personal. Quick recap for anyone just tuning in. Taylor lost Glast's trail after he bolted from Trix Hall, so now he's calling in backup from Jix to run it back. Quick heads up before we go further: Ed and Taylor are the same guy, it just depends who's talking to him. Here's the map: Trix Hall up top, the underground waterway below it, and the Spirit Library somewhere past that. Past the Monster Research Center sits the deepest part of Glast's lab, and this time they're tracing his escape route in reverse. Only headache here: the research center's a mess because someone named Coom apparently let every monster in the building loose. Small mercy though, going in reverse means those monsters are still locked up tight. And there's real relief in that, because if Lucy and Professor Glast ever cross paths, that's flagged as a guaranteed bad ending. Ed's blunt about it: he needs to stop that meeting from ever happening. But there's a problem waiting for him at Sylvania's Spirit Library. The Spirit Library itself, next stop on this rescue route. Cue the sprint: Ed's moving fast now. Down he goes, deeper into waterway territory. Something with claws is already close by. Meet Riane, the Banshee librarian who guards the Spirit Library, and she's already on the move. She's about to hand Ed a very valuable, very unwanted lesson. He's not too worried about the fight itself. He knows Riane's patrol pattern cold. The real problem is who she actually is. There she is, mid-patrol, completely unaware she's about to become an obstacle course. Because somewhere down the line, some enemies just cannot be beaten without Taylor's full swordsman form unlocked. So here's Ed, blade out, powering up for what's coming. If Taylor doesn't train hard enough right now, later fights get brutal. This chapter is basically Taylor's big glow-up arc, and there's a full boss guide rundown for round 2 of the Glass Chase to prove it. The threat list even name-drops the revived demon of the underground waterway, and Riane, tagged as the fight that'll actually earn him the most experience. So Ed decides to keep it simple: grab only the gear he actually needs and sneak out clean. Step 1, apparently, swipe a thunderclap generator from column C. While Rihanna drifts by on patrol, Ed's just sitting there quietly reading like he's got all the time in the world. Next on the shopping list, a one-way light dimmer plus a quiet promise to come back for all this good gear once it's over. Because leaving it all behind now would just be a waste later. Someone's watching Riane's blind spot like a hawk and gives the all clear. The exit won't be in her line of sight, young Master Ed. Time to move. Then the whole place starts shaking, and nobody signed up for that. Even Ed's rattled. This genuinely isn't part of the plan he memorized. Whatever just went off, it's close and it's loud. Everyone freezes for a second, bracing. Riane's already reacting to it too. She's on the move fast, straight toward the noise. Somewhere close by, Ed's bracing for the worst. Something just screamed, and it did not sound friendly. Ed's already got his blade up, eyes wide, ready for whatever's about to round the corner. Rewind the clock a bit, 30 minutes to be exact. 30 minutes before the earthquake, this is where all that shaking actually starts. Professor Glast, deep in his own thing, channeling something big. And it goes loud almost immediately. Whatever he's fighting, it's putting up a real struggle. Ice starts tearing through the air on the other side of the clash. The whole scene turns into a full-on magic storm. Somebody's standing right in the middle of it, barely visible through the wreckage. Lortel's not happy, she says. If this got out, it would have wrecked Sylvania Academy's reputation. Her exact issue: Glast apparently stole the grimoire during a gathering of the Academy's own core staff. Someone promises to personally track it down and get it back, no matter how long it takes. Everyone in the room agrees on one thing: whatever Glast's planning, it's nothing good. That gets a sharp "what do you mean" from someone who clearly wants the full story. With things this far gone, the room decides it's finally time to just tell the truth. The question that changes everything: does she know about the 3 major taboos? Chasing immortality, raising the dead, and rewriting time itself, the 3 lines nobody in this world is supposed to cross. Someone calls Lortel out directly, guessing she was about to say all this sounds crazy. She admits it, crazy or not, she's genuinely curious now. The story goes back to the great legendary sage of Sylvania, who always preached that raw talent was meant to move the whole world forward. And there was his daughter, Muri. She died after he pushed her talent way past what she was ready for. So if Glast has actually cracked the magic for bringing someone back from the dead, who exactly do you think he'd want to use it on? Nobody in that room needs to say her name out loud. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone comes sprinting in with an entirely different emergency. We have a huge problem, Principal Obel. Word just came in. Taylor was spotted chasing Professor Glast a few minutes ago. The missing students finally get names: first year Ayla Triss. In second year Ed Roth Taylor. That name lands like a gut punch on one very specific redhead. She practically screams the place down. Ed kidnapped, and now they're shaking and thumping on top of it. Janika's spiraling fast. Someone tries to calm things down. Headmaster Obel is the strongest mage of this whole era, and he's already promised to bring the grimoire back himself. If he's already involved, saving Ed should honestly be no trouble for him. So logically, the smart move is to sit tight and wait. But Logic and Janica are not currently on speaking terms. She's white-knuckling a pair of binoculars like they personally wronged her. Another roar rips out from the waterway entrance itself. And it's coming from something with actual wings and fire breath. Lortel's just staring at it, completely done processing today. She's clearly bracing to get involved anyway. She steps up and says flatly, "I wish to go as well." Cue the surprised MS Ketcheln. Someone groans. Looks like there's no talking her out of this one. What actually gets under her skin is how casual the principal is being about the missing grimoire. So she makes it official. She's grabbing it back herself. Keep the entourage small, she orders, and follow her lead. And just like that, Lortel Ketcheln officially joins the fight. She heads straight down into the waterway without a second thought. She's not going in alone either. Her backup is already respected across the whole alchemy faculty. Say hello to Dorothy, the third-year alchemy department's top student. Fully kitted out and ready to move. Her combat skills apparently rival the actual combat faculty, and even top students like Alvira and Norden used to come to her for advice. Funny enough, none of that was true back in her first year. She barely stood out at all. The one who actually saw her potential and pulled her up, Professor Glast. Which is exactly why Dorothy's convinced all his extreme choices lately must be building towards something. Turns out Glast left something massive behind just to guard this entrance. Even Dorothy's second-guessing him now. Isn't this going way too far, Professor? The answer arrives as a wall of fire. A full dragon, and it is not in a chatting mood. It looms over her, all teeth and heat. Dorothy's dead center in the shadow of its jaws. It doesn't attack outright, though it just demands, "Answer me." She holds her ground, staring it down. Its actual question, "Where's Ed?" Later, Dorothy's wandering solo, insisting Tarkin told her this was the way, then immediately second-guessing whose directions she's even following anymore. At least she's got her dragon and a spirit tiger keeping pace with her. She's stuck muttering left-right combos to herself like a cursed riddle. Not far off, someone else stumbles onto a body just lying there. First reaction, pure guilt. Is she like that because of me? Then the tone flips completely into a taunt aimed at someone very specific, Janica. Wait, she actually recognizes the person on the ground. That's Dorothy, alchemy's own top third year. At least she's got the decency to toss a cloak over her before moving on. Name card time, Janica failover. And apparently, Lucy aside, she's considered the top ace of her whole year. So the story goes, if this particular ace actually pulls off the rescue, then what happens next? Cue a full daydream. Ed swept up in a hug, gushing about how worried he was. Apparently Dreamed is very into being rescued. The fantasy escalates fast. Somehow it's already a marriage proposal. And now they're picking baby names. This daydream did not pace itself. Someone gets caught mid-fantasy and reacts about as loud as humanly possible. Plot twist, that entire wedding fantasy was Lortel's, not Janica's. Turns out Miss Rational loses every ounce of sense the second Ed's involved. And she's already spinning a story for Janica. Ed's supposedly already been rescued and is asking for her back at camp right now. Lortel's plan is blunt. She's saving Ed herself, and step one is getting her rival out of the way. Specifically Janica. Except Janica's not buying the story for a second. Lortel visibly flinches. Janica lays out the hole in the lie. She'd already pinned down Ed's location and was right near the entrance. So who rescued him without her seeing it happen? Turns out the girl everyone writes off as scattered gets razor sharp the second Ed's on the line. Lortel just deflects instead of answering. Someone else jumps in, pointing out Lortel's apparently been sending untrained company staff to do the actual rescuing. Even Janica has to admit, grudgingly, that the logic checks out and that Ed really is in real danger here. Everyone already knows Lortel never listens to anyone and always does things her own way. So it comes down to this, the two of them face to face. Janica makes her own move, she's doing this alone too. She calls her shot, taking the east side of the waterway herself. Lortel agrees fast, relieved there's apparently no other competition left in the running. The rest of the group just gets told to stay put, no more discussion needed. Lortel takes the other side, and the point of all this stays crystal clear. Get to Ed before anything worse happens to him. Janica's already off, Josette fully locked in. Same energy from Lortel on the other side. Both of them take off running at the exact same moment. And somehow they shout the exact same line at the exact same time. I will be the one to rescue Ed first, neither one's backing down. Back with Ed and Taylor though, the actual danger hasn't slowed down for a second. Renee's still bearing down on them, full speed. Ed's bracing hard, sweat and all. And then the ground starts shaking again, right on cue. So here's the real question hanging over this whole chapter: who actually gets to him first? Back underground, the fight's already gone loud. Someone's throwing a full-force punch straight through the chaos. Even the little bat imp goes dead silent watching it happen. Ed mutters, only half joking, that he wishes this was just an earthquake. Renee's right in the middle of it, hair whipping, fully committed. One more effort and she puts everything into it. The light from it is blinding enough that even bystanders have to shield their eyes. Someone's dropping through the air, caught mid-fall. And Rihanna hits the ground, glowing and completely spent. Sunrise breaks over Sylvania Academy, and everything looks peaceful and golden for now. Two of the Academy's senior staff stand on a rooftop balcony, watching the city glow at dusk. One of them frowns and asks if it is really okay to just sit back and let the students handle what is coming. The other admits it is dangerous but calls it a rare chance for the kids to grow, though he still wonders if they are pushing too hard. No doubt about it, he says, this is the greatest golden age Sylvania Academy has ever seen. Cut to two students arm wrestling like it is life or death. This year's class really might be one for the history books. A rare find, they call this crop of students, no pressure or anything. Every year the Academy expects big things from its best and brightest, and this year they expect even more. Somewhere else a man clenches his fist. Is that so? He mutters like he just felt a warning crawl up his spine. The upcoming trials, he says, letting the words hang in the wind. A young man stares off into the distance, lost in thought about what is coming. He needs the students to walk away thinking, I would need insane talent just to survive this, let alone win. That is exactly how brutal it has to be. The sky burns orange as the sun dips low over the hills. Smoke curls up from a lonely cabin tucked deep in the woods, looks quiet enough, too quiet probably. Nearby, a scorched crater rips through the trees, the ground still smoking from whatever just happened here. Up close, the crater looks less like an accident and more like a warning. Down in the dark of an underground tunnel, something shifts in the shadows and it is not friendly. Hey, someone whispers, as a hand flickers with cold blue magic. Hey, 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 a white-haired guy sings songs, clearly trying to get someone's attention the annoying way. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh, already regretting whatever is about to happen. Beside him, a witch hat-wearing girl blinks up at him with big sparkly eyes. This is Elka, and she is not exactly subtle about what she wants. You think I would have any jerky down here, he groans. Do you have any jerkies left? Elka asks again, completely undeterred. Nope, he sighs, and she looks devastated about it. He scoops her up anyway. Then I just want to find somewhere close to nap, she mumbles. Honestly, same. This whole situation is a mess, and somewhere above them Janica and Lortel should already be in this underground waterway looking for him. Elsewhere, someone is quietly running the numbers on Taylor's progress. If he clears every boss in the back half of this trial, that changes everything. She pictures the monsters waiting for him, one nastier than the last. Skipping just one boss will not wreck the whole plan, she decides. Good, because that gives her some breathing room. Which means it is still fine, she thinks. The real problem is someone else entirely. If Lucy ever runs into Professor Glast, the bad ending kicks off. That is the nightmare scenario she is trying to avoid. To stop that from happening, she has one option left. You are gonna have to stick with me for a while, she tells him. What he blinks, then just groans in defeat. In a quieter memory, a friend once told her something she never forgot. Sometimes the biggest help you can give someone is just quietly being there by their side, she says with a warm smile. Do you really have no jerkies left, she asks yet again. Enough with the jerkies, please, he begs. Just stick with me until we get out of this underground waterway, she says, all business now. If you want out of here, I will help you, she offers, though she has her own errands to run first. He stalls, then sighs and just agrees. Fine, all right. But I need a favor from you too, she adds, and his face immediately goes suspicious. He mulls it over, hemming and hawing like it is the biggest decision of his life. With Elka on his back, he takes off running through the dark tunnels. New plan: get out the way he came, grab what he needs from the library, then track down Janica and Lortel. And finally get out of this place for good, he mutters, gritting his teeth. Do you really have no jerkies at all, she asks one more time. Nope, still no, he sighs. Then a swarm of glowing red eyes blinks awake in the dark ahead of them. Yeah, that is never a good sign. Bats, a whole cloud of them, screeching down the tunnel straight at them. One massive bat monster snarls right in their faces, fangs bared. No time to think, only time to fight back. Ignition, he says calmly, and fire erupts from his hand. The whole tunnel goes up in flame. He tears through the swarm, fire trailing behind every swing. Bats scatter and burn, and for a second it actually looks like they might win this. Somewhere else in the ruins, another fighter wipes his brow. Should he call this the real thrill of mob hunting? Phew, close call. Elka winces. She is basically hoovering up all the bonus experience from these monsters. Sorry, Taylor, she thinks, I promise I will not take too much. Back in the tunnel, the fight rages on through the flames. Ignition again, another burst of fire tearing through the dark. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, blue magic crackles to life in the darkness. There is a concealment spell hiding this place, someone realizes, the same magic signature Professor Glast once pointed out. Lortel raises her hands, magic surging around her as she starts tracking it down. Unlike Janica's spirit magic, this is all Lortel, and she is closing in fast. Right, she tells herself, this is not the time to be thinking about sweet nothings. Right now, she genuinely means it. She wanted to help someone with pure intentions for once, and it gave her a glimpse of a kind of bond money could never buy. Her heart swells all over again just thinking about it. It is the same feeling as before, she realizes, and this sound, it is coming from somewhere really close. She presses her ear closer, heart pounding. Cracks spread through the stone wall in front of her. She blasts straight through it. My heart beat, she starts to say before the wall gives way entirely. Oh Lortel, you made it, Janica says, already on the other side. Ed, phew, he breathes out, relief washing over his face. Ed stares down at a bundle of glowing magic orbs, clearly not expecting this. A hand closes around one of the glowing devices. Perfect timing, Lortel says, dumping an armful of loot on him. Help me carry these, they are way too heavy for just me. Wait, he sputters, staring at the pile. Every single one of these is an advanced crafting formula. Ed, Janica says softly, leaning in close. Weren't you supposed to be in grave danger just now? Yeah, I was, he admits, sweat on his brow, but I managed to escape somehow, he shrugs, Elka snoring peacefully on his back the whole time. Somewhere far off, someone shouts a name in pure shock, Lucy. This is dangerous, really dangerous, Lucy panics, and honestly it is too cruel too. In Lortel's head, the jealousy is already spiraling. Janica is too much of a coward to make a move, she thinks, but I have actually been putting in the work with Ed. She remembers a night lit up by firelight, standing close to him. That day walking home, she could barely catch her breath. How can he act so casual with another girl right in front of me, she fumes. In the memory, he asks her to hold onto some crafting scrolls, promising to grab the materials himself if the trading company can source them. If there is ever anything you want, just tell me, she offers. After everything you have done for me, I will practically give it away. Ed, Janica murmurs, worry creeping into her voice. I need to take control of this moment, Lortel tells herself. Please, Lortel, Ed says, and the air between them goes electric. For a second, neither of them looks away. Seriously, now is when you make a demand like this, Lortel sputters. Who else could I possibly trust but you, Ed says smoothly. I am genuinely grateful for everything you have done for me. Do you, Lortel squeaks, completely melting on the spot. She happily hands the scrolls over, practically glowing. Need a receipt, she chirps. I am such a pushover, she realizes in horror, not for the first time. Proxy President Lortel, someone yells urgently, cutting the moment short. An old man comes huffing and puffing toward them. Here you are, he wheezes. He doubles over, catching his breath. We have a huge problem, he blurts out. Elsewhere, a group pushes deeper into the dark. Everyone, do not let your guard down, someone calls out. A black-haired swordsman sprints ahead, sword drawn and ready. This is Clebius, the Academy's top first year in combat, though everyone just calls him Ace. Do we really have to keep going? Clebius whines, sweating bullets. How about we just leave instead? There you go again with the nonsense, snaps Alvira, the Academy's top alchemist and resident meddler. Aren't you supposed to be saving Aela? Arg, I never even liked Aela that much, Clebius yelps as they light him up. So why do I have to save Ed Rothtailor too? I really am sorry, says the quiet one beside him. Still, I have to save Aela. Please just do me this one favor, he asks. This is Jix, the spear of grass, the magic faculty's rising star. You know Aela is a genuinely good person. Do not chicken out on us now, someone insists while the scuffle carries on. A finger points off into the darkness ahead. Meet Adele, the self-proclaimed romantic seer of the group. She has flowers in her hair and total confidence in her own visions. I feel something up ahead, she announces. Her hunches have a scary habit of actually being right. I have a feeling we are about to meet a seriously tough opponent, she warns. The group goes quiet, the tension thick enough to cut. Someone points down a pitch-black hallway. Whatever it is close. A scream rips through the dark, followed by a huge explosion. I really don't know, this was never part of the plan, someone shrieks in a panic. A massive fire dragon roars to life, and someone is already tangled up in a fight with it. Fire and force collide as the fight kicks into gear. Was it right, left, right, or did we go too far right somewhere back there? Someone in the group is very, very lost. Oh, one of them says, spotting something ahead through the flames. Hey guys, calls a voice from right next to the dragon's furious face, casual as ever. It is Janica, standing there completely unbothered, her spirit companions perched beside her and the fight already handled. Ya Janica, Clebius and Jix both freeze in disbelief. Someone else just about jumps out of their skin at the sight. That learned fear is creeping back in, someone admits. Panic makes people jump to all the wrong conclusions. This unforgettable feeling just will not go away, they mutter. Not far off, Taylor is a different story entirely, sword crackling with red energy that makes even his own allies flinch back. Going to give this everything I've got, he shouts, then blinks, confused. Wait, why is everyone staring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Did I grill Assistant Professor Claire a little too hard? He wonders, though technically she just fainted on her own. Why are you acting like this, Taylor? Calm down, one of his friends yells, genuinely rattled. Move, even if the odds are terrible, I have to save Aela, he growls, pushing past them. Enough, someone cuts in sharply, stopping him cold. The fight with the fire dragon rages on in the background. A lone figure strides forward through the dark, sword drawn. Ed, someone shouts urgently. Ed, are you okay? You are not hurt anywhere, right? His friends fuss over him, Elka still snoozing on his back. Taylor, Ed says quietly, watching his friend's face twist with desperation. Ed Rothtailor, someone repeats, watching him carefully. Alvira and I already figured this out a while ago, someone explains. It is just how Ed fights. With nothing but basic magic and a little archery, he once single-handedly held off 3 opponents who completely outclassed him. Taylor's whole body ignites, power surging around him. And the real strength of his friends is. The dragon roars again, eyes blazing red in the firelight. Flames reflect in someone's eyes as the tension peaks. My odds of winning are, Taylor says quietly, steeling himself. He raises his sword, ready to move. His eyes burn with a determination that says he already knows the answer. Zero, he admits flatly. His fist clenches anyway, Zero is not going to stop him. Go, Taylor, Ed says from where he is resting, giving him the push he needs. Ayla is waiting for you, Elka adds quietly. Go catch Glass, Taylor, someone else calls out as he takes off running. Now it is time for the rest of us to play our part 2, the others agree, falling into position. Somewhere far from all of it, a voice in the dark forest murmurs, and I will. A hooded figure stands wreathed in eerie blue flame, watching from the shadows. Take care of the variables, the figure finishes, cold and certain. A grizzled, sharp-eyed man sets his jaw. I'm okay, quick recap. That shady mess at the trading company was always going to blow up eventually. Word just came in, the mercenaries hired by Golden King Elt have landed on Arkan Island. In the shadows, a hooded figure stirs the mid-boss of episode 2 is far from finished. See, in the original story, this guy, the Golden King, Elt got wrecked before he could even fight back. But this time round, things went differently for him. He fell from grace in a totally different way this time, and that let him slip away instead of going down for good. Lortel already knows he's cooking up a counterattack. Keep the extra people back, she orders, just follow me. Word is he's already made off with fresh loot, and somewhere close by, a hooded girl is grinding her teeth, absolutely fuming. Turns out one of Elt's guys scored a haul of magical engineering formulas and tools, and he's grinning like it's Christmas. More gear than he ever expected, useful stuff, he figures, rubbing his hands together. But if you ask him, one tool beats them all and he's already got it gripped tight. Because in this world, there's one thing that really keeps you alive. Knowing what's coming before it happens, that's the real cheat code here. Somewhere out there, the story's original roadmap is still ticking along, and Elt is smack in the middle of it. Right now, everyone's living through exactly that scenario. The last leg of episode 2, the glass subjugation battle, is almost over and the plan to keep things on script is still holding. And if Elt really is this episode's mid-boss, I'm taking Elt down, someone declares flat out while off to the side somebody just goes, Jix. Alright Ed, comes the cheer, hype's already building. From here on, the path's basically clear, just track down Ayla once she's rescued, and she'll fill in the rest. Oh, and one more thing, Taylor. Whatever it is, it clearly catches him off guard. Because only once he's mastered every one of his unique skills and finished growing. Will he really be ready for what's coming? The real question hanging over everything, can Taylor actually go toe-to-toe with that guy? Whoever that guy turns out to be, he's waiting at the very end of this story. Fair warning, what's coming is going to hurt, a lot. The trials ahead are the kind no ordinary willpower survives, but nobody says a word, they just look at each other. Good luck, someone finally says, quiet and simple. You don't need some big speech from me, he admits, wiping the sweat from his brow. And with that, the group takes off running. Right, Taylor, comes the last word hanging in the dark. Ed's read on it, Elt's after the trading company, hunting proof that he rigged that armor deal, lost the very thing that cost him his position. First things first, they need to warn the academy that mercenaries have breached the grounds. Wait a minute, Ed, Janica calls out, chasing after him. Sorry, Janica, he says, not slowing down, we need to hurry. Again, she mutters, dread creeping into her voice. Down in the dark below them, someone's already in trouble. Something clatters to the ground, forgotten in the rush. I don't know all the details, she pleads, but Ed, you were just kidnapped and barely got out alive. You're going to get hurt again. Are you seriously going after Golden King Elt? She cries. You collapsed from overwork just days ago, and this is supposed to be the Elt Company's problem, not yours. She just doesn't want to watch him get hurt again. Of course, he can't exactly tell her the truth that he just needs to handle a threat like Elt himself to sleep at night. Luckily. To actually catch Elt, Lortel's going to need both him and Janica anyway. So she'll just drag them both along with some excuse, right? Janica's right, comes the reply, and it catches her completely off guard. Truthfully, Lortel admits quietly, dragging Ed into this is just her being selfish. He should be resting somewhere safe right now, not out here. Still, seeing the two of them bond a little softens the mood. It's nice watching them get along, but that's not really the point right now. He appreciates the sentiment, but unfortunately, whatever's going on with Lortel isn't something she expected him to push back on. What, she blurts out, what do you mean by that, Ed? Because to him, this isn't someone else's business at all. Let's move now, hurry mister, you two, we're out of time, someone shouts and the group scrambles. It's not someone else's business, he insists okay, coming up with a good reason on the spot is hard. Yo, you're right, he backpedals, of course it's not someone else's business. It's because he's got a contract with Lortel, Janica reasons out loud. No wonder, if she loses control of the trading company. His own magic supply chain gets cut off too, right? Yeah, that settles it, definitely not someone else's problem. Janica, honestly pretty sharp thinking, he admits. No wonder she's the top student in her year. All that aside though, they finally reach the wreckage and it is bad. Bodies and broken stone everywhere. This fight already happened without them. This is complete chaos, someone mutters. And apparently Taylor went in with zero regard for rank or seniority to cause it. At times like this, he can be genuinely heartless, someone sighs. Did you do this? Someone finally asks him outright. I didn't mean for it to go like this, he protests, it just turned out this way. I am not a heartless person, don't get the wrong idea, I'm serious. The carriage he came in on is still waiting at the entrance with the staff, someone points out. Except it's already been flipped and smashed to pieces. The escort's down, someone got here first. The silence that follows is not a good sign. You were faster than I expected, Lortel admits, sizing him up. And there he is, Golden King Elt, standing right in the middle of the carnage. Father, someone screams, Janica, spotting her own dad lying among the fallen. Elt just shrugs it off. He taught the old man document management himself, so there's no paper trail to find, but personnel management had a gap. One simple threat and the old man told him exactly where they were headed. This waterway, to be precise. Elt really did his homework. Right, this is when you should smile, Lortel tells herself, forcing a smirk despite everything. It took you a long time to master that expression, Elt notes coldly, watching her put on the brave face. Pity, really? The only evidence left is your own confession, he muses. Such a waste to ruin you with torture, Lortel. That's exactly when Ed's eyes flash red in the dark. He moves before anyone can even blink. Where do you think you're attacking? Elt snarls, barely blocking in time. Steel meets steel in a shower of sparks. The fight is on, fast and vicious. The shockwave alone sends Janica and Lortel skidding backward. You really do love dragging mercenaries onto academy grounds, don't you? Ed needles him, just like last time when that professor fled with the sage's grimoire. No need for comparisons to last time, Elt replies coolly. This time it's different, he warns, as a hooded archer draws back an arrow. These aren't just any hired blades, they are some of the best mercenaries on the whole continent. And they're closing in from every side. Someone already goes down hard. Excluding Lortel, Elt says flatly, I couldn't care less if the rest of them die. Finish them off quickly, he orders while the old man lies there, resigned to it. An arrow rockets forward, only to get knocked out of the air at the last second. Ed and Ayla stand their ground, side by side. Another arrow screams straight toward her. Everyone scrambles to close the gap in time. It comes within inches of her face. Ed throws up a barrier just in time, arrows shattering harmlessly against it. A glowing spirit bird flares to life around him, tearing through what's left of the volley. Pure defense magic, and it's working. The two of them push forward, shielded the whole way. Be careful, Ed, Lortel calls out, worry written all over her face. Nice and coordinated, he says, relieved. Thanks, Janica. Spirit sorcerers, Elt grumbles, always such a hassle to deal with. But I did tell you, he reminds them that this time is different. And he pulls out a legendary grade magical engineering item, Belarus's Prejudice. The relic hums to life, a magic circle blooming around it. For the next 10 minutes, it's going to smother every drop of mana around them. Belarus's Prejudice, a single-use item, but a brutal one. Built from the same rare reagent Alvira once used, and it costs a small fortune just to use it once. The suppression field spreads out across the whole battlefield. They're already outnumbered, and now they have to survive a veteran mercenary company while this thing winds up. And worst of all, Lortel pushes forward anyway, throwing everything she's got at it. Their entire party is made up of nothing but mages. If that thing fully activates, Lortel shouts, we are done for. Elt, the Academy will hold you accountable for every bit of this. how exactly do you plan to deal with that? Elt just laughs low and humorless. It beats losing my life, he mutters, and for a second the desperation behind his eyes is impossible to miss. Even a third-rate villain's butterfly effect can shake the whole world, Ed thinks to himself. And this guy's an actual mid-boss. If Elt survives this, how much bigger a problem does he become? In the story, Ed remembers Golden King Elt gets backstabbed by Lortel herself and exits the stage for good. This is a man who killed Lortel's own parents, and did absolutely anything it took to chase his own glory and fortune. An absolute villain, plain and simple. And yet, Ed realizes he doesn't feel a shred of hatred toward him. Because at the end of the day, Elt is just another obstacle standing in their way, fighting to survive, exactly like Ed himself. Still, Ed has zero intention of backing down, and he won't pretend it's because he's actually ready to handle every mess he's created. Call him selfish if you want. Wake up already, he calls out into the dark. Because this is his story. Lucy. Somewhere close by, a witch-hatted girl just yawns, completely unbothered by any of it. God, you people are noisy, she grumbles, eyes still half shut. Then her eyes snap wide open, and the air itself starts crackling with purple light. Purple lightning tears through the entrance, mercenaries scrambling to get clear. Lucy the slothful. Power just keeps pouring off her in waves. This is not the sleepy girl from a minute ago. She finally fully awakens. So there's this book, Glock's Travelogue, written by the legendary archmage Glock near the end of his life. He wrote it in a tiny, humble cabin that did not match his legendary status at all. Almost nobody even knew the book existed. You have talent and the blessing of the stars, he tells his young student. But that is no excuse to stop learning. Keep growing, stay humble, and use your power for everyone's sake, he writes. And watch out for the loneliness that creeps in eventually. Real strength tends to come with real solitude, he warns. All right, I'll stop lecturing, he laughs to himself. Instead, he says, just promise me 3 things. His young student just blinks back at him, completely lost. First, never let those small hands of yours get stained with blood, not even by accident. And second, just live like a normal student, at least for as long as you're here at the academy. Cut to the present, and that promise is already looking shaky. A burst of raw magic rips through the air. Standing at the center of it is Elt, dead serious, arms crossed, radiating pure menace. It's pretty obvious she came prepared. Elt hired nothing but the best mercenaries money can buy. You can tell just by looking. Most of these guys are grizzled veterans and they know it. Surviving that long in the mercenary business does something to a person. It builds this gut-level instinct for reading a bad situation before it fully unfolds. Their reactions turn into pure muscle memory. No hesitation, no wasted movement. Stop right there, one of them roars, sword crackling with lightning. Elt doesn't even slow down, she's already airborne, closing the distance in a blink. Have you all lost your minds? Move, damn it, someone screams over the chaos. Their leader is barking orders, furious that his veterans are getting steamrolled this fast. One of the younger mercs has no idea what kind of magic he's even looking at, and that inexperience is exactly the problem. He charges in anyway with a battle cry, blade trailing energy. Doesn't matter, Elt's magic swallows the attack whole. She barely reacts, fully locked in and radiating pure focus. Funny thing about Elt, for a mage she barely bothers casting actual spells. Most of the time she just skips straight to raw force. Physical force generated by absolutely obscene amounts of compressed mana. In other words, she just hits really, really hard. One mercenary finds that out the hard way, sent flying by the blast. Or just plain old violence. The leader is sweating bullets, muttering to himself, is it still not ready to activate? Just a little more, he grits out, clutching some glowing item like a lifeline. Elt clocks him instantly, so you're the leader, huh? Her expression sharpens into something a lot more dangerous. Then I guess I'll just have to take you down first, she says, almost casually. She doesn't wait for a reply. One clean hit later and the leader is out cold, while a second mage looks on nervously. He barely gets a word out before flinching back. Then the whole forest lights up in a blinding blue flash. You really should've, someone pants, barely holding it together. Elt looks worn out, but she is not backing down. Then the ground itself starts to rumble. An earthquake? No, this is something way worse, someone realizes in horror. Professor Glass's signature move, aspectual magic, literally bends the laws of nature to his will. And right on cue, the sky itself starts raining down magic. A massive magic tower begins tearing itself apart overhead. This monster of a tower blotting out the sky is the final stage of the whole episode's last battle. Taylor stares up at it, already bracing for what's coming. Good timing, someone murmurs nearby. By this point, Taylor should have already taken down the monster lurking in the underground waterway, and picked up whatever new skills he needed along the way. If everything's gone to plan, Taylor should be ready to actually stop Glass this time. This whole magical realm disaster kicked off at the exact same moment it did in the original story. Which means the scenario is still tracking exactly on schedule. Of course, that also means, since this magic is so far outside anything normal, literally everyone but him has no clue what's happening, including Janica and Lortel. And if it's stumping the two best students in school, it's probably stumping everybody. Taylor's already theorizing. Do each of these 10 towers have a job in soaking up the aspectual magic? Before he can finish the thought, something catches him completely off guard. In that case, Elt says, striking a dramatic pose of her own. She's already leaping straight up toward the towers themselves. Resurrecting the dead, she clarifies, and that lands like a gut punch. See, there's an epilogue you only unlock after clearing episode 2. Afterward, Lucy lazily wakes up and says, I see, something like that happened. She shrugs, completely unbothered. By the book, Lucy's supposed to just be napping on the roof of Trick's Hall this whole time, but wake her up early back in Phase 1, and actually recruit her into your party. Then a desperate, cornered Professor Glass tries to make her an offer instead. The person he'd bring back with this forbidden magic wouldn't be some random name from the academy. It would be her own former teacher instead. And in that same breath, the whole party gets wiped out. Hello, bad ending 27, Lucy the Slothful. Not exactly a pretty way to go. All you get is one last shot of Lucy fading away into the underground waterway. Truth is, Lucy Merrill was never meant to be beatable in episode 2. Players sank hundreds of hours trying to prove otherwise. Every single one of them landed on the same answer: there is no beating her. Of course, weird detours from the main plot do happen whenever variables outside the original story show up. And those detours, Elt notes with a smirk, can always be patched up, by her personally. Sometimes those variables need a little extra help though, like this legendary grade item, Belarus Prejudice. The leader roars back to consciousness, magic flaring around him again. The item flares to life. For the next 10 minutes, all mana nearby gets completely shut down. The suppression wave hits like a physical blow. Elt and Taylor both feel it instantly, trading a look. Now's your chance, someone shouts. The leader is practically foaming, sure victory is finally his. Now these brats can't, he starts to gloat. Use any magic at all anymore, he finishes triumphant. Which would be a great plan if Taylor actually needed magic for this. Wind blade, someone calls out calmly from the sidelines. A blade of pure wind rips through the supposedly dead air. A hooded stranger in green is casting it without a hint of effort. I'm a variable in this scenario too, he says quietly, but even I can't stop everyone. How? The leader stammers, completely blindsided. Turns out even a legendary grade suppression item like Belarus Prejudice has its cracks and something is slipping straight through them. The item keeps glowing, straining against whatever's fighting it. Even overwhelming suppression has its limits. Same as it's impossible to drain the entire sea dry. I'll clear the way, Elt announces, already moving. She makes her entrance in the most Elt way possible, with an explosion. I've got somewhere I need to be, she says flatly. Her eyes are burning with something a lot more personal than duty. Turns out Elt's got just as much battlefield experience as any veteran mercenary here. And it shows. The leader goes down hard again. That killer instinct only comes from living right on the edge of life and death, over and over. She doesn't even break stride. For a second, the fight seems to fade into something quieter and stranger. You know, don't you? A voice asks, low and serious. The question hangs in the air, lightning crackling around a raised hand. That you can actually die here, the voice finishes, and the leader goes pale. Lucy knows that feeling too, apparently. But Taylor isn't about to let this go any further. Unless you're actually fine with killing someone, stop right here, he says, dead calm. It's a little strange, honestly, for this kid to be so worried about Elt's conscience of all things. Don't kill anyone, never let those small hands of yours get stained with blood, not even by accident, the exact same words from before. Because the person he's really worried about right now is the little girl Glock raised as his own, Elt herself. Something in her finally loosens its grip. She lets him drop. Okay, fine, she mutters, backing down. Where are you off to now? Taylor asks. It's over now, isn't it? I need to be somewhere, she answers. Every conversation with this kid ends up going exactly like this. Are you sure you won't regret it? She asks, and honestly, she didn't expect him to actually answer that. Without waiting for more, she takes off into the sky, leaving him standing there. Somewhere nearby, someone else watches her go, eyes brimming. We flash back one more time, the very last chapter of Glock's travelogue. What's lost is lost, he says weakly. Sadly, the ones left behind just have to get stronger. So please become stronger, he tells her. I'm dedicating the very last line of this book to the one who put a full stop on my life, Lucy. And with that, he lets go peacefully. The room fills with a soft, fading light. Young Elt can only watch frozen. No, present-day Elt whispers, the memory still clawing at her. Back in the present, Taylor just stares up at the still glowing tower. And just like that, he thinks, Lucy vanished right in front of him. All 57 people are aboard the boats, someone reports. Looks like everyone made it out safely. An academy overseer watches the evacuation wrap up from the shore. Now that that's confirmed, Lady Janica should be heading back any minute now. Meanwhile, what to actually do about a very subdued Elt gets quietly tabled for later. We can just hand this guy over to Elt Trading Company for now, someone decides, gesturing at the beaten leader. After all, Elt's the one with actual history to settle with him. Taylor, meanwhile, is running on fumes after sprinting all the way to the tallest building in the academy. This is Trix Hall, towering over everything else. Maybe it's just exhaustion catching up with him, but this place happens to be exactly where this whole episode started. Right here is where Glast first stole the sage's grimoire, and where Taylor first started chasing him down. The academy's already handling the injured from that mess. Honestly, he never expected to end up back here, but here he is anyway. Completely by accident, he's basically retraced this whole episode backward, start to finish. And it feels like this is where his journey finally ends for now. Somewhere out there, Elt standing alone, facing down those towers. The night swallows the moment in silence. Turns out one of the buildings Janica smashed earlier was Glocked Hall, and Taylor's own scholarship this semester comes from the Glocked Scholarship Foundation. The old archmage lived like a pauper, then quietly gave away his entire fortune to the academy. Taylor looks down at Elt resting against him, and something about it catches him off guard. Glock's fingerprints are genuinely everywhere across this school. Which is exactly why finding Lucy wasn't hard at all. I figured she'd be right here, he thinks. Sure enough, there she is, waiting exactly where he expected. The two of them walk on together into the dark, side by side. They're headed somewhere you can see the whole academy at once, because to Lucy, this place means must be Glock's legacy and nothing less. Night falls over the academy towers, storm light flickering somewhere off in the distance. Up on a ledge under the big magic tower, Ed and our resident son thief Lucy are just chilling, watching the city glow below. Ed starts rummaging through his bag like he's on some kind of mission. He asks Lucy straight up if she's got any jerky left. She shuts him down cold, already told him earlier, zero jerky left. Ed lets out a dramatic groan like she just crushed his soul. He tries a new angle instead, getting all nostalgic about the old days. Lucy goes quiet for a second, her eyes drifting out over the skyline. Her mind wanders somewhere heavier, back to her late grandfather Glocked. She remembers she actually could have used forbidden magic to try bringing him back. But she talked herself out of it. Reviving him with aspectual magic just means he has to leave all over again someday. Plus, he'd already made peace with dying once. Dragging him back might just make him mad enough to keel over again on principle. Back in the present, her expression goes unreadable, staring off at nothing. Ed clocks that something's off with her. He can't shake the worry that skipping the revival was just a rash, in-the-moment call she'll end up regretting. He hesitates, not sure how to bring it up without making things worse. So he just goes for it, quietly testing the waters. Lucy glances over at him, a little guarded. Ed decides subtlety isn't working and just says what he actually means. "Lend me your shoulder," he tells her, half joking, all sincere. Lucy blinks, caught completely off guard by that. She hesitates for a second, then actually leans into him. It's a small moment, but it clearly lands heavy for both of them. Even resurrection magic has its limits, the moment reminds us. The dead are dead, what's lost stays lost. That kind of loss hits everyone differently, but eventually it comes for all of us the same way. Lucy just takes that in silent. "Understood," she finally says, and that's that. She settles against him, done talking for now. The two of them just sit there together under the glow of the tower. The magic tower keeps pulsing away behind them, lighting up the whole skyline pink. Way down below, the city lights twinkle on, completely unaware of any of this. Ed's thoughts start drifting backward, further than just tonight. Something about this moment jogs a much older memory loose. His mind rewinds further back than either of them have talked about in years. All the way back to where a lot of this actually started. And honestly, looking back, it was kind of beautiful. Deep in the memory now, something ancient stirs awake in the dark. To protect whatever it's guarding, the giant rises, golem fully activated. Turns out this thing was built by Professor Glast himself, our favorite poker face, cooked up with forbidden aspectual magic. A much younger Taylor and his crew scramble the second it moves, definitely not ready for this. Someone screams Ayla's name in pure panic. She's right in the golem's path. Episode 2 of this nightmare kicks off officially, complete with its own dramatic title card. The Glast subjugation battle is on. The golem swings and everyone scatters for their lives. Taylor grits his teeth and squares up anyway. The fight gets uglier fast, blades and magic flying everywhere. Deeper into the chaos, the battle just keeps escalating with no end in sight. Every hit lands harder than the last. Final phase, the fight declares itself, like things weren't already bad enough. The squad throws everything they've got at the golem's core. It barely even flinches. Somewhere in the chaos, everyone realizes Ayla still isn't clear. Because she's not just nearby, she's trapped inside the golem's actual heart. Taylor doesn't hesitate, he just charges straight for her. The golem throws everything it has to stop him. He barely dodges a hit that would have ended him right there. One of his allies screams for him to keep going. "Go, Taylor, go." He shoves through one more wall of resistance. He's almost there. He finally reaches her, breathless, saying her name like he can't believe it actually worked. But right when it counts most, he's stuck thinking about this stupid nearsightedness of his, of all things. Then he gets hit hard. Blood sprays across the panel and everything goes sideways for a second. He's down, barely holding on. And that's the exact moment everything changes for him permanently. At some point during all this, he realizes he genuinely can't see anything clearly anymore without help. Turns out that hit cost him his eyesight, not just the fight. And that right there is the actual origin story of Taylor's glasses. Years later, narrating his own life now, he ends up a professor. He's got his own little study, stacked with grimoires under a window shaped like a big M. Quiet academic life, one routine day after another. One student in particular keeps showing back up at his door, a first year with silvery hair. She wants to skip ahead and study intermediate magic way earlier than she's supposed to. Taylor just kind of considers it, unbothered by the audacity. He gives her some kind of answer, probably more encouraging than he means to be. She leaves looking more determined than when she walked in. This turns into a pattern, she keeps coming back. Seasons pass and the visits just keep happening. A colleague professor starts showing up too, blonde, glasses, constantly apologizing about something. She fumbles through an apology, tripping over her own words a little. Taylor just waves it off, warm about the whole thing. Life just keeps rolling forward like this, one semester at a time. Eventually he gets bumped all the way up to principal. New office, same guy, still just drinking his tea. Same visits keep happening too, like nothing about the routine ever changed. It's a quiet kind of life, all things considered. Except he's buried in work most days, stacks of it. And underneath all that busy work, some memories he assumed would fade eventually just never do. They keep resurfacing anyway, uninvited. He reaches for an old grimoire he probably shouldn't touch. It lights up pink in his hands and something surges. He calls out the spell by name, aspectual magic, small-scale time travel. A magic circle blooms to life around him. The energy keeps building, way past anything safe. Reality itself starts bending around the edges. And just like that, he's pulled straight into the memory. The loop locks into place around him. He lands somewhere painfully familiar. A vision hits him, two girls, both covered in blood, frozen in time like a photo that won't move. He reaches out toward them anyway. Don't disappear, he begs, like that'll actually change anything. The vision flickers, refusing to hold steady. Everything blurs together, memory bleeding into memory. And just like that, he's thrown straight back into the battle. What even is that? Someone yells, completely blindsided. The chaos of the golem fight kicks back into gear around him. His vision blurs out entirely mid-fight. He fights to keep focus anyway. A hallucination cuts in, a girl with dark bangs laughing, probably Ayla. He shakes it off and forces himself back into the moment. The golem looms over everything again, same as before. His allies are scrambling around him, fighting for their lives all over again. He pushes forward anyway, no hesitation this time. Desperation's written all over his face. He grips his weapon tighter, knuckles white. With everything I've got, he vows, I am reversing this reality. Massive energy starts gathering around him. It keeps building, bigger than anything they've thrown so far. Everything around them erupts into chaos. People are scrambling in every direction just to survive it. The golem retaliates with everything it's got left. Light floods the entire scene, blinding. Something in the air fundamentally shifts. The blast hits its absolute peak. Is that a swordsman form? Someone shouts, completely stunned. Taylor's standing there transformed, wielding a blade that's just glowing on its own. The technique announces itself again, all caps and everything, aspectual magic, time reversal. Reality keeps twisting around the edges of the fight. Time itself starts rewinding around them. Even the two girls frozen in that earlier vision get pulled into this. Somebody taunts him that it's pointless, all of it. Even if it costs me the rest of my life, Taylor vows right back. He pushes forward, blade raised, done arguing about it. Someone else casts an ice spear into the fight. Now they yell, cueing the strike. The ice spear slams home. The battlefield stays a total mess. A bard shows up in the middle of it all, playing a lute, backing everyone up with music magic. Taylor, bloodied and barely standing, asks if this is actually the end. Everything keeps building toward one final breaking point. The energy collapses in on itself all at once. And then it all goes up in a massive fireball. Someone drops mid-air, bloodied, tears streaking down their face. The explosion tears the golem apart piece by piece. In the aftermath, a white-haired, red-eyed, fanged stranger stands close beside someone else, both catching their breath. Someone kneels inside a glowing magic circle, gathering whatever's left in the tank. The dust barely starts to settle. Smoke and pale light drift across the wreckage. For a second, everything just goes quiet. Footsteps crunch through the smoke, somebody exhaling hard with relief. All right, a voice finally says, you won. Cut to a silhouette falling from a pink-lit tower at night, echoing the exact scene we opened on. A flicker of light cracks across the dark. Someone down below shouts up in alarm twice. The fall keeps going, tense and silent. An older, dark-haired guy in glasses is crying, up close. I miss you, he says quietly. His face is streaked with tears, barely holding together. Muri, he whispers, a name we never actually get a face to put with. A figure in a suit and cape leaps off into the dark mid-motion. Back on the battlefield, a magic circle bursts open in a flash of pink light. The glow keeps spreading through the trees. Deep in the forest at night, that same circle keeps humming with light. The spell gets named outright, aspectual magic, spatial leap. A glowing hand reaches out from the circle toward the trees. He used that circle for his final escape, coughing and gasping against a tree barely upright. He's fading fast, barely visible in the dark. But somehow he got out way too late. Even magic couldn't stop the bleeding at this point. Anyone who knew the original storyline could have guessed he had no future left. Seeing it happen for real just makes it official. Professor Glast is not walking away from this one. How did you even get here? An older voice asks. Also, it's way past curfew, isn't it? There he is, caught red-handed in his cape and tie, definitely not supposed to be out here. Picture this, a blinding pink beam tearing straight into the sky, some kind of tower going full supernova. Yeah, we're starting right in the middle of the chaos. Meanwhile, back on solid ground, Lortel's already mopping up loose ends. Turns out she sent the mercenaries packing off the island herself. She even locked her own father away in the trading company to take him off the board as a threat. One more promise left to keep. Once the underground waterway mess wraps up, she's got exactly one priority left: making sure Ed made it out of Trix Hall in one piece. She's barely through the gate when a familiar face waves her down, casual as anything, like the island wasn't just under siege an hour ago. Lortel's face goes carefully blank. Whatever she just heard is definitely not what she was expecting. That reaction is pure whiplash. Something about this welcome back chat just landed like a gut punch. Cut to a top third-year student, Dorothy, and assistant professor Claire, dragging themselves back through the academy gates looking absolutely wrecked. Ed's already there watching them stumble in, and from the look on his face, he knows something is badly wrong. Guess that means the underground waterway situation is finally over, he mutters. The relief doesn't last long. Someone's crying and nobody around her seems to know why, which somehow makes it worse. A scream rips through the group, and confusion turns into full-blown panic in about 2 seconds flat. Then Tarkin the fire spirit rears up out of nowhere, blazing and furious, and everyone scrambles to get clear. Ayla goes down hard, right into the middle of it, and someone's screaming Ed's name like he's the only one who can fix this. Between gasps, Ayla's already piecing it together that Magic Tower runs on aspectual magic, which narrows the suspect list down real fast. Dorothy's jaw sets. She's got a hunch and she is not about to let it go. See, that forest up north is spirit territory, protected out of pure goodwill for years. A few days back, though, something changed. Tarkin picked up on it first, the exact same magic signature, radiating straight out of a tower that has no business existing there. And if it's aspectual magic doing the damage, well, everyone already knows exactly whose fingerprints those are. Only problem, there's never been a single magic tower built out there, not officially anyway. So the real question becomes, what exactly has Professor Glast been cooking up in the middle of that forest? Ed can't shake the feeling that none of this was ever supposed to happen, not according to how the original story was meant to go. He tells himself he probably doesn't need to get involved, probably. Even Elt, the so-called fake boss, caused less collateral damage than whatever's brewing here. If a mind like Professor Glast's gets left free to keep playing games with the plot, there's no telling how far the damage spreads. So Ed heads out to check for himself one last time, hoping he's wrong about all of it. He doesn't exactly look like a guy expecting good news. Something in the air feels off, sharp like the calm right before it all goes wrong. And there he is, Professor Glast, slumped against a tree, bleeding out and still cracking jokes about curfew. Ed's not laughing. The blood on the ground says this stopped being a joke a while ago. Behind him, Lortel and Ayla catch up and freeze. Neither of them saw this coming. I was just looking up at the moon, Glast says, like that explains anything at all. Ed asks if he thinks this is funny. Glast's answer is flat and there's nothing funny about it. Strange, Glast mutters, because I find myself pretty laughable right about now. Honestly, he can't even really look at himself anymore. Just silence, blood, and a man who's running out of time. He starts talking about the spirit library he glimpsed, about making a flashy exit with every legendary rank crafting formula he could grab on the way out. Ed points out the obvious, none of that actually got him anywhere. Glast's expression shifts. Is Ed hinting there's a bigger piece to this puzzle? Serves you right, Ed says flatly, watching blood drip over the key clenched in Glast's fist. Whatever this key opens, Glast's going to have to clean it up with his own 2 hands now. From here on out, that library and everything hidden inside it belongs to someone else's problem. And that someone is standing right there, key in hand, whether he wanted the job or not. Turns out this isn't just about magic towers. Glast asks Ed something odd. Did he know Claire was only 17 when they first met? 17 years together, long enough to matter, short enough to still hurt like this. Ed echoes the name back, quiet, like he's only just realizing how deep this history actually goes. 4 years as her student, 5 more as her colleague, do the math, and it's nearly 2 decades of history unraveling right here. 17 years just gone like that. On his way out here, Glass says Claire was already falling apart. Crying, that's the exact word he uses for it. Somewhere else on campus, Ayla lets out a shaky laugh she doesn't really mean. The type to hate everyone on sight, she says of Glass, smiling through tears that say she never actually believed that. Scolded for the smallest slip-up every single time by pretty much every account, the man was impossible to like. But still, even Janika's crying over it, calling him the most scholarly scholar she's ever known. He had this weird gift for sniffing out exactly the wrong things at exactly the right moment. Claire probably had a hunch about all this long before tonight. Dorothy's voice shakes as she tries to find the right words. She swears she had no idea what he was planning, just that he was a mentor who believed in her. Doesn't change the fact he gambled with his students' lives to get here. Nobody's pretending he didn't lose his way somewhere along the line either. And right now, dying alone under a tree, mocking his own rotten luck, it would be easy to call that a lonely, pathetic end. Except that's exactly where he's wrong. Because Claire, who became an assistant professor crazy young thanks to him, and Dorothy, now the top student in the entire alchemy department, both of them were once written off as talentless. Glast was the one who saw something in them anyway, and he kept doing it for anyone else the world had already given up on. Even while he was publicly writing off talentless people as worthless, the contradiction was very much the point. Almost like he needed an excuse to explain why he kept quietly rescuing them anyway. He'd been doing this so long it stopped counting as a lonely legacy, and somewhere in there, his own daughter mattered to him just as much. Whatever else he was, the man clearly stuck around in people's hearts. Mentor to some, colleague to others, and apparently blind as a bat without his glasses. After a certain point, the man genuinely could not see a thing without them. Not even himself, probably, lying there in the dark. More silence. This confession isn't finished yet. Back to the confession. Before pulling off his big magical stunt, he'd already seen the spirit library and grabbed every legendary rank crafting formula on the way out. There was no point in any of that, Ed tells him, and he clearly means it. Glass's eyes narrow. Is Ed hinting there's a bigger piece to this puzzle he hasn't mentioned yet? Serves you right, Ed's not exactly in a forgiving mood right now. Whatever this key opens, Glass made his own bed here and he knows it. From here on out, that library is somebody else's inheritance to deal with. And that somebody is standing right here, key in hand. You don't look happy, Glass notes, even after I just handed you the key to it. He coughs, whatever it even is. Just handle it once the academy starts its investigation, he wheezes. And lastly, his voice drops to almost nothing, Lucy. There's a secret safe hidden under the desk Rihanna used to guard, he adds, like it's the most casual thing in the world. Every once in a while, he adds, actually look around you. A last wordless breath. Lortel just watches, silent, not sure what to even say. Right, you really are wise, he manages, and it almost sounds sincere. Later, Ed can't stop wondering what expression Lucy actually had in that moment. He never got the angle to actually see her face, he can only guess. The night swallows the rest of it. By the time it's over, Glast isn't moving anymore. His eyes are closed, peaceful, like he just drifted off to sleep. That's the best anyone can infer, anyway. He's left lying peacefully under the moonlit Zelkova tree, like someone staged it that way on purpose. Whoever arranged it wanted it to look like nothing more than a deep sleep. Just branches, moonlight, and quiet. By sunrise, Lortel, Janica, and Ed finally reach the scene together. Cut to the aftermath? Ed's sitting across from the dean, who's reading off his rap sheet like a highlight reel: the Glaskin incident, the Opheles Hall occupation, and now a stolen sage's grimoire. And you were there at that site too? The dean asks, not exactly buying the coincidence. You have absolutely terrible luck, Ed Rothtaylor, he mutters. Ed's been repeating the same story all night, and he's clearly exhausted by it. Officially, the story goes, Glast kidnapped him for reasons unknown, and Ed escaped the first chance he got to find help. And that's when you ran into Taylor's group. That's everything. someone else steps in to take over the questioning. Exactly as I wrote it, Ed confirms. Janica and Lortel rushed in to help. He adds one more detail. Ayla couldn't move at the time, and honestly, she didn't trust him one bit. So I went out alone to call for help, he says, sticking close to the cover story. Enough, the dean cuts in. Honestly, I'm suspicious of you. He's not exactly hiding it either. The story checks out on paper, sure, but how many near disasters can one student stumble into before it stops being a coincidence? You play dumb well, the dean says, leaning in, but something tells me you know a lot more than you're letting on. Ed just smiles. Thank you for the compliment, very flattering. Same goes for that sly little act of yours, the dean shoots back, pivoting hard toward the Opheles Hall incident. Ed's smile doesn't budge an inch. Then the dean frowns down at his own paperwork. This isn't the report I wrote. Somebody swapped it for Ed's actual report card. The dean squints at it and grudgingly admits Ed's clearly been working hard. Turns out the whole terrifying interrogation just got derailed by a grade sheet. Ed can barely believe his luck. The academy actually wants to reward you, the dean says, and Ed's face says it all. Nobody saw that twist coming. He walks out of that office a free man and somehow a hero. Janica's already waiting outside, apologizing for worrying him, asking if he got hurt in the fight. Worried? Please, I'm totally fine, she insists a little too fast. Ed clocks it immediately. Wait, you actually got hurt. Where exactly? He demands, already panicking on her behalf. Ma, maybe my back? A sprain, probably, she stammers, and Ed goes quiet like something's finally clicking for him. She has absolutely no idea what's coming. You're always the one who works hardest and always the one who gets hurt every time something like this happens, he tells her. I think I've been taking that for granted, and now you're actually hurt because of it. He can't shake what Glass said with his dying breath, that regret always shows up last, once it's too late to fix anything. Honestly, it's a little shameful, Ed admits. I feel like I've been a burden on you. I'm grateful for everything you do for me, but in the end, you're always the one who pays for it, Janica. And that's when Janica cracks completely. I'm sorry, I lied. Turns out there was no sprain, no injury, nothing. She made the whole thing up. Ed, completely unbothered, just changes the subject. Your dorm's Dex Hall, right? Actually, starting next semester, Janica starts, suddenly nervous. Wait, you're moving into my dorm hall. Janica bursts out laughing at how genuinely thrilled he looks. Wow, wasn't expecting you to be that happy about it. A lot went down this arc, but somehow it all got tied up fast. And with that, this whole chapter of the story quietly closes out. Phew, Ed breathes out. Guess you could say it's finally over. One more thing before he goes, the dean tells him flatly, you've earned this. He's officially cleared to move into the academy dorms, for real this time. Which means it's finally time to pack up and leave the old life behind. Ed had big plans for this place, honestly, fences, a little vegetable patch, the works. He was even going to reinforce the hut. Feels a little pointless now, though. So that's it, huh? My camping days are officially over, he says, half joking, half not. He takes one last look around the place he's called home. Then something outside catches his attention, and his whole posture changes. A gust of wind kicks up, and out of nowhere, a girl he was not expecting is suddenly standing right there. Ed's breath catches. Lucy, because that name was supposed to belong to someone who's already gone. It's a quiet, gray afternoon in someone's half-remembered dream, and a voice wonders out loud if it's about to rain. The forest around her says nothing back, just silence pressing in from every side. Wait a second, she realizes, this isn't Arkan Island at all. This is the northern Ramelin mountain range, a place she hasn't seen in years. Why, she wonders, is she dreaming about her own childhood right now of all things? Well, since she's already stuck reliving old times, she figures she might as well lean into it. Little Lucy wanders down the path toward a familiar old house. Let's go see the old man's face, shall we, she tells herself, stepping toward the warm glow of his window. But the second she looks up at him, something in her freezes. The dream twists into somewhere darker, a shadowy attic where a hunched figure sits waiting. This is, she starts to say, but the dream doesn't let her finish the thought. Red light floods the room as the nightmare tightens its grip. A skeletal face with glowing red eyes leers out of the dark, and her childhood memory curdles into a full-blown nightmare. You had the chance, it snarls at her, so why did you look the other way? Yes, definitely a nightmare, all right. Why didn't you save me? The voice screams over and over. A flash of white burns the nightmare away, and Lucy finally wakes up, completely drained. Miss Lucy, are you up? A maid chirps from the doorway. Then let's get you ready for school. Lucy just stares back at her in silence, still half lost in that nightmare. Without any warning, high-level spatial magic flares to life around her, and the maid's jaw drops. For some reason, a massive magic circle rips open right there in her room. She feels an overwhelming urge to go to the northern forest, right this second, no questions asked. Next thing she knows, her bare feet are hitting the forest undergrowth. Meanwhile, as evening settles in, a familiar red-cloaked boy comes strolling up the path. And weirdly enough, Lucy feels an inexplicable wave of relief wash over her. I wonder if it's going to rain, she murmurs again, right back where this whole dream started. Is it finally over now, she wonders, right before her eyes go wide with alarm. Something comes crashing down out of the sky in a shower of leaves. Nearby, completely oblivious, someone's grumbling about how unpredictable cats can be. They never play along the way you want them to, the rant continues, no idea an actual person just fell out of the sky nearby. The second you think you've gotten close enough to pet one, they act all aloof and stuck up. But the moment you lose interest and get busy, suddenly they're clingy. Cats are just like that anyway, someone shrugs. So really, the best way to control one is to just stop caring. Bold strategy, let's see how that works out for him. And there, right below the cabin porch where Ed's standing, lies the girl who just fell straight out of a magic portal. Play it cool, someone jokes back at the academy, and surprisingly they'll come to you first. Turns out the monster ecology class had a whole section on cat-type creatures, and Ed's classmates are cracking up that dating advice would honestly be easier. Professor Flurbin's lectures cover it all, cats included. Flurbin's classes are wildly popular, and everyone in them is already acing their grades. Ed started out near the bottom of the rankings, but he grinded until almost nobody could touch his class notes. That's enough for today, he says, closing his notebook with quiet satisfaction. By the way, Ed, could you swing by my office? Someone asks, catching him off guard. Wait, what do you know about the Academy's scholarship program? They ask him. The grand halls of the Academy loom behind the question, and Ed has absolutely no idea where this is going. You know how it works, they tell him. This could be a great opportunity for you. What exactly would I be doing? Ed asks warily. Assisting Assistant Professor Claire, probably, comes the answer, right as someone in the background lets out a dramatic scream. You'd handle various academic tasks, probably. There's semester-end evaluations to grade, and over break he'd be running the Academic Society's agenda too. Oh, and right at the end of break, there's the freshman placement test to help run. Professor Glast used to juggle all of this solo, and even capable as Annie's is, it's too much for one person. Just don't be too hard on the freshmen when you meet them, they add with a grin. Freshman, huh? Ed thinks, his eyes narrowing. That means that Guy will be there too. Somewhere else entirely, a very different piece of Ed's request has landed on someone's desk. I can definitely sense it, she mutters, staring down at the humming grimoire in her hands. Its magic resonance is off the charts. Whatever it is, whatever, she says, clearly not whatever about it at all. This is Claire, buried in paperwork, and now holding a grimoire way above her pay grade. But is it really okay to sell this thing to Crepin? She wonders, chewing her lip. The fact that Ed begged her this desperately about it has to mean something. He clearly never wanted Crepin getting his hands on this grimoire in the first place. No, wait, she backpedals, gripping her head. She bought this to resell, think about all the money tied up in it. I need to be more ruthless about this, she decides, steeling her nerves. Really, anything, Ed had told her once, whatever it takes. Claire just stares off, turning that promise over in her mind. Fine then, she smirks, let's just do this. And with that, she starts drafting up some very creative paperwork. A special winter break class notice with Professor Glast conveniently out of the picture. Guess someone's suddenly very busy. This way, she sighs, she won't have to worry about that camp anymore. It's the end of the semester, she reasons, so she's not the only one who'll suddenly be swamped. Janica, Ed, both conveniently busy, and Lucy, nobody will even notice a difference there. Her pen flies across the page, sealing everyone's fate for the winter. Wait, what's this? She suddenly blurts, spotting something she wasn't expecting. Why does she suddenly feel so uneasy about all this? Hey, someone calls out far away at the camp. We're running out of firewood, Ed announces, eyeing the dwindling stack by the cabin. Hardwood, comes a confused mumble in response. You did say we'd run short once winter hit, Ed points out. Well, yeah, that's true, but… Lucy trails off, perched on a rock like she's got somewhere better to be. Ed just stares at her. What? Why haven't you even been hunting lately? He presses, honestly startled she's saying anything productive at all. It's not surprising, honestly, Lucy admits she's been slacking on camp chores. Ed just plants his axe and mutters that he's been thinking about moving into the Dex hall anyway. Hey Ed, Janica comes bounding over, waving like crazy. Classes must be done for the day, huh? She grins. Yeah, Professor Marie's afternoon class got cancelled, Ed calls back. So I came straight here to relax, Janica beams, plopping herself down. The three of them settle in together, camp life in full, cozy swing. I've really loved spending time out here, Janica admits, but knowing it's about to end makes me kind of sad. We won't be able to stay here once winter break starts, she sighs, so I've been trying to soak up as much of it as I can. It stinks that I won't get to hang out here anymore, but your living situation matters more, she tells Ed. If you move to the Dex hall, you better call me over there too. I'll help with anything you need, she offers. You've got a lot on your plate, don't you, Ed? Things I have to do, huh? He echoes, quietly turning that over. Guess it's finally time to unlock that secret library vault Professor Glass mentioned, Ed figures. Inside waits a sealed envelope, an old key still warm in his hand. It's an application form for the Dex hall, of all things. Oh right, Tada, Janica pops up out of nowhere, way too proud of her timing. Apply late in the season and there's a real chance you'll miss your spot, she explains. Better to fill it out early and think it over after. Wow, you even sorted this out for me. Thanks a ton, Janica, Ed says, genuinely touched. I've already been through the process once, so let's fill yours out together, she offers. Let's start with the application and then… Oh, she suddenly yelps, cut off mid-sentence. Lucy, Ed blurts as she comes flying out of nowhere in a full witch's hat, hands up like she's about to steal something. Ed just blinks at her, completely lost. Stop, Lucy shrieks, still lunging. Don't you dare take that, she demands, though nobody's quite sure what that even is. She looks completely feral about it, honestly. The chaos just hangs there for a beat, nobody quite sure what to make of it. Ed's still just standing there, completely baffled. It all began on this day, the story rewinds to explain. Off Master Ed chirps his little spirit companion, zipping into the air. Your growth rate is honestly remarkable, it cheers as Ed conjures a burst of fire. Your spirit resonance already blows past the ordinary benchmark, it tells him, with Janica cheering him on nearby. Lucy, did I do something wrong? Janica asks nervously, peeking out from behind a bush. She just gets a long, uncomfortable silence in response. Normally, the maids back at Ophelie's hall keep Lucy dressed up nice and proper. But today, apparently, she busted out of the dorm in her pajamas at the crack of dawn. Meanwhile, Ed figures his magic power must be up too. Time to give intermediate magic a real shot, he decides. Sparks and blue flame immediately spiral way out of his control. The spell backfires spectacularly, and Ed ends up a smoking heap on the floor. Everyone just stares at the wreckage in dead silence. Sorry, okay, Janica pleads while Lucy just growls at her from under that witch hat. She's being awfully hostile toward Janica, Ed notes, watching the standoff. Or is that actually a look of fear more than hostility? He wonders, eyeing her shaking hands. Anyway, Ed sighs, intermediate magic is way harder to learn than he expected. Even after a full day of practice, he still hasn't nailed the basics. Hey, Janica says suddenly, what are you going to do if I leave? What? Ed sits up, caught completely off guard. There's somewhere I need to go to, Lucy adds quietly, turning a small key over in her fingers. Ed's mind drifts to practical matters, checking the fireplace before it drops below freezing outside before he catches himself. Once he's in the Dex hall, none of this is his problem anymore. He just needs to wrap up his work first. Someone lets out a small, puzzled sound. Lucy just sits there quietly, hands folded in her lap. Ed straightens his collar, working up the nerve to say something. "Let's go together then," he says simply, as the sun dips low over the camp. Ed's back at it again, tying a rope off to a tree as the sun dips low, getting ready to rappel down into somewhere he clearly isn't supposed to be. Sunlight cuts through the branches one last time before they drop out of sight. This little expedition is officially underway. The rope disappears straight down into total darkness, some buried structure swallowing the light whole. Ed grits his teeth and keeps lowering himself down the rock face, hand over hand, no safety net in sight. "Why did you follow me all the way out here?" he grumbles up at Lucy, not exactly thrilled about the company. He keeps descending, boots scraping over ice-slick stone, in absolutely no mood to explain himself further. Lucy just floats down after him, cape fluttering, casually pointing out she could have gotten him down here the easy way with her magic. Forget it," he mutters, too proud or too tired to admit she's got a point. They finally touch down in some hidden chamber, and up ahead a pair of eerie lights blink awake in the dark. Ed eyes some old contraption ticking away in the gloom, muttering that he can't exactly haul all of this out in one trip. Guess he's making this place a regular commute then, he'll just have to keep coming back. He pushes deeper into what looks like some forgotten study, dust and cobwebs coating everything. "To think," he mutters, staring down an old, dust-caked safe built right into the wall. Of course the guy hid a secret safe somewhere like this. Did he ever do anything the easy way? And he held onto this key of his right up until the very end. Ed can't help but wonder why. The lock gives way in a flash of light. Whatever's been sealed in here for years is finally open. And just like that, some kind of vision comes crashing in. Flames, a fight, someone he's never met before. The image sharpens on a stranger's face, lit up gold, caught in the middle of something violent. Back in the present, Ed hauls himself up the last stretch of rope, promising they're almost back outside. Arms shaking, he grunts that it's almost time to get another supply run out to Lortel. He makes a mental note, next batch of materials for her, and this time, somebody bring an actual ladder. "Let's rest a second," he pants, silently thanking past him for actually building up some stamina. Lucy leans in, curious, and finally asks what exactly he just pulled out of that safe. Turns out it's no ordinary trinket, a legendary rank magic tool, Glast's golden phoenix ring. The thing practically warps time itself, pulling magic Ed won't earn for years into right now. 5-star crafting difficulty, naturally. Ed turns it over in his fingers, already dreading what a thing this powerful is going to cost him. Theoretically, he could slap this on right now and start throwing around high-level magic like it's nothing. But use it without thinking it through and the price could be brutal. This is not a toy. Borrow too much power at once and he'd be helpless for however long it takes to recover. So really there's only one smart way to use this in a fight. Save it for the absolute worst case, the moment he's completely cornered. One all-or-nothing card and nothing else. His last resort Hail Mary basically. But what if it's not about fighting at all? Take spirit contracts, for instance, the exact trick that lets Janica boss around an entire army of spirits. Most people never get anywhere near that, all because their maximum magic capacity just isn't big enough. But if this ring can temporarily jack up his ceiling, he might actually be able to strike a contract with a genuinely high-ranking spirit. A reckless theory, sure, and a risky one. Lucy isn't buying the reckless part so quietly. If Glast had time to build something like this, she mutters, he should have just. No, Ed cuts her off gently, that's all in the past now. And even if they tore that entire hidden library apart looking for answers, nothing in it would be worth more than this ring. Glast never wasted his time on anything, Ed's sure of that much. Professor Glast, he says, the name still stinging a little on the way out. The man always preached that boosting people of ambiguous talent was basically a sin, but this is just an object, not a person, loophole found. An object built specifically to smash straight through that so-called wall of talent. And suddenly it clicks. This is exactly why Glast poured himself into magic engineering research in the first place. And why he buried the whole project so deep nobody would ever find out, not until it was already too late. It was all for one person. A gift quietly built for his own daughter. You know, Ed starts staring up at the clouds, searching for the right words. One time, a button on my sleeve fell off without me even noticing. I never once thought about that button until it was gone, and suddenly everything felt loose and wrong. Funny how that works, he admits. You only clock how much something mattered once it's already missing. He nearly loses his footing right as he says it, timing, as always, not exactly his strong suit. Something I figured meant nothing, he admits, actually mattered a lot. Lucy just says she followed him because she had a question. So are you actually going to move into Dex Hall? She finally asks. Can't you just tell if it's going to rain? He deflects instead of answering. Lucy blinks, thrown completely off guard by the sudden subject change. Not go slips out of her before she can stop it, and it clearly costs her something to say. She catches herself immediately, forcing her expression back to neutral. To enter Dex Hall or just keep living like this? Ed cracks up like the question itself is a joke. Dex Hall would obviously be more comfortable, he admits. Nobody normal lives outside through a winter like this. Lucy just shakes her head, completely unconvinced. Makes sense, she says simply. Then he actually asks, will it rain? Turns out Lucy's got a literal nose for reading the clouds. Nope, she declares, completely confident. Except she's not always right about that, not that it's stopping her from calling it anyway. Ed just stares at her, not entirely sure how to respond to that logic. Lucy, meanwhile, looks extremely pleased with herself. After a whole soggy monsoon season, you'd think rain just shows up whenever it wants. But right now, it's snow coming down around the two of them instead. Rainy season's long done, winter's fully taken over. Anyway, Ed says, steering the conversation somewhere else entirely. Between everything else going on, he hasn't even gathered enough firewood to get through winter. He admits he can't handle it solo this time and actually asks Lucy for help. You did say it yourself, she points out, clearly delighted he's asking. Really? He blurts out, caught off guard by how excited she suddenly looks. Lucy practically lights up, magic crackling around her. Really, 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 she repeats, way more thrilled about firewood duty than any sane person should be. Honestly, he sighs, he's basically gone full camp life mode at this point. If we just fix up a few more things around here, he starts, there might actually be more upsides to just staying poo. He doesn't even get to finish that sentence. The two of them end up tumbling through the snow together instead, mid-thought and all. And that's a wrap on this whole stretch of the story. Bigger trials are coming next, and there's a lot riding on it. Princess Phonia's gunning for student council president next, and Lortel's not about to hand it over quietly. New faces, new rivals, a whole fresh wave of students about to walk through those gates. And only one of them gets to still be standing when the dust finally settles. Turns out this girl's got a full name now too, Lucy Merrill. For a second, neither of them says anything at all. It won't be easy, Ed admits to himself, but for now I'm putting the worrying aside. Even after whatever's coming next wraps up. He just wants them both still standing healthy in one piece. Because he's seen her make faces lately that he swears never showed up in any version of this story he thought he knew. Genuine, unscripted, actually happy. And that, he decides, is something worth protecting. New day, same shovel. Ed's out clearing snow before sunrise again. It looks peaceful enough drifting down. But shoveling all of it eats up half his day easy. He swore off overworking himself a while back, technically still holding to that, technically. He got called in for scholarship duty at the school, so today's the day he plows through everything else on his list. Firewood, food prep, all of it, at least the cold does half the work keeping supplies fresh. He blazes through the provisions fast. Giving up his dorm spot bought him tuition help instead, fair trade apparently. Tuition's no longer the headache it used to be. Which means he's finally not rationing every single hour of his day like some kind of survival clock. Meanwhile, Lucy's just straight up passed out, snoring and everything. Doesn't mean he gets to slack off too though, and yeah, he's fully given up trying to kick her out at this point. Not that she'd even feel the cold, that protective magic of hers handles that just fine. The real problem, he admits, is how leaving her out there would make him feel. This easy, quiet stretch of life, he's got no guarantee it ever comes back around. Which is exactly why, if he's ever going to gamble on something big, tonight is the night to do it. Shall I get started then? He murmurs, the ring already glowing in his palm. Power floods out of it instantly. His whole fist goes up in flame. The fire keeps building, way past anything he's thrown around before. Lightning starts crackling right alongside it. And somewhere in all that light, a completely new figure starts taking shape. Ed locks eyes with whatever or whoever he just called out to. Winters rolled into the academy grounds, and the place still looks every bit as grand and frostbitten as ever. There's a bakery near campus famous for treats once handled by the former Royal Patissier Laplace Bakery, today's gossip headquarters. Its flower-scented terrace is legendary too, though good luck actually snagging a seat there. Their top-tier dessert platter is nearly impossible to reserve, which makes it perfect bait for luring somebody out. How else could I call you out without bait like this? Janica teases, waving a friend over with the goods. Clara laughs off the bait comment right before Janica cuts straight to the point. She's inching toward dangerous territory. Her friend nearly spits out her tea. You've completely fallen under that Ed Rothtailor's spell. Clara doesn't even deny it. How wouldn't I? I'm not trying to stop it. At first, she admits it felt like losing her whole country. But once she actually sized Ed up for herself, her whole view of him changed and she made peace with how things turned out. Janica isn't done grilling her though. Clara, the real problem is, has your heart ever pounded so hard you couldn't even speak? Or gotten so nervous you can't even look him in the eye lately? Janica presses right up in Clara's face. Why are you even asking that? Has it happened? Clara sputters, then quietly admits being around Ed just feels comfortable and easy. Janica explodes that, like she's just caught Clara red-handed. That right there is a one-way ticket to the worst bad ending in dating, Janica warns, dead serious. Cue the dramatic bad ending 13, comfortable girlfriends screen like they're trapped in some tragic dating sim. The nerve, what's the point of an emotional connection if it only goes one way? Janica rants, gesturing wildly. Someone pats a thoroughly defeated Janica on the head like she just lost a round. Ugh, she groans. Anyway, forget it, it's winter break now, Janica declares, arm wrestling a friend like the whole conversation never happened. The girls agree Ed's not bad looking, which is exactly the problem. They need a game plan before someone else charms him first. Their friend just watches, thinking, of course Clara's right about all this, she's basically studied romance through everyone else's love lives. Turns out it's largely thanks to Clara that Ed's reputation flipped in the first place after all. He's the guy Janica's into. Between Belle, the staff, and their whole friend group vouching for him, it seems like just about everyone trusts Ed now. Not everyone looks fully convinced, though one friend's smile says she's not buying the whole picture yet. I think about it a little differently though, she admits quietly. Cut to a whole different kind of chaos, an apologetic girl bowing to someone with, quote, zero dignity whatsoever. Meet Assistant Professor Claire. Watching her flail around a cluttered desk, it's genuinely hard to believe this woman is a professor. And yet every serious professor on staff sings her praises. Because whatever chaos she brings personally, Professor Claire's actual academic ability speaks for itself. Chalk it up to raw people luck, she somehow landed two legendary scholars, Flurbin and Glast, as her mentors. Guided by some of the era's sharpest minds, she powered straight through to finish her degree. And now she's landed the single greatest teaching assistant around, a fact that leaves at least one onlooker visibly stunned. What's all that? Looks heavy, want help? Someone offers, which is exactly why brilliant but hopeless Claire still gets everything important done. It's fine, thank you though, Claire says, waving off the help with an easy smile. Enter the one actually keeping this whole operation running, a sharp, composed second year who's earned a nod from every worker on campus. Annie's. They don't call her the greatest advisor for nothing. Turns out Claire's cluttered personal research lab has a very specific reason for staying navigable at all. Every hallway this spotless, that's Annie's handiwork, plain and simple. She gathers intel at a pace bordering on stalking, bouncing between the library, Trix Hall, admin, and the dorm night duty room. Somehow she always slips past getting caught, flashing a graceful smile the whole way. Outside Janica and Clara, almost nobody has actually seen who Annie's really is. To Annie's, human relationships are basically just a game of swapping masks. With 20 minutes left before the professor's back from the bakery, she's got just enough time to dig into her latest target's file. Ed Roth-Taylor's paper trail starts young baptized at 5, formal etiquette lessons not long after. More lessons piled on at 12, though judging by his actual first-year grades, he's not exactly a genius. With her own family situation shaky since day one, Annie's had to hustle pulling double duty as both TA and scholarship student just to get by. She's ruthlessly resourceful about it, too, treating Lortel, a student a full year her junior, as her personal role model for surviving this place. Let's see, Ed Roth-Taylor, Annie's mutters, cracking open the actual family archive. Can't read financial records, but she's got her own methods. The file confirms it. Second in line in the Roth-Taylor family, 1 son and 2 daughters strong, the single most powerful house in the Kloll Empire. Growing up boxed into that kind of pressure, Annie's figures probably left him with some seriously domineering habits. No money troubles, no real academic talent, nothing notable his whole first year, she concludes dismissively and more than a little wrong. High chance he's got zero self-confidence underneath it all. Probably goes for someone pure and sweet, she theorizes. Her plan takes shape fast. Appeal to his practical side, human to human, since he's probably touchy about wins and losses after everything. She rattles off an absurdly detailed psychological profile before landing on her verdict. So, in conclusion, it's really not that difficult. Should I practice? She wonders aloud, clearly about to rehearse whatever pitch she's cooking up. Cue a sudden crash and a blinding flash of light. Something in the lab just went very wrong. Annie's whips around at the noise, already bracing for the damage. "Hyok, you already made black tea, you're the best, Annie's," comes the grateful voice through the mess. "You even knew I'd bring snacks." "Ouch, so hot," someone yelps, stepping right into a spill on the floor. "Ah, Annie's is gonna kill me for being clumsy again." Claire winces, already dreading the lecture. That's a relief," comes the reply. Whoever got hurt is apparently fine. The mystery woman in question simply walks off, completely unbothered. "You're not hurt, truly, what a relief," she adds, checking the damage over one more time. Claire freezes mid-thought, like she's just put 2 and 2 together about something. Meanwhile, Ed straightens his tie, clearly gearing up to head somewhere important. "Huh, Annie's," he mutters, catching a familiar face in a very unfamiliar uniform. "Having to wear my uniform through the break was tiring, so thanks," he tells her, business as usual. "One uniform won't change my workload much," she replies coolly. "Besides, it seems the person I serve owes you plenty already." Turns out this maid sniffed Lucy's incense right off Ed's laundry, white hairs included, a detective in an apron. "Well, Lucy has been sticking pretty close to me lately," Ed admits, quietly impressed she caught that from doing laundry. He can't help wondering what she'd have ended up doing with a mind like that if she weren't stuck being a maid. "Young Master Ed, why do you still talk to me so formally?" she asks. "It's more comfortable," he insists. "So is speaking casually for me," she counters. He won't budge, though formal speech is just what feels right to him. Privately, Ed reasons that as someone no longer a noble or an Opheles Hall student, staying formal with a senior chief maid just feels right. She's always stubborn about this, he thinks, watching her expression sour just slightly. "I'll keep speaking formally however's comfortable for me. You're the chief maid, that's a lot of people to manage, a lot to deal with," he says. "I'm not sure about that," she deflects, insisting he's the one with more on his plate lately. "No, worrying too much just becomes its own burden," she tells him plainly. "Whatever the other ladies decide, in the end, it's still your call," she adds. "Anyway, I can still do your laundry anytime work's stabilized now that Opheles Hall's finished being restored." "Fully restored in a single semester," Ed murmurs, honestly a little surprised. "The academy must have thrown everything they had at it," she notes, "and with new students about to arrive. Of the 7 new students joining from this break on, one's already requested to move in early," she reports. Ed's expression tightens. He already has a guess who that one student is. Must be Tanya Rothtailor, right? He asks flatly. A figure crackles with dark purple energy in the distance. Yes, so you were aware, she confirms. My younger sister is coming soon, Ed says under his breath, clearly not thrilled about it. He's heading back to his hometown for the break, ready or not. Out at a snowy training cabin, someone asks if Elka the librarian is heading home too. How did you know? Comes the reply. Since I wanted to spend some time with Elka, the voice admits almost sheepishly. Cut to Jix casually doing a shirtless handstand outside like it's nothing. Training never really stops for him. Staying at camp the whole break? Ed asks. Probably. Jix shrugs. Almost a third year now. He figures he'd better pick up medium magic. Ed's already reading by the fire, though he can't resist a warning. Weren't you basic level just a year ago? Don't push yourself too hard. I can't sense any magic on you at all, Ed notes. Did you train yourself past your limit again? Ed's eyes narrow at the fire, clearly not fully buying whatever answer's coming next. Jix wipes himself down with a towel. There's a reason I don't think I'll, he starts. Be able to use magic for a while, he finishes. If you say so then, Ed replies, letting it go easily. Ed privately figures Jix's greatest strength might just be sheer indifference, give him any reason at all, and he'll roll with it, no questions asked. Oh yeah, Ayla was asking about you, Ed mentions, recalling an earlier run-in. Apparently there was some misunderstanding, and Ayla wanted to track him down to apologize, though Ed kept the cabin's location to himself. Tell her I don't want an apology, just forget it, Jix says flatly. I'm not upset and I genuinely don't want one. I don't really carry negative emotions, he adds, dead serious. It's less that I'm tolerant and more that I just don't care either way, Jix clarifies. Anyway. Jix, you're surprisingly good at keeping secrets, Ed says, so do me a favor before you head home. I've been using Professor Glass's basement library, Ed explains, gesturing at the sprawling, half-magical space. Problem is, it's such a disaster zone that he needs actual manpower to whip it into shape. I don't need paying for it, just call it training, Jix answers, already in. What are you even planning to use the library for? Jix asks. As a workshop, Ed says simply, scribbling away at a list by the fire. Jix can't help being floored, surviving a training camp, magic, spirit work, archery, and now magic engineering too, all while starting a new job tomorrow. Guess it's people like you who actually make it, Jix tells him, just don't burn yourself out again. Ed's winter break to-do list is genuinely unhinged. Organize the workshop, level up magic engineering 3 times, learn a bow skill and land a contract with a high-ranking spirit. Somewhere else entirely, a pained groan drifts out, troubles clearly brewing for someone. Turns out it's Claire. Annie's reports she's currently unable to communicate at all. Reason being, she's pulled a 44-hour all-nighter finishing the academy syllabus due tomorrow. So instead, a trio of students gathers to hear the news secondhand, Ed among them. I'll pass along the important stuff for her as her TA, Annie's announces, laying out what the scholar students need to handle. Top of the list, the class assignment exam for the incoming new students. Prep plus supervising exam day itself, a job Professor Glass used to run solo every year, now handed off to Assistant Professor Claire. Ed's inner voice cuts in, dark and knowing, just like last time. I already know how this turns out. This year, the exam's moving from last year's northern forest on Arkan Island to the northwest Oran Mountain instead, and Clebius is tagging along, which nobody expected. Clebius, grab the equipment we requested from Trix Hall. Onyx, the assignments keep coming. And Ed Rothtailor, a new voice calls out, sizing him up from behind. There's something Clara and Janica are both completely missing, she thinks to herself, smiling. Ed nearly jumps out of his skin as some unfamiliar girl grabs his cheek, sizing up his face like a piece of merchandise. Way too many girls hanging around Ed Rothtailor. That face is basically a player's. She muses she's already built the perfect type to reel him in. If he can't resist a little seduction and turns out just as pathetic as the rest. Ed Rothtailor, you're coming with me on a field survey, she declares. She flashes a wickedly confident smile, clearly relishing the plan already. Walking off without a backward glance, she leaves one last promise hanging in the air. She's taking full responsibility for ripping Ed away from Janica. Field trip time. The class heads out to Orin Mountain, way past Academy Northwest, for some good old winter survival training. It's not exactly Everest, but hey, a mountain's a mountain, and this one's buried in snow. Careful out there? Slick patches everywhere, and more than a few students are about to learn the hard way that snow and gravity don't mix. Ed's out front barely breaking a sweat, while his hiking partner is already wheezing behind him. He calls a break and she practically melts with relief, thanking him for it. She laughs it off, a little embarrassed at how wiped out she is compared to him. She admits Ed's nothing like she expected. Turns out he's considerate and has crazy stamina to boot. Ed just shrugs, says he sort of has to be since he's close with Janica and worries about her carrying too much on her own. She tells him it's fine, she genuinely doesn't care about the old rumors surrounding him. Annie's digs into her paperwork, muttering that she's still got a stack of things to check off before the day's done. Ed tells her she must be exhausted, handling TA duties solo like that. Yeah, it's been rough, she admits, but she's managing. She perks right up the second Ed catches up to her, flashing him a knowing little smile. The other TAs help plenty, she says, but having Ed around just makes everything feel more solid. She hesitates, then warns him she's about to bring up something a little more personal. She asks straight out if he was excommunicated from his family. Ed admits he went through the exact same thing. His family fell apart the second he left for school, he says, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through it alone. He thinks back on how brutal that lonely winter felt, and how tough Annie's must be to have survived something similar all on her own. Money troubles, family drama, whatever hit her, she just handled it herself, no help needed. Don't beat yourself up over it, he tells her. You've held it together better than most people ever could. Something about the way she carries herself sticks with him, and she just laughs it off with a quiet thanks. He can't shake the feeling they've got more in common than he first thought. Similarities, she echoes, glancing back at him with a small, knowing smile. Then again, he wonders, wasn't she supposed to be the cool-headed, no-nonsense type? Since when did she get this sentimental? Right on cue, she yelps mid-step. I tripped on a stone, she blurts, stumbling straight into his arms. Ed blinks down at the snow. A stone out here. Wait, why am I so warm? She stammers, cheeks going red as he catches her. Let me just calm down for a second, she says, hands up, completely flustered. Ed tells her to sit tight, he'll be right back, and takes off before she can even argue. She just blinks after him, completely lost. He really does seem reliable and trustworthy on the outside, she admits to herself. But is it all just an act? Honestly, she can't tell anymore. This whole thing is way too ambiguous. Left alone in the misty woods, Annie's just stands there a moment, turning it all over in her head. Truth is, that stone never existed. Not sure if he liked the mature type or the cute and innocent type. She played it both ways all day, engineering little moments of contact, then topping it off with a perfectly staged trip. So far, she thinks, smirking to herself, everything is going exactly according to plan. Then she catches herself. Did she get a little too into character there? Anyway, she mutters, trying to shake it off. It's not like she was actually trying to charm him or anything, she insists to herself. Except, well, his body is honestly pretty solid, she admits, eyeing him from behind. Acts like a total nerd, but he's way more built than she expected. She figured he'd be some clueless noble kid coasting on his name, but he's actually sharp when it comes to real work. And then there's his face, she thinks, trailing off with a blush she can't quite explain. From Annie's side of things, no wonder Janica fell for him too, she realizes. Her face goes hot just thinking about it. Yes, she mutters under her breath, I get it now. She buries her face in her hands, thoroughly embarrassed with herself. So this is how he gets women to fall for him, she thinks, half admiring it, half annoyed. But not her, she decides, snapping back into her sharper, more guarded self. She sees exactly what Ed Rothtaylor is doing. She lets out a short, sly laugh at her own realization, filing it away for later. Back with Ed, he just exhales into the cold air, lost in his own thoughts. Standing alone with that view of Orin Mountain, he can almost forget everything else weighing on him. Almost, because some problems no amount of scenery is going to fix. Case in point, the walking headache known as Tanya Rothtailor. Villainous young lady, honestly that description fits her a little too well. Grew up in a duchy and it shows. Tanya is an absolute genius when it comes to politics. She basically taught herself how to scheme and maneuver people before she could walk, it seems. Her goal is becoming the first ever student council president in Sylvania's history. And soon enough, she's going to start recruiting every influential name in the academy to make that happen. Word from Belle is that Tanya's already moved into the dorms ahead of everyone else. Ed figured he'd at least have some kind of head start figuring her out. Except there's one massive problem. How exactly is Tanya Rothtailor going to treat him when they finally meet face to face? He genuinely has no clue. He knows plenty about Tanya, himself not so much. He knows the story, sure, but he barely knows anything about the guy whose life he's currently living. Because get this, in the original story, Ed Rothtailor was nothing but a minor villain who showed up briefly, then vanished for good. The story never bothered explaining his motives or his fate properly. There was barely a mention of him in the epilogue either. He was just an extra, plain and simple. So there are zero clues to work with, none, which means he has absolutely no plan for handling any of this. The real question is, what does Tanya Rothtailor actually think of him? The answer in one word: garbage. Somewhere across campus, the academy sits quiet under a gray sky, completely unaware of the storm heading its way. Because Sylvania Academy is absolutely crawling with heavy hitters, from the Kloll Empire's princess to the Elt Trading Company's own executive. This place is basically a who's who of terrifyingly talented students. One's a spirit sorcerer commanding high-level spirits while still practically a kid. Another cooked up a legendary elixir before she even graduated. There's a literal beast who rules the northern wilds, known as Nortondale's Sword Demon. Plus a swordsman skilled enough to fight in full battle form. But out of all of them, one name stands out as the coolest by far. Flashback time. A younger Tanya can hardly contain herself, giddy at the thought of finally rubbing elbows with actual nobility. Welcome to Sylvania Academy. She tells herself she'll live a proper, dedicated academic life, squeezing every advantage out of the gaps other people miss. Her maids have already got her room sorted, second floor, third door, all set and ready. Before all that though, she says she's got one stop to make first. Yes, understood, comes the reply, and off she goes. This is the very first thing she does at Sylvania, the school she's dreamed about for years. Her target, Ed Rothtailor, the one who dragged their family name through the mud. I need to get rid of the trash, she thinks coldly. Meet Tanya Rothtailor, villainous young lady, and the Rothtailor Duchy's second daughter. Back home, her father's letter reaches her, and just reading it makes her genuinely happy. He writes that he truly wants to encourage her ambitions, and it means everything to hear it from him. His instructions are simple: act as his proxy and show her face around on his behalf. And in doing so, strengthen her own standing in the process. I won't let you down, father, she vows, fire practically in her eyes. Before heading off to Sylvania, the land of learning she'd always yearned for, she made her father two promises. Sylvania might treat people differently depending on their bloodline, but underneath all that, it's still a school first. Promise 1, treat every professor with the respect owed to a master, nobility or not, no cutting corners. Promise 2, anyone a grade above her outranks her, full stop, no exceptions for her title. Over tea, a senior mentions she's already heard about that man, so she'll keep the explanation short. To hear the senior tell it, he's nothing but a walking sore spot, an embarrassment stitched right into their family name. Must have been rough growing up around that, the senior says. I've known him since we were kids, so trust me, I know. The senior practically glides through the conversation, clearly enjoying every second of steering it. All bluff, no substance, she says, not a shred of real elegance in him. Wild, right, that a guy like that got handed the position of family heir just for being older. No perseverance at all, she adds, gave up practically the moment he started, and his ego's way too big to ever admit it. Honestly, once he crashed and burned that fast, it made her feel a whole lot better about her own situation. Is that so? Tanya replies, sipping her tea and taking it all in. Someone as sharp as you would have clocked it instantly, the senior adds. Speaking of opportunities. Tanya just quietly watches her keep going. Wait, Tanya realizes mid-conversation, is this actually a conversation, or is she just talking at me? The senior warns her to be careful with anyone she personally introduces her to. Always respect the other party, a mentor figure adds, especially in negotiations. This is not someone to take lightly. He mentions he and this contact go way back, all the way to some business involving a sage-sealed grimoire. It'd be quite the experience for her, he adds, then trails off. Never mind, he says. Something feels off, Tanya says, brow furrowing. Wrong, a voice answers back, low and unsettling. Keep talking, it says, and a massive serpent head rears up out of nowhere, jaws wide. Tanya freezes, completely boxed in by its coils. Hold on a second, she stammers, genuinely rattled for once. Are you upset? It asks her, almost amused. Upset? What are you even talking about? She fires back, trying to keep her composure. How interesting, the creature purrs, clearly not buying her act for a second. Ed's winter break to-do list reads like a boss-level checklist: storage, cabin upgrades, scholarship work, and oh yeah, casually contracting with a high-ranking spirit. First checkmark of the day, mid-rank magic particle explosion added to the arsenal. Right behind it, Root's desire joins the list. 2 new spells before breakfast, no big deal. He'd borrowed this one from Professor Glass's library the night before. Homework never really stops for this guy. No due dates, and every book he wants is basically a cheat code, and he still tore through all the scholarship paperwork in a single day. Poor Annie's apparently didn't have it so easy back at the academy. Out here though, Ed's just warming up, literally ignition. Casual outdoor spellcraft on a snowy afternoon, just another day of self-improvement for Ed Rothtaylor. Back inside the cabin, Ed creeps around like he's got somewhere very specific to be. He scopes out the room, already used to tracking down one very sneaky sleeper. Yep, there she is. Lucy's claimed another surprise nap spot, snoring away like she owns the place. Someone outside is already barking orders about the campfire. Looks like Ed's got backup on this one. Lifting a sleeping Lucy is no trouble at all for him. She's light as a feather, apparently. Piggyback ride included, no extra charge. One quick point of the finger and Ed's got a campfire roaring in seconds. Mission accomplished, fires lit, and everyone's approving. Someone else volunteers to stay out in the cold with him too. Ed's never really alone out here. Walking back through the snow, Ed catches a whiff of something floral clinging to him. Nothing scandalous, just a long day helping Annie's with academy work and her flower-scented notes rubbed off on him. His companion isn't fully convinced though, grabbing his arm for a closer look. Turns out the real concern isn't the perfume at all. She's checking if he's running a fever. Busted, Ed can't even hide it from her. She's blunt about it too. Sick in her book is basically a death sentence. Ever the fixer, she offers to untangle his magic on the spot if something's off. She reaches out anyway just to be sure. Turns out his magic isn't twisted. It's flat out drained, which means he's clearly overdone it again. She reads the exhaustion like a book. Push through this winter and he'll come out stronger for it. Then she pivots hard, working up to some oddly specific favor. Turns out the big ask is just a head pat, bars refreshingly low today. She's clearly pleased just imagining it. Ed settles back in with a book by the fire, business as usual. She stretches out near the flames, getting comfortable. He grants the request and she melts into it, quietly content. The fire and the head pat combo works like a charm. Before the moment can linger too long though, a new voice cuts in with a very different kind of greeting. Turns out Ed's here to settle a favor. No note needed, he'd have shown up at the trading company either way. She fumbles for words, clearly more nervous about this meeting than she's letting on. There's apparently more on her mind than business and Ed is not prepared for where this is going. A lap pillow, seriously. One casual lap pillow later, she admits she's got a favor of her own to ask too. Whatever she asked, it was a mouthful. She's genuinely grateful he sat through all of it. Simple enough on paper, help her take down some guy and the reward's apparently worth it. Enter a new player with a very confident smirk, clearly ready to make good on that promise. Elsewhere at the academy, gossip is already spreading fast. Elka and Jix stroll through the courtyard, clearly in on whatever's got everyone buzzing. And there she is, Tanya Rothtaylor, freshly arrived and already the talk of campus. She looks a little caught off guard by all the attention. Jix studies her a beat longer than feels casual. Something shifts behind his eyes, like he's sizing her up for more than just small talk. This body is well trained, he thinks, feeling out the magic running through her. I need to get this person on my side. Not exactly a normal first impression. He recovers fast enough to ask the obvious question out loud. You're Ed's younger sister. Tanya just smiles back, a little too pleased with herself. Jix barely contains himself, already grinning about something. Haha, did you hear that, Elka? He laughs, waving her over. He's clearly having the time of his life with this new arrival. This is Ed's little sister, he announces like it's the biggest news of the semester. He hands over a required magic engineering item, insisting she just take his old one instead of requesting a new one. The moment their hands meet through the orb, something in the magic resonance catches him off guard. He shakes it off fast, turning to ask Elka about Professor Delorf's elemental studies notes. Yup, brought it, almost tossed it though, comes the reply. Jix piles on the supplies anyway. Notes for a class beat no notes every time. He's clearly worn himself out playing supply closet for the new students. Tanya circles back to something she'd mentioned earlier, making sure it actually landed. Oh, you mean doing something about Ed, he guesses, arms full of paperwork. He nods along, chalking any tension up to typical sibling stuff. Before he can finish that thought, Elka's already yelling that the ship's about to leave. Jix scrambles through a proper introduction while Tanya just looks a little dizzy from the whirlwind. Second year Jix, Ed's junior, he finally introduces himself properly. We owe each other a lot, so we're pretty close, he adds with a grin. He sends her off with over-the-top praise about being tough like her brother and lucky to come from such a great family. Elka and Jix wave her off with a countdown cheer as the ship prepares to leave. Their voices carry across the dock as the ship pulls away. Tanya's left staring back at them, still processing everything that just happened. Whatever she's just realized, it clearly catches her completely off guard. Cut to the faculty building, specifically Claire's office. From the outside it looks peaceful enough. Inside though, it's a very different story. Claire is face down on her desk, thoroughly wrecked by paperwork. She's banking everything on the new student's class assignment exam going smoothly. 2 days into grading, and Claire's already marveling at her own stamina for surviving this long. Her patience for the scholarship students' work ethic, though, is running thin. So in the end, I just redo everything myself, she vents. Neither third-year Onyx nor Clebius, the so-called ace, are exactly pulling their weight today. And yet Ed Rothtaylor, completely different story. He'd even flagged safety issues nobody asked him to check, a slippery path here, a mistaken entrance there, all ahead of exam day. Not a single flaw in his paperwork either. He handled real problems at a level most high-born nobles never bother to reach. Would be a lie to say I wasn't surprised, Claire admits. Apparently his camp setup alone puts this whole lab to shame. Homemade racks, smoker, the works, you can feel just how hard he's grinded to get here. Even his grades shot up enough to earn a nod from Professor Glast himself. On top of everything, he landed a spirit contract, no small feat to pull off solo. Guess he just worked that hard for it, she figures, though there's clearly more on her mind. His practical skills are honestly on a different level from nobles raised soft in a greenhouse. You two have more in common than you'd think, right? Claire teases Annie stumbles over an answer. Thanks for saying that, but, she trails off, clearly not totally convinced. Her mind wanders back to the day she actually met him. No flaws anywhere, just a genuinely decent guy. Then she second-guesses herself, is decent really doing him justice? Great looks, zero attitude, and even Claire's clearly a fan. There's a gentle side to him too, apparently. And unexpected bonus, he's got a good build and always smells nice. Somebody's spiraling a little. Claire catches her completely zoned out mid-thought. Busted, and it shows. Annie's deflects hard, suddenly very concerned about the room temperature. Crisis averted, she stretches it off like nothing happened. She reaches for the window for real this time. This is trouble, she mutters to herself. Whatever she's realized, it's clearly bigger than she's letting on. Oh no. She flusters hard, face going completely red. Wait, she blurts, trying to backtrack. Somehow the conversation loops right back to the spirit contract talk. They circle back to just how impressive that spirit contract really was. Pulling that off this fast shouldn't even be possible without serious help. Their best guess, Janica must have helped him connect with the spirit, and somewhere else entirely she's grinning like she knows exactly what they're talking about. Back in the office, Claire steadies herself after that whole spiral. Annie's were done for the day, snacks Claire offers. Annie's lights up instantly, already offering to go grab some herself. For a second everything's calm. Then just like that Annie's is gone, papers left fluttering in her wake. Not even a trace of where she went. Cut to somewhere entirely different. The Failover family motto, harmony and coexistence above all else. It's a philosophy built entirely around kindness, considering others, loving everyone without exception. And that same warmth is exactly what always made Janica shine. Janica's thoughts drift, quietly turning over the names Annie's and Ed. Memory rewinds further, to someone approaching her under this very tree for the first time. I wanted to introduce myself and talk, the stranger says. She'd clearly run hard just to catch up to her. Janica Failover, even among incoming third years, she's the ace among aces, the visitor explains, popularity and skill included. For your goal, you'll definitely need her on your side, comes the advice, and whatever's lurking nearby makes it feel a lot less casual. Thank you, Lortel, someone gasps out in relief. Flames erupt out of nowhere, and suddenly everyone's checking if Janica's okay. All Janica can manage is a dazed, confused huh. And that's when something massive and monstrous rises out of the flames. A scorched, hollow-eyed figure grips a burning staff like it's second nature. Whatever it is, it's already closing in. It all traces back to one simple truth about Janica: she always listens and she always believes people. That same trust is exactly what's staring back through the flames right now. At a snowy campsite under a crescent moon, Lortel gives Ed an update. Most of the crafting materials are finally rounded up. The legendary rank materials, though, nearly impossible to track down in the dead of winter. Ed pours the coffee anyway, and Lortel thanks him for still taking on her request despite how busy he is. By the fire, Lortel stretches and shrugs it off. She only helped out when she had a spare moment, apparently. Ed asks the obvious question, why come all this way just to say that when she could have just rested? It's not even that close, Lortel says, waving off the trip, don't worry. She just smiles into her mug, clearly enjoying the quiet moment by the fire. I came to rest, she admits, watching the flames dance. Winter has a way of freezing everything in place. Even the river goes still, and for once, chaos gives everyone a break. Ed admits it is still a busy, trying season. Just protecting yourself from the cold takes real effort out here. His pinned-up winter break to-do list says it all: workshop plans, storage, scholarship work, even a contract with a high-ranking spirit, most of it already checked off. Lortel admits winter forces her to adapt fast just to survive, though right now she looks more nervous than anything. For people who have moved past all that struggle, she muses, winter just feels calm, like walking a quiet, empty path. She hesitates, sweat beading, clearly working up to say something. Ed spots something odd by the fire and wonders out loud why Lucy is asleep right there. Turns out Lucy is just curled up against Lortel's shoulder, snoring away like nothing is wrong. It's winter, Ed offers like that explains everything, then trails off, spotting something else entirely. Honestly, he admits, I would not have trekked all the way out here just to talk shop about magic engineering parts. Is there something else? Lortel asks, all faux innocence, oh my. A holographic blueprint flickers to life in her palm, her smirk saying she already knows exactly what he means. Look at you, acting like you don't know, Ed needles her. The firelight catches her jaw as the tension between teasing and something more serious lingers. The magic engineering construct fully materializes in her open hand, glowing and humming with built-up energy. So you won it, Ed says quietly, eyeing the folded blade-like device she is holding. Yes, she confirms, then grins, pretty fun, right? Ed's fist tightens in his sleeve. There is clearly more riding on this win than he is letting on. Suddenly Lortel has got a fistful of his collar. It's a merchant's virtue to get your money's worth, she says, dead serious. Just how much are you going to ask of me? He shoots back, unnerved. However, she says, leaning in close, I cannot ask a favor of you that burdens you. Too much to actually pull off. Pick my side. Ed freezes. That is the last thing he expected. She does not let go of his collar, studying his reaction like she is already 3 moves ahead. Yes, it's about time for the third act, the story itself seems to say, as 2 factions quietly gather in the academy halls. The rivalry between Princess Phonia and Lortel is about to go public, and Lortel is already maneuvering behind the scenes. Meet the other side of the board, the beloved Princess Phonia Elias Cloel. She is fated to be Lortel's arch-rival. According to the story, she is set to rise to student council president and take over the academy. With that kind of power behind her, she is set up to be the one who finally digs up the Rothtailor family's buried secrets. There may come a day, the story warns, when everyone at this academy has to pick a lane. This side or that side, O or B, no middle ground. If that day comes, Lortel tells Ed under the night sky, choose my side. That's all I want, she says, her fist closing tight. A masked figure stands framed in a doorway, caught right between Phonia and Lortel, the standoff literally in one shot. Ultimately, it is the main character's call who wins. It's not me anyway, Lortel shrugs, my backing won't mean that much. She leans against Ed by the fire, looking completely relaxed, which, knowing her, probably means she is already scheming. Your reputation's improving around campus, she teases, but your support alone won't move the needle. You're just a student after all. So what, she smirks, it was never about being politically useful anyway. The real reason concerns me, Ed mutters to himself up on the rooftop, clearly still turning her words over. Lortel bounds across the rooftops, trailing Sparks, quick and sure-footed as ever. All right, that's not hard, the 2 of them agree, walking off together into the dark. Somewhere along the way, a sealed letter goes up in flames, gone before anyone can read it. Ed's eyes narrow, clearly noticing more than he lets on. Lortel's smile stays captivating even mid-scheme, her eyes glinting with whatever plan she is cooking up next. She really does deserve that nickname, a girl of 1,000 faces, but there is always a catch, the story warns. Her smirk lingers as the scene fades to black, leaving exactly how far she will go an open question. In a warmer memory, Lortel laughs freely under the moonlight, all her guard down for once. Ed cannot stop wondering, was that genuine smile the real her the whole time? Winter break means no classes and no scholarship duties, for once an actual day off. Morning breaks clear and bright over the snow-dusted cabin, sun glinting off icy branches. Ed wanted to sleep in, but old habits die hard. He is up at the crack of dawn anyway. He steps out onto the porch, still groggy, breath fogging in the cold morning air. Light the fire, someone asks, a quiet okay answers back. Flames catch and crackle to life, another lazy camp morning officially underway. By the fire, Lortel turns serious for a second. Ed, you have a younger sister, right? I think she's been planning something. I honestly can't tell, she says, if she really sees you as an enemy of the family or if it's just normal sibling friction. She's kind of cute, honestly, Lortel adds, pulling Tanya in for a hug, so I introduced her around to a few people. And she said she'd go meet all of them today, Lortel mentions, which, judging by Ed's face, is not exactly reassuring news. Lortel predicts Tanya will show up first thing tomorrow morning to give Ed an earful about it. Sure enough, footsteps echo down the hall. She's here, someone warns as Tanya strides in flanked by onlookers. Ed watches her approach, still processing the strange fact that she is his sister, in this body at least. Their relationship, he admits, remains a total mystery to him no matter how he looks at it. No matter how much he thinks it over, he has got nothing. Back at camp, the mystery just sits there unresolved. It's been a while, brother, Tanya stammers, holding out a wrapped gift. I brought you something. Ed studies her carefully. Is she nervous, embarrassed? Hard to tell with Tanya. She is clearly on edge about something, though whatever it is, it does not look like resentment. She doesn't hold any ill will, Ed realizes. Yeah, I see that now. Tanya rambles on, insisting that visiting the family estate must mean she has been living a decent, respectable life lately. Out of nowhere, a small girl comes flying in and tackles Ed from behind. I apologize for jumping to conclusions. Good job, Ed Rothtailor, she declares, pumping her fist for reasons nobody quite explains. Tanya just watches the chaos, equal parts mortified and speechless. Someone growls his full name like a threat, and somewhere a plate of food goes flying. Business as usual around here. That night, in a dream soaked in purple light, someone compliments Ed's iron composure a little too smoothly. Your worldly wisdom and wit are truly outstanding, the voice purrs, and Ed cannot help but smirk back, even half asleep. Then the dream tips into chaos. Someone is flipped clean upside down in a grand purple hall. Food and dishes go flying across an ornate table, the whole scene dissolving into slapstick pandemonium. Someone ends up sprawled face down in the wreckage, groaning. The chaos escalates further, all noise and flailing limbs in the dark. Please, a voice begs, clearly overwhelmed by whatever is unfolding. Stop, someone yells as the whole absurd dinner scene tips over entirely. What's wrong? A calm voice cuts through the madness, and just like that the dream shifts. A shadowy figure looms close. You're not a true noble yet, it says, and Ed's blood runs cold. He jolts awake, hand reaching up into the pale morning light. Tanya, he says. Thanks, she replies quietly, still a little stiff. Ed hands over a small box, his own gift for her apparently, timed right back. Inside sits a delicate hairpin. I'll use it well, Tanya promises. I'll wear it at the start of next semester. Strictly speaking, I've been excommunicated from the family, Ed reminds her gently. I'm not really your brother anymore, but thank you for this. So, Tanya starts to say something else, but Ed is already turning to walk off. Go wait by the fire, he tells her. There aren't many herbs left anyway, let's not bother saving them. Off in the distance, a figure watches a small child by the campfire. No need to worry about her, they say. Tanya keeps rambling about the people she has met. It is honestly hard to get a word in. About me, she asks Ed, suddenly self-conscious. There aren't many people who actually know me, she admits, Jix or Janica. Flashback, Tanya getting primped and fussed over by attendants, clearly not thrilled about the fuss. So you met her? Ed asks. She's nice, right? Genuinely one of the kindest people I know. Yes, so kind, incredibly kind, Tanya insists a little too loudly, and so strong she's got a high-level fire spirit, that fire lizard thing. The memory shows exactly what that kindness looked like. A summoned fire beast hurling staff members around like ragdolls. The way she said it, if I didn't answer properly she wasn't going to let me leave, Tanya admits, sweating at the memory. No, she was very kind and elegantly wished me good luck on my school life, Tanya insists, visibly traumatized but sticking to the story. Ed sips his drink, mulling it over. In his memory, Tanya was never usually this awkward. As expected, he figures, everyone who's met Ed Rothtaylor probably ends up a little wary of me too. Hey, Tanya, he says. She flinches. I'm doing the best I can right now, she blurts, so don't look at me like that. I'm paying the price, he admits quietly, for living as someone who's been cut off from the family. I was pretty pathetic back at the estate, wasn't I? Tanya asks, passing him a warm mug. That can't be undone now, he says, but I'm sorry. I heard you want to be student council president, I'll cheer you on. Ed drinks in silence for a beat before admitting, I won't be much help, but I know how hard you always work, good luck. Tanya's eyes go wide, genuinely touched, though the story cannot resist noting quietly that she will not actually land the presidency. Still, Ed figures since she is the first blood relative he has actually met in this world, he cannot help feeling attached to her regardless. Tanya just blinks back at him, utterly lost. The academy's spires rise clean and white against a bright winter sky. A new setting, a new set of nerves. Judging by her expression, Ed has no idea how this sibling relationship is actually going to play out. Elsewhere, Tanya bolts down a hallway, gasping, I almost lost my mind for a second there. Whatever just happened, it clearly rattled her badly. I know that trash's true nature, she mutters, still shaking. I nearly got burned alive just for talking bad about him. There was something she realized in that exact moment, staring down a very literal wall of fire. True fury, the moment reads, as a girl strides straight through the flames, eyes glowing red. 3 of Sylvania's fiercest students size each other up, magic crackling between them. Sylvania Academy is packed with elites, top to bottom. And sitting right at the top of that pile, the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill. Surrounded by that level of talent, the story warns, Ed's carefully maintained act will not hold up forever. No matter how convincingly he plays the part, his true nature is bound to slip out eventually. Lucy tilts her head, sensing something is off. She glances toward the door, half expecting company. Even in Ophely's Hall, the best dorm on campus, apparently there is still one unpolished, unsophisticated resident stinking up the place. Well, imperfections turn up everywhere, Lucy figures right before opening her door to find Tanya standing there. Are you the younger sister? A pair of shoes waits by the door, a small, quiet detail before the real conversation starts. Lucy reaches out and pats her on the shoulder. Let me know if you're ever struggling with anything, Lucy offers, surprisingly gentle for someone with that reputation. Tanya just stands there, clearly caught off guard by the kindness. Even in the best dorm on campus, Ophely's Hall, most students are just students. Only the very top of the class get the gold nameplates on their doors. A shadow of neatly kept hair passes by in the hallway light. The nameplate reads Room 302, Lucy Merrill. Tanya freezes. Thaw that person. Realization dawns slowly on her face. Was that seriously the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill herself? Nothing makes sense, Tanya mutters, staring up at the academy's clock tower. It is going to take her a while to adjust to Sylvania. In the rose garden, one girl marches right up with a demand. Introduce me to a boy right now. And she is not shy about her standards either, handsome, tall, and distinguished, please. Enter Belle, the maid who has worked these halls for years and apparently knows every eligible boy on campus. Ayla presses her for names, then cannot resist a jab. Surely someone as proper as Belle would not casually date around, right? Belle fires right back, asking if Ayla has ever even dated anyone, and Ayla instantly breaks a sweat. Dead silence. Ayla clearly has no comeback for that one. Belle backpedals fast. Sorry, she did not mean it meanly, she just figured Ayla is always too busy surviving to think about dating. Then Belle throws out an example, the incoming third year, young Master Ed, and adds that the two of them are actually pretty alike. Wait, Belle suddenly turns bright red herself. Perhaps, she stammers. Caught red-handed, Belle admits it. Fine, it is exactly what you think. She has actually met Ed. She wanted to check the rumors about him herself, but they clicked more than expected. Honestly, she says, he is thoughtful and considerate. Ayla's jaw drops. So wait, do you actually like him? Belle just quietly admits it. Yeah. She is a little attracted to him, she admits, and honestly, Ayla thinks that is great news. If he is charming enough to win over even Belle, Ayla figures, then Janica really has found the real deal. Belle resolves to bury her own feelings for Janica's sake, then spots someone approaching under the garden umbrella. Lady Annie's. Annie's breezes in with the bluntest pep talk ever. Think of a crush like a tumor, better caught early, and hey, he is not the only guy out there. She has already got a spread of candidate files laid out, because apparently Annie's solves romance problems with paperwork. Then Annie's turns the question right back around. Does Janica know about your feelings for him? Trying to just swap in some other guy to replace him, Annie's points out, is honestly disrespectful to everyone involved. Even from you, Annie's says, I never expected this much carelessness trying to date someone new just to stop thinking about your real feelings. Ayla can only admit it quietly. Yeah, her feelings have already landed somewhere else. She confesses she ran into Janica just yesterday, passing through the teacher's wing. They could not even manage a hello, just an awkward parting that left both of them uneasy. And Janica's face, Ayla admits, looked genuinely troubled. Worse, next year she has to supervise the class assignment exam right alongside Ed himself. She feels so guilty toward Janica she does not know what to do, but Annie's waves it off, says it is probably not as big a deal as she thinks. Ayla blinks, caught off guard, as the topic swings back to Janica herself. Belle and Annie's, sipping tea by the fountain, remind her Janica is always kind and genuine, and the two of them have always shielded her. So she would never get hurt, but was not the real problem that Janica was always too perfect, too accommodating to everyone else. Maybe, they admit, being that perfect all the time is not actually a good thing. Ayla admits she was honestly a little thrown off by something today. But hearing them speak to her so openly, trusting her with all this, she cannot help but feel genuinely grateful. Sometimes one of them muses, showing a flawed side is actually more charming than being perfect. Kind of like triggering a guy's desire to protect, that boy weirdly has luck with women, forget silly push and pull, just switch that instinct on. Cue the mental image Ed arm wrestling some girl across a table under a giant banner reading desire to protect. Not exactly subtle, ladies. Later, alone with her thoughts, Ayla thinks of Janica again and cannot help but smile. It is a small, private kind of smile, the kind you get thinking about someone you actually care about. Cut to a snowy night, and it is pretty obvious where Janica would run off to whenever she is confused or struggling. Someone shows up out of nowhere at the cabin. When did you even get here? Turns out it is Ed, quietly trudging through the snow, muttering to himself about slowly gathering materials to build extra storage. He wants a bigger living room and more storage space, but judging by his winter timeline, he really needs to hurry. And that is when he notices he has got company by the fire. Ed just blinks, caught completely off guard. Without a word, he pours something warm into a bowl and hands it over. Not for the first time either, Ed is hauling her through the snowy woods again, like this is routine by now. There was already plenty of snow on the ground and it just keeps falling every couple of days. If something is bothering you, he tells her, you can just say it. She freezes for a second, caught off guard by the offer. Sorry, she says, she just cannot say it. They sit in silence for a while, just the fire crackling between them. Then you don't have to, Ed says simply, no pressure. That easy acceptance catches her completely off guard. She wraps her hands around the warm cup instead, letting the moment settle. Instead, she brings up Janica, admits she forgets sometimes just how hard academy life must be for her, like a small animal backed into a corner. It's cold, Ed mutters, watching the fire. Winter just keeps dragging on, the kind of cold a blanket and a campfire can barely hold back. Still, spring is creeping closer, even if it does not feel like it yet, the two of them watching the horizon together. The story pulls back into the past. Father, the patriarch, was often away on palace business, but the Roththaler residence was always peaceful. Under the family crest, one figure stood at the center of it all, the household's beloved heir. But after the heir and eldest daughter, Arwen Roththaler, died, a new heir took over and everything changed overnight. So then what kind of person was Ed Roththaler really underneath it all? Someone sneers over him, calling him pathetic trash who acted like the whole world belonged to him. Just because he had been handed a scrap of power as the new heir, apparently. The look in those eyes says this is not just cruel words, it's a threat. Things turn violent fast, a blade flashing in the chaos. What are you even going to do, glaring at me like that? Kill me? And the chilling answer comes back, yes. Since Arwen's gone from this world anyway, isn't this convenient, they taunt. Now if I die, comes the desperate reply. Then you'll finally become the heir, won't you? What are you doing, someone demands, horrified at what's unfolding. The aftermath is just as unsettling, someone left sitting alone with a blade nearby, hollowed out. Cruel laughter rings out, answered only by a tired, broken exhale. That was just an average day back then, Ed narrates, one look from those eyes and suddenly it was hard to even breathe. The scars were not only the kind you could see. He lived crushed under that gaze for half his life, never hit, technically, since they shared the same blood. Powerless to save the family, powerless to protect anyone on the estate. He just lived like a spiritless shell of a person. He lived as if he were already dead, until one day an opportunity finally came. And that opportunity had a name: excommunication, cast out of the family for good, and somehow that was the escape. Fast forward back to the present, and someone is already plotting her next move with a very determined look. Plan number 1, the class assignment exam is coming up, and she is not going in unprepared. Somewhere in the dark, the lights stay on late, somebody is still working. Day arrives, the new student's class assignment exam is finally here. Bundled up and trudging through the snow, one girl in the group already has a message for anyone getting close: stay away. Smell, stare, aura, whatever you call it, none of it works on her, so back off already. Ayla just shrugs it off. Annie's is scary smart, so surely she has got a reason for everything. Annie's, glasses and all, confirms she has already briefed everyone on every last detail. Time to head up the mountain and get ready, she says. Unlike the last exam out in the northern forest, this one comes with its own set of rules. This year's class assignment exam takes place on Oran Mountain. And there are quite a few differences worth knowing before they start climbing. Instead of hard-to-find magic marbles, this mountain is scattered with easier-find magic stones instead. With Professor Glassed out, Assistant Professor Claire is running things this time, and the stones are not even hidden that well. Which means the points barely change depending on which ones you grab. In theory, this is an exam where literally anyone could shoot for the top of class. All you need is the altar of substitution. Find a stone, place it on the altar, done. Sounds easy when you put it like that, but someone smirks darkly in the background. She is still that master's disciple after all, and this exam is about to get ugly. Turns out only the students who actually survive get to become a class. An absolutely absurd difficulty spike. No wonder they call it the Oran Mountain Survival Exam of Hell. In the end, not a single new student made it through last time. So nobody claimed the class at Sylvania Academy this year at all. Ed just exhales, of course. That is exactly how the story originally went. This particular disaster, where absolutely nobody makes the cut, ties directly into something huge coming later, which is exactly why it needs to unfold this way whether he likes it or not. So he has decided not to complain about Professor Claire cranking up the difficulty, though he might owe her a written apology later. Honestly, the reason he is staying calm through a genuinely diabolical survival exam is simple. He already knows how this story goes. Here's the trick to it all: a vision disc, which summons apparitions of low-level monsters and beasts. Set one down, and a snarling wolf thing claws its way out of thin air. Their job is just to set the discs and prep the safety measures, but the purple one is the real prize. Apparently, it's the exact reason nobody's ever made a class. That purple disc is rare rank. It summons apparitions of high-level monsters, beasts, and even humans. It's admirable that one of the girls insists on hauling these precious discs herself. Admirable and clearly exhausting, judging by the strain on her face. Hey, if they're that heavy, just hand a few over. Someone offers. You keep falling behind the group. Thanks, Onyx, she admits, red-faced. Yeah, it really was too heavy. Onyx just grunts, gimme, and takes the load without making a big deal of it. A small, simple kindness, warmed by the last of the sunset. And then, disaster, someone loses their footing entirely, screaming as they slip. Watch out, someone yells, way too late to actually help. A hand shoots out and grabs on just in time. For one terrifying second, they are both frozen right at the edge of the cliff. Bags and straps go flying everywhere in the scramble. This is way too dangerous, Ed thinks, sweat breaking out despite the cold. And right in the middle of the chaos, the purple disc itself tips right off the edge. The most important item in the entire exam plummeting. A hand lunges out and just barely snatches it out of the air. A classmate catches it clean, half shouting, "Be careful," at everyone in general. What were you going to do if it broke? He demands, though Ed can't help but admit, yeah, that's exactly what a top student would pull off. Phew, Ed exhales hard, arm around the girl he just saved, thinking privately that this whole story nearly got messed up before the semester even properly started. But relief does not last. A crack spiderwebs across the disk's surface, and then it just gives way completely, breaking apart in his hands. Pieces scatter through the snow in slow motion. Everyone just stares at the wreckage, completely speechless. Ed pulls her back from the edge, steadying her as the dust settles. The most important item of the entire exam shattered on the rocks. Now what? Rewind a year. This is the moment everyone slept on. Taylor, the class's biggest disappointment, picks up a sword for the very first time. One swing in, and he is already cutting through the air like he has trained his whole life. He goes and beats Lucy, the golden girl of the class, and suddenly every eye in the room is on him. Except the scenario does not go according to plan, and things spiral fast. That spiral sends Janica down her own quick trip to detonation, and heads up, this year's joint training is just as high stakes. Cut to now, a whole new batch of first years stands in the dark, weapons ready, bracing for what is coming. This year's crop is stacked with talent, the elite first years, about to get put through the ringer. Back in the flashback, Taylor squares up against the whole class at once and does not blink. He is a blur, weaving through blades like he was born for this. But here is the thing, every single one of them keeps coming anyway. The clash lights up gold, and Taylor is not the one getting pushed back. One by one, his classmates go down swinging. In the end, they all lose, to Taylor alone. He walks out of that fight wrapped in fire and barely even winded. Lightning cracks across the field, the last echo of a fight that is already over. That is the year Taylor got strong enough that nobody could pretend not to notice him anymore. Somewhere off to the side, someone is watching this all play out like a script, musing that Taylor's bond with the Saintess, the fourth-generation hero, matters more than anyone realizes. We need her power for the third act, Lucy's showdown, and everything after, the voice says, as the Saintess descends in a blaze of gold. She is a very important character, it repeats like it is checking a box. Cut to a battered pair mid-fight, wings and all clearly caught in the middle of whatever showdown they mean. So this event has to go according to the scenario, the voice decides, which apparently means the elite first years have to lose it right on cue. And sure enough, masked figures are already clashing midair, sparks flying everywhere. Turns out none of the new students get placed in A class during the exam. Why? One very motivated assistant professor. Her name is Claire, and she has been using these purple discs to make it happen. Right in the middle of the exam, no less. Back in the present, Janica and her crew are losing it, their prized device just got wrecked. Out in the snow, a teacher lets out a long, tired sigh while the students crowd around the busted stump where it used to sit. One of them mumbles an apology, admitting she should have been more careful. There are just too many A-class hopefuls and something has to give. The teacher listens, clearly turning the problem over in his head. Apologizing will not unbreak a magic engineering item, someone snaps back, and for a second it looks like this is spiraling fast. No, we can definitely fix this, a blonde guy cuts in, sounding way more confident than the situation deserves. The teacher raises an eyebrow, waiting for the catch. And by we, the girl gasps, already seeing where this is going. I mean Clebius, of course, he finishes, and somewhere off panel, a very unlucky senior bursts into tears. Somewhere else entirely, up at the snowy entrance to Orin Mountain, the story asks a bigger question. When do you truly feel like you have arrived? If you ask Tanya, she would say it was the moment she met classmates this noble. Because the princess and the chancellor both went to school here, everyone wears the exact same uniform. Status does not buy you a different jacket. Despite that unspoken rule, there was one exception waiting at the gate. She is the anchor for millions of people across the Telos, order, practically royalty in her own right. Everyone meet the Saintess Clarice. She strolls in while everyone else bows, and one poor student is already stammering out a thank you. It is an honor to meet you, Saintess Clarice, someone squeaks, clearly starstruck. Tanya steps up instead, cool as anything. I am the next head of the Roth-Taylor family, Tanya Roth-Taylor. She delivers the introduction like she has rehearsed it 100 times. Oh my, the Roth-Taylor family, Clarice muses. I baptized Crepin, the current patriarch, myself, though I was so young back then I barely remember it. It was an honor for our family, Tanya replies, perfectly poised. When I become an adult, I too will come to be baptized, she adds. I will look forward to that, Miss Tanya, Clarice says with a smile. Inside her head though, Tanya is already scheming. Meeting the Saintess with everyone watching is great material for the student council election. But today's real event is about to kick off. A flare shoots into the sky and every head turns up. Fireworks crack across the sky, the signal everyone has been waiting for. Begin, and just like that the exam is live. Combat students sprint for the plaza, magic students for the mountain entrance, alchemy students down into Obel Hall's basement. The location changes by faculty, but the goal is always the same: get into a class. Tanya takes off at a dead sprint, right in the thick of the pack. On the line, full tuition exemption, access to Opheles Hall, free run of the student welfare facilities. And on top of all that, the prestige of just being in A class. One overconfident guy finds a stone early and starts bragging he can beat everyone to the altar. All the new students here are too busy staring up at the summit to bother arguing back. Somewhere in the trees, someone is yelling for a guy named Joseph to slow down. Everyone out here is locked in on the same target, that summit. Tanya eyes the stone in her hand, thinking there is no way this is the whole test. There are just too many of these things lying around. There has to be some kind of catch built in to make this harder, she reasons. So instead of burning all her stamina on one sprint, she decides to stay sharp and take it slow. Then out of nowhere, a scream rips through the woods. Someone goes down hard, stumbling through the snow. Tanya spots bare feet in the snow and immediately assumes the worst. Did she slip and hurt herself? Did you hurt your leg? Tanya calls out. If so, I will get the staff. Turns out the girl is just fine. She wanted to feel snow on her bare feet and shrieked because, shockingly, snow is cold. Tanya just stares, completely thrown by the whole scene. Can't I? Is it not logical? The girl asks, somehow completely serious. It has been on my wish list forever, she beams, softer than I expected too. Tanya narrows her eyes. Something about this girl's whole vibe feels oddly familiar. She must have hit her head right as the exam started. How unfortunate, Tanya assumes, before introducing herself properly. I am the second daughter of Rothtailor, Tanya. Looks like we are classmates, Tanya adds, and the girl practically explodes with excitement at the name Rothtailor. I heard everyone in Rothtailor is as amazing as your status, she gushes. Not all of us, Tanya deadpans. Pardon? The girl blinks and Tanya gets serious for a second. No matter how high your family's status, if it has been around long enough. Her mind drifts to her brother. He seemed to have reformed back when I saw him at camp, she thinks. But then that grin flashes in her memory. I do not know who the real Ed Rothtailor is anymore. The fear that got drilled into me will not just disappear, she admits to herself. The girl backpedals fast, suddenly nervous. I do not think you are that kind of person, and you are from the Rothtailor family, so I should probably be respectful, right? So. It is fine, this is Sylvania, Tanya cuts her off, walking on. The girl just smiles, relieved. It is, she agrees happily. I am Kylie Etchen, she introduces herself properly. I am from a small city-state called Terranay Principality out east. I do not know much about the world, Kylie admits. If I do something strange, I am sorry in advance. I am not used to places like this. We should hurry, this is an exam, Tanya reminds her. Oh right? This is an exam, Kylie echoes like she genuinely forgot. Tanya adds she is not even worried about marks. Getting into A class would just paint a target on her back. Kylie just laughs it off and Tanya groans internally. This girl has a comeback for literally everything. Since I am not even interested in the exam, Kylie starts reaching out and grabbing Tanya's hand. I will help you, she declares, then we will get closer, right? Tanya is dragged along, completely blindsided. This is my first time ever having a friend my own age, Kylie beams. Hey, get it together. I am only letting this slide because it is me, Tanya sputters, going full tsundere. If this was the princess or the saintess, you would be in huge trouble, Tanya warns. Is that so? Kylie gulps. Honestly, me too, Tanya admits quietly, then catches herself. Never mind, let's just go. 30 minutes into the exam, one guy is already celebrating first place. I will be at the summit soon enough. He is sprinting flat out, huffing hard, sure he has got this in the bag. No matter how good that Joseph guy is, I have got way more stamina, he brags right before something with glowing red eyes looms up behind him. His face drops instantly, then just. Whatever that thing is, it lunges. A fist crashes down and someone screams. The impact echoes through the trees. A full-on scream tears through the forest. Turns out it was all a scare. The guy is face down in the snow, cursing whoever thought popping out like that was funny. Someone else nearby is out of breath too, grumbling that the stunt was cheap, dirty, and beneath a senior. A girl nearby looks genuinely stunned, just like he said. This is easier than expected, she wonders right before someone grabs a guy by the collar. Wait, just me again, he yelps, clearly not thrilled about being the one hauled around. It will not just be you, the senior warns, and lightning rips through the forest canopy. Blue energy crackles to life in his hand. Turns out Clebius and Annie's have been ordered to physically block first years from reaching the altar, and it is working. If the first years can actually get past us, they will have earned that class spot, one of them reasons. This whole situation is on me, the girl admits, watching a bird cut across the sky, clearly carrying some guilt. Back at the staff meeting, the roles get handed out. You are in charge of safety. The paperwork for the exam's last-minute changes still needs filing too. So if I head down and write it all up before the exam ends, that works? One of them asks. If I do not sleep, sure, comes the dry reply. Before the full breakdown, the professor handles documents. Safety is covered, Clebius has the southern entrance and someone else has the north. Then what about you, Ed? Someone finally asks. Ed just walks off without much of an answer, red cape trailing behind him in the snow. I will be here is all he offers, infuriatingly vague. Then quieter, I will guard the altar, I have something in mind. Ed looks over the damaged item in his hands. All good, he mutters to himself. It is a rare-rank vision disc built to summon apparitions of high-level monsters, beasts, even people though badly damaged. It will not perform anywhere near full strength. This thing will be a pain to fully fix, he admits, and my own magic has not even come back yet. So he pulls out a magic stone, instead an expensive little battery packed with raw magic. These exam-grade stones are seriously high quality. This is Sylvania after all, he notes. He sets up an altar of substitution, offer it an item with magic inside, and that magic can be pulled out and used on the spot. It will take a while, but I can keep recharging off this, he figures. It has been a while, I still cannot fully hear you yet, but, he mutters, while Annie's and Clebius keep stalling for time up top. And I have got plenty of magic stones to burn, he adds, dumping out a whole sack of them. My job, he says, is to not let a single person pass me. He lets out a slow breath, steadying himself. Come on then, he says, power surging to life around him. His preparations are complete. Whatever is about to walk up that mountain is in for a very rude surprise. Something's very wrong here. A voice screams RUN through the dark, and the chase is on before you even know who's running. Feet pound through snow, breath ragged, no time to look back. A shape peels itself out of the shadows behind them, too big, too quiet. Two eyes flare up red in the dark, locked on and closing in fast. Someone stumbles, and for one gut-drop second, it looks like that's the end of the line. A hand reaches out of the dark toward them, and then nothing. The moment just stops. Whatever that was, it's not letting go anytime soon. Keep that scene in your back pocket because we're circling back to it. For now, though, rewind the clock. Before any of that chaos, there's an exam to survive first. Enter the exam ring, Ed up against Joseph Whitefelt's the golden boy everyone's betting on. Word around campus is Joseph's basically got alchemy and academics on lock, sharp enough that even his own sister tops the alchemy class. Combat though, rumor has it he's only ever been a bit above average. Ed's about to find out if that rumor's true. Both sides square up, and the air between them goes electric. No warning shot, no countdown. The exam just starts, and so does the fight. Ed reads his opponent's stance, weighing his first move. Joseph doesn't look worried in the slightest, arms loose, completely at ease. That kind of confidence is either well-earned or about to get real embarrassing, real fast. Ed makes the first move. Flame rips off his hand, a basic scorch spell straight at Joseph. Joseph doesn't even flinch, tracking the fire the whole way in. He slides clear at the last second, the scorch mark searing into the ground where he stood. Close call number 1, and the exam's barely started. Joseph straightens up and something in his expression shifts. Guess he's actually paying attention now. You have my attention, he seems to say without saying it, raising a hand of his own. Frost starts curling off his fingers, cold enough to fog the air around him. So much for a bit above average. Ice magic, guess the rumors undersold him. A spear of ice rockets straight at Ed's chest, no warning. Ed barely twists clear, ice shearing past close enough to feel. Okay, so this is a real fight now. Ed digs his heels in and fires back, flame answering frost. The two trade blow for blow, fire hissing every time it meets ice. Steam rolls off the clash in thick clouds, swallowing both fighters for a second. When it clears, neither one's backed down an inch. Joseph's smirk finally cracks into something closer to focus. This exam just got a whole lot more interesting. Ed pushes the pace, closing the distance instead of trading spells at range. Joseph reads it instantly and throws up a wall of ice to buy himself room. Ed shatters through it anyway, sheer momentum carrying him forward. For a heartbeat, it looks like he's got Joseph dead to rights. Then Joseph pivots out of the way like it's nothing, barely even winded. Yeah, okay, a bit above average, officially retired as a description. Joseph resets his stance, ice already gathering around his palm again. Ed's on the back foot now and he knows it. Time to change tactics fast. A fresh volley of ice spears comes screaming in, faster than the last. A gust of wind magic flares up around Ed just in time, deflecting the worst of it. It buys him a second to breathe and he takes it. Joseph doesn't let up, closing the gap while Ed's still finding his footing. A shard grazes Ed's side and pain flashes across his face. A quick recovery spell kicks in, the sting easing almost as fast as it hit. Handy trick to have mid-fight, Ed's going to need every bit of it. He shakes it off and squares back up, jaw set. Round 2 starts right now. Joseph Whitefelt's the name flashes up clean as day, just in case anyone watching had doubts about who's dominating this fight. He raises both hands, and the temperature around the arena straight up drops. Frost creeps across the ground in every direction, spreading out from where he stands. A full volley of ice spears this time, not just one. Ed throws up a hard physical barrier, bracing against the barrage. Spear after spear slams into it, cracks spiderwebbing across the surface. The shield's not going to hold much longer at this rate. Ed grits his teeth and holds the line anyway. One more second, that's all he needs. The shield finally gives, shattering under the last spear. Ed takes the hit clean, skidding back hard across the frozen ground. That one's going to leave a mark. His recovery magic flickers back to life, knitting the damage shut before it can slow him down. Joseph watches, unreadable, clearly expecting him to stay down. Ed gets back up anyway because apparently that's just what he does. Somebody didn't get the memo that he's supposed to be the underdog here. Joseph's expression finally slips just a little, guess he's not used to that. Ed's not done, not even close. He plants his feet, digging deep for something bigger. Heat starts building around him, way past anything he's thrown yet. A mid-rank explosion spell crackles to life in his palm. Joseph's eyes narrow, he knows exactly how much that one's going to hurt if it lands. He throws up his own defenses, ice thickening into a wall between them. Ed doesn't slow down for a second. This is the moment the whole fight's been building toward. Everything Ed's got right here, right now. Here it comes. Ed's blast slams into Joseph's wall, rocking the whole arena. Smoke and frost mix in the air, and for a second nobody can tell who's still standing. Then Joseph steps out of it, banged up but not beaten yet. Ed's not finished either, one word and everything changes. Mug, that's it, that's the whole spell. A blade made of pure spirit fire ignites in his grip, blazing bright enough to light up the whole field. A spirit formula explosion, and Ed doesn't hold back. Joseph's eyes go wide, this is very clearly not something he was ready for. The strike lands dead center, and the whole arena lights up white. When the light fades, dust and steam are all that's left hanging in the air. Nobody moves for a second, waiting to see who's still on their feet. Joseph's down, smoke curling off his jacket, barely holding himself up. Ed's not exactly in great shape either, breathing hard, the spirit blade fading out. But he's the one still standing, and that's really all that matters right now. The crowd, if there is one, has gone dead silent. Joseph tries to push himself up, and immediately thinks better of it. That last hit took everything he had left to answer. The fight's basically over, it's just a question of him admitting it. He tries again anyway, forcing himself up on shaking arms. Pride's a hell of a motivator, even when your body's clearly done. Ed doesn't press the advantage, just watches in no rush to finish it. Joseph finally gets upright, swaying barely. 10 out of 10 for stubbornness, honestly. But his legs give out again before he can even raise his hands. He hits the ground for real this time and doesn't get back up. That's the fight. Ed lets out a breath he's probably been holding the entire match. Officials step in to check on Joseph, calling the exam. Joseph waves off the help, insisting on getting up under his own power. The top student pride is apparently bulletproof, even after getting blown up. He finally locks eyes with Ed, and there's something new in the look. Respect, maybe. For someone billed as a bit above average, Ed just handed the school's golden boy a serious reality check. Joseph opens his mouth like he's got something to say. Whatever it is, it clearly matters to him. The whole arena's watching to see how this ends. This is the part where it actually gets interesting. Joseph straightens up as best he can, still catching his breath. There's genuine curiosity in his face now, not the smug confidence from the start of the match. "Excuse me," he manages, "what's your name?" Funny, right? The guy just got wrecked and the first thing he wants is a name to remember. Ed hesitates for a second, like he's deciding whether it's even worth answering. But there's no real reason to hide it anymore, not after a fight like that. He takes a breath before answering. This is the moment everyone's about to remember. Say it loud, Ed. Close up on Ed's face, calm despite everything that just happened. Ed Rothtaylor, he says, simple as that. Behind him, a winged figure swoops down to scoop Joseph up. I'll leave him to you, Onyx, Ed calls out, already turning away. New scene, new question hanging in the air. Jix, why did you join the magic faculty? A carriage rolls on through the snow, carrying that question with it. All of a sudden, Jix asks back, caught off guard by the question. You would have been the top student if you joined the alchemy or combat faculties, his companion presses. I feel uncomfortable that you gave up so much just because of me. I don't put much value on being the top student, Jix admits quietly right before the scene suddenly flashes to a battered, bloodied face. New scene, new fight. The incoming second years are already making an entrance. A shockwave of impact rips through the frame, someone reacting with a sharp O. Is Clebius, the caption reads, as our resident combat facility Ace takes a brutal hit head-on. He grits through it, energy crackling off him as he holds his ground. The attacker's name lands next, Nortondale. Someone nearby stares wide-eyed. What was that just now, are you okay? A figure with glowing holy magic looks almost sheepish. Was my holy magic too strong? I didn't break anything, right? Someone else steps in fast. Leave it to me, you two continue the exam. Fuck, someone mutters before shouting over to check on him. Clebius, you okay? Get it together. Clebius, battered and dazed, can only think one thing. How do you even block something like that? A caption drops in 20 minutes before the end of the exam. Turns out this whole mess has been a ticking clock the entire time. Somebody's out of breath, gasping their way toward a small, familiar cat-like companion. They start trailing off. Cut to two academy girls walking arm in arm, tight enough that whatever's going on between them, they're clearly in it together. Then the words drop like a countdown, the last exam. Fire blooms across the sky behind them and yehi, that tracks. Chaos erupts, a staff raised against the wreckage. I'll get to the point, someone says, dead serious. The person who was once, the caption begins over a bloodied, battle-worn face. The object of fear and, something shatters into black glass shards mid-sentence. The object of hate, orange hair catches the light like a warning sign. A face twists into something feral, fangs bared, nothing friendly left in it. Meet the Saintess Claris, most devout girl in the whole holy capital, but she has been carrying two very different dreams. One dream is the one everyone raised her to want. True nobility, she is told, comes from unwavering belief you carry your whole life. Under the Archbishop's watchful eye, she is groomed to be exactly that: devoted, obedient, perfect. Become like a blank slate, they tell her, no wants of her own, just faith. That is the lesson drilled into her since the day Archbishop Verdio took her in. But there was always a second dream, one nobody planted in her. And that dream was a lot messier than the first one. Rather than live out her life as a hollow, perfect vessel, she would rather live and die a little scrappy and real. Enter Adele, her one real friend, strumming a song about the pure white holy capital and its towers. Turns out from where Adele stands, that whole glittering capital is just a sandcastle. Beyond it, gray mountains, green wetlands, gold fields stretching out forever. Farmland, alchemy, smoke, an entire world Claris has never actually touched. A commerce city with red rooftops, the melody drifting right over the castle walls. Even the scholar's city of Sylvania gets a verse, and past the desert, a lawless region nobody talks about. Adele plays it soft now, circling back to that same line about the pure white capital. And she says the quiet part out loud: all of that gorgeous scenery is still just a sliver of what is out there. This is Adele, the one in charge of the holy fire and Claris's actual best friend. Every night the world sleeps, Adele used to sneak up and sing this exact song outside Claris's window. It is the dream Claris keeps having, a life outside these walls. Just going to class like a normal person, making friends without anyone bowing first. Making friends, falling in love, normal love, not the reverence of an entire nation. Adele always put it best: forget the endless prayers, a real hug from someone you love hits different. That one hug might matter more than every prayer ever whispered in her name. Just thinking about it gets Clarice smiling like an actual teenager for once. Eventually, Adele left the order for Sylvania, using every break to travel the world she used to just sing about. So Clarice started visiting those same places herself and made sure every trip ended in a real hug. That solo journey turned out way more colorful than the pure white life she was handed. Which is how she landed on the single most reckless idea of her life, though hey, staying careful was still the plan. Archbishop Verdio dyes her hair, changes her eyes. The rule is simple: never let anyone clock who she really is. She has to carry a magic item at all times. The holy magic's blessing has her back, but Verdio still worries. Disguised, brown-haired, red-eyed, amulet in hand, she barely recognizes herself in the mirror. Who would ever suspect the Saintess? Coming to the academy through the order's own arrangement was the perfect cover. Now she is just some girl on a bench outside the faculty building, and absolutely nobody notices her. That anonymity alone is enough to make her hold her breath, nobody bowing, nobody worshipping. For the first time, she is making real friends who have no idea they are laughing with a literal saint. Then someone steps up behind her and says just one word: give up. She turns around to find an absolutely furious blonde guy glaring her down. Someone in the crowd mutters that she might be the Saintess, right as another voice brings up somebody's last exam and a brother. Wait a second, that is Tanya's own brother standing there, and he is a Rothtailer too. Ever the saint, disguise and all, Clarice calmly asks him to just stand down. She warns him, still polite, but if you keep pushing this. Come, he says, and green energy floods the whole arena. The blast goes off like a bomb, and Clarice is sent flying straight through the smoke. A spirit's roar rips through the arena, and everybody freezes. Normally, handling 5 or 6 mid-rank spirits at once makes you a certified veteran. This kid is apparently commanding somewhere around 199. That is not mid-rank, that is a full-blown high-level spirit, and everyone loses their minds. Tanya is trying to think rationally while Kylie screams her name in a panic. Yeah, it is real, that is a genuine high-level spirit. The fire spirit alone is enough to drag Ed straight back into an old trauma. For a second he almost bolts, but he catches himself. Running now would mean nothing has changed since back then. Tanya turns to Kylie. I do not know about you, but I am not giving up. Kylie agrees and reminds herself that with high status comes a responsibility you cannot dodge. Meanwhile, Ed is gritting his teeth, straining to hold that power together. Tanya cannot stop thinking about who her brother was 2 years ago. Because 2 years ago this guy could not even manage elementary magic, so how exactly did he get here? Tanya's answer: that has got to be fake. She braces herself to fight him anyway, fake spirit or not. I just need to take down the real one, she tells herself. A green blast catches Clarice mid-step and sends her reeling. Kylie is not budging either. There is no way she is backing down now. Clarice grits through the pain, wondering just how he is even pulling this off. The tension in the arena is cranked all the way up. The crowd keeps arguing, can that thing seriously be a high-level spirit? Wrapped head to toe in green power, Ed gets asked the same question all over again. A freezing burst tears clean through the smoke. Kylie stares at her own bloodied hands, stunned. This is really happening to Tanya's brother. See, Kylie used to have a whole fantasy about noble men, neat looks, generous smile, graceful manners, the works. Turns out that smug fantasy face belongs to the guy currently glowing green and causing chaos. Even sheltered little old me can feel it. Clarice thinks this guy is trouble. Somebody in the crowd is not impressed at all, arms crossed and unbothered. Turns out even the oldest, fanciest noble families produce their fair share of absolute scoundrels. And Tanya's hatred for this particular scoundrel runs bone deep. Clarice lays out the plan. Tanya goes for the real target. She will play bait. Do not worry about me, Clarice says. My constitution is weird enough that I basically cannot die out here. Tanya is not buying it. Won't she still get seriously hurt? Wasn't she supposed to not even care about this exam? Clarice presses the attack anyway, calling straight out to Tanya. You are the first friend I ever made, she tells her. At Sylvania, no less. Normally, Tanya would roll her eyes at something this sappy. Instead, Tanya's eyes just go wide. Then a terrifying senior from the combat faculty comes barreling in. Their attack gets swatted away by some kind of strange, glowing barrier. A shock of lightning rips out of nowhere. Does Kylie actually have some hidden power? Because Kylie, resident scaredy cat, is somehow the one taking the lead. Since when was Snowfoot this brave? Tanya screams. A wolf-shaped spirit lunges straight through the chaos. Someone sprints flat out through the blasts, weaving past every hit. The spirit roars, straining against whatever is holding it back. Bloodied eye goes wide with shock. The wounded wolf spirit lets out a full-on howl. Lightning keeps crackling straight through the clash. Here is the reveal. Her holy magic's blessing automatically strikes back at anyone actually trying to hurt her. Something monstrous roars, loud enough to shake the sky. Green magic detonates across the whole field. Clarice gets caught in it and goes flying with a scream. Dust settles slowly over the wreckage. Is that it? Ed smirks through the smoke, cocky as ever. Tanya is not having it. Did he really think she would just give up? She lights up an orb of magic in her palm. It is just basic magic. Emit the most beginner spell there is. Beginner spell or not, Tanya lands a genuinely surprising hit. Green light streaks across the whole arena. Clarice darts forward, a blur of green light. Everyone is doubled over panting, completely gassed. Tanya hovers there running on fumes. Wait, he is just gone. Was that the vision disc doing something? A strange little disc device sits there sparking. Someone crumples as the vortex around them collapses. Out of absolutely nowhere, a volley of arrows appears. Stay still, someone says, lining up another glowing shot. It is a razor-focused archer, dead calm in the middle of the chaos. Hang on, the guy who could barely hold a sword now shoots a bow like that. The count climbs again as a massive blue spirit swirls to life. A colossal dragonwolf spirit lets out a roar that shakes the whole field. Ed strides forward, completely wrapped in power. Tanya watches on, exhausted and openly in tears. It is the same as back then, she realizes, and something in her cracks. Nothing has actually changed since she was little, she thinks. The memory drags her straight back to her childhood. Young Tanya in the memory despairs that no matter how hard she tries, she cannot do anything. Someone gently tells her she must have worked so hard and says sorry for it. Back in the present, Ed admits if he had really been careless, she would be even angrier at him right now. His expression softens in the firelight. Do not you think so? He asks, and Kylie just blinks, caught off guard. He figures most people would have run from a vision like that. She stood her ground instead, and Kylie realizes she had him all wrong. I am seeing you differently now, Tanya, he says. Something about you has genuinely changed. Same goes for you, she fires back, and he cannot help but smile. The camera lingers on the family emblem pinned to his jacket, still smoking from the fight. Ed grips a red gemstone tight and tells Tanya straight up, I am sorry, but there is a reason for this. I cannot go easy on you just because we are related. If he had held back, he says, she would have ended up even angrier at him. He is still catching his breath from their clash, but his mind keeps circling back to her. Honestly, he admits that was incredible. If it had been anyone else, he figures, they would have turned tail and run. But she stood her ground through the whole vision, and that changed how he sees her. I am seeing you differently now, Tanya, he tells her. Something about you has genuinely changed. His expression softens as the word just hangs there between them, changed. Turns out you have that kind of side to you too, he adds. It was only a vision, but you fought me until the very end. Someone tells the exhausted, tear-streaked opponent they were quite impressive out there, even as she gets pulled into a comforting hug. Between hiccuping sobs, she tries to sound tough. I will say this now, if you recklessly attack or antagonize me. Ed just blinks, bloody and baffled. Someone teases that missing the cut for Class A is not really worth crying this hard over, which only earns a panicked don't come any closer. Bad things will happen, really, don't move, she warns weakly, still wrapped up in a friend's arms. I will say this now, she repeats shakily, if you recklessly attack or antagonize me. The threat trails off into pure, red-faced panic. Word spreads fast, the exam is over, and Ed is needed. Ace is completely knocked out. A signal flare hangs above the snowy forest, marking the exam's official end as students start to regroup. Meanwhile, the staff are already drowning in paperwork, grading lists to update and student council elections right around the corner. Ah, so the exam is finally over, one of them sighs. Elsewhere, a girl's magic disguise starts flickering. My transformation magic is coming undone, she panics. Her carefully maintained disguise keeps slipping, and she can feel every second of it. Was it back then, she wonders, flashing back to the moment it all started. You have to carry that magic engineering item with you at all times, an old professor reminds her, nodding at the ornate golden charm. She finally gets it fastened back into place, breathing out in relief. No, at this rate, wait, someone else cuts in with a grateful good work, Ed, clearly thankful he sorted the whole mess out. My identity, she stammers, still not fully convinced the danger has passed. My school life, she wails, dramatically clutching at the one thing she actually cares about. A small fiery spirit cradles the crescent charm in its claws, the whole reason her secret almost slipped. Someone snatches the charm out of the air just in time. Yeah, she manages, clutching it like her life depends on it, because apparently it does. Ed, why are you so hurt? A worried friend blurts out as the group trudges back through the snow. I'm fine, Ed insists, which convinces absolutely nobody looking at all that blood on him. The class assignment exam had finally ended. And Ed Rothtaylor had quietly nudged almost everything back onto its proper course. Almost. One small change he made had left behind the tiniest, seemingly meaningless gap. And in that gap something is watching, a shadow with two ruby-red eyes. Are you really okay? A friend asks again. Yeah, Ed says, not realizing that tiny gap just made the whole world a little more dangerous. Wait, did he seriously just try to talk to me formally? Someone mutters, thrown off by Ed's sudden politeness. You look tired, so just rest for now, Ed, a friend tells him gently. We'll deal with the aftermath, the others agree, letting him finally sit this one out. Onyx, can you support Clebius? Someone asks, and the goggle-headed hall monitor nods along. Sure, I'll be on my way, Onyx says, then freezes. Wait, I swear I just saw the shape of a person over there. He shakes it off. I'm sure I was just seeing things, he tells himself, not at all convinced. Did you know? A strange, unfamiliar voice muses, unseen by anyone. I believe there is a kind of beauty that transcends generations and values, it says, watching the sky. The sky itself is evidence of that, the voice adds, and for just a moment, something with clawed, fire-red hands smiles. You're talking nonsense, Ed grumbles back at the voice needling him. Anyway, humans live such a short life, and yet you barely know how to appreciate a single moment of it, the fox spirit lectures from above. Meet Merelda, Ed's high-ranking wind spirit, and she has strong opinions. The worst curse a human can suffer, she insists, is a dull, boring life. You need to learn to appreciate the little things, find meaning in the everyday stuff, she tells him as he lies there recovering. A human life is like the 4 seasons, she muses, but a spirit's life is one very long winter, bleak and boring. As Janica once put it, total chatterbox. People like you, thorough about everything except yourself, are exactly why you keep fainting from exhaustion and getting hurt, she scolds. So what? Ed mutters, too exhausted to argue properly. So what I'm saying is you should date someone, you moron, she fires back. Someone kind, cheerful, and easy to be around. And strong enough that you can actually lean on them for once. Meeting someone like that could do wonders for you emotionally, you know. Turns out Merelda never actually made a spirit contract with Janica, the two are just clothes. Like the Bible among spirits, someone chimes in, can you at least pretend to agree with her once in a while? Pretend, I mug have gravely misspoken, I shall repent with my death, the fawning little fire spirit wails, terrified of even slightly outranking Merelda. Ed just lies there letting the two spirits bicker over him. Oh yeah, Janica looked kind of down earlier, do you know why? Merelda asks, suddenly serious. Oh why are you worried about her? She teases, watching him closely. Isn't that obvious? Ed answers flatly. But I can't just tell you something Janica herself didn't want shared, Merelda says, and lets it drop. Anyway, don't worry too much, she adds gently. Even Janica needs to get through a winter of her own sometimes. Until spring comes, Merelda finishes, howling softly at the sky. Shall we head back? Burning through more of your mana would make me feel guilty, she says. Even in this small form, keeping me around isn't cheap, she admits, but it's the most efficient shape for the job. Do you have other forms? Ed asks, curious. Oh, you'd prefer a prettier form? Easier on the eyes, sure, but you wouldn't be able to handle the upkeep, she teases. Back when you went full giant wolf mode, I didn't really notice a difference in efficiency, and it made me curious, he admits. Oh my, no way, maybe you just couldn't sense it because of the mana stone. You really are a bit dense, she teases. Ouch, Ed yelps as a jolt of static zaps clean through him. Did you really think you were managing all that mana on your own? Merylda asks, smug as ever. She'd never contract with just one person, Merylda adds, right before Ed comically topples right over. Ed just lies there in stunned silence. That night, something glimmers at the very top of the old pyramid ruins. I definitely can't keep a high-level spirit summoned on just my mana for very long, Ed thinks, climbing the ancient stone. So if it wasn't his mana keeping things going back there during the fight, then whose was it? It's simple, really, if you actually think about it, a voice says from the dark. There has to be someone else out there who could contract with Merylda besides him. A stranger in a wide-brimmed hat pops up right beside him, delighted to be caught. This doesn't seem like a great spot for a nap, Ed points out. I'm not here to nap, she shrugs, the hut's way comfier for that. Then why are you here, he asks. She hesitates, then admits, I just don't like sitting in an empty tent. So I went for a walk instead, she says simply. Unfortunately, her walk ended up here, at this towering altar of substitution. This place, she explains, marks the final stage of the third act. The distrustful Saintess Clarice starts to see the holy city's darkness for what it is, and Telos's apostles are already on their way to Arkan Island to condemn her for it. Not knowing the real story, the Academy's own students end up following the Archbishop's orders straight into it. Princess Phonia's royal guard, Lortel's mercenaries, the Holy City's cathedral knights, the Academy's top staff, and even the main characters themselves are all about to collide on the same island. At the end of it all, every single sword ends up pointed at the same person, one girl trying to protect Arkan Island. She is only there because of her master's final wish. The whole sky rips open in violet lightning as the fight kicks off. Called a renegade, a non-believer, whatever they wanted to throw at her, she never once complained. And then she was awakened. Power just pours off her in waves. Her name is Lucy Merrill, and in this vision she takes down every single main character at Arkan Island. One by one they just cannot keep up with her. She wipes out more than half the entire raid party single-handedly, until finally her stamina gives out. That is the opening someone finally needed. Taylor steps in, blazing with gold, having mastered the final swordsman form. And just like that, she's defeated. It took his strongest technique to finally end it. The dust settles over the battlefield. Lucy lies there, bloodied and finally still. Only afterward does the truth come out why she was really trying to kill the god's apostles in the first place. So, she was never the villain, someone realizes too late. We didn't know there was a story like that behind it, another admits, guilt written all over their face. But saying that now doesn't help much. The only thing that hurts worse than being misunderstood is being understood too late. Back in the present, Ed makes his choice clear. I am not planning on stopping Lucy. Wait, so you're just sacrificing her for the sake of the scenario? The seer asks pointedly. No, he says firmly, I'm not cold-blooded enough for that. It's just that he doesn't necessarily believe letting things play out this way has to end badly. Years earlier, a dying archmage, Lucy's master and only family, pressed a book into her hands. Just as the land gets firmer after rain, he told her the Academy can weather most storms on its own. But someday when it truly cannot, lend them your strength if only for this old man's sake. Only Lucy ever really knew just how heavy that promise would turn out to be. Lucy still needs to work through all that tangled emotion first, Ed adds. It's going to be a long, dangerous fight. But it's a fight that has to happen in Act 3 regardless. That said, it doesn't mean he plans on doing nothing at all. Ed climbs back down from the altar as the night wears on. Turns out I get lonely too, apparently, the seer admits with a small smile. If there is one thing he wants to make sure he actually does from now on. The two of them just sit there a while longer, watching the sky go quiet. It's to always give her a heads up before he disappears from the hut for a while. Some promises are small but they still matter. Elsewhere, a bright-eyed girl marches back into a familiar garden. You're back earlier than expected, someone notes. I just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible, arg, she grumbles. Here, it's your present, she announces, practically bouncing with excitement. Ha tilde, this is the place my heart truly calls home, she sighs happily, feeling completely at peace. I really need to go see my academy friends, she says. I haven't seen their faces in ages and I brought plenty of good snacks. Everything is set for a tea party with Annie's and Janica. I'll head over first, she grins. I can't wait to see them again after so long. She practically races the rest of the way there. They're going to love the blueberry pie I brought too, wow tilde, she gushes, hugging the box tight. But the moment she steps inside, the room goes dead silent. This blueberry pie tastes like sand, she thinks numbly, unable to place why the mood suddenly feels so wrong. Nobody in the room says a single word. What is this? Why isn't anyone saying anything? She panics, the silence somehow louder than any scream. I have never felt tension like this in my life, she thinks, sweating bullets. Should I just crack a joke or something? What am I even supposed to say here? Her friend just sits there, arms crossed, refusing to say a word. Annie's, she tries again, only for Annie's to just stare back, completely speechless. You, the other girl finally says, voice trembling with something that is definitely not calm. Turns out the whole room just found out she got a hug from Ed, and her friend's eyes are burning with pure, jealous fire. Quick status check on our guy, Ed Rothtaylor, 18, grade 3, and his achievement list just picked up a wild new line. Elaborate survivor, 1 year and high-level spirit summoner. First order of business this storm season, he just finished a brand new wooden wind-blocking wall. Groundbreaking stuff, really. It is basically logs lashed together with twine and caked in mud, 1 star out of 5 on the difficulty scale, but hey, it blocks most drafts. Up on the roof tying it down, Ed realizes junk like this barely moves his stats anymore. He is outgrowing his own to-do list. Still, he figures there is no such thing as being too ready for brutal wind. Boy Scout energy, honestly. Someone sneaks up to check on him, relieved he made it through the last storm in one piece. Ed yelps as she grabs his ear mid-repair. Turns out thorough prep does not save you from getting manhandled. Turns out the academy just rolled out a new storm policy. Nobody leaves the dorms unless it is a real emergency. Little Tanya, the one everyone is watching like a hawk since she is the biggest flight risk in the building, reaches out with a shaky help me. Staff are setting up a rotating watch on her all week. Ed just nods along like this is a totally normal Tuesday. The head maid quietly rehearses her lines, deciding she will keep using her stiff, formal speech no matter what. She is not convinced anyone can actually survive a full week-long snowstorm cooped up out here. Out at Ed's makeshift camp, she eyes his setup and asks flat out if he is really planning to ride this thing out here. She is not sold that his little wind blocker is going to cut it once the storm really gets going. Ed shrugs it off. He already lashed the roof down tight with twine just in case things got ugly. He has also stashed all his hunting tools and traps inside the hut, just protecting his stuff, nothing dramatic. Ed's real plan is to hole up in the spirit library doing magic engineering research. He has got somewhere else to crash, so nobody needs to worry. That eases her mind a little, but she can tell this is his first storm season handling things from an actual administrative seat. Cut to the head maid cradling little Tanya against the snowy mountains, clearly carrying more than one kind of weight this week. She admits she has got another worry, and this one is about Ed himself. She hesitates, saying it is probably not her place to say more. But holding it in just makes her worry about him even harder. She trails off, wishing him well without quite finishing the thought. The best of luck, young Master Ed, she says, right as firelight suddenly swallows the whole frame. Flames roar up around a silhouette, and someone gasps out a stunned you. Meanwhile, the gossip mill is already spinning. Did Annie's really get a hug from Ed? The other girls just stare her down in stunned silence. Annie's about jumps out of her skin getting caught. She tries the classic dodge, blaming it on a misunderstanding with the spirits again. Classic Annie's. Then she just says it straight, yeah hey, she flirted with Ed, and the room absolutely loses it. The guilt hits fast. She apologizes to Janica and admits she never actually trusted the guy in the first place. He looked like a total playboy. Annie's grumbles, still fuming. So she was only flirting to size him up, she swears, purely reconnaissance. Janica's jaw drops. Wait, is she actually being serious right now? Annie's doubles down, calling Ed selfish through and through. Why would anyone want that anyway? Janica jumps to his defense, telling her she is being way too harsh. You do not even know him like that, Janica snaps back. At the table, a properly chastened Annie's finally apologizes for flirting with him without even talking to Janica first. Sorry, Janica, she blurts out, bowing under the group's glare. Janica cannot let it go either, demanding to know why Annie's went and did something nobody even asked her to do. She admits she barely slept over it. Annie's is one of her closest friends and that betrayal stings. The tears finally spill over. Then Janica catches herself, wondering if she even has the right to feel betrayed at all since she is technically nothing to Ed anyway. Annie's jumps in fast, insisting from what she has seen, Janica is clearly way more than just a friend to him. Really? Janica asks, hope creeping into her voice. I'm special. Her whole face lights up like a firework. Her eyes practically sparkle at the thought. Annie's admits it was not really her place to judge Ed like that, but she was only doing it to look out for Janica. Janica cannot even stay mad after that. Then she circles right back, so wait, you really do not like Ed, right? Thank you for being honest with me, Annie's, she says, pulling her into a hug. Annie's admits she really thought Janica had fallen for Ed and gets back a shy, mumbled confirmation. Annie's just sighs in relief, crisis somehow averted. Cut to three friends messing around, one of them dragging the others along for whatever comes next. One gets playfully smacked mid-sentence while the others just wave her off with a cheery send-off. Elsewhere, someone tells Annie she has got an idea in mind, a favor to ask. Introduce me to a man, Annie's blurts out, apparently done waiting around. Flat deadpan instant no. Undeterred, Annie's pivots hard, suggesting they break the mold entirely and just straight up asks her friend Clara to date her instead. To date me, Annie's yelps, apparently surprised by her own bold move. She immediately backpedals, begging Clara to stop giving her that stare. What eyes? I was just looking at you, Clara deadpans, and it devolves into a full-blown hair-pulling scuffle. New scene, someone points out that feelings fade once you are apart and worse, the scholarship work ends the moment break does. Confetti rains down as the Academy Scholarship students get their big announcement. Turns out they are all getting kept on as student assistants, cue the celebration. The reasoning, Clebius and Onyx both worked so hard and did so well, it would have been a waste sending proactive students like them off to another lab. Especially you, Ed, you are quite the worker, someone adds, tossing him a little trinket amid the confetti. Being a student assistant means more scholarship money, better conditions than any other lab, plus everyone already knows each other from the break. Somewhere else entirely, a stranger's eyes go wide, clearly rattled by something. Let's keep sticking together then, the group cheers, riding the high of the good news. Ed pulls up his spirit status window. Understanding, manifestation, and sensory sharing all leveled up with his spirit mug locked into a slot. A new spirit profile pops up too, Merylda, a wind spirit whose connection is still weak but who can neutralize damage and buff wind magic. The pressure is on, he needs to lock down a contract with a mid-level spirit and soon. Back at the campfire, Janica wanders over, looking a little surprised to find him there. Looks like you're back to normal, huh, Janica? Ed teases, bringing up her last visit to camp. The memory flashes back, the two of them standing close together, warm despite the cold. That time, Janica squeaks, mortified he even brought it up. When was that again? I forgot, she insists, arms crossed, very obviously not forgetting. Ed admits quietly that being around Janica makes him loosen up a little. She is still too green to handle a high-level spirit safely, at least not yet. I used a trick, Ed says, holding up a ring that glows in his palm. It is Professor Glast's Golden Phoenix ring, a legendary rank magic engineering tool, and he actually told her all about it. He lays out his future plans too, sitting by the fire as she walks off into the sunset. The catch is she cannot use magic for a while, so a mid-level spirit contract is off the table for now. Her power comes back once the semester starts, Still, congrats, Ed, she says, smiling. Spirit sorcerers apparently call the day you land your first high-level spirit your second birthday. She asks if he is seriously planning to camp out at the spirit library the entire storm. Workaholic much. You work hard too, you're the top student of the year, he points out. Oh, and once the storm passes, student council elections are on. Everyone keeps asking who she is backing, but Janica insists she is staying neutral, at least for now. It fits her, honestly, she genuinely respects every candidate in the race. Ed asks the obvious question, wasn't her own sister running too? Yeah, she's quite ambitious, Janica answers carefully. He pushes a little further, are the two of them actually close? It is complicated, she admits, she cannot say close with any confidence since she was technically excommunicated, but they are still blood. Like it or not, she figures they are stuck crossing paths for the rest of their lives. She just wants to keep things civil with her sister, even if it is not exactly warm, she still cares. So it was just a fight between SS siblings, Ed stammers, visibly relieved that is all it was. Janica goes red, caught a little off guard by the whole exchange. He asks if there is a gift or food her sister would actually like. Then out of nowhere he blurts nothing, when asked what he did to Tanya. He goes quiet, clearly hiding something. Turns out Janica is the one who cannot lie to save her life, and she starts wailing on the spot. It only takes about 3 seconds of guilt before she is on the ground confessing everything. Ed just laughs it off, honestly, it was not even that big a deal. Word comes down, the storm is rolling in by morning and nobody is leaving without a very good reason. If anyone needs something from outside once it hits, they will have to go through a maid. New perspective now, someone cannot shake the memory of a terrifying third-year student from a few days back. A silhouette wrapped in glowing green spirit energy, clearly not someone to mess with. More than fear though, what she really felt was discomfort, deep, gut-level discomfort. Her eyes well up just replaying it in her head. She recalls him fumbling to speak formally to her at the end, roughed up, still holding a ring. It felt so natural she almost convinced herself she imagined it. But now she is asking herself, does he know her secret? Alone in the dark, she remembers once being warned to be careful not to lose her things. She has worked so hard to fake a normal academy life, all to hold up her end of the deal with the priests standing in for her at the holy city. If even one outsider figures out who she really is, everything falls apart, just like it almost did back when she was a kid. Elsewhere, 2 guys rib each other for choking before even reaching the altar during some kind of trial. Neither of them made it to class A either, that senior clearly was not playing by normal human rules. Word is he is legendary among third years, a certified freak among freaks who apparently built himself a hut out in the northern forest and just lives there. A hut in the northern forest, realization hits hard. Once the storm passes and spring rolls in with the new semester, she might lose her window to keep his mouth shut for good. Once the storm starts, she cannot leave Ophelie's hall for at least a week. She pushes forward anyway, cutting straight through the swirling wind. I'm so scared, she admits, of Ed Rothtaylor, of the dark, of the biting cold, of all of it. Staring at nothing but white walls for too long starts wearing on you, she thinks, remembering gentler days. Some things, she figures, you just cannot understand until you live through them yourself. She launches herself straight into the magic storm, hair whipping, hood catching the wind. She lands hard, energy crackling around her boots. A ring on her hand flares to life in a sudden flash of light. Gold light rips straight up through the building behind her. Her whole silhouette erupts in golden power, swallowed by the blizzard around her. I can't lose the freedom I worked so hard to get, she tells herself, eyes burning gold with resolve. She just needs to see it with her own eyes to know for sure. I need to meet that man. She tears off into the storm, chasing down the one person who might expose everything. His eyes have long since adjusted to the dark. Because darkness is the only thing he has ever really known. The most vivid memory he has is of the brother who never left his side, even when the rest of his family did. A memory that ends in a desperate, bloody struggle between them. Because that memory is of his brother, and the moment everything went wrong. He remembers driving the blade through his brother's heart, and the last words he ever spoke to him, words that might have landed like a curse. Then just like that we're yanked back to the present, a girl's voice cutting through the silence. Huh, why does another lab want you? Back at the mansion, he works up the nerve to bring up the student assistant job again. I felt like such a burden last time, he admits, still second-guessing himself. The treatment here has honestly been great, he tells her at the door he likes it, but she raises an eyebrow, teasing him. Is he actually dissatisfied, or is some rival trying to poach him? So is he saying he can handle the job or not? He stammers, caught totally off guard by the teasing. Just do it then, she laughs, waving off his spiral. She's clearly enjoying how easy it is to fluster him. He just stares back, flat and unimpressed. All right, he finally mutters, giving in. This is Ed Rothtaylor, a boy born with a frail, weak body who refuses to stay that way. He's pushed his training to the absolute limit these past few days, using every spare moment to grind. His spirit formula infusion skill has climbed to a 92% success rate, impressive for someone who started with nothing. His magic engineering is coming along just as well, his library of formulas steadily growing. Both skills are sharp enough now to call his specialties, so he makes the call. The rest of the week goes to mastering just these two. He heads for the library to keep grinding, rushing through the stacks, eager to get started. Earlier, he'd slipped Jix some cash to magically clean up the mess he left behind. Wait, he's pretty sure he swore Jix to secrecy about all this. Turns out Jix got some help from Elka, probably passing it off as training of her own. He'll have to pay them both back for that later. Let's get started then, he says, snapping into focus. Hundreds of crafting formulas to sort through. The trick is prioritizing his target, the legendary Glock's Eye, which supercharges every sensitivity ability he has. Next up, Delheim's Hourglass, a one-time relic that can undo physical damage entirely, wounds and all. His goal: forge at least one legendary magic engineering item from scratch. Weak wind emitters, echo generators, crystal balls, magic ink. He'll craft them over and over just to level the skill up. Once the basics are second nature, the rare stuff comes next. Elka jumps, startled by something nearby. He pauses too, sensing something's off. Back at his desk, he starts packing up his notes. Wait, I forgot the tools back at the hut, he groans. Trudging through the snow, exhausted, he sighs. Let's just head back. Time to put his body through a little more work. A lone silhouette trudges deeper into the snowy woods. The trek through the drifts just keeps going, nothing but white in every direction. Somewhere out there, the hut has to be close. Meanwhile, someone else is out in that same storm, scarf snapping in the wind, pushing forward with grim determination. The hut is nowhere to be found in all this white. The river, she remembers, they said it was by the river in the northern forest. Checking her map against the current, she figures this has to be downstream, so if she just follows the river, the hut should turn up eventually. This really does feel like an adventure, she beams, clearly having the time of her life. This is Claris, and don't let the cheerful energy fool you, her holy magic already outclasses mages twice her experience. She carries the holy magic's blessing. Any real threat that tries to hurt her gets the damage thrown straight back, doubled. So if she runs into a wild animal out here, or worse, a robber, she'll walk away just fine. The only person who actually scares her is Ed. And honestly, given what he's capable of, that fear checks out. She finally reaches the hut and peers in through a frosted window. No one's allowed to hurt his brothers, she reminds herself, working up her nerve. Someone properly baptized would never dream of hurting the saintess, she tells herself, but the real reason she's sneaking around out here is that Ed might already know exactly who she is. Right time to check, she decides. I'm sure it'll all work out somehow. She starts right as she spots something dark bubbling inside. She yanks at the door. Why won't it open? Something shifts in the dark just beyond the glass. And then something red comes pouring down inside, thick and unmistakable. It just keeps spreading. Her breath catches, Her eyes go wide, welling up with tears. Yuhyog, she completely loses it. There's blood smeared here and pouring out right in front of her. It's everywhere. Is this actually hell? She's gasping for air, fully convinced she stumbled onto a crime scene. Every shadow suddenly looks like a threat. Then footsteps, real ones, right behind her. She freezes, straining to listen. Something or someone is closing in. She bolts, ducking behind a fence, biting back sobs. curled up against the wall, hood up, trying and failing to stay quiet. Every whimper feels too loud in the freezing silence. She hugs her knees, shaking. Her hand trembles against the snow. Tears streak down her face as she claps a hand over her mouth, trying to disappear. Suddenly something grabs her. She's frozen solid, still sobbing, hands clasped together. And looming behind her, a hooded figure, eyes glowing, blade drawn. She hiccups mid-sob, practically vibrating with terror. Trembling, she can barely turn around. A gasp catches in her throat as the figure looms closer. The dark stairwell offers no escape. Blade raised, eyes burning white in the shadows, the figure demands, "Who are you?" Her eyes go wide with shock. Then he stops cold. "Kay Kylie Etchen," he asks, stunned to actually recognize her. "What are you doing here and why are you shaking?" he starts right before she completely loses it. Huag. A blinding wave of golden light erupts around her, the saintess' holy magic firing on pure instinct. The blast throws everything and everyone backward. Smoke and debris fill the air. Books go flying and lightning crackles through the wreckage of what used to be his hut. Ed himself gets sent tumbling through the smoke. For one long second, everything goes dead silent. I didn't mean to, she stammers, horrified at what she just did. "I didn't mean to," she keeps repeating, panic fully setting in. Did she just kill someone? Thankfully, no. Ed sits up out of the rubble, very much alive and very much unimpressed. But try telling her that. She's already spiraling, hands clasped in prayer, tears streaming. "I was supposed to live a life of purity. I've been stained with sin. I must burn in the depths of hell to atone for hay." He's clearly had enough of this. "Are you kidding me?" he snaps, thoroughly done. She flinches, still mid-meltdown. The tension spikes for just a second. He raises a fist and just bonks her on the head. She yelps, meltdown promptly cut short. Meanwhile, back at the academy, word of the missing saintess has already spread. "Chief Maid," someone calls out through the storm. "I heard the report, let me handle it," Belle answers, calm as ever. One maid wants to sound the alarm and mobilize a full search, but Belle shuts it down. They can't spare that many hands right now, they need to stay efficient. "Yes ma'am," comes the reply. This is Belle, Opheles Hall's chief maid, and one of the only people who knows Kylie's true identity. The order decided whoever's in charge needed to know the truth, because if the saintess vanished in a snowstorm, the whole nation would panic. Even carrying that weight, Belle doesn't crack. She decides the smartest move is to handle this quietly, off the books. Considering the saintess' holy magic keeps her safe from real harm, Belle makes the call. She'll go find Kylie herself. "Take care of the rest of the students," she orders, "especially Miss Lucy." "Yes, ma'am." A maid comes sprinting through the storm. A witness saw Miss Kylie head into the northern forest. Belle's expression hardens. The northern forest. That happens to be exactly the territory of a certain someone. The man who is, for whatever reason, suspiciously blessed when it comes to women. A snowstorm, a man and a woman stranded alone together. Forced to lean on each other just to survive the cold. Just the two of them all alone. Belle's imagination runs wild, picturing a cozy, firelit reunion. She goes completely silent, thoroughly mortified by her own thoughts. Shaking it off, she pushes harder through the snow. "We have to find them now." She sprints onward, breath ragged in the freezing air. Rumors are flying at the academy. Some suspicious man is holed up out in the northern forest. Nobody's actually seen his face, just his silhouette and the fact that he never seems to react to anything. Word is he drags home the bloodied corpses of monsters like it's nothing. Yeah, the students have definitely been talking. But cut to Belle blasting straight through the blizzard, fire fist and all. Because unlike the rest of the school, Belle already knows exactly who that suspicious man really is. She's not scared of him, she's heading straight for his door. That's because the guy everyone's whispering about is Ed Yech, the one who somehow has half the girls at school lining up despite barely acknowledging any of them. Honestly, just thinking about how tangled those relationships could get gives him a headache. Belle trudges the last stretch through the wind toward his hideout. She's got a nagging worry, though. Does Ed even realize who he's really dealing with today? A voice cuts through the door before she even knocks. "Oh, I knew it, it's you, Belle," he says, cool as ever. Startled, Belle nearly bashes him with a chair on reflex. Old habits, apparently. "You, young Master Ed," she stammers, mortified at almost clocking him one. But she's not here for pleasantries. Someone else wants answers and it is definitely not Belle asking this time. Thanks for the explanation, but if I don't get Miss Kylie back soon, Belle starts, already bracing for the walk back. Turns out the real visitor tagging along is the disguised saintess herself, small as she looks curled up in that chair. Makes sense. Guess it's not a great look for someone in your position to leave Ophelie's hall for this long either, Ed admits. He hauls the chair off her, wincing, still banged up from whatever brutal training he's been putting his body through. She tried to keep her cool getting here, but let's be honest, the whole thing came off a little unnatural. Because Kylie's real identity isn't supposed to come out this early, not even close. And now Ed's stuck wondering if she actually doubts that he's been keeping her secret this whole time. I do apologize for my rude behavior, he says instead, choosing his words carefully. Saintess, the chair, please put it down. Ah, right, phew, Kylie finally lets go, looking a little sheepish about the whole standoff. Turns out Ed's a baptized follower of the Telos order himself, which is exactly how he could tell it was her the moment her disguise spell slipped. Why don't you put the chair down first? He tries again, watching her grip it like a weapon. All right, but composed or not, she's firm. I haven't changed my plans and I won't. Because Kylie made herself one hard rule a long time ago: never get tangled up with any of the story's so-called main characters. But after nearly leveling his hut with a panic blast of holy magic, Ed figured Saintess Clarice might do something even more unexpected if he didn't come clean. So he decided the safest move was just telling her straight up that he already knew, so she wouldn't have to keep worrying about it. Sneaking out here in disguise? You must have been sick of living so restrained, he says. I get it. That lands harder than she expects. That's. Kylie's whole face goes red. A beat of quiet passes between them. The forest, she finally manages, still flustered. Because let's be real, whatever this is, it isn't exactly a life of freedom Ed's living out here. So what do you think of me living out here so freely? He asks her, half daring her to answer honestly. She doesn't sugarcoat it. Honestly, it looks more like you're just surviving. Fair point. There's a light side to freedom and a dark one. They're not the same thing at all. If someone like Adele chased freedom as some beautiful, romantic ideal, then Ed is standing in the exact opposite corner. He's the dark side of that same freedom and he knows it. Sorry for laying that on you, he adds, figured nobody else would ever tell you the truth of it. Whatever the case, that beat-up body of his says plenty on its own. Sorry you had to walk all the way out here, Belle, he says quietly. He's clearly paid a steep price for whatever he's been training toward. I'm just carrying out my duties. Don't concern yourself, Belle replies simply, already turning to lead Kylie home. Back at Ophelie's hall, there's a warm room and a bowl of soup waiting for them. And soon enough, this whole snowbound hut is going to feel like a distant dream to them both. But for Ed, walking off alone, it'll still just smell like blood and hard reality. Belle never imagined the man everyone whispers about, the one supposedly halting students in the woods, would turn out to be someone like this. Kylie, trudging through the snow, decides chasing freedom really was worth it after all. Because out here, she met someone she can actually respect. The two of them keep walking, snow crunching under their boots. Belle pulls her hat down against the wind, quiet as ever. Kylie glances back over her shoulder, just once. Did she know? No way, right? Or I can't tell. Belle's thoughts start spiraling. She has no idea what's actually going through Kylie's head right now. All she can do is worry. Rewind a bit, back to spring, the kind that sneaks up on you right when you've stopped watching for it. I don't need tea, someone says, brushing off the offer. Isn't it hard to even get a seat here without a reservation? I'm here for business, so it should be fine, she says, striding into the Laplace bakery like she owns the place. That's Lortel dragging Ed along on what is definitely not a date, no matter how it looks. I think this inventory inspection's going to take a while, she warns him. The poor baker practically trips over himself trying to make them comfortable. Yes, thank you, Lortel says sweetly, sipping her tea like nothing's wrong. Having a monopoly is so much fun in situations like this, isn't it? It gives me power I never had before, she says, way too pleased with herself. Goodness, what a harsh way to put it, she sighs, completely unbothered by her own harshness. Turns out the bakery hoarded a massive stockpile before the snowstorm hit, bragging it was all mine. Then, right before the delivery date, they canceled every single order. A deceptive order, huh? I get that food's valuable right now, but I can't exactly praise you for trying to monopolize supplies other businesses needed too, Lortel says flatly. People need morals and ethics, she adds, not even looking up from her cup. My miss, please talk your colleagues out of this, the baker begs. I know I messed up, but if you cap how much I can order, please, if this doesn't change, where he pleads, panicking. Ah, right, Lortel chirps, already moving on like the crisis is solved. I've got a lesson this afternoon, want to walk with me? She asks Ed while the baker's still sniffling behind them. How cold, Ed mutters. I don't love doing this, but the storm cut off supply from the main base funds are tight right now, she explains, all business. Guess even you guys struggle sometimes, Ed teases as they walk under the cherry blossoms. As if you know who I am, right? Money management is literally my specialty. Relax, we're fine as long as nothing's wasted on useless stuff, Lortel brags. I have to be able to handle way more than that if I'm going to run a trading company, she adds, chin held high. Then something catches her eye. Textbook, Ed asks, noticing she's not carrying one. I've got to swing by the library and borrow one. I'll have to sprint, but hey, good for my health, he shrugs. Where's your textbook? She presses. Buy one, Lortel blinks like the concept is completely foreign to her. Well, I guess they're not exactly cheap for a normal student. All the textbooks here cost a fortune. She mutters, actually considering it for once. Meanwhile, student council elections are creeping up fast. Phew, guess you're not running for a seat, Lortel asks, catching her breath with a book in hand. The trading company comes first always. Besides, it'd obviously be better for someone who actually likes me to be council president, Ed says, dead serious. What about you? I could back your campaign, she offers. Nah, it's not like winning's even guaranteed anyway, he shrugs it off. Then what about your sister, she asks. Tanya, he echoes, caught off guard. Shocking, I actually expected you to shut that idea down, Lortel admits. I don't want to have to kiss up to Princess Phonia. I won't get into it, but Tanya, Ed trails off. I know, it'd be rough for her even if every top student in every grade backed her at once, Lortel says, not sugarcoating it. She might be a Rothtailor by blood, but the gap between her and the princess is just too massive, she adds. Meet Tanya Rothtailor, or as some cruelly call her, the lesser evil. She throws everything she's got into the race, chasing every last vote, and honestly, it's a little painful to watch. But she just can't close the gap with the golden princess standing across from her. In the end, Tanya loses by a landslide. Do you support the princess? Lortel asks suddenly, catching Ed off guard mid-hug. Me, I don't know, honestly, I guess I'm more Team Tanya, he admits. I'm glad, she says, relaxing instantly. Most people around here worship Princess Phonia, so I was scared you'd be the same, Lortel confesses among the falling petals. You know I like you, right? I almost, she starts before catching herself blushing furiously. A hand reaches out, hesitant. Did that work? Ed asks, testing the waters. Should I check your heartbeat? She teases. Yug is all he can manage. He just pats her head instead, dodging the question entirely. You're so cold, did I do something wrong? Lortel pouts. No, he answers simply. I just don't plan on dating anyone until I graduate, Ed says, finally laying his cards on the table. Until you graduate, Lortel repeats, filing that away immediately. And after that, she presses, is the only answer she gets. Oh, that was some valuable information, she grins, clearly plotting something already. Well, that's assuming you can actually stand to keep rejecting me, Ed fires back, smirking under the cherry blossoms. Graduating safely, it turns out, is the real bar they're both quietly aiming for. And that is not exactly an easy goal, all things considered. Because somewhere out there waits the final boss of this whole story, a dragon wreathed in fire, terrifying even in memory. Someone out there is destined to be the main character who has to actually strike it down. Only then does the world get to have its peace back. So that I can graduate too, someone murmurs, watching the group of students pass by under the blossoms. Claris, the order's symbol, and Phonia, the royal family's symbol, are both supposed to stand behind whoever that main character turns out to be. Back in the present timeline of this memory, class placements go off without a hitch. And Claris is doing a surprisingly solid job keeping her real identity under wraps. So maybe, just maybe, the story's original script is finally getting back on track. And I get to actually rest easy for once, Ed thinks, allowing himself a rare, relaxed smile. Your Highness, someone calls softly into the chapel, where Phonia kneels in quiet prayer. But despite everything Ed's been counting on, her hands are trembling. I don't think, she starts. I don't think I want to run for the council position after all. And just like that, the story everyone thought they knew starts quietly falling apart. Picture this, some guy alone in the dark, absolutely losing it. There are other people who can do this, he growls, so why does it have to be me? He's gripping his own skull like the question's physically hurting him. This damned life keeps handing him jobs nobody asked him to take. Why the hell did it have to be me, he snarls, still stewing in it. Then we get our first clue, a literal duel request form daring somebody to accept it. You want to duel me, he asks, dead serious. Why, he demands, because apparently I felt like it doesn't cut it for this guy. Flashback time, a younger him once gave the honest answer, because I want to learn from you. His teacher wasn't having it, fist slams the desk, I don't want some shallow reason like that, tough crowd. So he found a better one, because I want to prove my worth, now that's a growth arc. Someone points out he's already the undisputed top student of his year. Cool trophy, but apparently not enough for him. Doesn't mean much, I'm just a first year, he shrugs off. Meanwhile, Janica tops every third year and some guy named Drake owns the whole combat faculty. Oh, and Ed's somehow everyone's favorite in the first-year magic faculty for reasons nobody can explain. His grand plan, duel literally all of them. Of course, there are orders to things, he adds, like a man with a whole bracket planned out. He's not just swinging wildly, there's a whole ladder he intends to climb, one name at a time. First target, Clebius, the reigning top student of the second-year combat faculty. A request's already been sent. Only problem, Clebius appears to be dodging it entirely. Smart man. If I beat him, next up is Alvira, top of the alchemy faculty, he plans out loud. This guy's speedrunning the whole school. So he goes and tells his next target beforehand, not that she's thrilled about the heads up. Why am I next? I'm not even a top student, she pushes back. Turns out, with the real second-year top ducking the fight, she's the technical stand-in whether she likes it or not. You're quite self-centered, she deadpans right to his face. So your big plan is beat me, then go after Janica and Ed too, cute. First lesson you need in Sylvania, she tells him, is that you're not always right. I don't think it'll be easy to beat you, he admits, which, coming from him, is basically a compliment. No, that's not what I meant, she clarifies, unbothered. You won't even be making it to me, let alone Janica or Ed, she says, completely serene about the whole thing. You seem a bit mistaken about something, she adds, a very polite way of saying he's cooked. Learn to perceive reality properly first, she finishes, if you actually want to beat me. Brutal. He doesn't have a comeback for that one, just silence. Elsewhere, something else is about to catch his attention entirely. Under a wash of cherry blossoms, a familiar face calls out, Jix. And right back at him, Ed, the two spot each other across campus. You did well with the library, thanks, Ed tells him, clearly still owing Jix one. Then Jix brings up a name Ed hasn't heard yet. Wade, you mean the top student of the first years. Apparently this Wade guy's been sending dual request forms to every top academic performer in school, and word is, he's coming for Ed too. Ed just goes quiet for a second, like he's mentally flipping through some invisible quest log. Guess we're moving on to the next act. So here's Wade's whole deal. Born the talented swordsman, son of the commander of the Northern Border Territories. He blew through the competition and grabbed the first-year top spot without breaking a sweat. Still not satisfied, he went hunting for stronger fights, straight up challenging his upperclassmen. And he beat every single one of them, easy. Even Jix went down to him. Though to be fair, Jix was already running on empty before that fight even started. Unfair fight or not, a loss is still a loss. Wade's rampage looked like it was never going to stop. Until Taylor Ed, having leveled up hard over the year, finally shut it down. Word starts spreading that there's a welcoming festival tonight for the new students. I already know what Wade looks like, comes a reply. Thanks for the notice, though you take care of yourself. Cherry blossoms drift through a clear blue sky, a quiet little breather before the next scene. I thought I didn't care about this kind of stuff, Ed admits to himself, wandering through the petals with the rest of the students. But this school's energy is contagious, apparently. New semester, fresh air, the whole deal. It's practically putting a spring in his step. Then a stray thought needles at him, should I have mentioned that too? He shakes it off and keeps walking, only half convinced. Same grade, same halls, he's been seeing a lot of her lately. And lately, Princess Phonia's been looking way down in the dumps. Somewhere else, Ed's name comes up in conversation entirely. And she's listening a lot closer than she's letting on. Ed, someone calls out in class and she doesn't even flinch like she was expecting it. A memory stirs someone, once telling her to wake up. She clocks his name the second it's mentioned, way too fast to be a coincidence. Not like today's my only shot to tell him, Ed reassures himself elsewhere, strolling through the blossoms. I'm sure it'll be fine. Phonia, meanwhile, decides to dig a little deeper before saying anything to him. A butterfly drifts by as the season quietly turns warmer. Somewhere out past campus, the northern forest stretches on, wild and waiting. Cut to Chibai chaos. Janica, decked out in a full witch hat, flopped dramatically on a rooftop surrounded by butterflies. You're improving fast, she tells her student. And your bond's gotten a lot stronger too, she adds, watching a little spirit familiar hop around. Since he already contracted with Merelda, she figures he's ready to try bonding with a mid-rank spirit next. No one would believe you pulled all this off in a year, she says, a bird literally perched on her head like a crown. She's calling this her teacher Janica mode. Cute name, she clearly thinks it makes her look dignified. Guess I'll play along, Ed sighs, chalk in hand. It's all thanks to having such a great teacher, he adds, laying it on thick. Back to business normally. Bonding with a mid-rank spirit means trekking through mountains and valleys hunting for the right match. You can't just contract one because it's got plenty of mana, she explains, watching a spirit and its partner meditate by a waterfall. You need a spirit whose mana flow actually syncs with yours. I never even thought about that with Merelda, honestly. Ed mulls it over. Sure, it'd be convenient to grab a spirit matching an element he already knows. But that'd leave him boxed in. He doesn't need to master every element like Janica, but branching out sounds smart. This is gonna be pretty rough, isn't it? Janica admits, watching him think it through. Apparently people call finding your mid-rank spirit fate for a reason. There's even an illustration of it in a book about the failed swordsman of Sylvania. The picture shows a lone sorcerer wandering the wild, meeting her spirit companion by pure chance. Forests, rivers, fated encounters, the whole romantic package. First is the connection. Janica instructs, all business now. Ed, focus your mana into your eyes, she tells him, and something in the air starts to shimmer. A spirit takes shape nearby, sensing him right back. And just like that, dozens of mid-rank spirits show up. Here are all the ones I've chosen, Ed announces proudly, way too many candidates crowding around him. Aren't you getting distracted with all these spirits around? Janica asks, watching a cat spirit perch smugly on his shoulder. No need to push them away when they clearly like me, he shoots back. Besides, I've already talked to every single one. Confidence, unearned but real. That's amazing, but... Janica trails off, watching a giant spirit snake wrap itself around her like it owns the place. Now just pick one out, she announces, as an entire zoo of spirits swirls into view. Bears, wolves, cats, you name it. It's honestly a lot to take in. Pick one out? Ed sweats, suddenly realizing this is less fated encounter and more speed dating. A crane spirit unfurls its wings midair. I'll show you my wings here, Tilda offers, showing off shamelessly. Now number 2, Janica announces next, as a water spirit introduces itself. I'm mid-rank water spirit number 1, Pello. Chibai. Janica pauses, suddenly self-conscious. Is it weird? Did I bring too many? Should we do this another time? No, it's nothing, Ed mutters, sweating buckets with a cat spirit still parked on his head. Young Master Ed, let's check out the next one, she continues, unbothered. Somewhere in there he's still wondering what happened to his supposed fateful meeting. That night, the welcoming festival for the new students finally kicks off. Students in red robes fill the hall, mingling, drinks in hand, the whole place buzzing. Kind of a shame, though the top student of the third year's Janica Failover can't make it. She's a little busy giving Ed spirit lessons. And the top of the second year's Lucy Merrill, also a no-show, she's napping, naturally. The faculty worried this would tank the whole event. Turns out, missing two top students barely made a dent. Rewind a bit, meet one of the most dignified people in all of Sylvania, Princess Phonia. A quiet game of chess, pieces sliding across the board. She genuinely values equality, but let's be real, most students are still too terrified to even talk to actual royalty. Even the nobles keep their distance. Only one person's ever dared to just talk to her like a normal person. Checkmate, he says, the heir to the Callermore family, loyal to the crown for generations. One of the three greatest swordsman households in the kingdom, also currently the top student of the first years. His hand hovers over the board, weighing the next move carefully. "You're good, Wade," she tells him, "though you hesitated right after sacrificing one of your pawns. If you'd let go of that hesitation," she adds, "I would have lost." Savage but affectionate. "You must have learned a lot here," he tells her. "Well, I'm just more self-aware," she replies. "I used to think I was better than anyone at reading people. But I'm starting to think I was wrong. Someone told me it's necessary to learn that you can't always be right." "Learn that you can't always be right," she repeats to herself, the words clearly sticking. Because there's one mistake she can't shake, Ed Rothtaylor, and the fact that he was ever kicked out in the first place. For a while it was just a minor guilt, like a fish bone stuck in her throat, but then he went and saved Janica. He built himself a whole life out in the forest from nothing. And the more time that passed, the harder that guilt got to ignore. As his presence in this school keeps growing, my mistake just keeps growing right along with it, she admits to herself. You can be wrong sometimes, that's true everywhere, not just here in Sylvania. But if I keep dodging it like a kid, nothing's ever going to get resolved, doesn't matter what class or status you are. Learning is your duty here, Wade tells her simply. That was actually really helpful, she finishes, smiling for real this time. "Shall we go again?" he offers, resetting the board. "I can't keep running from my mistakes forever, right?" she says, mostly to herself. That would be foolish, she decides. Give it 4 days, she figures, and she'll have it all sorted out. So they start sitting by the campfire most nights. Just talking, no formality, no royal walls up. Princess Phonia genuinely feels refreshed for the first time in a while, spring's finally catching up to her too. But then, on the morning of the third day, something changes. A chess piece catches the light 1 second, then everything shifts. Word starts spreading fast. Something's cracking hard, right where hope just was. It shatters completely. Picture this, a letter home. "Dear respected father, greetings, father polite, proper, every inch the dutiful daughter." She's not writing from the family mansion anymore though. She's writing from Sylvania Academy now, and she wants dad caught up. Turns out keeping up the family name is a full-time job. First time living away from home, new schedule, new pressure, but she won't forget the honor she has to uphold. The school's famously laid back about status, so friends took a minute to happen. Points at the girl straight up snoring in class right behind her. But hey, she's made a couple of school friends. Progress is progress. Her real goal though, becoming the youngest student council president this academy's ever seen. Ambitious. One small snag, word is Princess Phonia, the most beloved girl in the whole empire, might be running too. She says she'll try anyway. Oh, and she's met Lortel. Girl's giving off full perfect businesswoman energy already. There's something else though, something she says is hard to bring up casually. Her brother, apparently he's become hardworking, diligent, basically unrecognizable. Like he turned into a completely different person overnight. Here's the gut punch. She was raised to think of him as an embarrassment, a shame to the family ever since he got excommunicated. She admits she might just be misreading the whole thing. Her memories from back then are fuzzy at best. But she keeps having this one dream: the hills behind their old home, blooming with lilacs and daffodils every spring. In it she's small again, wandering that flower-covered path, just soaking it all in. She's holding 2 hands as she climbs that hill. One of them, she's sure, belongs to someone named Arwen. Which means the other hand holding hers had to be her father's, right? That's the real question she's asking in this letter. Cut to someone far less warm and fuzzy, a shadowy figure wondering if this changed brother really turned over a new leaf, or just went back to being exactly who he always was. The night brings me many complicated thoughts, he mutters. Sure it does, buddy. A blade glints as he handles Tanya's letter, signed off simply from your loving daughter. Except that knife isn't just for slicing envelopes. It's carved with a deadly poison seal. One graze and you're done. Totally normal mail opening tool. The dagger hovers right over her letter like it's got somewhere else to be. I've already sent a response to Tanya Rothtaylor, comes the reply from the shadows. Someone kneels before a man seated on an ornate chair like it's a throne. Not exactly normal family dinner vibes. Topic on the table: the student council election plus the ongoing haggle over a sage-sealed grimoire with Lortel's company. It'll be tough for her to manage all that alone. The academy looms outside, completely oblivious to whatever's being plotted about it inside. Somewhere else, a hooded figure gets waved through with a flimsy excuse. Normally, a family vassal can't just wander into Sylvania, but hey, business reasons. Now be on your way, comes the order, cold and final. The hood stays up. Whoever this is clearly doesn't want to be recognized. Doors creak open onto a man seated in near total darkness, already waiting. A gloved hand adjusts a collar, unbothered like this is just another Tuesday. And then a woman, red hair, red eyes, visibly rattled. I can't get used to this at all. Because what she's holding is highest rank magic, cause and effect, determination. The pitch, set in action, a choice, a variable you've already caused, and this spell shows you exactly where it leads. Is there no choice but to burn this much mana? She asks herself right before the spell rips loose. And what it shows her is brutal. Two silhouettes, a cliff's edge, blood already in the air. The spell doesn't just show a possibility, it confirms one. The inevitable result, the vision announces, as a body plummets through the pouring rain. Blood at the mouth, eyes gone glassy. This is about as bad as it gets. Girl sprints through the storm, desperate, red streaking everywhere. A hand claws out toward nothing, and a scream tears loose. Someone's falling, all she manages is E before her voice gives out. A hand reaches down through the rain and one word slips out, Ed. Then it breaks completely, Ed, Ed. Whoever this vision is about, it's Ed, and it does not end well for him. The rain just keeps falling on whatever's left after that. Back with the woman who cast the spell, soaked in what she just witnessed. Her demon red eyes stay locked on it, like she can't look away even if she wanted to. The vision lingers a second longer before it finally lets her go. This doesn't really feel like the best outcome, she admits, staring into the crystal ball, still replaying it. Then colder, it's a necessary sacrifice. However you slice it, somebody just decided Ed's death is an acceptable price for something. Alright, rewind 3 days before all that. We open on Tanya, staring down some kind of approval rating chart like it personally wronged her. Impossible, she says. Never a good sign when your own poll numbers make you say that out loud. The verdict, Princess Phonia is stupidly, absurdly popular as a presidential candidate. Like every single person in the entire empire has heard her name at least once, kind of popular. So if Phonia actually enters this race, Tanya's odds of winning drop to a flat, cold 0, ouch. Of course reality and my delusions are very different, she sighs. It's a shame, but I should just give up. Enter Ed, all casual. Oh, Tanya, you headed to elemental studies training. Tanya jumps a little awe, and Ed asks if anything's been bothering her in class lately. Cue the hallway gossip. Tanya just said hi to Jix. Isn't he the strongest guy in the whole academy? Meanwhile, Lortel's casually setting up a grimoire trade meeting like it's no big deal. Let me know when you're free, okay? The onlookers about lose it. Tanya just said hi to an executive of the Elt Trading Company. Then she greets Lucy Merrill, Sylvania's certified genius, and the whispering kicks up another notch. Lucy actually responds just hi. Somehow that's the most shocking part of everyone's day. The students are convinced Tanya's operating on a completely different tier than the rest of them. She's got all these connections and she's still so dignified, doesn't even show off, it's amazing. I'd be happy if I could be even half that put together, one of them admits. Tanya, ever gracious, thanks a couple of juniors for their hard work and tells them to go rest up. We'll work hard again tomorrow and the day after. they promise, practically glowing. Left alone for a second, Tanya pauses, like something's just occurred to her. Walking the halls, it hits her whole standing in this academy has shot up like crazy the last few days. And I didn't even do anything, she practically shouts, completely baffled. If she had to point to one single reason for all this new respect, it's probably that flash of Ed absolutely going off, fists blazing, looking nothing like the guy everyone wrote off. It must be because I'm Ed's little sister, right? I used to think he was just a piece of trash, she thinks. So why do I feel like the trashy one now? Yeah, Tanya, that's called character development. Why did this happen? She yells at the sky, completely done with today. Something catches her attention, a small, sharp reaction. A door creaks open somewhere in the manor halls. Two men step out, all warm smiles. It's nice to see you after so long, Lady Tanya. I'm happy to see you look healthy. Tanya lights up instantly. Kadek knocks. Father is so considerate, she thinks, genuinely touched. It's good to see you both. I heard you've been working hard at school, one of them says. It's a relief that we can be of help. Kadek offers to dig up intel on the grimoire market and the trading company's finances, just to make her negotiations smoother. Thank you, Kadek, she says, genuinely grateful. And Knox chips in 2 he'll handle legwork for the student council election while she focuses on studies. Real helpful guys, suspiciously helpful even. Word arrives that very morning, big news apparently. Princess Phonia will not be running in the student council election. Wait, what? Tanya about spits out her coffee. What? Turns out the Imperial Secretary made the announcement right near the Imperial dorms, and now everyone's whispering about it. But it was just an announcement, right? Still subject to change, someone reasons, hopefully. Time for the real reveal though, that calm blonde guy everyone's been talking around. That's Crepin Rothtailor, and he is, no joke, the final boss of this entire arc. He's famous for processing everything perfectly, never missing a beat. Everyone in the Empire knows him as the benevolent, generous patriarch of the Rothtailor family. Except only Princess Phonia seems to actually notice the darkness underneath all that charm. She's supposed to become the one reliable ally who can lead the charge against Crepin's plans for Sylvania Academy. That's how it's supposed to go anyway, so why exactly is she bowing out of the election? Phonia herself reacts startled. I'm slowly getting the feeling now, Ed murmurs, half to himself. Phonia leans over him, worried sick. I can't accept you getting hurt and bleeding by yourself again while I know nothing. You're already suffering enough, she tells him. No need to make it harder on yourself, whatever you're planning. Flustered, she blurts out, Heemp, I'll help you, Ed. Ed just goes quiet for a second, honestly. He actually thinks it'd be good for Phonia to become student council president, a surprise, considering how cold she's apparently been acting lately. The other students are just as confused. It'd be nice to know the reason, at least. There are a lot of eyes on this. Ed and Phonia get caught having a quiet moment together. Enter Jix strolling up with zero chill. Aren't you two being a little scandalous in broad daylight? Hello, sorry to interrupt your quality time, he says, absolutely not sorry. Scandalous, quality time, your phrasing is way too much, they protest, but he says he thinks he knows why Phonia's skipping the election. The two of them just freeze, mortified. She's like Jix read on it, she's like an alpha wolf who's lost her whole pack. Because she made the wrong call once, and her pack paid for it with their lives. Heavy stuff wrapped in a pretty grim wolf metaphor. Close on that wolf's eye, unblinking. That's exactly what Phonia's eyes looked like to me, Jix admits. Like she's lost all her confidence and just can't act anymore. Anyway, I'll stop interrupting, Jix says, heading off. Heard it's supposed to rain tomorrow, keep that in mind. Thanks, Ed says, and yeah, Jix senses run way above a normal human's 5, so when he says something, it's worth listening. Instincts should be tested, Jix thinks to himself, weighing the worst possibility. And that worst possibility, that Phonia has completely lost every ounce of hostility she ever had toward the Rothtailor family. In this story, that's not exactly reassuring. Ed, troubled, just asks himself, what should I do? From somewhere off to the side, a single word answers back. Good, cool, super, not ominous at all. Phonia's already got a plan though, train a mid-rank spirit out at the northern cliffs, since being close to the ocean would help. Right after elemental studies class tomorrow, she says. Ed just smiles a little quiet. Thanks, he says, let's just do what we can for now. A small, easy moment between the two of them. They settle into the plan together, no drama for once. Ed glances up, wondering if it's actually going to rain. Cut to Lucy Merrill sprawled out on a rooftop somewhere, wondering the exact same thing. Even Tanya glances skyward with those sharp eyes of hers. Guess everyone's suddenly a meteorologist today. A quiet campfire sits ready, waiting for someone to use it. Training montage time, a fist cracks out through the trees. Fire flares up through the forest with a boom. Lucy reacts from under that big witch hat of hers. Someone trains alone against a tree, deep in the woods. Afterward, they rested off by the fire. It's finally spring, the story notes, warmth creeping back into the cabin. But the rain's rolling back in, which is going to make it a lot harder to head out. That drizzle hits different for Lucy, though it just bums her out completely. I hope it passes quickly, someone mutters, watching the rain fall through the trees. A campfire sits abandoned, getting rained on. A hooded figure trudges alone along the cliffside, soaked through. First time coming to the northern coast, a tiny fox spirit tucked in close for warmth. The cliffs stretch out wide and empty, barely another soul in sight. Not much reason to come all the way out here, ridiculously far as it is, but there's nowhere better to train a water spirit formula. I may be unworthy, but I'll speak boldly. Contracting with the mid-rank water spirit Laisha was an excellent choice, the little spirit gushes. And to think you're even using mana arrows with it, properly impressed. Wait, mug, be quiet, comes the warning right before a voice cuts through the rain. It's an honor to see you again, young Master Ed. Someone grips their weapon tight through the downpour, tension thick in the air. And here's the reveal this arc's been building to. Kadik and Nox, the so-called family vassals, aren't just helpful old men. They're the middle bosses running all the darkness inside the Rothtailor family, and Ed just walked right into it. Two lightning-scarred veterans, men who have served House Rothtailor since before Ed was born, come stalking through the storm. One of them locks eyes on his target, grinning like he's already won. Meet Kadik and Nox, Crepin's most battle-hardened enforcers and apparently Ed's new problem. Ed draws his bow steady in the downpour. He should be glad to see familiar faces. He really isn't. It's an honor to see you again, young master, one of them calls out, all mock respect. Still calling me young master after I got excommunicated? How generous, Ed shoots back. They admit they've been keeping tabs on him and that they're here on Lord Crepin's direct orders. Their mission, they say flatly, is to assassinate him, then a pause, however. We repent, they say instead, and even Ed can't hide his confusion. They admit they'd carried real hatred for him, enough to plan this kill for months. The poisoned blade meant for his throat slips from a shaking hand and clatters into the rain. The Ed they remembered ruled the estate like a tyrant, which is exactly why they came armed with poison. But the more they dug into his life at the academy, the more they saw glimpses of the bright, determined kid he used to be, buried under everything he became. A kid who once burned with real ambition before life ground him down. And now they say that fire's back. Ed's finally become the heir he was always meant to be. They vow to go straight to Lord Crepin and explain everything themselves. Both men drop to their knees in the mud, begging him to reclaim his place as heir and restore the family's honor. Ed doesn't buy it for a second. His grip on the bow doesn't loosen an inch. Enough with the bullshit, he cuts them off cold. His fingers tighten around the bowstring, ready for whatever comes next. The two men just laugh it off, dropping the act completely. You've grown, young master, one sneers, wind energy already crackling around him. And just like that, the real ambush begins, a spinning storm of wind-forged blades. This is Kadik, the Eagle Knight, a man who can launch sword strikes riding on the wind itself. Ed barely has time to register the attack before it's already on top of him. He answers with a burst of flame, punching straight through the wind. One of them staggers back through the fire, coughing out a pained grunt. Smoke and embers hang in the rain where the blast just went off. Ed's already drawing again, another arrow of raw blue magic aimed and loosed. It slams into the mace wielder's guard hard enough to rock him back on his heels. These, the story reminds us, aren't just hired thugs. They're the vassals who have long handled House Rothtailor's darkest work. Do you remember Meliana? One of them snarls, dagger crackling with poison. A girl who lost the sight in one eye, he says, just because the old Ed thought it was funny. A cruelty from Ed's past that clearly still haunts the men who once served under him. Ed doesn't deny it, he just keeps swinging. Another wall of flame rips through the fight. It catches the mace wielder square on, and this time he can't shrug it off. Oh yeah, that happened, Ed mutters, almost too calm for the middle of a firefight. But he adds, voice going hard again. He lets another shot fly, no hesitation left in it. Revenge is useless, Nox, Ed tells him flat out. Even I know chasing revenge just leaves you empty in the end, he adds. That's rich coming from you, Nox roars back, throwing himself right into the fight again. Oh ho, you've grown, Kadic grins, then warns there's no way Ed can block Nox's spell-wrapped mace. You're dodging well, he admits, but one clean hit and it's over for you, Nox finishes with a grin. They figure that bow of his is more of a liability now than a weapon. Between dodging fire and wind at once, his footwork's starting to slip. He can't watch both of them at once and they both know it. A blade grazes past and knocks him clean off balance. Kadic looms over him in the rain, closing in for the finish. You have nowhere to run, Nox bellows, fire already screaming toward him. But Ed's blade answers first, cutting straight through the flame. I know, he says quietly, blood on his face but his voice dead steady. Steel finds its mark, and this time it's not Ed who's bleeding. Kadic doubles over, coughing blood. Ed's counter actually landed. Nox screams his partner's name into the storm. Was that, Nox stammers, stunned, it actually worked. Telekinesis? No, a spirit formula, he realizes, piecing it together too late. Ed had used basic shield magic, meant only to stop spells, to somehow block a physical strike. Worse, it looks like Ed baited them into that exact opening on purpose. While he was setting this all up the whole time, Nox snarls in disbelief. Nox's composure is cracking fast. He throws himself back into it anyway, blade first, straight into the fire. Ed's already moved, slipping clear of the blast. Nox roars in fury and pain both at once. Blue energy flares as Ed closes the gap in a blink. One clean slash, faster than Nox can track. It cuts straight through his guard and Nox goes down hard, bleeding. How is he even attacking from inside his own explosion? Nox chokes out, stunned. Turns out Ed's got a blessing of recovery active, giving him temporary immunity to his own flames. Kadic can't wrap his head around it. How did this scoundrel get this strong this fast? Ed even needles him about it, next time aim for something that'll actually kill him. Kadic just screams that there won't be a next time. Kadic throws everything he's got into one last furious barrage. The wind itself seems to howl right along with him. Ed's swallowed whole by the storm of blades for one gut-wrenching second. The wind screams around a shape we can't quite make out. Someone hits the rubble hard, coughing, barely holding on. It seems you, someone rasps out, the sentence trailing into the rain. It's Kadic down, not Ed, who's already lining up his next shot, bloodied but standing. Two spirits answer his call at once, a wind beast and a roaring water tiger, both summoned in the same breath. Nox's eyes go wide watching it happen. This is way past anything he prepared for. Kadic gets cut down again before he can even brace for it. No, Nox breathes, watching his partner drop. Did he even? The water spirit surges again before he can even finish the thought. The tiger spirit lets out a roar that shakes the rain itself. Meet Laisha, Ed's mid-rank water spirit, and she is not here to play nice. Nox's grin turns manic, half terror, half disbelief at what he's up against. Laisha's grip tightens around him and he gasps that he can't breathe. He's drowning on dry land, dragged under by a spirit made of water. Somehow he's still gripping that poison dagger, refusing to let go. This is a man who's supposedly seen every horror the battlefield has to offer. But nothing quite like what's looming over him now. Burns, stab wounds, near drowning, any one of those should have put a normal man out cold. But this so-called brown bear knight is too stubborn to go down that easily. Somehow, impossibly, he claws his way back to consciousness. And that's the one thing even Ed didn't see coming. Kadic's hand shoots out for one last, desperate strike. The wind flares violently around the sudden move. But Ed's carrying a passive ward called Protection of the Wind. Any sneak attack just gets hurled right back at the sender. The wind answers on its own, before Ed even has to think about it. Kadic's own strike sends him flying instead, hurled clean off his feet. The gambit backfires completely. He crashes down somewhere out in the open field, wind still howling around him. The storm doesn't let up for a second. By the time it clears, Cadix barely recognizable, broken and bleeding out in the mud. Silence falls over the battlefield, save for the rain and Laisha's quiet ripple. Ed walks up slow, in no hurry now. Bloodied himself but very much still standing, spirit at his side. Every step ripples the water pooling in the rain. Knox lies there weeping, all the fight finally drained out of him. Ed lets out a long, ragged breath, the adrenaline finally catching up to him. He's won barely, and it shows in every inch of him. Cadix, on his knees in the mud, asks Ed for one last mercy to just finish it quickly. There's no fear left in his eyes, just exhaustion. "That's what I should be asking you," Ed answers, cold and steady. He doesn't lower his blade an inch. Cadix admits that if he doesn't die here, next time he won't survive it either. "I'd rather die right here," he says, meaning every word. Ed points out the real problem. If his own father sent them, killing them won't change a thing. Even if he ended both their lives right now, it still wouldn't end this fight with his father. So instead he decides mercy here won't be meaningless, even if it leaves him with nothing to show for it. He drives the blade through Cadix's weapon hand instead of his heart. Cadix howls in pain, but he's still breathing. He chokes out a ragged breath, alive against every expectation. Blood mixes into the rain pooling around him. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice calls out, a girl from his class, apologizing that she's running late. One eye catches the scene in front of her and it stops her cold. She freezes at the edge of the clearing. None of what she's looking at makes any sense. She starts to say, the rest of his name catching in her throat. That's when Ed's legs finally give out from under him. "Ed," she screams, sprinting toward him. She's shouting his name over and over, reaching for him through the rain. Scrambling over the rocks, she doesn't slow down for a second. The storm rages on around her. Something about her in this moment feels different, sharper, almost dangerous. Knox, still barely conscious, realizes exactly what this means. They've got a witness now, someone who saw everything. His body's failing him fast, and there's nothing he can do about it. Then the ground itself lights up beneath her feet. "What is this?" Cadix chokes out, staring in disbelief. A massive sphere of pure magic swallows her whole as she begins to chant. Power like nothing either vassal has ever felt starts pouring off her. Cadix can only stare, completely frozen. Even a man who thought he'd seen every horror war could offer has never seen anything like this. Whatever she's about to summon, it's rated well above anything a high-level spirit could touch. Lightning splits the sky straight down onto the summoning circle. This is the summoning ceremony for the single highest tier of spirit that exists. There she stands in the eye of the storm, still in her school uniform. Like this is just another Tuesday. A spirit so rare that only one exists per element in the entire natural world. And apparently, she's the only person alive who can actually pull it off. One glowing eye locks on the wreckage in front of her, and suddenly she doesn't look like a classmate running late anymore. A monster of a magic circle rips open the sky, and whatever's coming through it is not friendly. Raw power comes crashing down like the world itself is cracking open. Whoever is casting this spell is no rookie, some genius spirit sorcerer summoning a darkness spirit way above their pay grade. They have thrown everything into this pure grief, pure fury, nothing held back. The air itself starts to scream. This thing has a nickname, the sun that scorches the earth. You do not want to be anywhere near it. Its tail alone is bigger than the entire imperial capital. Let that sink in. Legend says this exact thing once burned the Alphonse Mountains to ash, back in the age of myth. And now it is answering someone's call, right here, right now. Summoning even just one of its hands would be enough to torch every forest in the north to cinders. You do not need to understand a single rune of that circle to know exactly what it means. Something massive is standing right in front of it, and it is not here to talk. The second you actually laid eyes on what was standing there, wondering stopped being an option. The whole sky answers back, lit up in violent light. And standing dead center of all that devastation, just one small girl refusing to run. One look and you would know instantly what is closing in on her is nothing less than absolute death. "Do you understand what you just did?" a voice growls out of the dark. Someone is choking on their own blood, barely holding it together. His whole body is unraveling, veins lit up red like he is about to burst. He screams like something inside him just tore loose. Then out of nowhere, a wall of green energy slams into the scene. Someone new just crashed the fight, wreathed head to toe in green power. The clash rips through the air, raw and furious. A massive blue beast bares its teeth and gives one simple order: run. Hurry and run, he shouts back, blood streaming down his face, barely standing. He drops to his knees, completely spent, as the beast bears down on him. What are you doing right now, Merylda? Someone yells straight at the spirit. Move, it snarls back, lunging past them. A wild-eyed girl screams in raw terror, completely blindsided. The spirit charges straight for her, unstoppable. A blinding flash rips clean through the clearing. You are not the one who summoned me, the spirit says flatly, stopping cold. And you cannot recall me either. Strange, right? Calm down and think it through, it adds, eerily calm. Blood drips and the tension refuses to break. A hand claws its way up out of the churning water. Someone is fighting just to stay afloat. Cut to gentler days, someone is asking how his magic engineering project is coming along and whether he actually used those borrowed ingredients. In the memory, he is walking to class with a cheerful friend, admitting he basically did nothing all break. Truth is, he had secretly been training his magic engineering non-stop the entire time. Buried in notes and tools deep into the night, chasing one very specific goal. And he actually pulled it off, forging a genuine legendary rank relic, Delheim's hourglass. Back in the present, he is washed up on the shore, coughing up seawater. The hourglass only rewound him a few seconds, nowhere near enough to undo the real damage. Salt water is eating into his wounds and his temperature is crashing, exactly why he summoned Merylda in the first place. Whatever went down on top of that cliff, it was anything but a normal fight. He is honestly not even sure the plan worked. All he knows is he just burned his one-shot legendary relic way earlier than planned. Months of grinding gone in a single use, rough, but still it kept him breathing. He forces his battered body to keep moving through the storm. Every step feels like it might be his last. I have survived, he tells himself, though Crepin's cause and effect magic makes that a real pain to actually pull off. Even beating Kadek and Nox and walking away alive would not be the end of it. Crepin could just burn through his massive mana pool, rerunning that cause and effect magic again and again until he found a timeline where Ed actually dies. So the only real move left was to die just once on purpose. He still does not fully understand why Crepin wants him dead in the first place. But once Crepin confirms a future where he is actually dead, he will lose interest, and it is hard to justify keeping vassals stationed on Arkan Island without a real reason. The one excuse that still holds up is helping Tanya through her elections and the sage-sealed grimoire talks. Once those wrap, the vassals lose their reason to stay. Which means if he can just play dead until all of that is finished, he can actually survive this. Small problem, his body will barely listen to him right now. A fiery spirit blazes to life nearby, summoned to help. He is in bad shape, barely conscious on the ground. My whole body hurt so much I genuinely thought I was dying, he will admit later. Somehow he drags himself upright anyway. Nearby, a girl bursts into relieved tears at the sight of him alive. This is Janica. She can barely get the words out through the sobbing. But hey, I am relieved you actually found me, he tells her, managing a tired smile. His hands are still shaking from everything that just happened. The rain keeps falling around them, indifferent to it all. Sorry, Janica, he says quietly, guilt written all over his face. She just hiccups through more tears. I feel like all I ever do is make you worry, he adds. He reaches for her anyway, hand trembling. For a moment, the two of them just lie there on the sand, catching their breath. So basically, Janica sums up, until the elections wrap up, it is safer for you to just stay hidden. She manages a small giggle despite everything. Yeah, thanks as always, Janica, but, he starts as she pulls him into a hug by the fire. My injuries kind of hurt, he winces mid-hug. So sorry, I just felt so relieved hugging you I forgot, Janica blurts, flustered. He just blinks, caught completely off guard. Wait, can you just forget I said that? She squeaks, hiding her burning face. An awkward silence settles over the campfire. He looks out at the rain, still coming down without any sign of stopping. But there is still a whole lot left to figure out before any of this is actually over. Meet Lucy. Ask anyone what she is up to, and they will just say nothing, as usual. Except she is technically hard at work right now, practicing the noble art of just waiting. The difference, apparently, is that she feels at peace instead of bored out of her mind. Meanwhile, you can probably guess exactly what the hut's actual owner is up to. He checks the campfire is out, then gives the wooden supports a few good kicks just to make sure they are sturdy. Next stop, hauling in the laundry, which the rain has already ruined anyway. Then he tucks away every tool that might rust before the storm gets to it. "Oh, you are here," Lucy says simply as he steps in. No matter how chaotic Ed's life gets, he always ends up right back at this hut. He lights the lamp, settles at the desk, and cracks open another magic engineering book. Lulled by the rain, the fire, and the steady flip of pages, Lucy starts to doze off. Then suddenly her eyes snap open. "Strange mana, and is that blood I am smelling?" she mutters, instantly alert. "Ugh, annoying," she starts to grumble. A stray memory surfaces. Someone once knelt down, patted her head, and thanked her for guarding the house so well. Whatever she is sensing now, it snaps her right out of that memory. She is up and moving before she even finishes the thought. Someone is sprinting straight toward the hut through the downpour. Lucy's eyes go wide the second she recognizes who it is. In another memory, some stranger begs for help, swearing he just tripped in the forest. His story falls apart fast. His partner supposedly ran into a wild animal, and well, his throat. "I will let you live," a voice offers, and he looks anything but relieved by it. "Just be honest with me," the hooded figure says, purple lightning crackling around her. That smile alone is enough to make anyone start talking. The confession comes out. It is all tied to something called the seal of deadly poison. An advanced seal so rare, most people go their whole lives without ever seeing one. "Why do these accident reports only ever happen on my shift?" someone grumbles, clearly done with this job. Back in the present investigation, given they fell from that cliff, finding them will not be easy, even once it is light out. So to sum up the situation, someone begins, laying out exactly what happened. "You went to meet Ed to help with his spirit sorcery and found him already stabbed." "Yes, that is exactly what happened," the witness confirms. "I know you are shaken, but think carefully. You did see the culprit, did not you?" "Yes, I am sure he called them Rothtailor's vassals," Janica answers quietly. "Named Kadek and Knox," she adds, and the name Rothtailor visibly changes the mood. "I see. Come morning, I will speak to the High Dean about." She starts before something cuts her off. "Thaw that student," someone gasps, spotting a familiar shape out in the rain. Out in the storm, Lucy has clearly heard every single word. "Lucy," the investigator yelps, grabbing for her. Everyone else just freezes, completely caught off guard. Lucy shrugs her off without even slowing down. "Lucy, please calm down, I will explain everything back at camp." "I already caught them," Lucy growls. "The ones who murdered him, Rothtailor's vassals, Kadek and Knox." She hauls them along like it is the easiest thing in the world. Sparks of electricity crackle off her grip, and she is nowhere near done. Lucy cuts loose with a massive blast of raw power. The vassals go flying like ragdolls. While what is happening, one of them shrieks, scrambling to get away. Even the bystanders are stunned speechless by the sheer force of it. "Janica, what is?" someone starts, only for her to shush them with a quiet gesture. "We do not have time. Move now," the investigator shouts. "We need to go after her right now, before this gets even more out of hand." "Rothtailor's vassals," Lucy snarls, sneaking around this whole time under the excuse of helping out. She spits the family name out like poison. Power surges through her, building towards something final. "We are not suspicious," the bloodied vassal insists, clearly panicking. "We only came to assist Tanya Rothtailor, completely legal, with the Academy's own permission." The name lands heavy in the silence that follows. Lucy is not interested in excuses, not from anyone wearing that name. She lets the attack fly. It connects hard, no holding back. Smoke and silence are all that is left in its wake. The storm of magic finally starts to fade. But Lucy's eyes go wide all over again, scanning the wreckage because the one she is really looking for is nowhere in sight. Where is she? The Academy grounds lie in ruins after a massive blast rips through the storm. Out of the smoke rises a lone figure, wrapped in a crackling purple aura that lights up the whole street. Her voice cuts through the rain like a blade. Where is Tanya Rothtaylor? Grief and fury twist her face as the storm rages around her. Someone cries out, begging her to stop. Lady Lucy. A terrified student stares at the wreckage, whispering just what is going on. Through the downpour, a squad of hooded guards closes in, swords drawn. Nearby, a strange, rune-covered device pulses with blue light, like it's been waiting for this exact moment. Glowing blue circles ripple across the courtyard. Her tracking magic has locked onto someone running. The swirling blue light spins faster, closing the distance. One brave soul steps up to reason with her. Lady Lucy, why are you doing this? But she doesn't even flinch. Strange runes flare and crackle nearby, reacting violently to her power. Her face is unreadable in the rain, cold and completely unmoved. A hand closes around the glowing device and crushes it without hesitation. Someone's eyes go wide in shock at what she just destroyed. Magic swirls violently around her silhouette, more powerful than anyone expected. She turns her back on them all and gives one cold order: bring her. Tears and blood streak down her face. Whatever happened to her, it broke something inside. Lightning crashes down in a blinding flash of pink light. Something detonates nearby, and everyone reacts in shock. Fire and rubble explode across the scene as the chaos spreads. Cut to another corner of the academy. Two fighters just finished a brutal clash. A red-haired girl sits smugly in the wreckage. That's Elvira, and she clearly just won. Somewhere in the smoke, a bruised senior grumbles that she's getting cocky for beating an upperclassman. A proud onlooker laughs it off. Good work, Elvira. Still, he adds, they can't call her a winner over the second years just yet. Elsewhere, students crowd the stairwell, buzzing about the school's rising stars. One kid can't help but scoff at all the hype. The top alchemy student, someone asks, and the whole hallway leans in. Word is even the toughest competition can't knock genius Joseph off the top spot this year. Then there's Wade Callermore, heir to a legendary swordsman family, sizing up his next rival. A voice in the shadows wonders if Wade might actually be able to beat Jix. Suddenly a girl gasps, badly startled by something off-screen. A cloak whips past in a blur. Something's very wrong. Two students freeze. What was that sound just now? A violent purple explosion rips straight through the academy halls. Feet pound down the corridor as everyone sprints toward the blast. Two boys race to track down the headmaid, hoping she has answers. A fist clenches white-knuckled. Someone already knows this is bad, no. A student's face crumbles in horror. It's too late. In the rain, a cloaked figure raises a hand and unleashes a surge of purple magic. A skill flashes into view, time-type aspectual magic called Time Prison. More hooded figures push forward through the storm. The narration drops a bombshell. Somewhere in this world is a genius who can watch any spell once and copy it perfectly. And that genius has a name, Tanya Rothtaylor. Her expression hardens into pure resolve. She gives the order to bring Tanya in and someone gasps in recognition. Lucy, Meryl. Pink lightning crackles through the downpour. Inside, a frantic maid waves someone through a doorway urgently. Two men whip around alarmed. What is it? The maid sobs that even the head maid herself got caught in the chaos, and if Lucy is telling the truth. She drops the news. Third-year student Ed Rothtaylor is dead. Everyone freezes in stunned silence. It clicks for them. If a Rothtaylor vassal was attacked too, then Tanya must be involved somehow. The maid is yanked back in the confusion. Jix steps forward, jaw set. You guys go ahead first. The others panic. Young Master Jix, this situation. Someone grabs the maid and snaps at her to get a grip. He warns Jix not to go chasing revenge, promising he'll evacuate once the time is right. The maid struggles against being held back. Are you going to try? Jix gets hauled off by force. All his restrainer can say is, I'm sorry. He's dragged away down a dark corridor, kicking and furious. Somewhere in the rubble, someone refuses to give up the search. 5 minutes after that first explosion, nobody could find Tanya anywhere. A figure drops down through the lightning-streaked rain, closing in fast. The door to her hiding spot was locked tight. He climbs over the wreckage, getting closer to wherever she's hiding. There's only one place left she could be, and inside, someone's sobbing, begging to know why any of this is happening. Tanya is curled up terrified, wrapped tight in a cloak. All the evidence points straight at her, and it's tearing him apart. But it doesn't add up to him. Ed had actually been helping Tanya's reputation and life at the academy improve. Sure, Tanya may have resented Ed once, but orchestrating his assassination, that still doesn't sit right. A voice cuts through. Listen well, Tanya Rothtaylor. You need to answer me truthfully, he demands. He asks her point blank, did you have Ed assassinated? Tanya screams through tears, no, I swear I didn't. I can't be sure, he admits, as a strange light rises behind him. At this rate, if nobody steps in, Tanya is going to die. Elsewhere, a weary student sits alone. Just thinking about Ed being gone leaves him hollow. A troubled upperclassman takes the news hard too, his jaw tightening. Someone's hand glows faintly. Okay, he decides, I'll hear the details later. He rises, cloak billowing, fully resolved to act. Stay in here for now, he tells Tanya. Nothing about this is certain. If she steps out into the square right now, she could be killed on the spot. And if Lucy gets her hands on Tanya, there's no telling what she'll do. Wreathed in green magic, Jix makes a call. I'll stop Lucy for now. Someone reaches out, warning him this reckless stunt isn't what Ed would have wanted. Can you not read the room, Jix? Comes the sharp reply. There's no point trying the impossible. Right now the smart move is to listen. Jix pushes back. Nobody knows what happens if they keep hiding Tanya here. Wade cuts in cold. Let's just hand Tanya over to Lucy now, I'm going. Jix refuses flat out, with my judgment, Wade. Tanya's eyes go wide with fear, caught in the middle of it all. Wade grabs his arm. You're making an unreasonable decision, Jix. A shadowy figure growls a vow. Whatever it takes, this goal will be achieved by force. I'll be taking Tanya, the cloaked figure declares, stepping forward. Meanwhile, across the academy, another magical clash erupts in fire and light. A blazing streak tears straight across the storming sky. The blast detonates in a wall of fire. Another explosion rocks the courtyard. An injured student is caught and cradled, badly hurt from the fight. A boy screams in agony as rain and blood pour down over him. A girl gasps, clutching her stomach, clearly in serious trouble. Her face goes pale in the downpour, barely holding on. A grim alchemist points out the scary part. Even Dorothy, a top student, just went down. Somewhere nearby, another student cries out in pain and disbelief. Through it all, Lucy stands completely unmoved. Her expression stays ice cold, power crackling around her. With one burst of magic, she sends someone screaming through the air. A furious student charges straight at her anyway, teeth bared. He can't believe his rotten luck. This is definitely not why he came to Sylvania. He keeps screaming into the storm, half furious, half terrified. His foot slams down as he braces for impact. Blood streaks through the pouring rain. He gets launched clean off his feet, sent flying back through the storm. He hits the ground groaning. Yeah, okay, something like that would scare anyone. I really hate this, he mutters from the mud. Alvira storms up. What are you doing, Clebius, lying around at a time like this? Clebius blinks up at her. You. She asks if he wasn't just sparring a minute ago. He explains he burned through all his reagents already, so it's back to the lab for more. Only the strongest students left standing can hold off a monster like this. And that means the top students are the only real hope right now. Alvira lays it out. They need to buy at least 30 minutes before academy workers can get here. And if you spot any staff, she adds, call them over immediately. A small figure lifts a hand and casts a glowing pink circle into the sky. A girl reaches upward in silence, bracing herself. She gasps in shock at what she's just seen. Gritting her teeth through the pain, she pushes forward anyway. A sword gets drawn through the rain, steel flashing. She grimaces hard, forcing herself through the pain. She curses herself under her breath, furious at her own limits. Useless, idiotic, she mutters, beating herself up. Rain keeps hammering down over the battered courtyard. Alvira warns it's bad news. Academy workers are already on their way and a fire dragon roars behind her. Meraldo is heading in too, right into the thick of it. But before anyone could explain, Lucy already found out on her own. Lucy, I think she went to Ophelie's hall to look for Tanya. A pained groan escapes him, fist clenched against the firelight. So I've got no idea what's going to happen. What about Lucy? Okay, comes the grim answer, a bandaged hand tightening into a fist. One more student's eyes narrow, resolve hardening in the firelight. The rain will not quit tonight, hammering down on this old rooftop like it has got somewhere to be. An old man leans over a sick, telling the kid something simple: roll around in the rain like an idiot and yeah, you will catch a fever. The kid groans under the blanket, burning up and miserable. But remember this feeling, the old man says, laughing like he knows something the kid does not. Somewhere down a torchlit hallway, a cloaked figure moves through the dark, unaware they are about to become part of this same story. Back in bed, the kid jolts awake, startled by something unseen. A hand grips a trembling shoulder. Slowly, the old man says the fevers and the bruises start to matter less. You will meet weak people, the old man warns, and out in the storm, a swordsman and an archer are already proving his point. Magic detonates across the night sky in a blinding wash of color. This fight just went nuclear. Beams of light and shadow slam together, tearing through the rain. You are not going to bring her? Someone asks, panic cutting through her eyes. Fine then, the cloaked figure answers flatly. If she will not come willingly, he will go get her himself. It will not be long, he mutters, before he finds her on his own, lightning crackling off a wide-brimmed witch hat. I will find her myself, she snaps back, pink lightning sparking off her skin. You will become such a powerful mage, someone promises, magic spiraling around her like a halo. That no one will ever rival you, the voice adds, as she plummets through the storm wrapped in lightning. The sky itself seems to tear open with every strike. An archer and a mage stand back to back in the wreckage, pink energy howling around them. A slash of pure magic rips through the rain. For a second, everything goes quiet, just a shadow standing still in the wreckage. Life gets tedious when you are this talented, an old voice muses as feet splash through a puddle. Everything can start to feel meaningless. Two figures brace against the storm, the same old lesson echoing over them. Purple robes soak through in the downpour. Even the feeling of pain, the voice continues, will eventually become a distant memory, he finishes. Lying old man, she mutters bitterly under her hat, rain dripping off her chin. Mana ripples outward across flooded ground, crackling with barely contained power. Fire erupts against the storm, hissing where it meets the rain. Smoke and sparks churn through the downpour. A witch-hatted figure strides forward, unbothered by the chaos around her. Damn, I thought that was a good plan, grumbles the fireflinger, watching it all fall apart. Meanwhile, a red-haired girl in a soaked school uniform sprints for her life, gasping for breath. Strange, the witch murmurs, studying the attack. Never seen magic like this before, but the casting speed is way too fast. Move, she orders simply, purple magic already crackling in her hand. The blast connects, the girl reels backward, blood spraying through the rain. But that was not magic, the witch says calmly. That was just raw mana you were throwing around. She stands over her fallen opponent, unfazed. So in the end, the real problem was the mana itself. The beaten girl grins through the blood, unhinged. Mages with real mana sensitivity can shape magic straight out of raw mana. But did you know, she says, mana crackling around her, us alchemists work differently. We can read mana and twist it into something that is not magic at all, she explains, wreathed in purple light. A blast of mana sends her flying, alchemical tools and reagents scattering through the wreckage. Like magic engineering gadgets, for instance, she adds, grinning. Or reagents, a glowing tooltip flashes, red quartz reagent built to soak up huge amounts of mana. I am about to use your own mana as fuel, she warns, to fire up every single one of these gadgets at once. Mana circuit connection complete. She rattles off her arsenal like a proud inventor. A mana separator, a noise generator, an elemental stimulator, a claw hand, a literal hadouken, a vision disc, a mana purifier. If I fire all of these at max output all at once, every drop of mana in the area is going to evaporate. She half laughs, half sobs. I am sure all my babies, everything I have spent my whole life building, are about to get wrecked. Elsewhere, maids scramble to herd students to safety. This way, one shouts, dragging kids clear of the blast zone. The maids need more time too, the witch notes grimly. But try it anyway and see if you can break past me while you are at it. The alchemist snarls, a massive red magic circle igniting beneath her. The circle detonates, red light swallowing the storm. The witch punches straight through the blast, purple lightning shredding the debris around her. Overload, a device sparks violently, the mana pouring in has already blown past its limit. Her eyes go wide, this was not part of the plan. One by one, her precious gadgets start detonating instead of firing. The witch gets caught in the shockwave, but she barely flinches. More explosions rip through the smoke, her whole arsenal, gone in seconds. Turns out calculating exactly how much mana it takes to overload every device at once is technically possible. Nobody actually tries it though. Bloodied and grinning, the alchemist mutters, because no one has that much mana to spare. It is not exactly useful knowledge. The witch just stands there in the rain, completely unbothered, like she does this before breakfast. If someone like that actually existed, nobody could ever stop them in the first place. Time to clock exactly how long it took to bring down Opheles Hall's headmaid, Belmaya. 14 high classmates, one second-year top alchemy student named Elvira. Final time 3 minutes flat. Belmaya stands over her, silent. Elvira lies broken on the ground, reaching weakly. Don't you think you will regret this if you keep going? Belmaya asks quietly. You could have leveled all of Opheles Hall with the mana you are packing. But going this far instead, it has got to be because deep down you think that Ed would not have wanted any of this either, right? Silence answers her. The rain just keeps falling over the wreckage. A ball of magic flickers to life in her palm. That, she starts, is something I will decide after I meet Tanya, rumbles a hulking, winged shadow, cutting her off. Elvira lunges through the pink haze, reaching for anything she can use. The shadowy attacker slams into the fight without warning. Elvira's bloodied face freezes in shock. Clebius, someone screams, whoever this guy is, he has clearly lost his mind. A dark-haired man grits his teeth, sweating, gripping his weapon tight. I am not letting you get past me, creep, he snarls, planting himself in the way. From above, he is just one guy standing between this monster and two fallen girls. Purple magic detonates around him, his face frozen in shock. The blast tears through everything nearby. Belmaya stands amid the rubble, already calculating how long this one is going to take. The wreckage keeps crumbling around her. It is Clebius' second-year top combat faculty student, beaten and bloodied on the ground. Belmaya looks down at him, something almost like concern crossing her face. A hand reaches out weakly from the blood-soaked rubble. Final time 1 second, 1 second. Elsewhere, a girl grips her daggers tight, tension thick in the air. Give me Tanya, a masked attacker roars, closing in on a dark-haired guy standing his ground. The assailant lunges, dagger flashing through the rain. Steel meets steel and something hits the ground hard. A single footstep echoes through the empty street. The masked attacker slashes again, sparks flying off the block. The dark-haired guy staggers backward from the blow. Blades clash in a shower of sparks. A pink eye goes wide. What the? This is too drastic a change to just brush off, he mutters mid-clash. The masked fighter grins wild. This is the swordsmanship of a beast that once roamed the northern grasslands, one that somehow got civilized after staying at the Islan estate, free-spirited sure, but not totally divorced from technique. Steel bites deep, this is what real swordsmanship experience feels like. However, blades collide again in a burst of sparks. The dark-haired guy flips through the air, sword raised. It's still incomplete, his center of gravity is too high, that is his weak spot. I have won, the attacker screams in triumph. A blade slices clean through, blood spraying into the storm. Green magic flares to life around him, catching everyone off guard. Wind blade, a razor-edged gust of green magic rips through the air. Steel and wind collide with a bone-jarring crack. He tackles the attacker before they can recover. The impact lands hard, a solid gut punch of a hit. Smoke clears over the beaten, hooded attacker. You want to keep going? He asks the smoking wreck at his feet. Kek, of course, Jix, the attacker wheezes back, grinning through the pain. The smoke clears and Jix looks down at the guy he just flattened. The hooded attacker's grin only widens. It is a rare shot to fight someone as strong as you. So how could I give that up so easily? Come on, entertain me some more. Somewhere nearby, another fighter in red screams, straining against everything holding him back. Jix turns his back on him. How pathetic, he mutters. Unsightly Wade, Jix says flatly. You do not actually enjoy fighting, you just enjoy winning. Swords clash, sparks scattering between them. You only show real drive in fights where you already see a path to victory. Is not that right? Their faces are inches apart, a blade locked between them. What, Jix presses, if you actually wanted a real fight with someone strong you would not have picked me. I am not the magic faculty's top student that is Lucy Merrill, so if you are still hunting for an excuse. Wade explodes with rage at the accusation. Then that is all you will ever amount to, you coward, Jix finishes. Their swords crash together again, harder this time. Jix fights on, bloodied, teeth gritted. Something in Wade snaps, his eyes flare red as he twists into something far more monstrous. Claws and crimson energy tear through the air. The whole scene bathes in violent red light. Both fighters gasp for air, pushed to their absolute limit. Wade levels his blade at Jix in a final dueling stance. Yeah. That is your limit, Jix says, standing firm. A blade punches straight through fabric and flesh. The impact lands in dead silence. Jix stands bloodied, breathing hard. Rain hammers down on the crumbling battlefield around them. Meanwhile, back at the other fight, Belle Maya picks her way through the rubble. Pride, an old voice, echoes in her memory. It has killed more warriors than anything else in this world. Watch out for anyone who thinks charging and cocky and confident makes them noble, and do not waste your respect on people who throw their lives away for nothing, the old teacher warns. Just to prove something to themselves, the memory continues as Clebius pants, bloodied and beaten. Be afraid, Clebius, the old voice tells him. Fear is your weapon. Clebius grips his own bleeding arm, standing alone in the downpour. But if you keep living that way, the memory presses on. A day is coming when your feet will not be able to leave the floor, even though right now, you can always run. Alvira's bloodied face crumples, tears mixing with the rain. There will be a time your feet will not even want to move, the lesson warns. And yet, fascinatingly enough, even shaking head to toe, the hand holding your sword stays completely steady. Losing is inevitable sometimes, but your body will still push forward anyway. Remember that feeling, son, the old man says, red energy blazing around the blade. A single crimson slash tears through the dark. A hand wreathed in blood-red magic clenches tight. Clebius's eyes burn red, blood streaked down his face, jaw set with pure resolve, because that, in the end, is what conviction really looks like. Rain, blood, a sword swinging way too fast. Whatever just happened here, we are dropping in at the absolute worst possible moment. Look at that face, eyes bleeding red, expression completely blank. Whoever this is, they are not okay right now. Someone in the crowd chokes out a name in disbelief. That's Clebius? Yep, that Clebius. This is about to get very messy. Enter Lucy, soaked to the bone and throwing fire around like it costs nothing. Whatever Clebius did, she's here to make him regret it. Mid-fireball, Clebius's head is somewhere else entirely. He tells himself he hasn't forgotten his promise. No matter what, he's not killing anyone tonight. And the reason he can still hold onto that promise, buried in flame and blood, is that he's actually confident he can win. Bold words for a guy currently on fire. Lucy can't believe it. He got faster. Whatever's happening to Clebius, it is not slowing down. Somebody's defenses flare to life mid-fight. A ward called Protection of the Wind, built to blast an enemy away the instant they land, a hit nobody saw coming. The damage just keeps stacking. More cuts, more blood soaking through his clothes. This fight is wrecking him. Honestly, it wouldn't be shocking if Clebius just dropped from blood loss right about now. But the more wounded he gets, the more power floods into his sword and his body. That is not a good sign for anyone standing near him. Lucy's sweating bullets staring at the blade. This is a cursed sword, she mutters. Yeah, called it. Turns out it's worse than cursed. It's the Nortondale family's biggest taboo, locked away for a very good reason. And there it is in giant bloody letters, blood swordsmanship, great name, extremely bad vibes. Somebody's eyes go wide with a silent, things just escalated again. And then the whole sky lights up with a scream, nobody's holding back anymore. Someone goes down hard, crumpling into the flooded street, blood swirling into the rain. Not looking good for whoever that is. Flashback time, a crowd points fingers at a kid, screaming that the sword demon struck again. You demon, monster bastard. Even his own family can barely look at him. Why is a monster like that in our family? Someone asks. Turns out the Nortondale family themselves banned him from ever inheriting this power in the first place. Cool support system. But not everyone gave up on him. His brother looks him dead in the eye. No, you're not a monster. Right, Clebius, one person actually believing in him, that's going to matter a lot later. So here's the kid everyone wrote off. The monster who taught himself a forbidden taboo all on his own because nobody else would. Back to the present, the title says it plainly, Sword Demon Clebius Nortondale, not exactly the nickname you'd pick for yourself. Yeah, hey brother, he mutters through gritted teeth mid-swing, but even he had to acknowledge it. You can feel the next word coming before it lands. The real monster, straight to the heart. Lucy answers with her own heavy artillery, high-level lightning magic, divine punishment, subtle as ever. Cut to somewhere else entirely in this storm. Jix is sprinting down a dark hallway with Tanya slung over his back, both of them soaked and desperate. A voice up ahead calls out directions. We're almost there, this way. If you go through the door at the end of this hallway, you can escape, the voice says. Jix freezes, he clearly just recognized who's talking. Sure enough, waiting for them in the dark, Lortel, of all people. She just smirks. That smirk alone is enough to make anyone regret every decision that led them here. Tanya groans in pain as Jix keeps hauling her along. This rescue is not going smoothly. Turns out Lortel cleared the blocked roads herself. You're lucky, Tanya, she says, then adds, make sure you thank Jix for coming with you. Lortel, just her name, flat and final, hanging in the rain. Lortel turns on Tanya immediately. What were you going to do if it was just Tanya by herself? Tanya's got nothing. No, I. Jix says absolutely nothing, just silence. Somehow that's worse. Because Lortel's already answering her own question, I would have ripped her to shreds. Cool, great group project energy. Jix steps in fast. That would be rash, Lortel, and somehow she actually backs off. You're right, Jix, instead of killing her. I should start with her fingernails. Not sure what she'd confess though. Tanya's panicking now. No, it wasn't me. Lortel lets it go, almost bored. It's fine, Tanya, go on. I can't beat you in a battle anyway, right? Jix's whole body locks up on the spot. His own thoughts don't sound much better than the situation looks. Everyone in Sylvania already knows this rule by heart. Making an enemy of Lortel Ketcheln was never a smart move, and the second she turns hostile on you, you never know what might be waiting behind the next door. Just what am I supposed to do? Jix freezes solid, lightning cracking outside like the universe agrees this is bad. Funny thing is, Jix still hasn't clocked what's actually going on here, bless him. How is everyone still safe right now? Genuinely how? And how does this guy have time to just stand there thinking, while Tanya's silently begging him to stop talking? Back in the storm, Clebius roars, gripping his cursed blade like it's the only thing keeping him upright. Another flashback slips in, his brother's voice again, don't blame yourself too much. It's the fault of the people who wanted to test your power, not yours. Lift your head. That isn't a curse, his brother tells him. It's the mark of a hero who charges forward to hold the line no matter what. The kind of hero who stands against an army bearing down on him like a mountain and does not move. This power came down from their ancestor, Belcus Nortondale, who once used it to protect the whole family. Present day, and Clebius is done believing that story. Fuck, brother was wrong. Word spreads fast, the Nortondale family has a sword demon in it. Right now, he's living up to the name. Something in him has stopped caring about right and wrong entirely. All that's left is a monster, painting everything around him red. Somebody's eyes go wide with shock. Whatever Clebius just did, nobody saw it coming. Lucy stares him down through the rain, soaked and furious. This is not going the way she planned. In his own head, Clebius can't help but ask himself, I can become a hero with this power. Someone gets struck down and through the pain manages to say, it's a relief. That it was me you killed this time and not someone else. Don't blame yourself too much. The exact words his brother once used, which makes this land twice as hard. Somewhere in all this, a grim truth surfaces. The true hero died that day. Killed, the story goes, at the hands of a monster. Fuck, Clebius can barely force the word out. I really can't go on any longer, he admits, gripping what's left of his strength. I don't want to become a hero, just a kid who wanted to be left alone holding a cursed sword he never asked for. Lucy stands over him in the downpour. Whatever she decides next, this ends one way or another. Still, Clebius forces the word out through gritted teeth, refusing to just stop breathing. Meanwhile, back with Jix and the others, we're almost there. Looks like every thread in this storm is about to collide. Elsewhere, Jix strolls off arm in arm with a maid, dusting his hands off. I've done my part, smooth. Back in the rain, Lucy just stands there, staring down at what's left of Clebius. The mana around his sword only grows the more wounded he gets, the more blood he loses. Ironically, the closer to death you are, the more power this curse hands you. But even that much power means nothing against Lucy. Maybe it's overconfidence from the strong or sheer stubbornness from the weak. Either way, something happens here that will never happen again. She could have actually died, really, truly died. Lucy has spent her whole life being the strong one in every room. She never had to get used to feeling like the weak one, until now. That first real taste of fear makes up her mind fast. She has to kill the weak. The ones who no longer have the strength or the will left to fight back, meaning Clebius right now. What the fuck? Lucy's voice cracks, something about this isn't adding up. As I thought, whatever she expected to find, she just found it. Out of nowhere, a hooded stranger crackling with blue lightning steps out of the storm. Nobody saw this one coming. The stranger stares down at Clebius with pure venom. You were alive, you motherfucker.